Chapter 81. White Rabbit. Gao Yang rushed to White Rabbit and helped her up. "Don't worry about me. Kill him." White Rabbit's eyes were red, and her voice was trembling with excitement. "Don't touch his right hand." Understood. Even without White Rabbit's reminder, Gao Yang had already guessed 70% of it. The red-haired man's talent is most likely explosion of sequence number 22. At present, the red right hand of the red-haired man is the key to activating the talent. As for the mechanism of the talent, it should be that the life form touched by his right hand will explode, and the degree of explosion depends on the duration of the touch. This also explains why Wu Dahai and Tengu's bodies exploded severely, but White Rabbit's right calf only had a small hole. When attacking the red-haired man, White Rabbit's right leg only touched his right hand briefly, while Wu Dahai and Tengu supported the red-haired man without any defense, allowing the red-haired man's right hand to have more time to touch the bodies of the two. Of course, the red-haired man was very patient, and only moved his right hand within a reasonable range. If he rashly reached out to touch the heart or head of Tengu and Wu Dahai, although he could kill them in one blow, it would definitely arouse suspicion. The red-haired man originally planned to catch them all quietly. Thinking of this, Gao Yang was terrified. If he had not used lie detector to identify the red-haired man, then the red-haired man would definitely find an opportunity to touch all of them with his right hand after getting on the car. At that time, the bodies of the four of them would explode, and they would have no power to fight back, and could only be slaughtered. Gao Yang couldn't help but echo Douhu's words in his ears. You must not be misled by the hot-blooded comics. There is no absolute ranking of strength. Fighting is not a ring. There will be no open 1v1. Fighting is full of calculations, exploitation, sneak attacks, deception, poisoning, psychological attacks, traps, and defeating the minority with the majority, which makes people defenseless. Be careful, White Rabbit yelled. Gao Yang had just time to turn around when the red-haired man's right hand was already close to his face. The red-haired man's movements were not slow. He rushed behind him in just a few seconds, but Gao Yang was prepared. In fact, he deliberately exposed his flaws and waited for him to take the initiative to attack. Gao Yang supported White Rabbit with one hand, pretending to be in a panic due to concern, but hid the other hand under his armpit, aiming at the direction behind him, with energy bursting out in his palm. The red-haired man's right hand was only 2 inches away from touching Gao Yang's face. At that moment, he thought he had won. Before he could feel happy, a strong light flashed across his sight, and then a fierce tongue of fire came out from nowhere and sprayed him in the face. The red-haired man's head and upper body were instantly covered by flames. If it were an ordinary person, he would have lost his mind under the burning flames, but the red-haired man was an awakener after all, and he had the talent of burst, and his ability to resist high temperatures was quite strong. He still kept his mind when he was burned by the fire, and immediately jumped back to escape the attack range of the flames. Although the red-haired man closed his eyes in time, his eyes were still burned, and his vision was briefly blurred. He only felt a bright red in front of him, and a black shadow flashed in the bright red. The black shadow was Gao Yang. He copied the White Rabbit's jump by the way, tightened his feet, exerted force with his legs, and pushed hard, approaching the red-haired man at high speed. The red-haired man had no time to dodge, and barely raised his broken right hand to protect his head, wanting to repeat the same trick, but Gao Yang would not be fooled. If the purpose is to kill the opponent, the first target of attack is the head, which is what the White Rabbit did, and the second target is the chest, which Gao Yang chose. With legs that can jump, the explosive power and destructive power are terrifying. Gao Yang kicked the red-haired man hard in the chest. He could almost hear the sound of his feet crushing the other's ribs. Swoosh, the red-haired man flew to the side of the road, and bang knocked down a beverage vending machine. The tempered glass shards were shattered all over the ground, and several deflated cans of beverages rolled to the side of the road. Gao Yang was panting. He used all his strength in this kick. Even if the red-haired man didn't die, he would basically lose his mobility for a while. Gao Yang didn't want to fight, so he turned and ran towards Bai Tu. Bai Tu was not idle. She quickly tore off her clothes and tied her right calf. She was pale and sweaty. She gritted her teeth. Help Wu Dahai and Tengu onto my back. Gao Yang immediately understood. Are you still okay? Hurry up. Bai Tu roared, her face almost ferocious. Gao Yang did as he was told immediately, and helped the two broken bodies onto the back of the White Rabbit. The White Rabbit carried the two people on its back, and held them with its hands behind its back. Gao Yang, I leave that person to you. I take them back to find the cute sheep. Okay. The White Rabbit squatted slightly, jumped suddenly, and disappeared in front of Gao Yang's eyes, leaving only 2 deep footprints and a pool of blood on the road. Gao Yang secretly prayed that the white rabbit's injured calf could hold on until it saw the cute sheep and then go on strike again. Next, it was time to deal with this bastard. Gao Yang turned around and was shocked. There was only a broken beverage vending machine on the side of the road, and the red-haired man was gone. There was a sound of a car starting not far away. Gao Yang turned around and saw that the red-haired man had already got into their car. He had blood at the corner of his mouth, one hand covering his chest, and the other hand driving the steering wheel, sneering at Gao Yang through the car window. Gao Yang was shocked. How is it possible? He was hit so hard in the chest, but he could still move. The car hit Gao Yang, and Gao Yang quickly dodged to the side. The two of them looked at each other through the car window, and the red-haired man gave Gao Yang a vicious, unwilling and resentful look, as if saying, "Wait, I will avenge this sooner or later." Gao Yang rolled and stood still, and the car drove away for a distance. The time for using the jump talent had expired, and Gao Yang could not catch up. He stood there until the car disappeared at the end of the street, and then he suddenly deflated and sat down, lying on the side of the road with his legs spread out. Who? He panted, exhausted. Although he only used 2 moves just now, he used all his strength in each move without reservation. At this moment, he smelled a strange smell, which he had never smelled before. Soon, with a gust of night wind, the strange smell disappeared. After a few minutes of rest, Gao Yang took out his cell phone and called Bai Tu, but no one answered. Gao Yang stood up and walked towards the Millennium Building. After more than 10 minutes, his cell phone rang. It was Bai Tu calling back. Hello? Gao Yang's throat tightened. I got back in time. We are all with Ming Yang. Bai Tu said coldly, Did you catch him? He ran away. Gao Yang paused. How are they? Not very well. Chapter 82. 4 o'clock in the morning, Millennium Building -6F, Rabbit Room. The room was quiet and dim. Gao Yang was curled up alone on the lazy sofa, closing his eyes and looking down. Someone turned on the light. Gao Yang quickly opened his eyes, and the person who walked in was Do Hu. He was wearing a white vest, black sweatpants, a towel around his neck, and his hair was wet, as if he had just taken a shower. How are they? Gao Yang asked with concern. The white rabbit was the least injured and recovered quickly. Do Hu wiped his hair with a towel, and his voice was a little tired. He walked straight to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out a bottle of cold beer. Tengu was seriously injured, but he can basically recover. He has to lie down for at least a week. Where is Wu Dahai? Gao Yang knew that he was the most seriously injured. His life was saved. Do Hu sat down slowly beside Gao Yang, raised his head, and drank a big gulp of beer, but the whole right arm can't be saved. Gao Yang didn't know what to say for a moment. It's true that Ming Yang can absorb damage, but his entire arm was blown into mincemeat, and it's impossible to grow it again. He can only get a prosthesis. Do Hu smiled bitterly. The kid will probably be sad for a few days when he wakes up. Then, will it affect his combat effectiveness? Gao Yang felt that Wu Dahai might be most concerned about this. Although he didn't say it, he has always been anxious to become stronger, and didn't want to become a burden to the organization. He's fine. After all, he can summon lightning with one hand, and he doesn't need to fight with people. Do Hu shook the beer can, took another sip, and said, in fact, the prosthesis can help him block knives, guns, bullets, etc. at critical moments, and his combat effectiveness may be enhanced a little. That's good. Gao Yang was relieved. Can I go see them now? Sure, they are all in the sheep house. Do Hu smiled and raised his eyebrows. But it's better not to go. Why? Bai Tu is watching them. She is in a bad mood now. Do Hu looked frightened. It's scary. She scolds whoever she catches, like a tigress. Gao Yang sighed slightly. Bai Tu probably blamed herself. At that time, Wu Dahai suggested to just ignore it. It was Bai Tu who made the decision to save people, which led to the current situation. But Bai Tu can't be blamed. No one thought that the red-haired man would use such a self-torture trick, and his talent was so vicious. Speaking of which, the red-haired man was obviously prepared, which means that he had known that the people of the 12 zodiac signs would trade runes and itinerary tonight. This means that the information of the organization has been leaked, and it also indirectly proves that Lu Qingying's intelligence is accurate. There are undercovers from other organizations in the 12 zodiac signs. What are you thinking about? Do Hu suddenly asked. Gao Yang was slightly stunned and lowered his head. Nothing. Gao Yang, you are a smart man. Do Hu moved his neck and lowered his voice. When something like this happens, it is impossible that you have no idea at all. Gao Yang pondered Douhu's words. This ambush is not a trivial matter. If it weren't for your cleverness, I'm afraid all four of you would have died, and a gift room was robbed. The last time the organization was hit so hard was 10 years ago. Douhu looked at Gao Yang calmly, but his eyes were aggressive. What do you think about this? I think there is a traitor in the organization. Gao Yang made up his mind and said it. Is there evidence or speculation? Douhu asked. Yes. Gao Yang didn't plan to betray Lu Qingying, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get any other information in the future. Your guess is reasonable. Douhu still stared at Gao Yang, his eyes playful. You suspect me? Being looked at by Douhu like this, Gao Yang was a little nervous. Yes, Douhu admitted generously, the first person I suspected was you. Gao Yang thought about it, and smiled bitterly. That's right. There are 3 reasons. Douhu raised his head, squinted his eyes, and pointed his fingers. First, this happened after the 3 of you joined the 12 zodiac signs. Second, Qing Snake and Huang Niu have been training with me, and it is unlikely that they know about the rune transaction, so they are less suspicious. Third, according to Baitu's description, you clearly defeated the red-haired man, but still let him run away. I don't know why Gao Yang could only tell the truth. I really thought he had no ability to resist, but he was still able to move. Maybe he still has some kind of healing talent, or maybe he used emergency medicine. It is also possible that you are in the same group, and you deliberately let him go. Douhu said. If I had colluded with him, the rune circuit would have been snatched away by him. Gao Yang retorted. Yes, it's a good thing you brought the rune back. Douhu smiled, otherwise I would not have suspected you, but would have tortured you directly. Gao Yang felt a chill down his spine. He knew the other party was not joking. But Douhu changed the subject, took another sip of wine, and said, except for me and Long, all other members are suspected of being traitors. Including Baitu? Gao Yang was a little surprised. He thought Baitu's loyalty to the organization was obvious to all, including her. Douhu said calmly, then smiled again. Let's talk about you. You are the most suspected at the moment, but I can give you a chance to clear your suspicion. What should I do? Gao Yang asked. If the traitor is not you, go find the real traitor. Douhu said. Gao Yang thought for a while and asked, why choose me? You have never been a leader, so you don't understand. Douhu shook his head. The old members have a good relationship with each other. Suspicion of each other is not conducive to the stability and unity of the organization, but you are different. You are a newcomer, smart, and most anxious to clear your suspicion. You are the most suitable candidate. Gao Yang thought quickly. Although I have lie detector, the interval of 48 hours is too long. Even if my lie detector is quickly upgraded to level 2, it will still take a long time. Besides, everyone knows that I have the talent of lie detector, and they will definitely take precautions. If I ask them one by one, it will be like stirring up trouble. The traitor will definitely take action, either running away or silencing me, which is too dangerous. The safest way is to investigate secretly, lock in the suspect, and be at least 70% sure, then call Douhu, cooperate with lie detector to confront him face to face, and take him down in one fell swoop. Okay, I try my best. Gao Yang agreed. In fact, he had no choice. Then it's settled. Douhu held out his wine glass. Come on, cheers. Gao Yang picked up the drink and clinked glasses with him. If you need help in the future, or if you are undecided, just come to me directly. Douhu stood up and threw the empty wine bottle back, and it fell accurately into the trash can in the corner. Anyway, I got the damage rune, and I can't wait to torture the green snake and the yellow cow. Don't you want to rest? Gao Yang was very surprised. Just sleep 4 hours in 3 days. Douhu waved and walked out the door, awakened, who doesn't have some talents? After daybreak, Gao Yang went directly to school and spent an ordinary day. After evening self-study, he went to the hospital to accompany his father. At this time, he received a message from Baitu that Wu Dahai had woken up. At 1 a.m., Gao Yang quietly left the hospital and went to the 6th floor of the Millennium Building. In the single ward of the sheep room, Wu Dahai was wearing a hospital gown and half leaning on the bed to rest. He looked haggard, his hair was not styled, and it fell listlessly on his bloodless face. The long sleeve on the right was empty, drooping dryly, extending to his shoulders. Baitu sat aside, holding a bowl of porridge, scooped a spoonful, blew it gently with his mouth to cool it down, and then sent it to Wu Dahai's mouth. Wu Dahai frowned slightly. I don't want to eat anymore. Be obedient, eat 2 more bites. Baitu was like coaxing a child. No appetite. That last bite, come, open your mouth, ah. Ah. Wu Dahai opened his mouth reluctantly, and Baitu sipped the porridge into his mouth. He swallowed with difficulty. After a long while, he found Gao Yang standing at the door, and immediately pulled himself together. Hey, you're here. Gao Yang felt uncomfortable, but smiled easily. I came to see you. What's so good about it? Wu Dahai said disapprovingly. It's just a minor injury, not worth mentioning. Gao Yang looked at Wu Dahai's empty right sleeve, and hesitated to speak. Wu Dahai also tilted his head to look at it. Don't worry, wait for me to install a fake arm, then I will be Edward in Full Metal Alchemist. So cool. Yes, so cool that I have no friends. Gao Yang agreed. I heard that you let that old bastard run away. Wu Dahai was a little unwilling. It's my fault. I underestimated the enemy. Gao Yang said. I have notified the Qilin Union and Baichuan Group, and the spies and other channels have also been notified. I will definitely find him out. Baitu restrained his voice, and there was a fierceness hidden between his teeth. I will take revenge myself when the time comes. Wu Dahai said angrily, with a hint of fear in his eyes. By the way, what kind of talent does that old bastard have? He's damn vicious. Gao Yang was startled and his face fell. Chapter 83. Explosion. Serial number 22, Elemental System. Baitu put down the porridge. If you touch the opponent's body, it will explode. There may be other moves. These are what we have seen so far. I thought it was the damage system. Wu Dahai tried to cheer up for a while, but his voice gradually weakened again. Elemental system talent. Why did you steal our damage system runes? It may not be for him to use it himself. He should have a force behind him. In addition to the three major organizations, there are many people from all walks of life in leeching. Baitu looked at Gao Yang after speaking, a little puzzled. Why did you suddenly stop talking? I can't get a word in. Gao Yang lied. It's just right. You come to take care of Wu Dahai. I have something else to do. Baitu stood up. Gao Yang nodded, and sat down in front of Wu Dahai's bed. Take care of my ass, I won't die. Wu Dahai muttered. Wu Dahai, how come you don't even know the talent explosion? Gao Yang asked deliberately. There are so many talents, how can I remember them all? I usually pick a few that I'm interested in and learn about them. Wu Dahai tilted his head, slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing became heavy. I still have to remember them all in the future. Damn it, it's hard to guard against. After a while, Wu Dahai fell asleep. Gao Yang saw that he was asleep, got up gently, pulled the sheets for him, and turned to leave. 3 o'clock in the morning, -6F, Snake Room. Qing Ling walked out of the women's bathhouse wrapped in a white bath towel, holding a small wooden basin in her hand, which contained a towel, shower gel, shampoo, and a bottle of powerful medicine. Her face, shoulders, arms, and legs were all bruised. Recently, Qing Ling has been receiving the devilish training of Dohu in the training room every day. The intensity is huge, and the progress is fast. After getting the damage rune yesterday, she thought her sword god could be upgraded immediately, but she didn't get what she wanted. Almost in a fit of anger, she kept training Dohu for more than 10 hours, turning him into an emotionless beating machine. Dohu, as the beater, had already been traumatized, but Qing Ling still refused to give up. Dohu could only force her to stop training and rest immediately. Only then did she reluctantly go to the bathhouse to take a shower and sleep for a while. Qing Ling stopped and found a person sitting on the bench in the lounge. It was Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled at her first. You haven't been to school these few days. Are you staying here? Is there something wrong? Qing Ling's mind was full of upgrades. If it was just a small talk, she was too lazy to waste time. You know about the rune being almost stolen? Gao Yang asked. I heard about it. Qing Ling walked to the bench next to Gao Yang and sat down. She took out the powerful medicine from the small wooden basin, unscrewed the lid, poured a little on the palm of her hand, rubbed it evenly, and began to apply it on the bruises on her arms, then on her lower body. When her slender hands rubbed along the kneecap to the thigh under the bath towel, Gao Yang turned sideways to avoid looking. You don't care about this? Gao Yang asked. As long as you are not dead. Qing Ling's cold voice came from behind, implying that she didn't care about the life and death of Wu Dahai, Tiango, and Baitu. Gao Yang smiled bitterly in his heart, and was a little moved for a while, but also felt that Qing Ling was quite ruthless. Turn around, Qing Ling said. Gao Yang turned around, and she stuffed the powerful medicine into him, turned around, untied the bath towel, and revealed a smooth and white back covered with bruises of various sizes, purple, blue, and red, all caused by punches and kicks, which was shocking. This fighting tiger, it's a pity that he could do it. He didn't know how to be gentle with women. Gao Yang thought about it, and realized that Dohu was so strict for Qing Ling's sake. It was better to suffer a little during training than to lose one's life in battle. Help me apply the medicine, Qing Ling said. If it were someone else, Gao Yang would feel that the scene in front of him was too ambiguous, and even wondered if the other party was seducing him. But it was reasonable for Qing Ling. Gao Yang remained calm and carefully applied the medicine on the bruise on her back, and then gently rubbed it. Do you have something to talk to me about? Qing Ling asked. Yes, there is something, Gao Yang confessed. I really can't find anyone to discuss it with. Say, we were plotted against this time. It is obvious that there is a traitor in the organization who betrayed our whereabouts, Gao Yang said. Qing Ling turned her back to Gao Yang, hugged her knees with her hands, and thought quietly. I didn't know who the traitor was, but 2 hours ago, when I went to visit Wu Dahai, an idea flashed through my mind, and then, this idea became stronger and stronger, and I couldn't get rid of it. Have you found the traitor? Qing Ling asked directly. At present, I just suspect it. Who? Gao Yang hesitated. The medicine on her back was almost applied. Qing Ling wrapped the bath towel again, stood up from the bench, and looked at Gao Yang coldly. If you don't tell me, I'm leaving. If I tell you, you will be dragged into the water by me, Gao Yang said. If we don't get rid of the traitor, everyone will be in danger. Qing Ling saw it clearly. I suspect that person is. Gao Yang looked up and met her gaze. Officer Huang. After a brief silence, Qing Ling turned around and left. Go to my dormitory. 2 minutes later, Gao Yang came to Qing Ling's single dormitory. The dormitory was very simple, a rectangular space with a bed, wardrobe, washing machine, dryer, air conditioner, small refrigerator, microwave oven, and a white clothes basket in the corner, which was piled with clothes and socks. Qing Ling opened the wall wardrobe, took out a set of pink bear pajamas, took off the bath towel and changed, not treating Gao Yang as an outsider at all. Gao Yang turned around awkwardly again, and complained in his heart about Wu Dahai's otaku taste. What fancy pajamas did he prepare? They were not suitable for Qing Ling at all. After changing clothes, Qing Ling opened the small refrigerator, took out seafood sandwiches and carton milk, put the sandwiches in the microwave to heat them, tore open the carton milk directly, tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, Qing Ling threw away the milk carton, sat down by the bed, pointed to the only chair in the room, and motioned Gao Yang to sit. Gao Yang sat down on the chair, and found that there was milk on the corner of Qing Ling's mouth. He pointed to his mouth with his finger. Here. Qing Ling frowned. What's wrong with your mouth? It's stained with milk. Oh! Qing Ling didn't wipe it with her hands, but licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue. Qing Ling, wearing cute pajamas, licked the milk on the corner of her mouth with her tongue seriously. The contrast was too great, and Gao Yang couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Qing Ling was puzzled. Nothing. Gao Yang coughed twice. Let's talk about business. Why do you suspect Officer Huang? Qing Ling asked. Because he lied to us. Chapter 84. Qing Ling looked up with a stern look in her eyes, motioning Gao Yang to continue. Serial number 11199. This talent list. Gao Yang paused for a moment and concluded. Officer Huang didn't learn about it from the Zodiac. How do you know? Officer Huang had only had contact with Wu Dahai before he led us to join the Zodiac. He told us that he got all the information from Wu Dahai. But when I went to visit Wu Dahai, I learned that he didn't remember much of his talents, so it was impossible for him to tell Officer Huang everything. This doesn't mean anything. Maybe there is a talent list inside the organization, and Wu Dahai gave it to Officer Huang, Qing Ling said. I thought so too, but this made me suspicious, so I went to Baitu to confirm it. Baitu told me that the talent list is confidential. Although the 3 major organizations have it, it is not open to the public. Wu Dahai looks careless, but he is actually quite disciplined. It is impossible for Officer Huang to tell him before he officially joins the organization. Gao Yang felt a little heavy. He didn't want to doubt Officer Huang at all, but he was the most suspicious at the moment. You mean? Qing Ling frowned. He got the talent list from the Qilin Union or the Baichuan group? It seems not. Gao Yang took out a 4A paper full of information from his pocket. This is the talent list I asked Baitu for. Take a closer look. Qing Ling took it and slowly looked down. After a while, she said firmly, there are discrepancies. Yes. I memorized the form that Officer Huang gave us at the beginning, and I believe you did too. Gao Yang took back the talent list, and a thought moved, and a tongue of fire ignited on his fingers, which soon spread to the entire 4A paper. The faint flame swayed on his face. I have always believed that the sequence list given to us by Officer Huang is the most standardized. Now when I compare it, I find some discrepancies. Although the impact is not great, it is obvious that the 1x2 gave me is the official one. Qing Ling began to think. This at least proves 2 points. Gao Yang said his conclusion. First, Officer Huang did not get the talent list from the Zodiac and the other 2 organizations. He did deceive us. Second, Officer Huang's talent list should come from other organizations. This organization is not as famous as the 3 major organizations. It is very low-key and powerful. It can rely on its own investigation to calculate the talent list with a low error rate. Qing Ling nodded slightly and followed Gao Yang's reasoning. This organization is the organization of the red-haired man who attacked you before, and Officer Huang is the undercover sent by the organization. This is just my preliminary inference. Gao Yang pondered for a moment, but... What? Gao Yang put his hands together and rubbed his thumbs together. If I were Officer Huang, I should be more cautious about the talent list, because it is easy to be exposed. If he is really an undercover, it would be too careless. So do you suspect him or not? Qing Ling asked. I don't know either. Gao Yang smiled bitterly, so I came to discuss it with you. Neither of them spoke. The dormitory was quiet. The sound of the air conditioner's ventilation could be heard, and the aroma of food came from the air. Ding. The microwave rang, and the seafood sandwich was heated. Qing Ling got up, took out the sandwich, put it on the plate, sat down on the bed, and ate the sandwich with her hands. She didn't say a word during the whole process. Gao Yang waited patiently. After a few minutes, Qing Ling finished the sandwich. She put down the plate and said coldly, Officer Huang is very suspicious. Do you think so too? 3 days ago, in the middle of the night, we finished training and he drove me home. After I got off the car, his car turned around. Qing Ling glanced at Gao Yang. If he went home or went to the police station, the car didn't need to turn around. Where else could he go in the middle of the night if he's not going home or to the police station? Gao Yang looked so. Maybe he's going to make a contact, Qing Ling said. Gao Yang was shocked. If Officer Huang was going to make a contact, Gao Yang and his group would have been attacked by the red-haired man the next night, and the timing would be consistent. What should we do now? Gao Yang asked. Should we report directly to the organization, or confirm it ourselves first? You've already decided. Qing Ling is not stupid. Gao Yang smiled embarrassedly. To be on the safe side, I still want to confirm it myself first, but I need your help. First, you've been training with him recently, so it's easy to monitor him, and second, you're stronger. If I do this alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle any emergencies. Qing Ling agreed straightforwardly. Turn on your phone and wait for my message. 2 days later, at 4 a.m., upstream of the river, a white and blue police car stopped on the side of the road along the riverside scenic belt. The door opened, and Officer Huang got out. With a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, a bag of hot brine in his left hand, and 2 bottles of Leobagan in his right hand, he strode through the scenic area and came to the river bank. The night wind was strong on the river bank. He squinted his eyes and looked at the mudflats under his feet. He soon found a corner of light in the darkness. He walked down the river bank, stepped on the sand and stones on the mudflats, and walked towards the light with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The light source in the darkness was a kerosene lamp. Next to the kerosene lamp sat a thin old man, wearing a dark brown windbreaker, and a black old man's hat with velvet. He sat on a portable folding stool, holding a long fishing rod in his hand, and was concentrating on fishing. He didn't notice anyone approaching. Master Jiang. Officer Huang had just finished the devilish training of fighting tigers. He was sleepy and tired, but he still pulled himself together and greeted the old man. Hey, Xiao Huang, you're here. The old man called. Master Jiang raised his head. When he saw Officer Huang, his face was full of joy. He quickly took out a folding stool from his feet. Come, sit down. Okay, Officer Huang put the folding stool in place and sat down next to the old man. I brought you some hot stew and wine today. Let's have a good drink. Oh, come here. Why bring food? Master Jiang smiled. I'm fishing. How can I have time to eat? Eat, and then fish again. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Master Jiang looked reluctant, but his hands were very agile. He couldn't wait to retract the fishing rod and the fishing line. Looking carefully, he found that the fishhook was straight, and there was no bait on it. Officer Huang opened the food box, broke the disposable chopsticks, took out the wine and disposable wine glass, poured 2 glasses of white wine, and the 2 of them drank with the food, chatting and laughing. Master Jiang, I want to ask you something. You kid. Master Jiang was happily sipping the wine, and suddenly his face changed, and he put down the wine glass, I was wondering why you had been looking for me so frequently recently. I knew you had bad intentions, thinking about the baby in my belly every day. Officer Huang smiled. Oh, Master Jiang, please understand, I am also anxious as a father, watching my wife's belly getting bigger day by day. I am so anxious. It's just a child. Just give birth to it. Poor people have poor people. Rich people have rich people. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Why worry about it? Master Jiang didn't care. That's what I said, but she... Officer Huang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Master Jiang. My two friends. Mr. Jiang raised his disposable cup and shouted towards the dark reeds not far away. There are a lot of mosquitoes in the water there. It's a pain to stay there for a long time. Come over and have a drink. Officer Huang was shocked. He was being followed? Chapter 85. Who? Officer Huang quickly pulled out the pistol from his waist and aimed it at the reeds in the distance. The night wind whistled, and the reeds under the night sky swayed with the wind, reflecting the faint light from time to time. If you don't come out, I will shoot, Officer Huang warned sternly. A few seconds later, two figures walked out of the reeds. Officer Huang locked the muzzle of the gun on the target, and turned on the flashlight with his other hand, shining it on the gun. He was stunned for a long time before he believed his eyes, and he slowly put down the gun. Gao Yang, Qingling, why are you two here? Officer Huang frowned. Are you following me? It stands to reason that Gao Yang should be nervous when the stocking is exposed, but for some reason, he is more embarrassed. Well, Officer Huang, this is what happened. Qingling interrupted expressionlessly. Are you a traitor? Officer Huang was stunned at first, but soon understood what Qingling meant. He laughed dryly twice. No way. Why would you think of suspecting me? Talent sequence list. Qingling said coldly. Didn't Wudahai tell you? Gao Yang added carefully. Oh. This matter. Officer Huang nodded, suddenly realizing he put the gun back into his waist. Okay, it's just a misunderstanding. Come and sit down, and talk while drinking. Gao Yang walked forward. Qingling stretched out his hand to stop him. Who is he? Qingling looked at Master Jiang. Is he a human, or beast? Master Jiang smiled and replied. He waved at Qingling. Little girl, don't be afraid. Come and sit down. I won't hurt you. Gao Yang was shocked, and didn't know what to say for a while. What kind of beast are you? Qingling obviously didn't let down his guard. In your words, it's called a delusion beast. Master Jiang took a sip of white wine and smacked his lips. But I prefer the name of observer. It's much more elegant. 10 minutes later, the four of them sat by the river, and everything was revealed. Officer Huang met Mr. Jiang half a year ago, when he had been awakened for 3 years. He continued to be a policeman and handled cases every day. Once, he was investigating a corpse dumping case, and went to the upper reaches of the Li River to investigate in the middle of the night. He found Mr. Jiang fishing here late at night, and thought the old man was suspicious. He even suspected that he was the murderer. Half a month later, the murderer was caught, not Mr. Jiang, but Officer Huang still had great curiosity about Mr. Jiang. At that time, I would habitually test some solitary animals, and confirm little by little whether they were human, lost, or other animals. Officer Huang drank. I tested Mr. Liu little by little. I know that this is very risky, but I was eager to find all breakthroughs at that time. Officer Huang looked at Mr. Jiang. I didn't expect that I would find it. Hee hee, you are lucky. Mr. Jiang ate the crispy pig ears, and didn't even bother to raise his head. Officer Huang continued to recall. At that time, I secretly tested Mr. Jiang several times with my words, but Mr. Jiang got impatient first and said to me directly, You are such a bold awakener. It's a good thing that you mess with me. If you mess with other beasts, you wouldn't have enough lives to live. Officer Huang laughed when he said this. I was really scared at the time, but Mr. Jiang did not hurt me, and slowly I let down my guard and made friends with him. Humph! Friends. Mr. Jiang snorted, very dissatisfied. Don't think I don't know. You are just taking advantage of me, an old man, to force me to drink and trick me all day long. Mr. Jiang, don't say that. It's not easy for me. Officer Huang smiled, pretended to be pitiful, and said like a child, Without your advice, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago. Just think that good people get good rewards. Good reward? I helped a human to deal with his own people. I'm lucky I didn't go to hell. Mr. Jiang said excitedly, but he was smiling. He didn't seem to be very worried. If you are going to hell, it's because the king of hell wants to hire you with a high salary. Officer Huang continued to flatter. The two sang in unison. Gao Yang and Qingling couldn't get a word in. Officer Huang, Gao Yang finally found an opportunity to ask weakly. The serial number of the talent. Did you find out from Mr. Jiang? What else? Officer Huang smiled and took out a cigarette, respectfully put it to Mr. Jiang's mouth, and lit it for him with a windproof lighter. Mr. Jiang took a puff and exhaled a puff of white mist, which blurred his desolate eyes and then dissipated. Officer Huang continued, when we were drinking, I asked Mr. Jiang what talents were powerful, interesting, and what talents we should be wary of. He would say something when he was in a good mood, and not say anything when he was in a bad mood. I would silently write down everything and sort it out myself when I got home. After a long time, the talent list came out. Gao Yang and Qing Ling had all their thoughts. After a while, Gao Yang took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. No, I concealed it first. Officer Huang expressed his understanding. If it were me, I would also doubt it. Officer Huang glanced at Mr. Jiang. But Mr. Jiang is so good to me, I also need to be responsible for him. The more people know about this, the more disadvantageous it will be for Mr. Jiang. I don't want to bring him danger. Don't worry about it. Mr. Jiang didn't appreciate it. I'm afraid of anyone. It's just death. Death is still a relief. Whether it's human or beast, the more you live, the more boring it will be. Gao Yang looked at Mr. Jiang in front of him, and had a strange sense of split. He knew that he was a beast, but his words and deeds were very human. No, it was almost human. Gao Yang licked his lower lip. Master Jiang, I don't understand. There are so many things you don't understand. Master Jiang smiled shrewdly. Don't expect me to tell you everything. There are some things I can't say, some things I don't want to say, and some things I don't know. Gao Yang originally had a lot of questions, but was deflated by Master Jiang's criticism. Qing Ling didn't care about these, and asked directly, why are you different from other beasts? Since you know we are awakened, why don't you kill us? I can answer this. Officer Huang looked at Qing Ling. In short, Master Jiang is a delusion beast. Delusion beasts are much more advanced than ordinary beasts. The identities and souls of humans and beasts can coexist in the same body, instead of switching abruptly. Officer Huang lit a cigarette for himself. Delusion beasts are very rare, maybe only 1 in 100,000 beasts. Delusion beasts are divided into. Officer Huang looked at Master Jiang. Can I say it? You've already said half of it. Why are you still asking for my opinion hypocritically? Master Jiang was not happy. Oh, then I told you. Officer Huang looked at Gao Yang. Delusion beasts are divided into visitors, dark ones, and observers. Visitors will help awakened ones, and their number is very small. Dark ones will hunt awakened ones. Observers are like Mr. Jiang, with a neutral attitude, helping no one, and doing and saying whatever they want depends on their mood. Officer Huang thought of another point and added, oh, and the delusion beasts also follow the Songdao, and will not actively kill unawakened humans. Not only that, they will not actively kill even awakened ones. You could understand delusion beasts as hidden NPCs. Only when awakened ones actively provoke delusion beasts will delusion beasts react, help, kill, or be neutral. That's why I said you're lucky, you bumped into me, said Mr. Jiang, who had eaten and drunk enough. He tightened his windbreaker, grabbed the fishing rod again, and threw it into the river. If you provoke other beasts, you won't know how you died. Are you strong? Qing Ling was half believing and half doubting. Mr. Jiang slowly turned his head to look at Qing Ling, his face still cheerful. Little girl, if you don't believe it, you can try it. Just try it. Gao Yang hurriedly covered Qing Ling's mouth. Mr. Jiang, she's just a cold joke. Don't take it seriously. Mr. Jiang laughed, his face full of cute wrinkles. Interesting. Xiao Huang, your two friends are also very interesting. Since you like them too, how about making friends with them? Officer Huang struck while the iron was hot. Mr. Jiang didn't answer. He continued to look at the river in the dark. The night wind blew in his face, revealing a hint of coolness. After a while, he sighed softly and said, Xiao Huang, I've been fishing here for too long. It's time to change places. Where are you going? Officer Huang was surprised. How can I contact you in the future? Still contact? Mr. Jiang was angry and amused. Do you really think I'm your own? Next time we meet, I might eat you up. Impossible, Mr. Jiang, you are so nice. Don't scare me. Officer Huang said. Xiao Huang, how much do you know about us? Mr. Jiang's tone was a little sad, and it seemed that there was a lot of resentment. Officer Huang was speechless for a moment. You know nothing. Grandpa Jiang looked at Gao Yang and Qing Ling. His eyes became compassionate again. We will not meet again in the future. It is for your own good, and for the good of these two children. Officer Huang was silent for a while, but he still did not give up, and said, Grandpa Jiang, thank you for your care in the past 6 months. I really don't want to leave you, but I respect your decision. Before leaving, can you give us some more advice? Under the dim kerosene lamp, Grandpa John's face was old and his eyes were cloudy. He looked at the glimmering river and said faintly, "Don't open the door to the end." Chapter 86. 5 a.m., along the river's scenic area. The three of them sat in a police car on the roadside. The interior was dark. A beam of light cut by the lead shone into the car, illuminating the small photo frame in the front window of the driver's seat. Inside was the wedding photo of Officer Huang and his wife. Officer Huang was wearing a handsome suit and was in high spirits. His wife was wearing a wedding dress with a corset and a white veil on her head, looking bright and beautiful. Soon, the photo was covered by a puff of smoke. It was the smoke exhaled by Officer Huang. He took a few deep puffs of the cigarette, and his face was obviously angry. "I'm sorry." Gao Yang apologized again. "I didn't expect the result to be like this." Officer Huang didn't look back. His voice was dry. "I have reservations. I can understand your suspicion of me. But now I have lost an important intelligence channel. I am very unhappy about this. You have to understand." "Understand?" Seeing my wife's belly slowly getting bigger, Officer Huang sighed irritably. "I look forward to the birth of the child more and more every day, but I am also more and more afraid every day. I don't know what will happen next, and I don't know what this child is. I have been looking for Mr. Jiang quite frequently during this period, and he is probably annoyed with me." "Did Mr. Jiang tell you anything?" Gao Yang asked. "My wife has hardly revealed any information in this regard." Officer Huang slapped the steering wheel with both hands. "You guys are messing around, and I won't see him anymore in the future. There is no hope at all." Delusion beast. Gao Yang pondered these two words. It is really a mysterious existence. He thought of Bailey Yi, who suddenly disappeared, who also appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He thought he was about to clear the fog of the world, but he found that behind the fog was an even thicker fog. For a moment, he felt endless confusion and frustration. "It's better for us to find out about your affair with the delusion beast than for the organization to find out." Qingling, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Officer Huang was slightly stunned and nodded. "That's true." After smoking a few cigarettes in a row, Officer Huang's mood calmed down. He looked at Gao Yang. "Speaking of traitors, now that my suspicion has been ruled out, do you have any other suspects?" Gao Yang shook his head. "I don't know the other members at all, and I have no clue." "Be careful." Officer Huang's voice was slightly deep. "Maybe the information of the three of us has also been exposed, and we are not safe now." Gao Yang suddenly remembered the sinister look that the red-haired man left him before he escaped that night, and he shuddered immediately. "I am in the light, and the enemy is in the dark. It is simply impossible to defend against." The sky in the east was slightly bright. Gao Yang quietly went home, and just 2 hours after he fell asleep, his cell phone rang. Gao Yang answered the phone in a daze, and Uncle Qing's voice came from the other end. "Yang, my Uncle Qing. When will you and Mr. Wang come over today?" In a complete show, under Gao Yang's arrangement, Wang Zikai invested 2 million yuan in his father and Uncle Qing's food processing factory, and agreed to go to the countryside to see the factory and sign the contract today. Gao Yang actually forgot about this. "Ah, come at noon." Okay, I wait for you." Gao Yang hung up the phone and hurriedly called Wang Zikai. When the call was connected, the other end was still in a state of not waking up. "Brother, what time is it?" Mr. Wang got up. "Come back to the countryside with me to see the factory today." "What factory?" "You invested in my father's food processing factory. You didn't forget it?" "Oh." Wang Zikai's voice was gloomy. "I won't see it. Just ask him to take a few photos and send them to me." "No, we've already agreed. How can you stand me up at the last minute?" A voice wailed on the phone. "Okay, go away. You're my brother." At 10 a.m., Wang Zikai drove a McLaren to pick up Gao Yang. The car drove very fast. In about an hour, the two arrived at the food processing factory in the suburbs. Uncle Qing brought more than 30 people from the factory, dressed neatly, and stood at the factory gate to greet them. Gao Yang got off the car first. "I haven't seen Uncle Qing for 2 years. I feel that he has lost a lot of weight." In the early years, Uncle Qing was a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds. Later, he had a thyroid surgery and started to maintain health and exercise. Yang. Uncle Qing smiled when he saw Gao Yang. "You've grown taller again. Uncle Qing, you've lost weight, and you look more energetic." The two exchanged a few words. Wang Zikai, wearing a trendy brand, sunglasses, and a gold chain around his neck, got off the car casually. Uncle Qing was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face. "You are Mr. Wang?" "It's me." Wang Zikai took off his sunglasses and glanced at Uncle Qing. Are you the boss? It's me, Mr. Wang. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. And it's true that seeing is believing. You are really young and promising. A young talent, haha. Uncle Qing flattered him crazily. You must have worked hard on this journey. Otherwise, I will take you to sit down, drink some tea, eat something, and then we will go to see the factory. Go directly to the factory. Wang Zikai was impatient. He was just going through the motions. There was no need to worry about so much. Gao Yang poked him in the back, and Wang Zikai reluctantly recited the lines Gao Yang taught him stiffly. Investment must be cautious. I need to investigate carefully. That's right. Uncle Qing nodded and bowed. Come this way, please. Uncle Qing led Gao Yang and Wang Zikai into the food processing factory. First went to the product display cabinet, introduced several main products, and new products planned to be launched this year, mainly some bean snacks. Wang Zikai tried too, and gave high praise. After that, they visited the food processing line, and then the storage environment of raw materials, sanitary environment, business license, certificate of qualification, etc. After going through all the formalities, the three came to Uncle Qing's office. Gao Yang took out the drafted contract, checked it with Uncle Qing, and both parties signed it. Wang Zikai didn't even look at it, and left his name with a big hand. The money will be transferred in the next 2 days. Gao Yang has become Wang Zikai's assistant. Okay. Thank you very much. Uncle Qing's tense smile finally relaxed. The workers' wages can be paid, and the next batch of raw materials can be purchased. This difficult time is considered to be over. Uncle Qing wanted to keep Wang Zikai and Gao Yang for dinner, but the two declined and left with the farewell of all the employees in the factory. Gao Yang got on Wang Zikai's sports car. He was originally going back to the city, but suddenly he wanted to visit his grandmother. After his father had a car accident, his grandmother moved back to his uncle's house in the countryside. Originally, he was going to take his grandmother back to the city last week, but his grandmother refused, saying that she lived well at his uncle's house and wanted to stay for a while. In fact, she wanted to reduce the burden on Gao Yang's mother. The town was not big. In a few minutes, Wang Zikai drove Gao Yang to his uncle's house. Before leaving, Wang Zikai was a little worried. Brother, how about I accompany you? I heard that you were attacked a few days ago. Gao Yang was a little moved for a while. He smiled. It's okay, I will be careful. Okay, see you later. Wang Zikai didn't force it, put on sunglasses, started the car, and drove away. Gao Yang looked around and walked into a fruit shop on the side of the road. Before going to his uncle's house, he planned to give his grandmother some fruit. Walking into the fruit store, he wanted to buy half a pound of cherries, and found a slender girl standing in front of the cherry shelf, wearing a white short-sleeved uniform and a dark blue plaid skirt, which was the popular JK uniform. The girl put her hands behind her waist, leaned forward slightly to look at the fruits on the shelf. Her soft medium-short hair fell on her somewhat shy white face, and her voice was gentle and a little immature. Boss, are these cherries sweet? Of course they are sweet, the boss assured. Gao Yang was just thinking that the voice was familiar, and the girl turned around. She was startled at first, and her eyes flashed with joy. Gao Yang. Chapter 87. Shall see? Gao Yang was also surprised. Why are you here? Wan Sisi became uneasy after being happy. She subconsciously reached out and smoothed the ends of her curly hair. My grandmother is celebrating her 80th birthday. My mother and I went back to the countryside to celebrate her birthday. What about you? My grandmother lives at my uncle's house. I came to see her today. Gao Yang answered truthfully. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Wan Sisi's eyes were full of smiles. By the way, why didn't you come to school these 2 days? That, Gao Yang lied casually, I took a leave to take care of my dad. How is uncle? Is he feeling better? Wan Sisi asked with concern. Yeah, better. Before Gao Yang finished speaking, an old man's voice came from behind him. Yang Yang? Gao Yang turned around and saw his grandmother standing outside the fruit shop with a cane. She was wearing a floral shirt today, her silver hair stood up neatly, and she had a pink hairpin pinned on. Grandma is actually very cute. In my mother's words, she is over 80 years old, but still has a girlish heart. She likes colorful clothes, likes to eat candy, and sometimes acts like a spoiled child. Grandma. Gao Yang went forward to support Grandma and held her hand. I was just going to my uncle's house to find you. Why did you come out by yourself? Don't walk around alone. What if you fall? Your uncle went out for something. Grandma smiled and took out a red envelope from her pocket. Grandma, I have to go to a birthday banquet. It's a good opportunity for you, Yang Yang, to accompany Grandma to eat. Grandma, Wan Sisi came over. Is the birthday girl of the birthday banquet you are going to eat called Feng Ho Hot? Oh, little girl, you know her too? Grandma looked up and looked at Wan Sisi with a smile. Of course, she is my grandmother. Wan Sisi smiled, and she enthusiastically took her grandmother's other hand. What a coincidence. Let's go together. Good, really good. Grandma smiled and was very happy. Gao Yang and Wan Sisi, one on each side, helped Grandma walk for 10 minutes and arrived at Wan Sisi's grandmother's house. A 2-story cement house built by themselves, with a large shed in the yard in front of the house, and more than 10 tables of buffets were placed under the shed, and most of the guests were already seated. Wan Sisi led Gao Yang and his grandmother to sit at a table, and soon they were called by relatives to go to the inner hall to help. Yang Yang, how is your father? Grandma asked. He's recovered well, and in good spirits. Gao Yang didn't mention his father's wheelchair. Grandma, when are you going home? Stay a little longer. The air in the countryside is good. My cough has improved a lot. Grandma thought of something and asked again, I heard from your uncle that your father's factory hasn't paid wages for 2 months. Don't worry, Grandma. An investor invested today, and the problem has been solved. Gao Yang said, it's a classmate of mine. His family is very rich. Oh, that's good. Grandma didn't understand, but she smiled with relief when she heard her grandson say that. Don't worry about the family matters. Gao Yang promised. Grandma gently held Gao Yang's hand and patted it. Our Yang Yang is getting more and more capable. He will definitely be more successful than your father in the future. Speak softly. Gao Yang felt embarrassed when Grandma praised herself in front of outsiders. A few minutes later, the birthday boy appeared. An old lady dressed festively walked up to the makeshift wooden stage with the help of her children. Her son held the microphone and said a few polite words on behalf of the old lady, thanking everyone for coming and wishing everyone a good meal and drink. The fellow villager said a few words of birthday congratulations, and after a lively moment, they started to eat. The dishes were served one after another. Gao Yang stood up to pick up some dishes for his grandmother. A figure sat down beside him. He turned his head and saw that it was Wan Sisi. Wan Sisi's face flushed and her eyes were shy. My grandmother's table is full. I come to this table. Do you mind? Of course. Gao Yang smiled. Wan Sisi picked up the chopsticks, picked up a soft and glutinous meatball, and put it in the bowl of Gao Yang's grandmother. Grandma, this meatball is very fragrant and not sticky. Please try it. Okay. Grandma took a bite of the meatball slowly. Delicious, delicious. Gao Yang, you try it too. Wan Sisi picked up another one for Gao Yang. Xiao Si, is this your classmate? An uncle at the table asked while drinking. Yes, his name is Gao Yang. We are in the same class. Wan Sisi said. What classmate? I think it's your girlfriend. Another uncle started to make a noise. Everyone, what do you think? Yes. They are a good match. Uncle Wu. Stop talking nonsense. Wan Sisi's face turned red all the way to her neck, and she pretended to stand up. If you keep talking, I won't sit at this table anymore. Ha, uncle, I won't say anything more. Come on, drink some wine. The men started to drink. Grandma ate less, and was the first to leave. Gao Yang helped Grandma say goodbye to everyone. As soon as they reached the side of the road, Wan Sisi ran out with 2 packed birthday peaches in her hand. Grandma, Gao Yang, you forgot to take the birthday peaches. Thank you. Gao Yang took the birthday peaches. Wan Sisi blinked and put her hand on her lower abdomen. Grandma, I see you off too. You're so full, it's just right to help you digest the food. Gao Yang wanted to decline, but Grandma smiled and said, okay, talk to Grandma. Grandma glanced at Gao Yang with ulterior motives. Yang Yang, you are so taciturn. You keep saying the same few words over and over again. Grandma doesn't like to listen. Yeah. On the way home, Wan Sisi supported Grandma, talking and laughing. Gao Yang became an outsider, following behind her, bored and browsing his phone. After arriving home, Grandma invited Wan Sisi to come over for tea, and Wan Sisi agreed. The old and the young unexpectedly got along well, and they chatted until 4:30 in the afternoon. At this time, Gao Yang received a text message from Bai Tu, asking him to go to Qianqi building for a meeting tonight. So Gao Yang said goodbye to Grandma and went to the bus station to take a bus back to Liqing. Are you leaving now? Wan Sisi asked. Yeah. I want to go back too. Can I come with you? Wan Sisi was a little nervous. In order to upgrade quickly, Gao Yang would practice lie detector whenever he had time. He almost subconsciously activated his talent on 1cc. Lie. Gao Yang deduced that 1cc should be able to take her mother's car back to Licheng, or go back tomorrow. He did not expose her, but smiled and nodded, then let's go together. Gao Yang just stood up, and a wave of after effects rushed to the back of his head, making him slightly dizzy. He knew that lie detector had been upgraded to level 2. After using it a few times, it was almost as expected. Then again, the satisfaction of upgrading lie detector with a later serial number was obviously not as good as flame and copy. Half an hour later, the two came to the bus station and bought tickets back to Licheng. Unfortunately, the last bus had just left, and the next one would leave in an hour. The two sat on the bench in the waiting hall, each swiping their phones. 1cc lowered her head to chat with someone on WeChat. Gao Yang took a look and saw Mommy on the interface. She was probably explaining to her mother why she suddenly changed her mind and decided to go back to Licheng first. After chatting on WeChat, 1cc turned off her phone and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had barely gotten away with the lie. 1cc was in a good mood and looked at him with excitement. Gao Yang, can you accompany me to a place? It's not far, just nearby. Where to? Gao Yang asked. You know when you get there. 1cc kept it a secret. Gao Yang did not doubt 1cc, but for the sake of caution, he quietly turned on the system to confirm that the lucky income had not doubled. He nodded. Let's go. Chapter 88. 10 minutes later, Gao Yang stood at the gate of Yushan Elementary School, somewhat lost in thought. He looked at 1cc beside him. This place can't be my alma mater. 1cc smiled and nodded. What a coincidence, it's also my alma mater. Gao Yang felt a little unbelievable. If you also went to elementary school here, how come I don't know you? 1cc nodded and smiled, but didn't answer. There was a cold drink shop next to the school gate doing promotions. An artificial ice and snow mascot was soliciting business on the roadside. It held a selfie stick in one hand and a sign on its chest, take a photo and eat a cone for free. 1cc deliberately changed the subject. Gao Yang, do you want to eat a cone? Okay, Gao Yang said. 1cc walked up quickly and took 2 photos with the mascot. Then he received 2 cones and returned to Gao Yang. Here. Gao Yang took the cone and took a bite, very sweet. 1cc also quickly took a bite and curled her eyes. So sweet. 1cc looked inside the school gate with a slightly requesting tone. Gao Yang, I want to go to my alma mater. Okay, there's still time anyway. Gao Yang suddenly felt a little nostalgic. He hadn't been back to his alma mater for many years. Yushan Primary School is not big. After walking through the weed-covered playground, they came to the old-fashioned teaching building covered with ivy. The two walked into the first classroom on the first floor. The door lock fell off, the walls were mottled, the desks were covered with dust, and there were traces of blackboard newspapers on the blackboard. The colorful chalk dust looked a bit old. Is there no one in the primary school? Gao Yang thought the primary school was on vacation, but now it seems that the school is abandoned. Well, there are fewer and fewer children in the town, and the elementary schools have been merged into one. Yushan Elementary School was closed last year. 1cc felt a little nostalgic. In the evening, the setting sun shone obliquely, giving the classroom a layer of lonely wine red. A gust of wind passed through the hall, ruffling 1cc's bangs. She secretly looked at Gao Yang's profile, her eyes gentle and blurred. Gao Yang turned around. Let's go. Okay. 1cc hurriedly retracted her gaze. The two walked out of the classroom and returned to the playground. After walking for a while, 1cc suddenly stopped and looked at the wall outside the playground. There was an obvious gap in one of the walls, which was shorter. Gao Yang was deeply impressed by this. Many students liked to climb over the wall here to play. Behind the wall was a small hillside, and on the hillside sat a large ginkgo tree. Gao Yang, 1cc turned around, her voice full of cautious expectation. Do you really forget me? Gao Yang was stunned, and the moment his eyes met with 1cc's, his mind moved, and some long-lost and vague memories emerged. Ah! Gao Yang was shocked. You can't be Lu Xiuli. Lu Xiuli, that is really a very distant memory. When Gao Yang was in the 2nd grade of elementary school, there was a girl named Lu Xiuli in the class who wore glasses and had buck teeth. It is said that Lu Xiaoli's father was a construction worker. When she was 4 years old, he died in an accident on the construction site. Her mother was idle and played cards every day. She didn't care about her and delayed the school to pay her tuition. Lu Xiaoli wore the same clothes almost every day. Because she couldn't change, she always had a sour smell on her body. In addition, she was ugly and had no friends in the class. Female classmates didn't like to play with her, and naughty boys would bully her. Caterpillars were caught and thrown into her pencil case, her homework books were torn up, and a slingshot made of rubber bands was used to hit her. Another time, a boy in the class stole a lighter from home and burned Lu Xiaoli's hair. Gao Yang couldn't stand it and stepped forward to stop it, but was beaten black and blue by several boys. The head teacher called the parents, and the incident became a big deal. Several boys accepted the criticism and wrote self-criticisms. After that, the boys dared not bully Lu Xiaoli anymore due to the prestige of the teacher, but they began to isolate Gao Yang and Lu Xiaoli in a weird way, paired them up, and made up an ugly jingle to mock them. Gao Yang has an ugly wife. She has buck teeth and stinks. Li Weiwei, who was in the same class, was childhood sweethearts with Gao Yang. Although she was beautiful and popular, she was also implicated because of Gao Yang's incident. Li Weiwei had a brief struggle, but finally chose to stand on Gao Yang's side. That summer, the three of them always played together, which was quite happy. I remember that during a physical education class, the three of them were excluded by their classmates. They were not allowed to play either the girls' or boys' games. Li Weiwei was very creative. She pointed to the ginkgo tree on the hill outside the playground wall and said, "Let's have a competition. Let's see who reaches the top of the hill first." The three of them happily climbed over the wall and climbed to the top of the hill. Gao Yang was first, Li Weiwei was second, and Lu Xiaoli was third. Li Weiwei and Gao Yang collected a few coins and went to a nearby small shop to buy the most beautiful candy box in the store, a tin box with 7 fairies printed on it. There were 7 fruit candies of different colors in the tin box. Gao Yang and Li Weiwei each ate 2, and gave Lu Xiaoli 3. Lu Xiaoli ate 2, and couldn't bear to eat the last candy, so she secretly put it in her pocket. After eating, the three talked about the future, about what they wanted to do when they grow up, and what kind of person they wanted to be. Li Weiwei had another idea. She stood up with her hands on her waist, took out a crayon from her pocket, and picked up 3 candy wrappers on the ground. "Let's write down our dreams when we grow up and bury them under the tree, so that they will definitely come true." Okay. Gao Yang and Lu Xiaoli clapped their hands in agreement. The three of them took crayons, wrote down their wishes on candy papers, folded them in half, put them in a tin box, and then dug a small pit under the ginkgo tree together, and buried the tin box carefully and devoutly. A few days later, Lu Xiaoli didn't come to school. The head teacher said that Lu Xiaoli transferred to another school, and left in a hurry, and didn't have time to complete the transfer procedures. Later, Gao Yang heard the adults chatting, and learned that Lu Xiaoli's mother found a stepfather named Wan for Lu Xiaoli, and took Lu Xiaoli to live outside the city. Not long after, Gao Yang and Li Weiwei also moved to live outside the city, and left Yushan Primary School. This childhood promise had long been forgotten by him in the long river of time. Memories came flooding back, and Gao Yang was in a trance. He looked at Wan Sisi in front of him. She had a pretty face, fair skin, neat teeth, and clear eyes. She was completely different from the dirty buck-toothed girl. But her timid eyes, which were always like a little deer, were exactly the same as Lu Xiaoli's back then. "When did you recognize me?" Gao Yang asked Wan Sisi and Li Weiwei. "Did you recognize her too?" Wan Sisi nodded gently. "On the first day of military training in the first year of high school, I recognized you too, but you didn't recognize me. You have changed so much." Gao Yang smiled apologetically. "You recognized us. Why didn't you say it?" "I don't know." Wan Sisi tilted her head and smiled. "I was going to say it, but I couldn't find the right opportunity, and then I didn't know how to say it." Gao Yang was filled with mixed feelings. "I'm so happy to see you again." "Gao Yang, actually, there is a question I have always wanted to ask you." Wan Sisi looked up at Gao Yang. This time her eyes were no longer timid, but glowed with determination. Gao Yang pursed his lips slightly. "You say?" Chapter 89. "Why did you save me back then?" Wan Sisi said. Gao Yang thought for a moment and confirmed. "You mean, your classmates burned your hair, and I helped you?" "Yes." Wan Sisi nodded. "I have always been bullied by them. No one has ever helped me, and you didn't help me before. But why did you suddenly stand up that day?" Gao Yang was stunned. "Why? Because I traveled through time that morning." That morning, Gao Yang came to this world and accepted the host's body. He came to school in a daze, and saw a boy in the class grabbing a girl's hair and lighting a lighter to burn it. The girl's face was pale. She was obviously very scared and in pain, but she endured it without saying a word. She just huddled under the desk with her hands on her head. She thought that endurance could make the violence pass quickly, but it only brought more intense violence. Gao Yang was not able to fully digest the host's memory at the time. His instincts exceeded his reason. When he came to his senses, he had rushed over and snatched the boy's lighter and threw it far away. Then, he was pushed to the ground by the tall male classmate. He tried to resist, and the two male followers joined in and beat him up. I don't remember what happened when I was a child. Gao Yang smiled and lied. Really? Wan Sisi pursed her lips and smiled with a look of loss or sadness, but I still remember it. I was really in pain and desperate that day. I didn't know when this bullying would end. Wan Sisi turned sideways and walked towards the wall. When I was a child, I would cross a reservoir every day after school, and every time I had the urge to jump in. That day, I really thought about jumping into the reservoir as soon as school was over. Wan Sisi stopped, looked back, and there were tears in her eyes, but you stood up, saved me, and took a beating for me. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but he was filled with emotion. He didn't expect that his decision back then would save a girl's life. He was sincerely relieved to be able to help Wan Sisi. Gao Yang, I have always been grateful to you. Wan Sisi said, if it weren't for you, there wouldn't be me now, and I wouldn't be standing here to tell you these words. Life is really wonderful. Gao Yang smiled and nodded, yes, life is really wonderful. Wan Sisi smiled and turned around, pointing to the ginkgo tree on the hillside behind the wall, and announced loudly, Gao Yang, let's have a race to see who gets to the top of the mountain first. Wan Sisi climbed over the low wall with some difficulty, and ran straight to the ginkgo tree along the path on the hillside. For Gao Yang, it was easy to catch up with Wan Sisi, but he slowed down and deliberately lost to Wan Sisi. I'm first. Wan Sisi came under the ginkgo tree, her chest heaving, and she smiled happily. I'm second. Gao Yang arrived later. What a pity. Wan Sisi retracted her smile, her eyes sad. Li Weiwei is gone. Gao Yang's heart ached for a moment. He was silent for a moment, suddenly looked down at his feet and said, I wonder if the small iron box buried that year is still there? Do you want to look for it? Wan Sisi said. Okay. Gao Yang agreed, squatted down, picked up a thick branch, and started digging. Wan Sisi also found a branch and came over to help. She smiled shyly. Gao Yang, if you find the small iron box later, let me open it, okay? Okay. Soon, the two dug a small pit and really found the iron box that contained fruit jelly candies that year. The surface of the box was covered with wet mud. Gao Yang found some leaves and cleaned it up a little. The pattern of the 7 fairies on it was still clearly visible. Let me do it! Let me do it! Wan Sisi eagerly took the tin box, turned her back, and opened the lid. Wan Sisi almost panicked to find her own note, opened it, and took a look. Her face suddenly blushed and her heart beat fast, and she quickly clenched it in her palm, then turned around and handed the tin box to Gao Yang. Here you go. Gao Yang took it, and took out the remaining 2 notes. He forgot the color he chose that year, so he opened the green candy wrapper first, but he didn't expect it to be Li Weiwei's. Li Weiwei's handwriting was beautiful, and there were 2 words written on it, singer. Gao Yang felt a pang of pain in his chest. Yes, Li Weiwei loved singing the most, and she sang well, and she also taught herself to play guitar. During the summer vacation of Li Weiwei's 2nd year in high school, she secretly went to a bar to be a resident, and later her parents found out and scolded her severely. Before Li Weiwei died, she also discussed with Gao Yang that she planned to sign up for a singing talent show during the summer vacation after graduating from high school. At that time, Gao Yang was very supportive. Everything seemed like a dream. Suddenly, Gao Yang understood what Officer Huang said. Li Weiwei is a beast, but she is also Li Weiwei. The old Li Weiwei did not disappear, she just died, forever died in the second before beast transformation. Gao Yang carefully folded the green candy wrapper and put it in his pocket, picked up the last piece of golden candy wrapper, on which Gao Yang's crooked crayon words were written. Ingxiong. He is really a little brat, so shameful, he hasn't learned all the characters yet, but he wants to be a hero. Gao Yang couldn't help but laugh at his own dark history. When he looked up, he met Wan Sisi's eyes that wanted to peek. Don't look. Gao Yang smiled awkwardly and took back the note and put it in his pocket. Haha, it's too late. Wan Sisi laughed wickedly. She used to smile with her lips pursed, shy and timid, and rarely looked so natural. No, I want to see yours too. Perhaps infected by Wan Sisi, Gao Yang suddenly became childish and reached out to grab it. No. Never. Wan Sisi covered the note tightly and stepped back with a smile. At this time, Gao Yang's cell phone rang. Gao Yang took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He concentrated slightly, took the phone, and slowly put it to his ear. Hello? There was silence on the phone for 2 seconds, and then slowly said, Gao Yang, hello. Who are you? Gao Yang said alertly. You forgot me so quickly? The man's voice was full of a cold smile. Give you a hint. Bang. Gao Yang was shocked, and his blood was flowing backwards. It was the red-haired man. Gao Yang held the phone and looked around. As dusk fell, only a faint sunset remained in the sky. The school playground at the foot of the hill became dim and desolate. A snow doll mascot stood in the weeds that covered his calves, holding a mobile phone. A few seconds later, the mascot slowly took off his headgear. It was a red-haired man. On Gao Yang's side, his voice came from the phone again. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Hong Feng, Red Hong, crazy. What do you want to do? Gao Yang's throat tightened, his palms sweated, and his heartbeat accelerated. You ruined my good things last time. This time I'm here to take revenge. But before that, I have a big gift for you. Gao Yang looked up suddenly, and Wan Sisi in front of him was looking at him blankly. Gao Yang, what's wrong with you? Gao Yang's face was ashen, and in his eyes, tiny red lines began to appear on Wan Sisi's fair face, spreading little by little, and the red lines continued to deepen, quickly turning into terrible cracks flashing with a dim luster. Within a few seconds, Wan Sisi's entire eyeball was filled with strange red light. No! Gao Yang, my head, I feel a little dizzy. Wan Sisi didn't know what was wrong with her. She felt very uncomfortable, but she would never have the chance to know. Bang! Wan Sisi's head exploded. Brain matter, blood, and skull fragments exploded together, like blooming red fireworks. Gao Yang, with blood all over his face, opened his eyes wide, letting the bloody smell come to his nose, and the blood mist blurred his vision. He didn't have time to do anything, not even to say goodbye. 2 seconds later, the headless body fell limply at Gao Yang's feet. Time stopped, and the world was dim. Gao Yang slowly knelt down, wanting to help the girl up, but he didn't know where to put his hands. He lowered his head, and saw the blue candy wrapper tightly held in the girl's hand. The 5 words written on the piece of paper that was about to be stained red with blood were, Gao Yang's bride. Chapter 90. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point benefits increased to 2,000 times. You have accumulated 406 lucky points. Do you want to use them? Add 200 points of strength, and the rest of the points are all added to agility. All benefits generated in the battle will automatically increase agility until the battle is over. System shutdown. Gao Yang opened his eyes, rushed down the hillside quickly, jumped lightly, jumped over the wall, and landed on the playground. He did not stop and rushed straight towards Hong Feng, very fast. Disappointment appeared on Hong Feng's ferocious face. What? Where did the high-speed burst of jumping power go? Hong Feng held the mascot's headgear in one hand and threw it towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang tilted his head to avoid it. He saw a touch of red in the corner of his eyes. He immediately jumped sideways. The next second, the headgear exploded in the air passing by him. Gao Yang was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion and rolled on the ground. When he stood up again, he felt a burning sensation on his left face, which was caused by the air wave of the explosion. Gao Yang's heart sank. In addition to the human body, other objects touched by his right hand can also be made into bombs of varying powers. It is worthy of being the explosion of serial number 19, and its ability is very tricky. Calm down. Kill him! Calm down! Kill him! 2 voices kept ringing in Gao Yang's ears, and reason and emotion were running rampant and entangled. Wan Sisi's eyes and smiles, and the miserable state of Wan Sisi before her death, the two kept appearing alternately in his brain. Anger began to burn every drop of blood in his body. Finally, reason collapsed. Ah! Gao Yang shouted and rushed towards Hong Feng. He didn't care about anything else and just wanted to kill him. Gao Yang opened his hands and spurted out 2 tongues of fire to devour Hong Feng. In a blink of an eye, the bulky mascot shell burned into a pile of ashes, but Hong Feng had already jumped out of the mascot shell in time, just like a cunning snake shedding a layer of skin. Hong Feng wore a pair of tight leather pants, a sleeveless black vest, and a lean tendon. His body was covered with scars, including narrow scars from cuts by sharp weapons, and large scars from scalds and burns. Haha, I'm angry. Hong Feng enjoyed Gao Yang's anger. That's right, keep it up, don't let me down. Gao Yang didn't waste words, and approached Hong Feng again. Hong Feng raised his skinless red right hand, with 3 transparent glass balls between his fingers. In half a second, the glass balls were poured with strange energy, and turned into red light bulbs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hong Feng threw his hand, and 3 glass balls flew towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang was startled and jumped sideways to avoid. Boom, boom, boom. 3 glass balls exploded when approaching Gao Yang. When Gao Yang rolled over and stood firm on the grass again, there were 7 or 8 dark scratches on his face, neck, arms, and thighs. Blood flowed out and slowly dyed red. Although Gao Yang avoided the explosion range of the glass balls, he could not avoid the countless pieces of broken glass shards. They were like sharp and hot blades, easily cutting Gao Yang's skin. Gao Yang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth secretly. 200 points of agility did increase Gao Yang's mobility, but without the White Rabbit's jump, he could not get close to Hong Feng in an instant, and he still had no chance of winning. Ah! Gao Yang roared and rushed forward again. He could only take a gamble, betting that the small bombs carried by Hong Feng could not be infinite, and would soon be exhausted. Hong Feng threw 3 glass balls again. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Gao Yang was prepared to avoid it in advance, but there were still a few more bloody wounds on his body, steaming with heat. Ha ha. Hide. Keep jumping up and down. Hong Feng looked like a child enjoying the game, with a ferocious face, and kept throwing small bombs at Gao Yang. Gao Yang ran as fast as he could, circling around Hong Feng. Every time he wanted to get close, he would be forced back by the bombs, and left with some wounds on his body. After more than 10 rounds, Gao Yang was already covered with wounds and blood. The weeds on the playground burned and spread everywhere, unknowingly forming a low sea of fire. It was completely dark, and the two stood in the sea of fire, with burning grass clippings and sparks flying in the air. Hong Feng stood in place, moving his arms easily. He had just finished warming up, and Gao Yang was already panting, embarrassed, and exhausted. The swaying flames danced on the faces of the two, flickering. Gao Yang confirmed that Hong Feng had no more ammunition in his hand, so he quickly approached Hong Feng. Hong Feng sneered, and his right hand quickly pulled out a slender silver-gray whip from behind his back. This was a special weapon mixed with black gold material. The long whip in Hong Feng's hand was quickly injected with red energy, and he raised his hand and waved it. Snap! The long whip flashing red light cut through the air and chopped down towards Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang was caught off guard and barely dodged sideways. The long whip hit the ground, and the air quickly solidified for half a second. Boom! A surging line of fire exploded on the ground. Gao Yang rolled down in the burning grass, and he hurriedly rolled a few times to put out the flames on his body. As soon as he raised his head, the red long whip chopped down from the top of his head again. Gao Yang staggered back. Boom! A line of fire exploded in front of him again, and the fierce air wave lifted Gao Yang away. Gao Yang fell to the ground, and he rolled over and retreated quickly, keeping a certain distance from Hong Feng. Hong Feng took back the long whip and rolled it in his hand, with a gloomy and fierce light in his eyes. Killing you like this is too easy for you. I will return my pain to you 1,000 times. As Hong Feng said, the long whip was injected with energy again, and it was more red and dazzling than before. He raised his hand fiercely, and whipped again. The ground exploded again, and a line of fire exploded, and flames and soil flew, and a small gully was blown out on the playground. Gao Yang was farther away this time, and he dodged quickly, and was not injured. He panted, wiped the blood off his face, and concentrated slightly. The pain in his body, and the rapidly draining physical strength slowly suppressed the anger in his chest, and his reason returned little by little. Calm down. Think. Whether it was the earliest human explosion, the glass ball before, or the long whip now, Hong Feng's attack method is essentially to inject the energy of the innate explosion into the object, and then make the object become a bomb to fight. Hong Feng needs to touch any object with his right hand to inject energy, and the length of contact time determines the size of the explosion. The gap between Hong Feng injecting energy into the long whip is Gao Yang's only chance to get close. Gao Yang took a deep breath, rushed towards Hong Feng, and made a feint. Hong Feng swung the whip wildly to attack. Gao Yang jumped left and right, and the long whip kept hitting the ground. For a while, several lines of fire and gullies burst out on the playground. Once again, Hong Feng's whip no longer flashed red light, and turned back to an ordinary silver-gray whip. Hong Feng pulled his hand and took back the whip. While rolling the whip, he injected the energy of his right hand into the whip. The injection speed was obviously not as fast as the initial one. Just halfway through the injection, a stone hit Hong Feng's head. Hong Feng turned his head away, and Gao Yang's figure jumped out of the fire and rushed towards Hong Feng. Hong Feng raised his whip with his backhand. Gao Yang grabbed the whip with one hand and pulled it hard, and the distance between them quickly narrowed to 2 meters. Hong Feng was startled and urgently retracted the energy in the whip, which prevented the whip from exploding between them. Gao Yang was prepared to lose both of them, and he was betting that Hong Feng would stop in time. Hong Feng realized Gao Yang's purpose at the moment of retracting his move. At this time, Gao Yang's other hand had already sprayed a tongue of fire at Hong Feng. Hong Feng still held the long whip in his right hand. He squatted down quickly to avoid the attack of the tongue of fire, and swept his leg towards Gao Yang's lower body. Gao Yang retracted his legs and jumped up. At the same time, he grabbed the whip with his right hand and pulled hard. With the interaction of forces, his body and Hong Feng's body moved closer to each other. When Hong Feng realized that it was a mistake not to release the weapon in time, Gao Yang's knee had already hit Hong Feng's face hard. Chapter 91. Hong Feng suffered a heavy blow from his kneecap on the face, and fell straight out. He rolled on the ground for several rounds before he could barely stand up. His nose was broken, his nose was bleeding, his mouth was bloody, he was dizzy, and his vision was temporarily doubled. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, with 2 teeth in it. Gao Yang found a way to break the move, and the scales of advantage began to tilt in the opposite direction. Hong Feng stood up slowly, trembling all over, with excitement and madness in his eyes. He threw away the long whip in his hand, raised his head, opened his arms, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, ha. After laughing, he tilted his head and looked at Gao Yang. The two men stopped talking, separated by the firelight, and the hatred and murderous intent in their eyes gradually settled. 5 seconds later, they rushed towards each other. Hong Feng's right hand attacked Gao Yang's chest first. While Gao Yang avoided it, he bent his left arm and hit Hong Feng's temple with his elbow. Hong Feng tilted his head back, only to find that his right wrist was tightened. Gao Yang grabbed his right hand. This crazy move was beyond Hong Feng's expectation. He actually dared to touch his right hand. Hong Feng sneered in his heart, and just as he was about to activate his talent, Gao Yang used the same trick again, first exerting force, pulling Hong Feng's right hand in front of him, and punching Hong Feng in the lower abdomen. Hong Feng's stomach twisted, staggered back 2 steps, he endured the pain and tried to activate his talent again. Gao Yang's fierce roundhouse kick had already covered Hong Feng's left cheek. With amazing strength, Hong Feng flew out with a Thomas roundhouse. Gao Yang did not dare to relax for a moment, and did not leave Hong Feng a chance to breathe. In fact, with the continuous increase of lucky points, Gao Yang's agility is getting higher and higher. Hong Feng wanted to activate his talent many times, but he didn't have the time. He was either punched or kicked. What was damned was that no matter how far he fell, Gao Yang would always come to him in the next second and take over. Unknowingly, Gao Yang had been torturing Hong Feng for a minute. In this minute, Hong Feng had multiple muscle tears, a dislocated jaw, broken ribs, internal bleeding, and a concussion. Gao Yang's 2 fists also had broken skin and bone fractures. Gao Yang didn't dare to neglect for a second. He would not stop until he killed the opponent. Then, Hong Feng was kicked in the air again. Finally, he seized the fleeting opportunity, clenched his right hand slightly, and activated his talent. Bang! Gao Yang's right hand exploded. Blood was flying, and only half of Gao Yang's right hand was left, and all 5 fingers were gone. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Gao Yang felt a sharp pain. However, let alone losing his right hand, even if he lost an arm or even his life, Gao Yang would not hesitate as long as he could get revenge. Gao Yang had no worries about his right hand being blown off. He covered his bleeding right hand and walked towards Hong Feng step by step. At this moment, Hong Feng was lying on the ground, almost unable to move. Gao Yang's expression was cold. What last words do you have? It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Hong Feng opened his dislocated and bleeding jaw. His voice was unclear, angry and unwilling. Sister is dead. Sister, the best sister in the world. If you get the rune, sister will not die. Sister is dead. I have nothing. Hong Feng's eyes were broken and desperate tears appeared. He began to speak incoherently. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, sister wouldn't die. No, that's not right. Hong Feng's eyes dimmed, and he began to mutter to himself. It's not your fault. It's my own fault. It's my incompetence. I killed my sister. If I were stronger. Gao Yang looked at this hateful and pitiful man, and was about to take action, when he suddenly smelled a familiar odor, which he had smelled before Hong Feng escaped last time. He looked closely, and saw that Hong Feng's left hand was holding a small syringe, and the needle was inserted into his thigh. Gao Yang was shocked. He was not saying his last words, but delaying time, strange black spots began to appear all over Hong Feng's body. These black spots became more and more, as if they had life, and began to flow on his body, and finally spread all over his body. If I were stronger. My sister. Hong Feng stood up, and to be precise, he was instantly straightened by an invisible force. This scene was so familiar, Gao Yang thought of the original Uncle Li. Before he mutated, his body seemed to be injected with some mysterious power, and his body was instantly straightened, as if some mistake was put back in place. You won't die. Hong Feng yelled, his eyes melted, sticky black blood plasma flowed out, leaving only 2 dark eye sockets. Hong Feng took a step forward and threw a punch with his right hand. Gao Yang dodged back suddenly, but the sharp wind from the punch still made his nose feel hot, as if it was cut by a blade. If he was hit by a punch, his entire chin would be gone. After Hong Feng threw the punch, he didn't rush to attack. His body began to twitch strangely, and made a crackling sound, as if all the bones in his body were broken and reassembled. Hong Feng, dominated by black spots, looked thinner and more deformed than before. His chest tightened and turned into a spiral engine. Countless thick black blood vessels led to the whole body, supplying a steady stream of energy to all parts of the body. At this moment, Gao Yang finally understood why Hong Feng was able to escape even though he had lost his ability to move last time. It was probably because he had been injected with this drug, but the dosage last time was obviously very small. This time, he was completely desperate. Sister. Sister. Why do you want to die? Why do you want to leave me? Hong Feng's face began to twist, like a sad cry, but also like an excited laugh, and his mind became crazy. Hong Feng lowered his head, hunched his back, and swung his hands weakly. After a few seconds, he slowly raised his head and looked at Gao Yang with a pair of empty black eye sockets. Sister. Sister, I'm here to save you. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increased to 5,000 times what? Too fast. Gao Yang didn't react at all, and Hong Feng had disappeared from his original position. In a flash, a red palm covered Gao Yang's face. It's over. Gao Yang almost gave up resistance and waited for his head to explode. But this moment did not come. The right hand just pressed Gao Yang's head and rushed forward quickly. Pound. Gao Yang felt a sharp pain in his back, and when he came to his senses, he had already smashed the concrete wall behind him. Gao Yang's first reaction was not fear, but relief. His head was not cracked, and his body was not broken. Hong Feng stretched out his right hand, pinched Gao Yang's neck, and lifted Gao Yang from the rubble. He looked at Gao Yang, sister. You are not my sister. A flash of inspiration came to Gao Yang, and he immediately understood that Hong Feng had been dominated by the mysterious power at this moment. He was indeed stronger, so strong that it was terrifying, but he had lost his talent and consciousness as an awakener. At this moment, Hong Feng was more like a beast in chaos, and he began to talk to himself. Sister. Sister, don't leave me. Human. Sister. Sister, I'm so scared. Sister, save me. Human, human. Human, 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 human. Finally, Hong Feng disappeared. The existence in front of him was a beast. Puff Hong Feng's hand pierced Gao Yang's body, aiming at his heart. Because he had experienced the nightmare of Gao Xinqin digging out his heart, Gao Yang was prepared. He twisted his body at the critical moment, and Hong Feng's hand pierced Gao Yang's lungs. The moment his lungs were torn, Gao Yang lost his voice in pain. Did I lose? Am I going to die? No. I am the winner. Chapter 92. Hong Feng's hand was pulled out of Gao Yang's lungs. He had completely lost his human soul. He kept repeating human, longing for human blood and heart. When he tried to put his hand into Gao Yang's chest again, Gao Yang squeezed out 2 words from his bloody teeth. Explode. Explode. Bang. Hong Feng's right arm exploded. Gao Yang's fingers loosened on his neck, and Gao Yang fell to the ground. Hong Feng's right arm was almost broken and bleeding, but he felt almost no pain. Long before, when Gao Yang first captured Hong Feng's right hand, he copied Hong Feng's explosion talent in an instant, but he didn't have time to use it, and chose a more effective close-range quick attack. Hong Feng's explosion talent has its own internal mechanism, which requires 2 steps, touch and detonation. The first step seems to be a passive ability, which can trigger the marking effect without launching the skill. When Gao Yang launched a fierce punch and kick attack on Hong Feng, each punch he landed on Hong Feng secretly left an explosion mark, which may have accumulated to dozens of marks. Gao Yang originally planned to launch the explosion after Hong Feng finished his last words, and blow him to ashes. who knew that Hong Feng injected himself with a strange potion and directly transformed into a beast. Gao Yang would not give the enemy another chance. Beasts have strong recovery abilities, not to mention this terrifying existence that can multiply the lucky gains by 5,000 times. Explode! Gao Yang shouted. Hong Feng's abdomen exploded. Explode! Hong Feng's calf exploded. Explode! Hong Feng's chest exploded. Explode, 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 explode. In just 10 seconds, Gao Yang shouted explode countless times. Hong Feng's body was like a piece of plasticine human flesh covered with firecrackers, twisting wildly in the continuous high-speed explosions, and it was in pieces, and no longer in human form. The entire playground was shrouded in high-speed flashing light for a while, and blood and sparks flew everywhere. 10 seconds later, Hong Feng was left with only a charred human frame. It was not over yet. Gao Yang rushed forward with the severe pain in his lungs, and used flame on the human frame with one hand. Next was a high-temperature burning that lasted for 1 minute, until the skeleton was cremated into a pile of ashes. Finally, everything was over. Gao Yang squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body, and before he fainted, he heard someone calling him. Gao Yang, Gao Yang. Gao Yang, Gao Yang. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and drooled as he lay on the soft wooden bed in the orphanage dormitory. The dormitory aunt squatted beside the bed, and patted Gao Yang's chubby face with her hands. Wake up, get up. Gao Yang sat up dazedly, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and finally realized that everything was just a dream. Gao Yang felt very aggrieved at once. His nose was sore, and he burst into tears. "Aw, what's wrong? You won't wet the bed, right?" The dormitory aunt smiled helplessly, and pinched his face. "You still wet the bed at the age of 6? You are such a nasty ghost." "Auntie, I had a nightmare." Gao Yang grabbed the aunt's sleeve tightly and sobbed. "There are so many monsters. They want to kill me." "Haha, this child." The aunt stretched out her hands gently and helplessly, hugged Gao Yang tightly in her arms. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The monster is coming. Auntie will help you beat him." Gao Yang slowly opened his sore eyes, feeling weak all over. He tried to move his body, and found that his side face was resting on a pair of white and warm thighs. He turned his head, and saw a familiar girl's face hanging upside down in front of him. It turned out that everything just now was just a dream. Awake? Baitu looked at Gao Yang, who was resting his head on her legs. Gao Yang's voice was hoarse and weak. "Open your mouth." Baitu held a small red pill in her hand. "Take it." Gao Yang opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. His body became warm, and his strength came back little by little. He finally realized that there was something pressing on his stomach. He moved his eyes, and found that it was Ming Yang. She was sitting on the ground, and fell asleep with her head resting on her stomach. Gao Yang raised his right hand. His right hand was intact. He moved his fingers, and felt a little numb. "You should thank Ming Yang. She found your fingers one by one on the playground, and helped you restore them to the greatest extent." Baitu's voice was tired, and there was resentment and worry, like a parent. Gao Yang slowly sat up, and gently hugged Ming Yang into his arms, with the familiar ginkgo tree behind him. "Why are you here?" Gao Yang asked. "I monitored your phone." Baitu said confidently. "When Hong Feng called you, I monitored it, and felt something was wrong, so I immediately brought Ming Yang over. I am fast, and when I arrived, you had just finished fighting with Hong Feng." Gao Yang was silent for a moment and asked, "Where is Wan Sisi?" "Don't worry, everything has been handled." Baitu sighed softly. "I wanted to take you away with me, but you felt sleepy after Ming Yang treated you, so I thought it would be better to let you two rest where you are. I didn't expect you to sleep all night, and my legs were numb." It turned out that Baitu had been guarding them all night. Gao Yang was a little moved. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sky in the distance was dawning. The weeds on the playground under the hillside were burned out, and it was charred and desolate. Bathed in the warm morning sun, it felt particularly strange. "Is this thing yours?" The white rabbit held a candy note in his hand. Gao Yang took the note, and burned a small piece of it. The rest was also stained red with blood. You had to be very careful to distinguish a word and opinion. "Ingxiong." "It's mine, thank you." Gao Yang picked up the sleeping cute sheep and handed it to the white rabbit. He got up, found a tin box near the ginkgo tree, put the note back into the box, dug a pit under the ginkgo tree, and buried it carefully. "Your injury hasn't healed yet. Why are you messing around?" The white rabbit looked confused. Gao Yang sat down again, looked at the morning glow on the edge of the sky, and slightly blurred his eyes. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "I made a wish." Chapter 93. For a long time, the two were silent. When the warm morning sun completely covered the earth, Baita woke up the cute sheep in his arms. Don't sleep. Baita rubbed the little girl's fluffy hair. Go back to find the dead pig, uncle. The damage in your body can't be stored for too long. The cute sheep frowned slightly, and her chubby little hands subconsciously grabbed Baitu's clothes, unwilling to wake up. Gao Yang stood up and held the sleeping cute sheep in his arms. Let's go. The three left Yushan Primary School and got on a black Mercedes. Baita drove, Gao Yang sat in the co-pilot, and the cute sheep fastened her seat belt in the back compartment and continued to sleep. Gao Yang thought about it and asked, have you monitored everyone's cell phone? Except for the captain and teacher Do, who, everyone else has been monitored. Baitu answered frankly, please keep it secret. Understood. Gao Yang frowned slightly. Do you also suspect there is a traitor? I'm not stupid. Baitu quickly glanced at Gao Yang. It seems that I'm not the only one who suspects. Yes. Gao Yang thought of Hong Feng. The person who attacked me is called Hong Feng. Is this name familiar to you? He seems to have a sister. He stole our runes to save his sister. His sister seems to have died, so he came to avenge me. I know so much information. Baitu thought for a while, and shook his head. I dare not say that I know all the awakened people in Liqing, but I know all the ones who are a little bit famous. I have never heard of Hong Feng, and my spies have never heard of him. Gao Yang stopped talking. He thought of the dead Wan Sisi again, and his chest was dull. I'm sorry for your friend's mistake. White Rabbit held the steering wheel with both hands and stared at the road ahead. I assure you, this matter is not over yet. The 12 zodiac signs are not easy to bully. After a while, Baitu said again, as for whether Wan Sisi is a human or a beast, Gui Ma has identified it. Do you want to know? Gao Yang shook his head. No need. Why? She is Wan Sisi. Gao Yang turned his head and looked out the car window. She is my friend. After a short silence, the phone rang, and Baitu answered the phone with one hand. Hello. Okay, I understand. Baitu hung up the phone and stepped on the accelerator. Gao Yang leaned back quickly, and the scenery on both sides flowed quickly. He looked back in confusion. What's the matter? I will go back to -6F immediately, for an emergency meeting. Baitu's eyes flickered. The captain will also participate. Dragon? Gao Yang was slightly surprised. He could finally see his real body. Well, he is about to wake up. Baitu's mood improved. She blinked her eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. Gao Yang, can you drive? Not really. Gao Yang said. What a pity. I want to paint my toenails when I'm happy. 1 hour later, Millennium Building, -6F. When Gao Yang and Baitu walked into the lobby of the underground base, all the members had gathered, scattered in groups of 2 or 3. Wu Dehai stood with Tiango. He was much more energetic after a few days of recuperation. The empty sleeve of his right arm was tied to the belt around his waist. He held a tablet in one hand and slid the page with his thumb, showing the design of a mechanical arm. How is it? It's amazing. Wu Dehai was very proud. Qilin Union is helping me to customize it urgently, and I can change it next month. Cool? Tiango praised and asked, is the flexibility okay? Okay. The neural connection adaptability is as high as 84.5%, the current top configuration, and it cost me 600 gold crow coins. Wu Dehai gritted his teeth. Damn profiteers. According to Baitu, Gao Yang's encounter with Red Mad again should not be made public for the time being. Gao Yang pretended to be calm and walked forward. Wu Dehai, congratulations, you got a cybernetic mechanical arm. Hee hee. Wu Dehai was beaming with joy, full of energy. I can't envy you. This is called Nirvana Rebirth, and what can't kill me makes me stronger. You're right. Do, who suddenly appeared behind Wu Dehai and Tiango, opened his arms and hugged their shoulders. This is the fighting spirit we want. The 12 zodiac signs will never surrender. Never surrender. Wu Dehai became more and more excited after receiving praise from his predecessor. Gao Yang smiled and turned around. Baitu, Meng Yang and the dead pig stayed together. The dead pig sat cross-legged on the ground. Meng Yang woke up and put his hands on the dead pig's thick arms to transfer the damage. The dead pig's body had various cuts and burns, and the muscles in the lungs began to tear, bleeding, and soon began to heal again. The dead pig smiled and said lightly, Who is injured this time? Gao Yang. White Rabbit explained with a smile, I was training with him and accidentally went too far. This is too much. The dead pig looked at Gao Yang with distressed eyes. Why did you even use a bomb? This blow to the lungs is cruel enough. You are going to kill someone. Oh, Uncle Dead Pig, I know I was wrong, don't say it. White Rabbit stuck out his tongue and tried to fool around. I will pay attention next time. Ding. At some point, a light sound full of technological texture came from behind. Everyone turned back. The sound came from the dragon gate that was never opened to the public, and a dark light with a dragon totem lit up on the door, shining brightly. 3 seconds later, the dragon door slowly opened. The captain is awake, Baitu said first. Let's go in. Dohu waved his hand, and everyone walked into the dragon room one after another. On the way back to the base, Gao Yang asked Baitu a lot of questions about Long. For example, why Long was so mysterious. Many people in the organization had never seen him. Why Long was as young as himself, as the founder of the 12 zodiac signs. Even if he founded the organization at the age of 13, he should be 70 years old. Baitu pretended to be mysterious, and you will know after a while. At this moment, when Gao Yang walked into the dragon room, he had the answer in his heart. Long's room was smaller than expected, less than 50 square meters, and the walls around were all white metal texture. The room was quiet and dark, the air was much colder than outside, and it exuded an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. On the wall at the end of the room, a black metal coffin was half embedded. The bottom of the metal coffin was connected to various lines, like an old tree with tangled roots. Countless fluorescent lights shuttled back and forth in the lines, as if delivering nutrients to the metal coffin. Is this a hibernation chamber? Gao Yang said his guess. Yes. Dohu walked to the metal coffin first. There was a small control console there. Dohu operated it simply, and then stepped back a few steps. Click. After a few seconds, the hibernation chamber made a dull, short sound. The cover of the hibernation chamber slowly opened to the side, and thick white mist came out. The room was suddenly filled with smoke, and the air was filled with a faint smell of biochemical potion. If I must describe it, it was like the slightly decayed dead leaves in the forest in late autumn. Soon, the white mist in the hibernation chamber dissipated, and a naked man lay inside. If Gao Yang hadn't seen the other person's flat chest at first sight, he would have almost mistaken the other person for a woman. The man in the hibernation cabin had long black hair, was so thin that he was almost slender, had soft facial lines, delicate features, and long eyelashes, and it was difficult to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Baitu had a long blanket in her hand. She stepped forward to cover the man in the hibernation cabin, and immediately retreated respectfully, waiting quietly. After a few seconds, the man's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. He had a pair of beautiful heterochromatic pupils. The right eye was aqua blue, and the left eye was golden brown. Captain, you're awake. Baitu tried her best to keep herself calm, but there was still a hint of joy in her voice. Ah, I'm awake. Long smiled, his voice was unexpectedly low and sexy. How long did I sleep this time? 3 years, 4 months, 21 days, 7 hours. Baitu glanced at his phone, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Long grabbed the blanket, wrapped his frail body, and walked out of the hibernation cabin barefoot. He was still smiling, a state between elegance and relaxation. Everyone is here. Long first looked around at the old members, then looked at the new members, who had joined for less than 3 years. He said each person's name in turn: Gao Yang, Qing Ling, Officer Huang, Wu Dehai, Tengu, Ming Xiaoyang. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. Wu Dehai stood up and asked the doubts in everyone's hearts. Captain, how do you know me? Didn't you just wake up? To explain it simply, Dohu said, Long is only hibernating physically, but his mind is awake. Baitu will report to Long once a month, and Long can decide when to wake up, and when to continue hibernation. Awesome. If you hibernate all the time, but your spirit is awake. Wu Dehai opened his mouth wide. Isn't that equal to immortality? It's still different. Long slowly stepped forward and took a look at Wu Dehai's empty sleeves. I heard about the attack on the organization you suffered. No. Wu Dehai was flattered. Compared to the sacrificed predecessors, my situation is nothing. Long nodded slightly and looked at Baitu. Take me to change clothes, and see you in the conference room in 5 minutes. Yes. 5 minutes later, everyone arrived at the Mouse House conference room on time. The conference room is European style, with gorgeous crystal chandeliers, a retro long dining table, and elegant and dark patterned soft furnishings on the wall, which are covered with portraits. There is a mural on the wall directly above the conference room, called The Last Breakfast. Gao Yang knew a little about this. It was a story between a religious leader and his 12 disciples, a story about traitors. Gao Yang felt complicated for a while, and felt that it was very appropriate. The members sat around the long dining table, and their zodiac masks were placed on the table. Long was the last to sit down. He changed into a simple round-neck white t-shirt and black corduroy trousers, tied his long hair into a ponytail, and looked pale and a little sick. He looked like a delicate and thin homeboy. I heard everything from Bai too, and I think everyone knows it. Long did not have any extra opening remarks. Perhaps every minute of time was precious to him. Although there are not a few enemies of the 12 zodiac signs, it is the first time in the past 10 years that they dare to attack and provoke us so blatantly. Dohu added. I woke up to solve this matter. Long looked calm. Bai brought a cup of hot coffee, Captain, black coffee as you want. Ah, thank you. Long took it, held it in his hand, and smelled it carefully, and tasted it gently. He continued, there is a traitor in the organization. I feel very sorry about this. Long put down the coffee, his voice was still calm, but the air around him suddenly became a little colder. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave here alive tonight. Silence, a long silence. After Long finished speaking, he slowly drank the coffee again, as if he had just announced something ordinary like everyone, have a drink. Gao Yang's heart was clenched, and it was the first time. He was obviously not at the center of the incident, and he was obviously just an implicated victim. He was obviously not in any danger, but he still felt an indescribable sense of oppression. However, I still hope that he can take the initiative to stand up. Long's tone was natural and sincere. In this way, his life and death will be left to everyone's vote, rather than being directly executed by me. Long stopped talking and waited quietly. The conference room was dead silent, and no one said another word. Gao Yang thought that perhaps most people were in a state of confusion and shock like himself. Who would have thought that less than 10 minutes after Long woke up, the traitor would be exposed? Time passed second by second, less than half a minute, but it seemed as long as half a century. Suddenly, someone broke the silence and stood up. Gao Yang was startled and looked up in disbelief. That person was Qing Ling. Chapter 94. Qing Ling is a traitor? When the thought came to Gao Yang, he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately denied this conjecture. Qing Ling joined the 12 Zodiacs through Officer Huang. Before that, she did not belong to other organizations, and did not know the existence of the 12 Zodiacs. After joining the organization, she has been receiving Dohu training, and has no chance to contact other organizations, and be turned against. Besides, based on Gao Yang's understanding of Qing Ling, she really has no reason to be a traitor. In this case, why did Qing Ling stand up again, without giving Gao Yang time to think about it? Others also stood up one after another. Gao Yang was surprised. What's going on? Why did everyone stand up, as if they had agreed? What about me? Should I stand up too and behave more sociably? Gao Yang struggled in his heart, and he suddenly felt a gentle but irresistible willpower, which was like a concrete voice, lingering in his ears. Just sit down. Intellectually, Gao Yang felt absurd, even terrified, but emotionally and intuitively, he was willing to obey this voice, which was too strange. For the next half-minute, he sat quietly, watching the other members leave the meeting room calmly and orderly. In a blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left in the room: Long, Dohu, Gao Yang, and Guima. Suddenly, the voice lingering in his ears disappeared, and Gao Yang's reason regained control of himself. He unconsciously accelerated his breathing, and his palms became wet. He looked sideways in surprise, and looked at Long, who was sitting upright. It was him. There was no mistake. Long had just used some kind of talent on Gao Yang. Not only that, the others left at the same time, probably because they had received his instructions. Long seemed to be able to see through Gao Yang's heart. He smiled and responded to Gao Yang's surprised look. Gao Yang, you have the talent of lie detector. Stay and assist in the interrogation. Gao Yang nodded, his throat a little dry. Okay. This man is unfathomable. So terrifying. Fortunately, he is not an enemy. Thank you. Long nodded slightly. His eyes drifted to Guima, who was sitting at the end of the long table farthest from him. His voice was full of regret. I just gave you a chance. The traitor is really Guima. Gao Yang was secretly shocked. Gao Yang didn't know much about Guima. His daily identity is a lawyer in a law firm. He is an ordinary middle-aged man, with a medium build, not fat or thin, and ordinary facial features. The only feature is the heavy dark circles under his eyes. He always reveals a kind of fatigue and gloom of a social animal. In the past, he was taciturn, low-key, and had a low sense of presence. Guima's talent is voice transmission. Serial number 51, spiritual system, can communicate with its kind through brain waves. This talent can not only transmit sound over 1,000 miles, but also be used to test and distinguish between humans and beasts. It is said that beasts cannot sense Guema's brain waves. Captain, you can't suspect me of being a traitor just because of my talent. Guema's voice was a little hoarse, and there was not much emotion on his face. Long, are you sure you are right? Dohu was also a little surprised. Guema is an old colleague. I think I know him better. He has no reason to betray us. Captain. Under the dim light, Guema's dark circles became heavier, and his eyes moved. If you suspect I am a traitor, please show me the evidence. There is evidence. Long narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heterochromatic pupils were like two magnificent gems under the light. First, before you joined us, you changed your master twice, and you also worked in intelligence work in the Chilean Union, and your background is complicated. Yes, Dohu said he would not pursue my past, and I have no reservations about the 12 zodiac signs. Guema was a little disappointed. I thought this would win the trust of the organization. Long did not comment, and continued. Second, after the organization was ambushed by Hanfeng, to monitor the communication equipment and whereabouts of all members, and Gaoyang was attacked again soon. According to the process of elimination, only your voice transmission can do it. Captain, this is just your speculation. Guema was neither humble nor arrogant. For real agents, there are many ways to leak information. I have no doubt about this. Long smiled. The above 2 points are just your subjective assumptions. I don't accept them. Guema insisted. The third point. Long put his hands together and placed them on the table. This action was sincere and a little regretful. In the 9 years since joining the organization, you have always been reserved. Guema's eyes tightened slightly. His face was still expressionless, but the aura around him suddenly became solemn. You have a second talent. Why never tell us? Long asked. How do you know? Guema's voice became colder. Answer me first. Long's tone was calm, but irresistible. You are obviously very strong, but you deliberately hide it. What is your purpose? Silence. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Gao Yang's palms were sweating immediately, and he felt like sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, his position was right between Long and Guema. Although the two had been talking politely, under the table, there was already an undercurrent. Gao Yang was really afraid that the two would start a big fight if they didn't agree, and he would suffer miserably. Should I get up quickly and hide behind Long and Dohu? This is a battle between big guys. It's not wrong for me to be afraid of death, right? Gao Yang hesitated, and Long's voice came. Gao Yang. Yes. Gao Yang immediately looked up, like a student who was suddenly called by the teacher. Activate lie detector. Okay. Gao Yang took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Guema. Guema, please answer me directly. On the night when the 12 zodiac signs traded runes with the Baichuan group, did you leak the specific whereabouts of the White Rabbit group in advance? Long asked very carefully and specifically. No. Guema remained calm. He was lying. Gao Yang's heart sank, and his back was cold. Guema was really a traitor. No one spoke in the conference room. Everyone was waiting for Gao Yang to announce the results of the polygraph. Gao Yang opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He suddenly realized that the gentle but irresistible willpower appeared in his ears again, and patiently repeated, "Don't talk, don't talk." Gao Yang decided to obey. In fact, his intuition and experience also told Gao Yang that if he gave the answer immediately, it would be dangerous. That invisible willpower persuaded him. If he lied, blink. Gao Yang didn't even dare to look at Long. He looked straight ahead and blinked quickly. Such a subtle movement was immediately captured by the three people present. Swoosh. Gao Yang only heard a small sound of wind, followed by a crisp sound of clang. When his vision became clear again, Guema and Do who were squatting on the conference table in front of Gao Yang. Guema held a black claw knife in his right hand, which was short and sharp, and curved like a scorpion's tail sting. If his action was half a second faster, Gao Yang's throat would have been cut. Fortunately, the short knife in Do whose hand accurately stopped Guema's attack. The two were deadlocked and secretly competed in strength. Before the fight, both of them were about 4 meters away from Gao Yang, but they appeared in front of Gao Yang almost instantly. This was not the first time Gao Yang was so close to death, but he still felt a heavy and rough sense of oppression. His heart stopped for a second, and then began to beat wildly. Plop. Plop plop plop. Being in the same room with two assassins, several lives are not enough to die, Gao Yang still sat there, not daring to move. Talent teleport, serial number 19, space-time system. Long's voice was neither hurried nor slow. Guema, as an excellent assassin, you are willing to lie dormant in the organization for 9 years. Why? Why? Guema sneered. This was the first time Gao Yang saw him smile. For some reason, Gao Yang felt a sense of broken sadness in his smile. Of course. To kill you. Chapter 95. In a flash, Gao Yang reacted. The talent table records that the maximum distance of level 3 teleport is 7 meters, and Gui Ma is about 10 meters away from Long, so he can't get close to Long in an instant. Therefore, Gui Ma deliberately killed Gao Yang first. This was just a feint to trick Do Hu to come over and parry, and at the same time perform a second teleport to ensure that the attack hits. Of course. To kill you. Before Gui Ma finished speaking, he disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he teleported to Long, and the black claw knife in his hand pierced Long's heart. Do Hu rescued Gao Yang out of a fighting instinct. When he realized that he was timed, it was too late. At this moment, Do Hu had his back to Long. Even if he had strong explosive power, he couldn't turn around and catch up with the teleported Gui Ma. But deep in Do Hu's heart, he was not worried at all. If Long was killed like this, he would not be qualified to be the leader of the 12 zodiac signs. Sure enough, the black claw knife stopped abruptly when it was 1 inch away from Long's heart, and Gui Ma's entire movement also stopped. Gui Ma's eyes flashed with an indescribable shock and confusion. Although Gui Ma didn't know what Long's talent was, he could roughly judge that Long had some kind of mental control ability, which could control the target's thoughts to a certain extent within a certain range. Gui Ma had already taken this into consideration. After all, controlling thoughts does not mean controlling actions, nor does it mean ignoring physical rules. Gui Ma's thrust based on teleportation was very swift. Even if Long controlled Gui Ma's thoughts in time, Gui Ma's body would complete the assassination due to the strong inertia. But the fact is that Gui Ma's body was also frozen in an instant, ignoring the laws of physics. If he could not still think, breathe, and blink, Gui Ma would have suspected that Long had pressed the time pause button. Long's eyes were filled with endless regret. Gui Ma, we didn't have to go this far. Gui Ma's forehead was bulging with veins, and he burst out with all his strength, using every muscle in his body to try to break free from the invisible constraints around him, but to no avail. After a few seconds, he exhaled deeply and gave up struggling. Gui Ma smiled faintly, with a look of relief on his face. Over the years, I have been as careful as possible, but I still underestimated you. Long was silent. Long, you are no longer a human, you are a monster. Long reached out and took the black claw knife from Gui Ma's hand. If you want to defeat the evil dragon, you must first become an evil dragon. Such a victory is meaningless. Gui Ma said. Victory is the meaning. Long said. Gui Ma, who are you working for? What is your purpose? Do Hu hurriedly shouted. As long as you answer honestly, there is still room for improvement. Don't waste time, do it. Gui Ma was ready to die. 10 seconds passed silently. Long confirmed his determination in Gui Ma's eyes. Gui Ma, goodbye. Long stabbed the claw knife in his hand into Gui Ma's heart. The action was sparse and ordinary, even a little casual, just like inserting a plastic knife into a cream cake. A strange scene happened. There was no blood gushing out of Gui Ma's chest, and there was not even any blood spilling. Long turned around, slowly left the conference table, and walked to Gao Yang. Are you okay? Not bad. Gao Yang's throat tightened. Rather than being frightened by Gui Ma's assassination, it was more like being shocked by Long's terrifying and strange talent. Perhaps, Gui Ma was right. Long was no longer a human, but a monster. The only thing to be thankful for was that he was now in the same camp as the monster. That's good. A trace of loss flashed in Long's eyes. I don't want to lose 2 companions in one day. After Long finished speaking, he snapped his fingers lightly. Puff. Blood gushed out of Gui Ma's chest. Gui Ma's body was freed from the restraints. He rolled down from the conference table and died quietly in his own pool of blood without any struggle. After an unknown amount of time, Do Hu broke the silence. Go out, let Baitu take care of it here. Gao Yang said nothing and followed Long and Do Hu out of the conference room. In the outer hall of the conference room, other members were all there, and everyone had different expressions on their faces. There was shock, calmness, indifference, ignorance, and sadness. Baitu's face was calm, but a trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. Is the traitor Gui Ma? Long and Do Hu didn't answer. Baitu had no choice but to look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang met her gaze, hesitated for 2 seconds, and nodded gently. Already. Baitu considered the wording, executed? Gao Yang nodded again. He was very depressed. Why did the bad guy have to do it himself? He could clearly feel the disappointment of Baitu and other team members. Emotionally speaking, they might hope that Gao Yang was the traitor. Baitu lowered her eyes and choked with an almost inaudible sob. She looked up and looked at Tengu. "Help me clean up." Tengu was also in a low mood. He followed Baitu into the meeting room without saying a word. Long's face was a little pale, and his voice was also slightly tired. "I'm tired. I won't attend Guema's funeral. Everyone mourns. You take a rest. Leave the rest to me." Dohu sighed deeply and announced, "Unfortunately, Guema is a traitor. We gave him a chance, but he made his own choice. 1 hour later, we will go to Taepingkiao's cemetery to send Guema off for the last time." The singer's eyes were red and her voice was choked. "Captain, can I go in and see him?" Long nodded slightly. "I'm sorry. No, you just did what you should do." The singer shook her head and turned to walk into the meeting room, her back strong and sad. Half an hour later, the snake room, Qingling dormitory. When Gao Yang told Qingling and Officer Huang everything that happened in the meeting room, the three fell into a brief silence. Officer Huang lit a cigarette, held it in his hand for a long time and forgot to smoke it, and a piece of ash fell silently. Qingling sat cross-legged on the bed, looking straight ahead, thinking. "You all heard it just now, didn't you?" Officer Huang spoke first, the voice in my ear. "I heard it." Qingling frowned. She was the first to stand up at that time. "I hate that feeling. I don't like it either." Officer Huang flicked the ash again. "Long seems to be able to control our thoughts, and make us act according to his will. It's not accurate to say control," Gao Yang recalled his feelings at the time. "It's more like guidance." "Yes. Guidance." Officer Huang agreed very much. "I didn't resist at the time, nor did I feel that I was controlled by someone. I just felt that I should stand up and leave the meeting room, as if I was convinced by that voice. This is scary." Gao Yang looked down at his right hand. There were faint white lines on his fingers. They were the traces of being blown up by Hong Feng and repaired by Ming Yang. "If we are controlled, we will at least resist, but if we don't feel that we are controlled, we won't resist." "Indeed?" Officer Huang nodded and said, "Just imagine, if Long asked me to accept that suicide is a reasonable behavior, would I commit suicide immediately?" Officer Huang shook his head again. "No, it's impossible. It shouldn't be so terrible. If it really comes to this, it's not the same as God. Why would he go to such great lengths to establish an organization? One person can do everything." "I hope so." Gao Yang had reservations. The way Long finally controlled Gui Ma was almost the same as God. Officer Huang remembered something again and looked at Gao Yang. "By the way, where did you go last night? Why were you with Baitu?" Gao Yang's chest tightened, and Wan Cici's face appeared again. He was hesitating whether to say it or not. Qingling's phone rang. She took a look and said lightly, "I'm going to Taepingkiao's cemetery." Gao Yang also received a group message from by Tuesday. He took back his phone and stood up. "Go to Gui Ma's funeral first." Chapter 96. 10 o'clock in the morning, Taepingkiao's cemetery. This is a grave mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there is a clear stream. There is an old stone bridge on the river, called Taiping Bridge. After crossing the bridge, it is the resting place of the dead. There are gray-white stone tablets dotted on the green vegetation all over the mountain. This is an old cemetery away from the city. It lacks planning, is messy, overgrown with weeds, and is filled with a desolate and dilapidated atmosphere. However, compared with those neat, new and beautiful cemeteries, Gao Yang prefers this old cemetery. He always feels that this is what a cemetery should look like, and this is the world that truly belongs to the deceased. Except Long, everyone attended Guema's funeral. Everyone took a shovel, and took turns to bury Guema's coffin. Afterwards, Tengu erected the carved tombstone. Mingyan cried all the way. Her eyes were swollen like two light bulbs, and she couldn't help crying again at this moment. She still didn't believe it, and asked the white rabbit beside her, "Is Uncle Guema really a bad guy?" "Mingyang, Uncle Guema is not a bad guy." The white rabbit squatted down and comforted Mingyang. "He is just a big bad wolf." "Big bad wolf?" Mingyang didn't understand. "Well, the big bad wolf will starve to death if it doesn't eat the little pig, but if the big bad wolf eats the little pig will die. One of the big bad wolf, and the little pig will die. We are the little pig, and Uncle Guema is the big bad wolf." Mingyang seemed to understand, and her voice was soft. "Yes, that's it." The white rabbit hugged Mingyang into his arms. Dohu coughed twice, and announced sadly, "Guema joined the 12 zodiacs for 9 years. He was our close comrade in arms, friend, and family. But in the end, he chose to betray, or maybe he came with an undercover mission from the beginning." Dohu's eyes slowly swept over everyone present. "We are all ordinary people. We can't forget our grudges with a smile, but we can always forget our grudges with death. It's fate that we can walk together for a while. In the future, everyone should try to remember Guima's goodness and forget his badness. No one spoke. Tengu took out the harmonica, turned his back to the crowd, faced the empty mountains, and played silently. The tune was sad and melancholy. At this time, everyone took white daisies in their hands and took turns to walk to the tombstone to offer flowers to Guima. The last one to present flowers was the singer. She deliberately put on a bright makeup, but it still couldn't cover her red and swollen eyes. She gently put down the cluster of flowers, put 2 fingers on her lips, and then gently placed them on the tombstone, as a final farewell. The song ended, and the flowers were all presented. Everyone left one after another. Gao Yang walked at the end. Just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly shuddered. He turned back suddenly, and was surprised. It was the white cat again. At this moment, it was standing on Guima's tombstone, with an elegant and noble posture, and a pair of kaleidoscope-like green eyes quietly staring at him. Gao Yang? Officer Huang called him. It's gone. In the blink of an eye, the white cat disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Gao Yang quickly entered the system. The lucky point income did not double. It seemed that the white cat had no hostility towards him. In fact, Gao Yang had thought about whether to tell Officer Huang and Qing Ling about the white cat before. But for some reason, Gao Yang had a strong intuition that the white cat was coming for him. So, it might be better not to involve his companions. On the way back to the headquarters, Gao Yang, Qing Ling, Officer Huang, and Baitu got on Do Hu's off-road vehicle. Do Hu drank beer while driving, and he was obviously less talkative than usual. Baitu sat in the passenger seat, bent her legs, and painted her toes with black nail polish. Officer Huang was holding his phone and chatting with his wife on WeChat. Qing Ling leaned back, leaned her head against the car window, and closed her eyes to rest. How sad the singer must be. Suddenly, Do Hu said something for no reason. Is she and Gui Ma in a good relationship? Officer Huang took over. Very good. It was Baitu who answered, and she was still painting her toenails with her head down. Gui Ma's law firm is very close to the flower shop opened by the singer. Gui Ma goes to the flower shop of the singer to buy a bouquet of flowers every day before going to work. The singer will make 2 cups of coffee, and the 2 will chat while drinking coffee. Although it was inappropriate, Gao Yang suddenly thought of a question. Isn't the singer's talent requiem? Is there any problem? Baitu asked back. Gao Yang came to his senses. I forgot that Gui Ma's talent is voice transmission. Their talents are a perfect match. Do Hu took over. Once I passed by a flower shop and saw the 2 of them sitting in front of a glass window, listening to music and drinking coffee. Neither of them spoke, but they smiled from time to time. I always suspected that they were having an affair. Why are you saying that? That's called spiritual communication. Baitu glared at Do Hu. The singer usually has no one to talk to. She's very lonely. Gao Yang tried to imagine that scene and found it quite romantic. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the singer was so sad. The captain forbids office romances for a reason. Baitu smiled bitterly. Gao Yang, Gui Ma is dead. You will take his place. Do Hu changed the subject. From now on you will be the horse in the Chinese zodiac. Have you thought of a name? It was too sudden. I didn't have time to think about it. Gao Yang answered truthfully. He wanted to keep a low profile, and didn't want to be on the front line so soon. How about I give you a name, teacher? Do Hu smiled. I just thought of a name that suits you. Okay. Gao Yang obeyed respectfully. Dark Horse. Do Hu raised his eyebrows. How about it? Hey! This name is too arrogant, too attracted to hatred. Teacher, you are definitely flattering me. Gao Yang complained in his heart. How about it? Let's think about it again. This one is good. Baitu raised a hand. I vote for the Dark Horse. 2 votes. Officer Huang said with a sly smile. 3 votes. Qing Ling, who closed his eyes to rest, spoke. It's decided happily. Do Hu was very satisfied with the result. Then thank you, teacher. Gao Yang had no choice but to accept it. Dark Horse? Then I borrow your good words. Do Hu did not drive back to the Millennium Building, but went to Gui Ma's residence first. First, to help him sort out his belongings. Second, to look for clues. Maybe there will be some discoveries. Gui Ma is indifferent to human relationships, single all year round, has no house or car, and lives in a rented house. Do Hu easily opened the locked door, and inside was a single apartment that ran from end to end, with a floor-to-ceiling window balcony at the end, white curtains swaying in the wind, and good lighting. The apartment was surprisingly simple and clean, with a large and thick gray mattress on the floor, and a folding table next to the mattress, with a closed laptop on the table. Next to it stood a bookshelf, with more than a dozen law books on the top shelf, and the rest of the space was filled with jazz CDs. A set of professional and luxurious black speakers stood under the wall opposite the bed, which was probably the only valuable thing in the house. Gao Yang tried to profile Gui Ma. Every day he squeezed into the subway to get home from work, closed the door, took off his shoes, put down his briefcase, took off his suit, put on his pajamas, went to the bookshelf to pick out a CD he liked, turned on the speakers, and then went to the refrigerator to take out the refrigerated ingredients and listen to music while preparing dinner. Life was monotonous, regular, and lonely. Why did he betray the organization? Who did he work for? What was his purpose? What were his ideals and ambitions? What regrets did he have? Who did he love? Who did he hate? Who did he care about? These are probably hard to know. The 5 people searched around Gui Ma's home and found no valuable clues, which only added some sadness. Dohu took Gui Ma's laptop and decided to leave. At this time, his mobile phone rang, and he picked up the phone generously. After listening for half a minute, he replied face-to-face chat and hung up. He winked at Baitu. Rabbit, guess who's calling? If you want to talk, tell me. If not, get lost. Baitu was in no mood to guess. EP81 group. Dohu looked excited, forgetting about Gui Ma. EP81 group. Baitu was also interested. What's going on? Good news, they found a talisman cave. Chapter 97. There are 9 districts in Liqing: Nanji, Chang'an, Shanqing, Daxu, Feiyang, Shijing, Dongyu, Anliang, and Beiyang. Gaoyang, Qingling, and Officer Huang live in Shanqing District, and the headquarters of the 12 zodiac signs, the Millennium Building, is in Daxu District. The place where the 5 people are rushing now is Nanji District in the south of the city. Dohu drove the car very fast, his fingers tapped the steering wheel rhythmically, and he hummed a cheerful tune. Anyone could see that he was in a good mood. Baitu and the co-pilot was also busy reporting the situation to the headquarters, and kept talking on the phone. Gaoyang, Officer Huang and Qingling sat in the back seat, looking at each other, with a look of surprise on their faces. Soon, Gaoyang couldn't hold back and raised his hand to ask, "Teacher, can you explain what a fudong is?" Dohu was stunned at first, then smiled and said, "I was saying, why didn't you 3 react at all? It turns out that you didn't understand. You should have asked earlier. We saw that you 2 were in a hurry, so we didn't ask." Officer Huang explained with a smile. "Fudong is a cave that may contain rune circuits," Dohu said. Baitu just hung up the phone, and she took over the conversation. The first rune circuit was found in a cave, and everyone started calling it that. In fact, it is not necessarily a cave. Anyway, you can understand it as a special area. I understand. Gaoyang nodded and said, "The previous Gujia village can also be called Fudong." That's right. Why did the EP81 group tell us? Officer Huang was a little puzzled. If there is such a good thing, you must keep it for yourself. That is to say, is there a possibility? Baitu blinked her big eyes and deliberately put on an innocent look. What if the EP81 group has a small appetite and can't swallow it? That's right. Officer Huang also found it funny. I asked a stupid question. Gaoyang also nodded in agreement. According to Wu Dahai, the EP81 group is a mob. Even if they really find the rune cave, they may not be able to successfully obtain the rune circuit. At this time, asking for help from the powerful 12 zodiac signs is a safe choice. We're here. As he spoke, Dohu had already parked the car on the side of the road. The 5 people put on zodiac masks, got out of the car, opened the trunk, and took their weapons. Gaoyang also carried a mission bag with regular medicines and supplies. This is an old street in Nanji District. Most of the residents have moved out, and the streets are desolate and deserted. Across the road is the entrance to a subway station called Yochong Station. It is said that this area used to be a place dedicated to raising cattle. 3 years ago, a collapse accident occurred in Yochong Station, killing many people. It has not been repaired since then. In addition, there are fewer and fewer residents in this area, so it has simply stopped operating. At this time, a young woman in a slim professional dress stood at the subway entrance. Although she was wearing sunglasses, Gaoyang recognized her at a glance. She was the female representative who traded runes at the Qilin Union last time. Gaoyang and his group crossed the road and came to her. "Just a few of you." The female representative was obviously disappointed, and Gaoyang could feel her eagerness. "Not a few," Dohu said self-deprecatingly in a relaxed tone. "Half of our organization's members have been dispatched." The female representative hesitated for a moment, but still extended her hand to Dohu. "Hello, I am the leader of Group 3 of the Baichuan Group, Chening. Dohu extended his hand and shook it gently. Vice Captain of the 12 Zodiac Signs, Dohu. Chening couldn't hide her surprise and looked at the curly-haired man in front of her again. You are Mr. Dohu, who ranks 9th in strength? Yes, what's the matter? But Chening was a little embarrassed. She pointed out seriously, your mask is a big-faced cat, right? Aw? Cat? I thought it was a tiger. Dohu scratched his hair. I said it was a cat at the beginning, but you didn't believe it. Baitu added coldly. Cat and tiger are one family. Dohu laughed. Okay, let's get down to business. Okay. Chening turned serious. I have asked the leader, and the following is the original words. The rune cave was discovered by the Baichuan group, and the 12 zodiac signs were invited to assist us in finding the rune circuit. As a thank you, the Baichuan group can provide the 12 zodiac signs with the right to rent the rune circuit for free for 1 month. That's it? Dohu looked like, Miss, are you kidding me? Yes. Chening, right? Nice to meet you, bye. Dohu turned and left. Gao Yang and others understood that this was a negotiation technique, and followed without looking back. Wait a minute. Chening really called Dohu? Dohu turned around lazily, put his hands in his pockets, and waited for the next step. 3 months, 3 months of free rental rights. Chening gritted his teeth and said, this is the biggest concession we can make. Nice to meet you, goodbye. Baitu repeated. Dohu shrugged. Look, even if I agree, my brothers and sisters will not agree. Chening asked with embarrassment, then what conditions do you want? Dohu said without hesitation, after the matter is completed, the 12 zodiac signs will share the right to use the rune circuit with the Baichuan group. The 12 zodiac signs will have priority, and will rotate every 3 months. Chening fell silent. Obviously, this request was too much. If it doesn't work, forget it. Dohu smiled like a sophisticated middle-aged man. Since you contacted us first, you must have weighed the pros and cons. In terms of strength and credibility, the Zodiac has a good reputation. You went to other organizations for help, and promised well, but when it came to dividing the spoils, you had another face. Chening pursed her lips tightly. Obviously Dohu was right. Wait a minute, I asked the leader. Chening took out her mobile phone, avoided everyone, and chatted in a low voice. Dohu was confident. Wait, I will definitely agree. Teacher, are you so confident? Gao Yang was a little worried. Aren't you afraid that they will find the Qilin Union? The Qilin Union is not as friendly as you think. Baita pouted. Although they don't bully people in public, they are very good at the routine of bullying customers. Dealing with them will only make you suffer, and all the losses are silent. It's a waste of time. Can't you just rob it? Qingling was a little impatient. Dohu sighed. Sister, you are so pretty, but why do you talk like a bandit? The world is a world of the jungle. Qingling looked cold. That's true. Dohu said, but you also have to consider sustainable development. You robbed someone this time. Will they ask you for help next time they find a talisman cave? Qingling was silent. Baitu patted Qingling's shoulder. Wudahai has always looked down on the Baichuan group, saying that they are a bunch of trash, but in fact they are not trash at all. They have a lot of people, and although their talents are low, they have a variety of abilities, and can create various values. For example, they are first class in searching for talisman caves, making props, and gathering intelligence. That's right. Dohu nodded and said, each organization has a different composition, core advantages and means of survival. Gao Yang benefited a lot and concluded, just like the civilian card in the werewolf game, its role is no less than that of the identity card. This metaphor is appropriate. Dohu smiled with satisfaction. I understand. Qingling accepted humbly. Wait until all the runes are found, and then we will rob them together. You know nothing. Dohu rolled his eyes, and almost fainted. Gao Yang, you should teach her a lesson later. This girl has a very distorted world view. Gao Yang thought to himself that I don't want to live long, and I dared to teach her a lesson. Chening had finished the call. She walked over quickly and coughed lightly. I have reported to the team leader, and he agreed to your conditions. Dohu didn't say anything, knowing that there was more to come. Sure enough, Chening paused and said, but there is an additional condition, you must rescue our members. Dohu folded his hands, looking as if he had expected it. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Chapter 98. At this point, Chening no longer concealed it. In fact, we sent people in to investigate the situation the day before yesterday, but they lost contact very quickly, and have not come out yet. They may have encountered trouble. Dohu nodded in understanding. If you can keep a treasure like the rune circuit, you must keep it all. It's a pity that if you don't have the diamond drill, don't take the porcelain job. Ahem. Chinning cleared her throat awkwardly. In short, after you enter the Fu cave, please be sure to rescue our people. Let me be frank, they may have died. Dohu said. If possible, please bring back their remains. If not, some of their relics are also fine. Chinning tried to maintain her dignity, but there was a hint of humble earnestness in her voice. Gao Yang felt a little pitiful for a moment. This is the so-called weak countries have no diplomacy. Most of the time, weakness is the original sin. Okay. Dohu agreed readily. Give me 2 minutes, let's have a short meeting. Chinning nodded and looked at her watch again. Please hurry up. After Chinning avoided him, Dohu turned to face his 4 companions. Everyone, the Fu cave is a thing that can be real or fake. It is dangerous, and has a lot of variables. Take Gujia village as an example. Different people will encounter different things when they enter. Bai Tu added, Teacher Dohu means that it is hard to say whether this Fu cave is ruins, but it is likely to be dangerous. If you are not careful, people may die or even the whole army will be wiped out. It is up to you to decide whether to go or not. Go. The rune circuit is related to the upgrade of talent, and Qing Ling is the best choice. Gao Yan hesitated for a moment and said, I will go too. I won't go. Officer Huang smiled apologetically. My wife is pregnant, I have to cherish her life, and can't let her be a widow. Okay, approved. Dohu agreed generously, but then smiled evilly. But Huang Yo, you are too narrow-minded. Teacher, don't persuade me, I know I am a coward. Officer Huang was unmoved. You should know that our organization attaches great importance to personal contribution. There are great differences between interns, regular employees, excellent employees, and core employees. The treatment, benefits, authority, and priority are all different. Take Wu Dahai and you for example. If you two are in danger at the same time, the organization will definitely save Wu Dahai first, because he is an excellent employee, and you are just a regular employee. That's what it should be. Officer Huang said. Dohu's eyes moved, and the corners of his mouth raised. Your wife's pregnancy is not a simple matter. How much resources the organization will allocate to help you figure it out later also depends on your position level. Now is a good opportunity for promotion. Do you really want to give it up? Officer Huang's face changed, and he was silent. Bai Tu raised his phone and looked at Officer Huang. Dead pig, cute sheep, and Tengu are on their way. You can help them with logistics. From what Chinning said, she wants us to act immediately. We have to make a decision. Officer Huang smiled bitterly and looked at everyone. Aren't you afraid of death? Yes. Gao Yang told the truth, but wealth and honor are sought in danger. Besides, with Teacher Dohu guarding the place, he felt more at ease. Officer Huang made up his mind and went all out. Count me in. He looked at Dohu again. Teacher, after the matter is done, I hope the organization can provide as much help as possible for my wife's matter. No problem. Dohu turned around and waved his hand. Brothers, let's get started. The 5 people followed Chinning into the subway station. The station had been cut off from water and electricity, and it was pitch black. Chinning took out a flashlight and walked in front. Everyone took out their mobile phones and turned on the flashlight settings. The subway was dark and damp, with weeds growing everywhere. The walls and concrete floors had serious cracks and were covered with moss. The 6 people soon arrived at the ticket gate hall. The signs of collapse everywhere became more and more obvious, and there were broken stones and garbage all over the ground. The road conditions here are not good, be careful. Chinning reminded in front. Gao Yang hesitated, raised his right hand, and the whole palm burned with a sizzle, like a torch, illuminating the surroundings more brightly. Oh right, I forgot that you have flame. Use it earlier, it will be much more comfortable. White Rabbit praised. Are you afraid of the dark? Gao Yang asked casually. Why, isn't it a basic setting for an 18-year-old fairy to be afraid of the dark? White Rabbit replied with a smile. Why do I remember you said you were 18 last year? Dohu said in a daze. Shut up, I'm always 18. Bai Tu retorted. Everyone talked and soon passed through the ticket counter, walked down the stopped escalator, and came to the deepest platform. At the end of the platform, there was a strong light, and it was vaguely discernible that it was a large mining lamp. Under the strong light, there were more than 10 figures, men, women, and little boys, all wearing masks. Sister Chen. A man with purple hair and street hip-hop dress took the phone and greeted Chinning first. How is it? Chinning asked the purple-haired man. Still can't get in touch. The other party replied. Chinning looked at the little boy next to the purple-haired man. Xiao Tian, can you feel it? The little boy looked well-behaved, wearing a children's dress with a bow, with a pair of black and bright eyes. He pursed his lips and shook his head in disappointment. Sister Chen, are they the 12 zodiac signs? The purple-haired man looked at the 5 people wearing zodiac masks behind Qining. Yes. Qining turned around and introduced, the one wearing a cat. Tiger mask is Do Hu, the deputy captain of the 12 zodiacs. Do Hu. The purple-haired man was very excited. He took 2 steps forward and opened his eyes wide. You are the Do Hu who ranks 9th in strength, has a talent of killing expert, and can evenly fight against the ghost group? It's me. Do Hu himself was a little surprised. Has his fame become so big recently? The purple-haired man hurriedly took out a marker from his big trouser pocket. Mr. Do Hu, I am your fan. Can you sign for me? The purple-haired man turned around and showed his back. Sign my clothes. Sign big. Wait, give me another word. I want to. Everything is possible. No, be cool. Everyone has to die. John Wei. Qining scolded in a low voice. Oh, sorry. John Wei realized his own gaffe, and quickly stepped back, patting his head and smiling foolishly. I won't interrupt you guys to talk about business. There's no time, I explain it briefly. Qining looked at her watch again, and said more anxiously. The first person to discover the Fudong was Xiaotian, and his talent is perception. Gao Yang thought in his heart. Perception, serial number 74, is equivalent to human radar, which can sense the activities of any life form within a certain range. When Xiaotian accidentally passed by Niuchang Station, he sensed that there was a strong life form in the subway station. He reported it immediately, and we sent people to check it out, but found nothing. Qin Ying's chest rose and fell slightly. Just when we were about to leave, that is, at 12 noon the day before yesterday, something strange happened. Do Hu nodded slightly, motioning her to continue. Subway line 7 has appeared. Do Hu's face changed slightly, and Bai Tu asked everyone's doubts. Niuchang Station was closed 3 years ago, and the subway could not stop here. Qining looked at Bai Tu. In fact, because the subway tunnel nearby also collapsed, Line 7 changed its route a long time ago. Let alone stopping here, it is impossible for the subway to pass by. So, you sent someone to investigate on the train? Gao Yang guessed the result. I don't agree, Qining said with some regret. The team leader sent us to investigate. Team 2 was also working nearby at the time. After learning about this, they immediately rushed over to assist in the investigation. Everyone was surprised when Line 7 appeared. The subway door opened, and it was empty inside, with no passengers, but Xiaotian sent signs of life on the train. The leader of Team 2 immediately thought that this might be a talisman cave, and took his people into the subway. I was very opposed at the time, but Team 2 was a combat team with certain strength and confidence, so they didn't follow my advice. Qin Ying turned sideways and looked at the empty tunnel. As soon as they got on the train, the subway left. We tried to call, but soon found that we had lost contact, and Xiaotian could not sense any other signs of life. We kept waiting until 12 noon yesterday, when Line 7 appeared on time again, but there was no one on the train. We didn't dare to get on the train again. After reporting the matter to the team leader, he decided to ask you to come and help. Do Hu touched his chin and concluded, it means that Line 7 will appear again in a while, and you want us to get on the train to investigate. That's it. Qin Ying's words were a little unconfident. Teacher Do Hu, can I still regret it? Officer Huang half-jokingly said, this sounds like a death train. Do Hu shrugged, I'm afraid it's too late. As soon as the voice fell, light appeared in the depths of the tunnel, and the narrow and long wind squeezed out when the subway shuttled through the tunnel. At 12 noon, Line 7 appeared on time. Chapter 99. The light in the dark tunnel became brighter and brighter, and the rumbling sound of the subway became louder and louder, and the whole space was shaking slightly. In less than a moment, an old-fashioned subway stopped in front of the platform. The subway was very long, but only the door of the last carriage slowly opened, facing the waiting crowd. The carriage was brightly lit and empty. Do Hu put his hands in his pockets and walked in comfortably, followed by Bai Tu. Qingling, Gao Yang and Officer Huang looked at each other tacitly. Qingling drew his knife, Officer Huang drew his gun, and Gao Yang also drew out his self-defense dagger. The 3 of them got on the train cautiously. Seeing the 5 people walking into the carriage, Qining took a step forward and couldn't help reminding, be careful. Do Hu lazily raised his hand. Remember the terms we agreed on. The next second, the train door closed. The train started moving slowly. On the platform outside the transparent window, Qining and her group were still standing there, watching from afar. Soon, they disappeared from sight. Outside the window, there was a fast-flowing darkness, and the subway was moving at high speed. Gao Yang was very nervous before entering the door, but now that he was on the pirate ship, he was calmer and had a sense of openness. Gao Yang looked around. They were in the last car. There was a door on the left, but there was no way out. The door connecting the cars on the right was closed. Dohu just sat down on the bench, and suddenly his face sank. Ah! Officer Huang quickly picked up his pistol, and Qing Ling's tang sword was already on his chest. Gao Yang was not idle either. He held a dagger in one hand, and quickly brewed energy in the other hand, ready to launch flame at any time. The three of them stood back to back, forming a circle without blind spots, waiting for any danger that was about to come. Dohu was startled by the scene, and looked at the three people in confusion. What are you doing? He immediately reacted and laughed. Oh my god, you are exaggerating, I didn't say there was any danger. Then what are you screaming about? Gao Yang complained in his heart, and slowly put the dagger back into the scabbard. Qing Ling and Officer Huang also let down their guard and put away their weapons. Officer Huang shook his head. Teacher, don't be so startled, scaring people to death. Suddenly I remembered that I forgot to bring cigarettes. What a mistake. Dohu slapped his thigh and pushed the mask to the top of his head, revealing most of his face. But you three are good, your reaction nerves and tacit understanding are worthy of praise. Nonsense. Otherwise, how could you survive until now? Gao Yang complained in his heart. Bai Tu took out a box of Qianbeilu from his pocket and threw it to Dohu. I knew you would forget, so I prepared it for you a long time ago. Rabbit. You are really my sweet little cotton-padded jacket. What sin did I commit in my previous life to deserve to be your little cotton-padded jacket? Bai Tu rolled her eyes. Dohu happily took the cigarette, shook out a cigarette, held it in his mouth, and patted his thigh again. Damn, I forgot to bring a lighter. Gao Yang, help me. Teacher, my talent is not for this. Gao Yang felt a little wronged, stretched out his middle finger, gently scraped the cigarette butt in Dohu's mouth, and lit it easily. Dohu took a puff and puffed out smoke. Officer Huang also had a craving for cigarettes, and smoked one. Gao Yang reluctantly lit cigarettes for the two of them, and couldn't help asking, what are we going to do next? Dohu crossed his legs leisurely, raised his head, and blew out a not-so-standard smoke ring. Rest. Rest? Qing Ling, who is a man of action, was the first to express his incomprehension. Bai Tu also sat down on the bench. Teacher means that when you first arrive, you are unfamiliar with the place. Instead of rushing around, you should first understand the environment. Can you understand it by sitting down? Qing Ling asked back. Qing Snake, be patient. Dohu waved his hand and motioned everyone to sit down. Let's sort out the clues first, and then take action. Gao Yang thought it made sense. He just sat down, but felt something was wrong, so he stood up and sat down next to Dohu. Officer Huang also reacted quickly, and sat down on the other side of Dohu. The two smiled at each other. When it comes to cherishing life, they have always been good. When Gao Yang played RPG games before, he always habitually prepared well before exploring the maze, leveled up well, and saved equipment and props to ensure that there was no risk. It's a pity that the reality cannot be saved, otherwise with Gao Yang's personality, he would definitely save every 3 steps. Gao Yang turned on his phone and sent a message to the organization's chat group, but the message failed. The signal was blocked. Gao Yang took off his backpack and counted the supplies. In addition to auxiliary equipment and first aid items, there were also dry food and water for about 10 days, which made him feel at ease. Last time in Gujia village, they were out of water and food for 3 whole days. Anyone who has tried it knows the feeling. Finally, check the system. Enter the system. You have accumulated 23 lucky points. Check the attribute board. Physical strength, 47 endurance, 48. Strength, 217 agility, 259. Spirit, 209 charm, 67. Luck, 132 for Gao Yang. The current talent is enough. Moreover, the attribute bonus brought by the new talent can no longer make up for the points consumed when comprehending the new talent. This deal is becoming less and less cost-effective. Gao Yang also realized this. He had accumulated more than 400 lucky points and originally planned to distribute them evenly. Unexpectedly, he was attacked by Hong Feng yesterday. He directly added all strength and agility. This point-adding strategy seems radical, but in fact, he has no choice. Hong Feng's explosion destructive power is too terrifying. Unless the blood defense is as high as a dead pig, it must be combined with a defensive talent of level 4 or above to withstand it. Gao Yang obviously does not have it, so he chose to fight with a spear and bet on who can kill who first. Judging from the results, he made the right bet again. However, the current situation is different. It is unknown what dangers he will encounter later. In any case, his physical strength and endurance are too low at present. In game terms, it is too fragile. Fragile skin is easy to die suddenly, so I have to make up for it quickly. System, the accumulated lucky points and the profit points in Fudong will be automatically allocated to my physical strength and endurance until I leave Fudong. Yes. Exit system. Gao Yang opened his eyes. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt that his breathing was smoother and his heartbeat became steady and strong. He reached out to touch his abdomen, but unfortunately, there were still no abdominal muscles. What do you think is different here from the outside world? Dohu finished smoking and asked. It feels very dangerous. Officer Huang said, unconsciously getting closer to Dohu. You are just psychological. Dohu put his arm around Officer Huang's shoulders and said angrily, Huang Yo, you are a policeman, can you be braver? Brave and reckless are two different concepts. Officer Huang argued. The temperature seems to be a little lower than outside. Gao Yang said. Yeah. Dohu nodded. Anything else? This stop takes a long time, and we haven't reached the next stop yet. Baitu stared at the dense darkness flowing rapidly outside the window and frowned slightly. Well, anything else? Dohu looked at Qing Ling as if to guide him. You also say a few words. The car is too stable. Qing Ling was very frugal with words. Indeed, it's not like taking the subway. Gao Yang also noticed it. It stands to reason that a moving subway will shake slightly, and there will be a cool underground breeze when the speed is fast. Okay, what conclusions do you have? Dohu reminded him. I don't want to make subjective assumptions, but objective conclusions that conform to logical deduction. Everyone thought about it for a while. There is too little information at present, and no conclusion can be drawn. Baitu said. Dohu looked at the others, and everyone shook their heads. Okay. Dohu accepted the current situation. He stood up and stretched his arms and neck. Let's go to other carriages. Dohu led the way to the front of the carriage and pushed the door with his hand, but it didn't open. The door is locked. Who's coming? Dohu asked. I do it. Qing Ling stepped forward and tried to break the door violently, but was gently pulled back by Baitu. Let me do it. Dohu was quite appreciative. Not bad, I didn't lose what I taught you. What's the difference? Qing Ling was puzzled. Of course there is. Dohu said seriously, Qing Shi, you are an explosive type, not a power type. Breaking the door is easier for Baitu. Always remember that we are a team. We must maximize the team's combat effectiveness. Details determine success or failure. Sometimes the difference between life and death may be a little physical advantage. Qing Ling was thoughtful. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. This Dohu really teaches by example, never misses any teaching opportunity, and teaches very useful practical skills. Strong and timid, seemingly careless, but actually very good at micromanagement. Steady yet tough, rough yet meticulous, worthy of being the 9th-ranked boss. Let's go! Baitu glanced at the others. Everyone took out their weapons and deployed their positions tacitly. Baitu took a half step back, and with a neat roundhouse kick, the door was kicked open with a bang. Baitu immediately retreated and stayed in the same position with his companions. Gao Yang looked at the second carriage and was startled. Chapter 100. The second carriage was empty, with lights on, bloodstains, shocking, and a strong and pungent smell of blood. The 5 people covered their noses and entered the carriage. In the center of the carriage was a large patch of semi-coagulated bloodstains, which spread in all directions. Judging from the traces of bloodstains dragging and splashing, the owner of the bloodstains was likely to be dismembered. Check carefully. Dohu's voice sank, be careful. The 5 people checked the carriage separately. Gao Yang did not forget to turn on the system. The gain of the luck value was still normal, and it seemed that there was no danger for the time being. Gao Yang walked forward along a more obvious dragging bloodstain, and came to the subway door. There seemed to be something stuck in the gap at the bottom of the door. Gao Yang squatted down, and found that it was a half-broken finger. Gao Yang's scalp was numb, and he turned back and shouted, I found it. Everyone came up, and when they saw the broken finger, everyone's face was not very good. Baitu took out a rubber glove from her waist bag, pulled out the broken finger from the crack of the door, held it in her hand for inspection, and removed the platinum ring on the broken finger. Finally, she put it in a transparent bag and stuffed it back into her waist bag. Preliminary conclusion is that it is the ring finger of an adult woman, and there is no name on the ring. Baitu concluded. Gao Yang, what do you think? Dohu narrowed his eyes slightly. Gao Yang thought for a while and pessimistically speculated. This woman should have been killed by beasts, more than one beast. She resisted, but was still dragged out of the subway. When the subway door closed, she tried to grab something, so a broken finger was left behind. Dohu nodded, but did not express his opinion. What should we do? Continue to the next car? Baitu asked Dohu. Wait a minute. Dohu looked up and looked out the window. Everyone looked back at the same time. The dark black outside the subway window showed a flashing light, which gradually became clearer and turned into a series of billboards passing by quickly. It seemed that the train was going to stop. We have finally arrived at this station. Officer Huang's words did not reveal much expectation. It has indeed been running for a long time, at least 10 minutes. Baitu estimated, I thought it would not stop. As he spoke, the subway had stopped steadily. Click. The subway door opened, and a group of passengers stood on the platform, about 20 to 30 people. Most of them were wearing winter coats and down jackets, with scarves around their necks, and their heads were buried in their mobile phones, with numb expressions. After the door opened, the passengers rushed into the subway. Officer Huang had already drawn his pistol, and Qin Ling and Gao Yang clenched their weapons. Dohu stood at the front, and he whispered to stop them. Don't move, don't talk. The air quickly solidified, and Gao Yang almost forgot to breathe. Walking in front was a middle-aged man dressed in blue collar. When he saw the bloodstains in the carriage, he stopped his steps on the way to the door. A fleeting confusion flashed across his numb face, and his eyes lost focus for half a second. Immediately, he turned around as if nothing had happened and returned to the platform, as if he had decided to wait for the next subway. Obviously, he was lost, and his behavior just now was self-correction. Then, other passengers who were originally going to get on the train also began to correct their behavior one after another, turning back to the platform one after another, as if nothing had happened. Ding ding ding. A long half-minute passed, and the door was about to close. Just as Gao Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the last passenger walked onto the subway as if nothing had happened. From his appearance, he looked like a high school boy, with a backpack on his shoulder, a slightly hunched back, wearing large white headphones, shaking his head, and singing emotionally, "All are brave, the wound on your forehead, you're different, the mistakes you made." Naturally, he also saw the blood all over the carriage, and the 5 people who were fully armed and ready to face the enemy. Wow! He was shocked and shouted exaggeratedly, "What the hell?" The 5 people were silent. A few seconds later, Gao Yang laughed first. "We are shooting an advertisement." After he finished speaking, he felt that it was a lie, but he couldn't think of a better lie. Yes, an advertisement, a suspense advertisement. Officer Huang also laughed dryly. "Oh my god," the high school student touched his chest with one hand, and said with lingering fear, "I was almost scared to death." "Classmate, why don't you take the next one?" Baitu took over the words, not forgetting to put on a sweet smile. "We have a chartered car here." "Oh, okay. The high school boy turned around immediately. Gao Yang's heart was hanging again, and he silently said in his heart, "Don't look back, don't look back, don't look back." The high school student who was about to step out of the subway stopped. He turned around as if he remembered something, took off his headphones, and smiled at everyone. 5 awakeners, what luck I have today." Before he finished speaking, Dohu's short knife pierced his throat. The other party dodged with an agile side dodge, and quickly retreated to the end of the car. At the same time, his body mutated rapidly, his muscles bulged, his blood vessels became thick, his pupils flashed a scarlet fierce light, the sweat hair on his skin grew into bluish-gray hard hair, and the boy's facial contours also changed dramatically, becoming a wolf face. He opened his big mouth full of red fangs and howled. "Ah!" The 5 people were forced to cover their ears immediately, and they felt a blade cutting their eardrums. Gao Yang's heart sank. It was the horror among the angry beasts. Accompanied by the piercing long howl, the lost people outside the subway fell to the ground one after another, their bodies transformed into beasts in violent trembling and spasms, and in a blink of an eye they became beasts of different shapes. They rushed into the subway without hesitation. "Leave the head to me, and you can handle the rest." Dohu made a prompt decision and rushed towards the horner. Bang bang bang. Officer Huang fired, and the 3 beasts charging in front were shot in the head, their brains splattered, and they fell to the ground. The other beasts did not hesitate or retreat at all, and rushed forward one after another. One of the beasts, which looked like a dog, was extremely agile. It jumped left and right to avoid the shooting, jumped up quickly, and bit Officer Huang's neck. At the critical moment, the white rabbit appeared out of nowhere, and kicked the dog beast away. The dog beast crashed into the top of the subway and then fell heavily to the ground. It wanted to get up and fight back, but Qing Ling's tang sword cut off its head in an instant, and a long streak of blood spilled on the bench. Flame! Gao Yang was not idle. He raised his hands and sprayed 2 flames out of the subway door. The 3 beasts that were about to rush into the car were immediately engulfed by the fire. They wailed in pain and twisted their bodies randomly to block the subway door that was about to close. Bang, bang, bang. The beasts on the platform still wanted to get on the train, but Officer Huang changed to holding the gun with both hands and shooting wildly to drive them back. The subway started, and the beasts on the platform could only run wildly in the direction where the subway left, chasing in vain. Soon, the subway left the platform and rushed into the dark tunnel. The White Rabbit kicked out the 3 burnt beasts stuck at the door, and the automatic door closed. Done. The White Rabbit clapped his hands, turned around and looked, and frowned immediately. Gao Yan also looked over, and saw that at the end of the carriage, Dohu and the trumpeter were in a stalemate. Chapter 101. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. With Dohu's fighting power, shouldn't he have been able to quickly deal with the enemy? He was actually in a stalemate with the other party. Does this mean that the enemy's strength is unfathomable? Soon, Gao Yang found that he was thinking too much. Dohu held a knife in one hand and put one hand in his pocket. He turned his head and looked at the 4 people, saying in a relaxed tone, "Are you done? Come on, class is about to start." In a flash, the Horner took advantage of the gap when Dohu turned his head to launch a surprise attack, and the claws on his hand pierced Dohu's back. Little. Gao Yang didn't even finish the word heart, and Dohu had already made a prediction. He half-turned, held the knife with his backhand, and steadily blocked the opponent's claws, and bounced the opponent away. At the moment of the collision of forces, the opponent's body was slightly unstable, and in this extremely short gap, Dohu's body seemed to press the accelerator key. He rotated the handle of the knife, and swung a tricky knife from bottom to top, cutting off the entire arm of the Horner cleanly. Time seemed to freeze for half a second. Dohu turned around and put away his knife. Puff. The Horner's entire arm was removed, and blood flowed all over the sky. Dohu stood in the scarlet blood rain, with his back to the Horner, who was lying on the ground and wailing, and he was so handsome that he had no friends. Seeing that everyone was still stunned, he snapped his fingers. "Focus, class is starting." The 3 of them came back to their senses. Beasts have levels. Generally speaking, crazy beasts belong to D and angry beasts belong to C. However, the Horner among the angry beasts, although the combat power is average, has the attribute of a leader, and is classified as C+. Dohu wiped off the sporadic blood drops on his face, and continued, "Remember, if you encounter a beast above C+, and have the absolute strength to deal with it, you must go through the 3-question process." 3-question process? Gao Yang's curious baby's antenna stood up again. Ask the beast 3 questions. The captain set the rules. White Rabbit looked proud. In recent years, other organizations have also begun to follow suit. "Yes," Dohu nodded. "We Awakeners have been trying to negotiate with the beast. Although there is no progress, we still can't give up." Dohu turned around and looked at the Horner in a pool of blood. At this moment, he has turned back to human form. He looks like a pitiful and weak high school student. He covered his broken arm, his face was pale, his body was bright red, and he sat down on the bench, as if he had given up resistance. Dohu looked into the Horner's eyes, and his voice was full of solemnity like the equality of all beings. "Who are you?" The Horner tilted his head, his face was calm and almost numb. "Where are you going?" Dohu asked the second question. The high school student was still indifferent. The beast's reaction seemed to be within Dohu's expectations. He paused and asked the last question, "Choose forgiveness or death." From beginning to end, there was no emotion on the face of the Horner. Until Dohu asked the third question, the broken light in his eyes flashed, and Gao Yang even saw a trace of contempt and pity in it. "Death," the Horner replied. Dohu was very disappointed and shook his head and said, "I really suspect that you were mass-produced in a factory, like a repeater." The Horner stopped talking. He raised his head, his chest bulged exaggeratedly, his throat moved strangely, and an incredible sound came out of his mouth. It was a high-pitched, ethereal, sad sob, like a giant whale in the deep sea, crying for some ancient fate. Gao Yang felt that it sounded very familiar, and suddenly, he remembered it. On a summer night in his childhood, he overheard this voice outside his grandfather's room, and the next day, his grandfather died. Could it be that his grandfather was the trumpeter? Gao Yang shuddered, and he couldn't help shouting to the trumpeter, "What are you singing? Answer me." The young trumpeter didn't answer. His singing came to an abrupt end. He slowly lowered his head, and his chest stopped rising and falling. He died? To be precise, he accelerated the end of his life. Gao Yang was stunned, feeling very confused for a while. Teacher, all beasts are like this. Officer Huang was looking for words. Is it heroic? Not really. The horner is very special, and after being transformed into a beast, it can still retain human-like rationality and emotions. Fighting Tiger smacked his lips. That's why we tried to negotiate with them. But unfortunately, their mouths are too hard to pry open. White Rabbit tilted his head, a warm reminder, like the killer and the devourer, they are basically bloodthirsty, and will not stop until they die. Don't waste time asking questions. Just chop them down directly. I've seen it before. Officer Huang recalled bad memories. Okay, the remedial class is over. Fighting Tiger clapped his hands. Before continuing the action, review the current stage first. Fighting Tiger looked at Gao Yang. You go first. Do you find anything suspicious? Gao Yang regained his rationality and sorted out his thoughts. He nodded, yes. Tell me. The subway station where we just stopped is very wrong. Gao Yang looked at everyone. I went to fight, and didn't pay much attention. White Rabbit said. Although the doors between each carriage were locked, the subway doors to the outside would open automatically when the train stopped at the station. However, those passengers only squeezed into our carriage. Oh, right. Are the doors of other carriages not open? Bai Tu looked at everyone. It's not that they are not open, they just don't exist. Qing Ling said lightly. Everyone looked at Qing Ling. I noticed that the subway station just now was very small. Qing Ling said, while retracting the weapon in his hand, it seems that there is only enough space for our carriage to enter the station. Are you sure? Dohu frowned. Are you seeing things? No. Qing Ling was sure. Dohu lowered his head slightly and tapped his forehead with his index finger. I feel that this place is very strange. Officer Huang regretted it and sighed repeatedly. I knew it was not that simple. I really shouldn't have come in. Huang Yo, relax. Dohu patted Officer Huang on the back. The bridge will naturally be straight when it reaches the bow of the ship. It's the boat that reaches the bridge. Officer Huang laughed and cried. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door of the carriage behind them. The 5 people immediately became alert and turned to look at the carriage door. Gao Yang has already reacted. No. This direction is the last carriage they just passed. This carriage was clearly empty before, and Bai Tu kicked the door open at that time. Why is it locked now? Magic water. Dohu made a prompt decision. He obviously realized this. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gao Yang quickly took out a small spray bottle from the side pocket of his backpack and sprayed it around. The air was filled with dark purple granular dust. The 5 people took a few deep breaths of the dust, as if they had inhaled some kind of floral water. Their noses, throats, and chests were burning hot, and their minds were extremely clear and their spirits were highly concentrated. Magic water scientific name, illusion-breaking spray. It is an auxiliary prop specially made by awakened people with the talent God's blessing, specifically for dealing with enemies with illusion talents. This stuff is rare and has a short shelf life. Only large organizations can afford it. Obviously, in this extremely unreasonable situation, everyone's first reaction is that they are under an illusion. The chanting before the horner committed suicide just now is probably a way to launch an illusion. The 5 people relied on the magic water to stabilize their minds and looked at the door of the carriage again. The door was still locked, and the sound of banging on the door was still there. Bang, bang, bang. Help! Open the door! A shout came from behind the door. Chapter 102. It's not an illusion. There's someone on the other side of the door. Gao Yang said. It could also be a beast. Qing Ling, holding a tang sword, watched coldly. Bai Tu handed the command to Dohu. Uncle Hu, what should we do? Help! Open the door quickly, save me! The voice behind the door became more and more excited, a middle-aged man desperate for help. Dohu drew out his short knife and walked towards the door of the carriage. You step back. The 4 people stepped back slightly. Dohu held the knife in one hand and opened the door lock with the other hand. A figure fell in from behind the door, his face covered in blood, rolling and crawling, shouting, close the door quickly. As soon as the voice fell, a killer followed closely behind him. He was extremely fast, like a shot arrow rushing into the carriage. Dohu dodged sideways, and at the moment he brushed past it, he swung a heavy chop and directly removed the killer's head. The tall and strong body of the killer flew several meters under the inertia of the sprint. The headless corpse gushing with blood stood up and tried to fight back. Qing Ling's tang sword pierced its heart, and pinned it to the wall of the carriage. Everything happened in just a few seconds. There were far more enemies than just one killer. There were at least a dozen beasts in the carriage behind the door, rushing over together. Officer Huang fired a gun. This time, he did not aim at the head, but broke the beast's kneecap. The two beasts in the front immediately fell down and got stuck in the narrow door of the carriage, blocking the way of their companions behind them. Flame! Gao Yang did not miss this great opportunity. He raised his hands and turned himself into a flamethrower in the bunker, spitting two fierce flames at another carriage. The other carriage was instantly turned into a sea of fire, with tragic wails ringing in the ears, and the hot air gradually filled with the strange smell of burnt flesh and blood. The fire lasted for nearly a minute, and the wails completely disappeared, and Gao Yang stopped. At this time, the energy in his body was almost emptied, and he felt dizzy at the back of his head. He was panting, and his face was covered with sweat. Become stronger. Officer Huang covered his mouth and nose because he couldn't stand the smell of burning. In the blink of an eye, half of the beasts in the car were dealt with. No, it's mainly because of the terrain advantage, which can concentrate the output. Gao Yang didn't finish his words, and suddenly fell to the ground, curled up, and his muscles spasmed. Ah! Gao Yang. Bai Tu rushed forward first. What's wrong with you? Gao Yang quickly stopped screaming, but still couldn't speak, and his limbs couldn't stop shaking. First aid injection. Bai Tu held Gao Yang with one hand, and took the first aid injection handed over by Officer Huang with the other hand. Bai Tu bit open the needle cover with his mouth, and aimed at Gao Yang's heart, and was about to stab it. Don't. At the critical moment, Gao Yang grabbed Bai Tu's hand. I'm fine. Bai Tu was relieved immediately. What happened to you just now? You scared me. Just now, it should be an upgrade. Gao Yang's face was ruddy, a little embarrassed. That time, it was really so comfortable. The worry on Bai Tu's face instantly turned into disgust. She pushed Gao Yang to the ground. Disgusting. I seconded. Qing Ling folded her hands and watched coldly. She had expected this to happen. I don't want to do this either. You won't be like this when your talent is upgraded? Gao Yang felt a little wronged. Just now, his flame was upgraded to level 3. In an instant, every cell in his body seemed to be hit by an electric current, and the tingling sensation of ecstasy could really send him to heaven. I feel the same way. It's really comfortable, just like... Officer Huang stopped talking halfway, and shut up tactfully. You don't have to say that. Bai Tu's face turned red. Are all men so wretched, except for the captain? Rabbit, dragons also poop and fart, and they may even have hemorrhoids. Dohu joked on the side. Ah! Bai Tu covered his ears. I don't want to listen. Well, thank you. Someone interrupted, and everyone finally remembered that there were outsiders present. The person who was rescued was a middle-aged man, with a burly figure, a strong physique, a short haircut, a square face, small eyes, and a fleshy nose, giving people a simple and honest feeling. He was wearing black and white sportswear, like a fitness coach. The man was covered in blood, but there were no obvious external injuries. Dohu waved his hand, and put the sharp short knife against his chin. Human or beast? Human, human. The man explained nervously, awakened, just like you. Dohu actually guessed that he was an awakened, but he still didn't trust him. The car was full of beasts just now. How did you survive? I show you and you know. The man gently pushed the blade on his chin away, raised his hands, and slowly turned around. The clothes on his back had been bitten to pieces, especially his pants, and a large piece was missing on his left buttocks, revealing ordinary briefs, and most of his buttocks. It must be said that his buttocks were round and tight, and he looked like a person who lifted weights all year round. Bai Tu turned his face away awkwardly, while Qing Ling looked indifferent. The man turned around, with a grateful smile on his tired face. I am the deputy leader of Group 2 of Baichuan Group, Wang Fei. You can just call me Lao Wang. Lao Wang. Dohu's tone was subtle, and he couldn't help laughing. He waved his hand to signal Lao Wang to continue. My talent is Iron Man, so I survived, but if you don't open the door, I can't hold on for too long. Lao Wang stretched out his right hand, and in less than 2 seconds, his entire arm turned into a blue-gray metal texture. I can make the surface of my body metallized and protect myself. Iron Man, serial number 69, Guardian System, can make the skin of the body turn into metal, with extremely high defense. Gao Yang reviewed the talent information he had mastered in his mind, and immediately stretched out his hand to Lao Wang. Hello, Lao Wang. Oh, hello, hello. Lao Wang was flattered and hurriedly shook Gao Yang. Copy. Gao Yang quietly copied Lao Wang's Iron Man. With this talent, the survival rate was greatly improved. Dohu saw through Gao Yang's little calculation at a glance, but did not expose it. Instead, he showed a relieved expression of a teachable child. Dohu retracted his weapon and explained, Lao Wang, we are from the 12 Zodiacs, and we are entrusted by your organization to rescue you. Really? That's great. Lao Wang was surprised and happy. I thought the rescuers would come at least 1 day later. 1 day? Bai Tu frowned. Hasn't it been 3 days? 3 days? Lao Wang was also confused. He shook his head desperately. No, no, no. Impossible. We have been in for no more than an hour. For a while, the carriage fell into silence. Gao Yang immediately launched liaison on Lao Wang. The target did not lie. Dohu got the answer he wanted from Gao Yang's eyes. He touched his chin, thought for a moment, and looked at Lao Wang. Tell me everything that happened after you got on the car. Don't miss any details. Chapter 103. There was an invisible sense of urgency in the air. Lao Wang spoke normally at first, but he unconsciously sped up as he spoke. According to Lao Wang's description, there were 9 people in Group 2 of Baichuan Group, including the team leader Chung Xian and the deputy team leader Wang Fei. All the people in the group got on the last car of the subway. The doors of each car were not locked at that time. Group 2 stayed there for a while, and then walked into the second car. At this time, the subway just arrived at the station and several passengers walked in. This scene was quite strange. Although the people in Group 2 were not experienced, they were well trained. They did not panic, but pretended to be ordinary passengers, sitting in the car without saying a word. The subway continued to run, and it would enter a station every 5 to 10 minutes on average. Passengers got on and off at each station, as if this was really just an ordinary subway. After stopping at several stations, the people in Group 2 were a little impatient. At this time, an old lady among the ordinary passengers took the initiative to talk to a girl in Group 2. The girl was called Jingjing, 21 years old. She had just joined the Baichuan Group. She was exposed because of fear, which attracted the attention of the old lady. But the old lady was a horn caller. She immediately transformed into a beast and awakened the passengers in the entire carriage, causing the beasts to run away collectively. What followed was a chaotic and bloody fight. Jingjing was the first to die. Her white neck was bitten off by the horn caller, and she was soon dismembered by other beasts. Just 1 day ago, Jingjing agreed to her boyfriend's proposal, and she was still wearing the ring given by her boyfriend on her ring finger. In less than 2 minutes, the two groups won the tragic fight in the carriage at the heavy cost of sacrificing one companion and seriously injuring another companion. Group 2 didn't even have time to regroup or feel sad for their teammates. The subway entered the station again, and the doors slowly opened. This time, the passengers on the platform witnessed the tragic scene in the carriage. Needless to say, a new batch of beasts woke up again, and another round of life and death fighting began. Group 2 sacrificed 2 companions again, including the seriously injured companion before. Group 2 fled to the next carriage and locked the door. There were 6 people left in the team. In less than 10 minutes, the subway entered the station again, and the new passenger on the platform woke up again. Under the cover of Lao Wang Iron Man, the team members quickly fled to the next carriage and got a brief respite. Everyone's mental state was on the verge of collapse under the desperate pressure. An internal quarrel broke out. As the deputy captain, Lao Wang initially opposed Chung Xian's recklessness and disagreed to go on the subway, but Chung Xian was ambitious and self-willed. It can be said that Chung Xian was fully responsible for the death of his companions. Chung Xian, however, thought that it was all Jingjing's fault. If she hadn't exposed her identity as an awakener due to nervousness, the entire group of 9 people could have disguised themselves as ordinary passengers and continued to explore the Fu Cave. The argument had no conclusion, and everyone calmed down again and discussed countermeasures. Now, if you want to escape from danger, it is useless to avoid danger in each car, because the subway will always enter the station, and there will be passengers getting on the train at every station. These passengers are beasts, and no car is really safe. If you want to be absolutely safe, you can only find the front of the train and stop the subway. The two groups reached a consensus and took action immediately. Every time they entered a car, they locked the door to ensure safety. Soon, we came to the first car. Wang Fei became emotional when he talked about this. The subway just entered the station, the door opened, and there were more than a dozen passengers on the platform. They immediately turned into beasts. But the door of the cab was locked, and it took time to open the door. Chung Xian asked me to block the subway door first to prevent those beasts from coming in. Lao Wang gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. You activated the Iron Man and blocked the door with your body. Chung Xian and the others successfully entered the cab and left you behind. Yes. Lao Wang lowered his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, when Chung Xian asked me to block the door, I had a rough idea in my mind. But I didn't expect him to close the door immediately without any hesitation. Officer Huang sighed and took out a cigarette and handed it to Lao Wang. Want one? Lao Wang waved his hand. Thanks, I quit smoking after I had a child. You have a child? This topic aroused the interest of Officer Huang. Well, my daughter will go to elementary school next year. When talking about his daughter, Lao Wang's eyes flashed a glimmer. Don't go off topic, let's talk about business. White Rabbit interrupted. Okay. Lao Wang narrowed his eyes and continued to recall. I relied on Iron Man to block the subway door until the subway left, and then 3 beasts rushed in. Lao Wang smiled bitterly. I risked my life and relied on my invulnerability to kill the 3 beasts. Then I knocked on the door and cursed Chung Xian, that bastard. Lao Wang stopped and took a breath. In the end, no one opened the door. I got angry and started to bang on the door. It took a lot of effort to open the door. When I looked behind the door, I was dumbfounded. Let me guess, Dohu turned his eyes slightly. You found that you were back to the starting point. How do you know? Lao Wang was dumbfounded. Dohu didn't rush to answer. Continue. I thought to myself, isn't this the last car of the section we just came in? But I didn't have time to figure out what was going on. The subway entered the station again, and there were another group of passengers on the platform. Oh my god, there were trumpeters inside again, and they immediately ran wild. Lao Wang was sweating profusely, still in fear. There are more than a dozen beasts. How can I be their opponent? I turned into metal immediately, and just held on. Every second I live is a second. My mind is filled with the faces of my wife and daughter. I don't know how long I held on. I heard fighting and people talking in the second carriage. At first, I thought I was dying and had hallucinations, but I decided to take a gamble. As a result, you opened the door and saved me. Dohu cursed, you really connected. He glanced at Bai Tu, who understood and immediately took out the half-broken finger from his waist bag. Recognize it. Is this Jing Jing? Lao Wang's face sank, and he closed his eyes reluctantly. It's her, a young girl in her early 20s. Gao Yang didn't speak the whole time. His brain was thinking at high speed. At this moment, he had already made a preliminary guess and looked at Dohu eagerly. Dohu raised his eyebrows and said, Speak. Gao Yang licked his lips and organized his words. Although I don't know the specific reason, it is obvious that this subway is connected end to end, like a Mobius strip. Everyone nodded and had no objection to this. So I boldly guessed that although the subway was always running, it didn't really move. What do you mean? Lao Wang was a little confused. It means literally. Gao Yang stretched out his hand and gestured. You can imagine the subway as a flat Ferris wheel. It is always running, but it is always rotating in one place. No wonder it is so stable. Officer Huang suddenly realized. Well, each car is like a car on a Ferris wheel. To us, they are connected, but in fact, there is a special space between the cars. After a while, the car will stop at the station, and then passengers will come in and go out. These passengers are all beasts, pretending to be humans, and they have been sitting in this rotating subway repeatedly, just like being in prison, until we broke in. Everyone, Gao Yang took a breath. Don't you think this scene is familiar? Gujiao Village. Qing Ling blurted out. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. This is definitely a rune cave. There must be a rune circuit. Chapter 104. Oh my god, 2 rune circuits in 1 month. Dohu is so happy. What kind of shit luck did we have? Yeah, what kind of shit luck did we have? Officer Huang smiled bleakly, and it was obvious that the shitty luck he mentioned was a little different from what Dohu said. There are still many doubts. Bai Tu looked at Gao Yang. Where are Chung Xian and his people? I don't know. Gao Yang shook his head and said, logically, we should have met Chung Xian and his people before we met Lao Wang. Lao Wang had a gloomy face and a bit of resentment in his tone. I guess they were killed. Gao Yang shook his head. Several people. Even if they were killed, there would be traces of fighting. After a moment of silence, Officer Huang spoke. I think everyone may have overlooked a blind spot. The passages on the subway are not just the doors between the carriages. Yes. Gao Yang slapped his head, and actually forgot this. There are also ground. Iron gate. You mean? White Rabbit looked at the subway door. They got off halfway? Very likely. Gao Yang continued to speculate. The number of passengers at each station is different. It is not ruled out that some stations have very few passengers. Chung Xian is not stupid. If he continues to stay on the subway, he will only encounter beasts again and again. Maybe he just happened to enter a platform with few passengers, and simply killed his way out and escaped from the subway. This explanation is more reasonable. Do-hoo sat down and crossed his legs. Okay, let's take a break, we will be busy soon. Busy? Busy for what? Officer Huang suddenly had an ominous premonition. Do-hoo glanced at Gao Yang. Yang, you must understand me, explain it to everyone. For a while, several pairs of eyes stared at him. Gao Yang was complaining about what Yang was in his heart, and he was a little flattered. Gao Yang asked boldly, Teacher, you don't want to clear the map, do you? Haha, you are just a worm in my stomach. Do-hoo patted his belly exaggeratedly. Gao Yang really wanted to roll his eyes. Who wants to be a parasite in your large intestine? What is clearing the map? Qingling asked. Officer Huang shook his head, which also involved his knowledge blind spot. By two-side, game terminology, it means to kill all the monsters in the entire map scene. Kill them all? Lao Wang jumped up in surprise. You are crazy. Do you know how many stations there are here, and how many beasts there are in each station? Kill them all? Can you do it? I can do it. Do-hoo said in a relaxed tone, it's just a little tiring. Don't brag. Lao Wang didn't believe it. Lao Wang, his strength ranks 9th, Gao Yang explained politely. Oh! Lao Wang sat down immediately, he had no doubts at all. This is what I think. Do-hoo took out a cigarette, not in a hurry to light it, and played with it between his fingertips. According to Gao Yang, this subway is connected from beginning to end, and has been spinning in the same place. If this is the case, we can return to the place where we got on the train sooner or later, which is Nyochong Station on line 7. But Lao Wang and his friends didn't return to Nyochong Station. Bai-tu said. That's the problem. Do-hoo held the cigarette in his mouth. From the moment we got on the train, the entrance was blocked. This must be the work of the rune circuit. Now this subway has become a Mobius strip, with no starting point, no end point, only an infinite loop. If we continue to sit on it, we will die. We have to find the exit, and jump out of the loop. Everyone nodded in agreement, and waited for the next part. Next, we will get off the train at each stop. If there are beasts, we will kill them. If there are no beasts, we will look for them everywhere. If we can't find any, we will get on the train, and continue to the next stop until we have dug the whole place 3 feet deep. White Rabbit supported his waist helplessly. Although it is a stupid way, it seems that there is no other choice. What if there is still no exit after searching all? Lao Wang said worriedly. Then wait for death. Do-hoo laughed. Lao Wang's face sank. No, I can't die. My wife and daughter are still waiting for me to go back. Don't worry too much. Gao Yang comforted Lao Wang, and at the same time comforted himself. This possibility is very small. Since this space is created by the rune circuit, as long as the rune circuit is found, the situation can be solved. It's like playing a game. White Rabbit sighed weakly. Who said it wasn't? Do-hoo stood up and stretched his body. It's almost done. Let's get started. As he spoke, the subway began to slow down and entered the station. Click. The subway door opened. Luckily, there were only a few beasts on the platform. They were half human and half beast, wearing stretched human clothes, stained with blood, some of which belonged to humans, and some of which belonged to themselves. They wandered around like zombies, muttering, human, human, human. Obviously, they were the beasts that the second group of Baichuan group had encountered before. The moment the subway door opened, they slowly turned their heads, and their dim eye sockets were lit up by the turbid light of desire, as if some kind of alarm system had been activated. They rushed into the subway frantically. There is less homework this time. One person is enough. Who will do it? Do-hoo looked at several students. I do it. Qingling rushed to the platform with a knife. She pierced the head of a beast with one knife, and at the same time, she jumped up and kicked it in the chest. While kicking the beast away, she pulled out the tang sword, turned sideways and landed, and at the same time swung the second knife and chopped off the head of another beast. The movements were flexible, light, and accurate. Gao Yang clearly felt that Qingling had become stronger. Although her attacks were fierce before, they were not delicate. She relied on explosive power, and every knife was aimed at risking her life. After the devilish training of Do-hoo, her knife skills were full of skills, and her power was freely controlled and at ease. If you have to compare it, she changed from a large-scale machete to a superb scalpel. In just a few seconds, the heads of several beasts fell to the ground crisply. Qingling didn't even take a breath. She stood among the corpses, looked around, and after confirming that it was safe, she turned around and looked at everyone. It's okay. Lao Wang was the last one to walk out of the subway, and he kept a jaw-dropping expression throughout the whole process. Until the subway slowly drove away, he mustered up the courage to ask Do who, "This beauty must be a master of your organization, right?" Newcomer, only joined for a month. Do who disagreed. Oh haha. Lao Wang was convinced, and stopped humiliating himself. As expected, the subway station was very small, and soon he reached the border. The border was a cold wall, with no entrance to other spaces, and no hidden secret rooms. Several people used the ready-made bloodstains on the ground to leave marks for easy identification. Everyone sat on the bench to rest and wait for the subway to arrive. Officer Huang and Lao Wang were next to each other. Both of them had families, and the two men had a sense of mutual sympathy. Lao Wang took out a photo of his daughter from his wallet. She had a rosy little round face and 2 pigtails. "My daughter, isn't she cute?" "Cute, her eyes look like yours." Officer Huang smiled. "Well, she should look like her mother. Her mother has big, watery eyes." Lao Wang was very proud. "It's a pity that my phone is out of battery, otherwise I would show you a photo of my wife. I'm not exaggerating, she's a beauty." "Is your wife also an awakener?" Officer Huang asked. "That's nonsense. Would I marry a beast?" Lao Wang was a little excited. Officer Huang was silent. Lao Wang was stunned at first, then reacted. "Lao Huang, your wife couldn't be?" "Yes, a beast." Officer Huang admitted generously. "Before I awakened, we fell in love and had a good relationship. Then the child in your wife's belly." Lao Wang had a complicated expression and didn't dare to ask further. "Do you think my child is a human or a beast?" Officer Huang looked at Lao Wang with a cold gaze. Chapter 105. I don't know. Lao Wang shook his head in embarrassment, feeling that this was a life-threatening question. After a moment of silence, he suddenly met Officer Huang's gaze, and he was confident, "But no matter what, your wife is your wife, and your child is your child. If I were you, I would recognize you." Officer Huang was slightly startled, and a grateful smile appeared on his face. "Sure enough, only those who have been fathers can understand me. To be honest, if it weren't for my wife and children, I would never risk entering this talisman cave. I am the same. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't want to go to the front line." Lao Wang slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Don't say anything. If I can go back alive this time, I will immediately apply for a civilian job. I have no future, but my wife and children are the real thing, and everything else is fake." "Definitely no problem," Officer Huang encouraged. "Haha, I think so too." Old Wang touched his nose. "It is said that those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. If I hadn't been tricked by Chung Xian, I wouldn't have met you. With masters like you around, I feel much more at ease." "Old Wang, save my mobile number." Officer Huang took out his mobile phone. "When my child is born, I will ask you for advice." "Haha, I must." Old Wang also took out his mobile phone. "Oh, by the way, my daughter hasn't recognized a godfather yet. Why don't I recognize you as the godfather?" "Okay, when my child is born, I will recognize you as the godfather." Officer Huang also got excited, and his smile stretched out. For a moment, he almost forgot that he was still in danger. "Why don't you two arrange a baby marriage?" White Rabbit on the side held his cheek and lazily complained. Old Wang suddenly became nervous. No, this matter must be left to the children to decide for themselves." "That's right, and besides, I don't know whether my wife is pregnant with a son or a daughter. Wow, if it's 2 girls, wouldn't it be more exciting when they grow up?" Bai Tu's eyes lit up. "Stop, let's stop talking here." Officer Huang hurriedly stopped. The casual chat made the heavy atmosphere a little lighter, as if this was really just an ordinary business trip, and when the business trip was over, everyone could return to the normal track of life. Gao Yang did not participate in the topic. After all, he had no wife or children, so he had no say. Taking advantage of this time, he entered the system. He first checked the lucky point income. Although he killed a lot of beasts, the risk factor was not high. The system gave a double reward of only 10 times, which was ridiculously low. Gao Yang was disappointed, and checked the attribute version of Flame after level 3, Physical Strength, 57 Endurance, 59. Strength, 217 Agility, 259. Spirit, 309 Charm, 97. Luck, 132. Sure enough, mental strength and charm have been improved to a certain extent, and the temperature and attack range of the flame have also been improved. Wait, there seems to be an unexpected surprise. Flame has the means of long-range attack. Gao Yang exited the system. He immediately tried to pour the energy in his body into his hands. and clearly felt that the gathering and flow of energy appeared in different forms and paths. Gao Yang fumbled for a few minutes, and soon gathered a football-sized fireball in his palm, illuminating the dim subway station. Everyone looked over curiously. Dohu was very pleased. Yang, congratulations, you can throw a small fireball. It seems so. Gao Yang smiled without much joy. Level 3 flame can attack from a distance, but I don't know how powerful it is. Come on, throw it at my face, and I help you evaluate it. Dohu stood up and hooked his finger at Gao Yang. This is not appropriate. Gao Yang hesitated. Hurry up, don't let up, try your best. Then teacher, be careful. Gao Yang took a deep breath, controlled the fireball above his palm, let its energy be in the most full and stable state, and threw it towards Dohu. The fireball flew towards Dohu with a clear golden tail. At the critical moment, Dohu drew his sword with one hand and chopped it. Under the strong sword energy, the fireball instantly disintegrated and turned into 2 ripples of fire tongues, swinging to both sides. Dohu's messy curly hair swayed in the heat wave, and his face was shining with golden light, but he was not hurt at all. Dohu retracted the short sword, and his tone was reluctant. The power is weaker than I thought. Do you have to be so direct? Gao Yang was a little hurt. Take it slow, after all, you are only level 3. White Rabbit half-jokingly said, if you grow too fast, we, as seniors, will feel very stressed. As they were talking, the subway slowly entered the station. The group walked into the car and found that it was no longer the same car they had been in before, but this was expected by everyone. In less than 10 minutes, the subway entered the station again. Everyone got off the train, dealt with a few more beasts, left marks, searched in vain, waited, and got on the train again. In the following time, everyone repeated 7 or 8 stations. There were some relaxing times in the middle, and there were also times when they encountered killers and devourers. However, with Dohu there, everyone also gave their best efforts, and the process was not too dangerous. Get off the train to fight, get on the train to rest. After continuous killing, everyone became tired, and their spirits were a little depressed, and they could not see hope. This is not a good sign. Dohu has realized it and started to tell jokes, but the effect is not good. Click. The subway door opened again. Several people opened their eyes from closing their eyes to rest, picked up their weapons, and walked out of the subway. Unexpectedly, there was no danger this time. There were only 2 lonely corpses on the platform. It was obvious that this place had been cleaned up. Baitu went forward to check the corpse. His eyes were stern. Lao Wang, come here. Lao Wang walked to the corpse. The beast had turned back into human form after death. He was a middle-aged man in a jacket. He was lying on the ground with a bloody hole in his back. His heart was probably crushed. Look at this. Baitu pointed to the side of the corpse. His eyeballs were bulging, his face was dark blue, and his skin was covered with black and purple capillaries. He's poisoned. Old Wang shouted excitedly, it's Chung Xian's spider poison. This beast was killed by Chung Xian. Chung Xian and his companions must have gotten off at this station. Old Wang looked at another corpse, and confirmed that it was not his companion. He was extremely happy. Great, they are all still alive. Gao Yang, bring some light. Dohu said. Okay. Gao Yang raised his right hand, and summoned a fireball. Although the action was a bit second-rate, the effect was immediate. The entire platform space suddenly became bright, and the field of vision was widened several times. Look around. As soon as Dohu finished speaking, Qingling spoke. No need to look, it's there. Everyone looked over and saw a passage on the wall at the end of the subway station, which was very obvious. The exit of the Mobius strip has been found. Dohu was very confident. It could also be a trap. Baitu was cautious. But at least there was progress, which undoubtedly made everyone excited. Lao Wang, you are tough. Follow me and walk in front. Dohu commanded. Gao Yang, you walk in the middle and take charge of lighting. Wang Yo, you also walk in the middle. Your weapon has a long range. It is convenient for two-way support. White Rabbit and Green Snake are behind, and the cover is bright. Several people arranged the formation and walked into the passage. An ordinary subway passage, after walking for half a minute, came to a pedestrian corridor extending upward. This is good news for everyone. Upward at least represents the ground and symbolizes hope. If you keep walking downward, you don't know where it will lead to, and it will also remind people of the abyss or hell. The corridor is not steep, but it is very long, nearly more than 100 meters, and the square exit in front is flickering with a hazy white light. Gao Yang stepped on the stairs step by step, feeling like he was going to climb a mysterious hall. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. He felt that the air was becoming more and more stagnant. The 6 people were on guard against possible dangers and slowly approached the exit. Finally, the 6 people walked out of the corridor. Gao Yang took back the fireball in his hand, squinted his eyes slightly, gradually adapted to the faint cold white light, and saw the scene in front of him clearly. He subconsciously held his breath. Chapter 106. Not the ground. Gao Yang was disappointed. They were still underground, and in front of them was a huge underground space. According to the feeling, it was at least as big as 3 sports squares. In the center of the space grew a towering tree with lush branches but no leaves. The tree was shining with a sacred and cold white light. If you look closely, you will find that it is not light, but white energy hidden in the translucent trunk. They flow silently like the blood of the tree. The tangled and thick roots penetrated into the ground, and the dense branches spread along the dome. It was like a giant, standing upright and supporting the entire underground space. Logically, with a glowing giant tree, this place should be as bright as day. But counterintuitively, the whole space was in a cold, silent, and solemn dimness, like a deep valley surrounded by dusk. Everyone was shocked by this magnificent and bizarre scene, and no one spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Baitu broke the silence. The base of this tree is the subway tunnel, right? Can I understand that it's the one behind it? Gao Yang looked sideways in surprise. Baitu was standing right beside him, but her voice seemed to come from 10 meters away. It should be. Gao Yang replied. What's wrong with your voice? Or is there something wrong with my ears? Baitu also realized that something was wrong. Both of your voices are not right, Qingling said. It feels like they are more than 10 meters apart, Officer Huang said. It turns out that everyone feels the same. Gao Yang was relieved. This place is very unusual, be careful. Do Hu spoke, and his voice also seemed to be far away. Everyone kept the previous formation and slowly walked towards the giant tree in the center. The giant tree looked so sacred and bright, but whether it was under Gao Yang's feet or behind him, it was abnormally dark. This was incredible. As he kept getting closer to the giant tree, the ground under his feet became uneven and full of gullies. This was due to the disorderly crushing and destruction of the ground by the roots of the tree. Do Hu, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to stop everyone. The others stopped immediately, and looked in the direction of Do Hu's eyes with vigilance. 20 meters away, there were 4 corpses lying, both men and women. The corpses were entangled by the glowing tree roots, almost integrated with this light source. If you don't look carefully, you really can't tell them apart at the first time. It must be said that Do Hu's eyesight is quite sharp. Lao Wang's face fell. He hurried forward a few steps, and recognized that it was his own people. Gu Ling, he shouted, anxiously rushing to the nearest corpse. The others quickly followed. Gao Yang saw clearly that the corpse was a mature woman with long black hair and a leather agent suit. She looked like a cool and capable beauty before she was born. Half of her body was entangled by the tree roots, and her dead body emitted a translucent cold light, like a human-shaped lantern growing on the tree roots. Wake up! I'm here to save you! Lao Wang wanted to break the tree roots that bound Gu Ling, but he couldn't do it. He pulled out a dagger from his waist, and stabbed the tree roots hard. A wound appeared on the tree roots, and a light white energy particle splashed out, like a dandelion seed, and quickly dissipated. Soon, the wound on the tree roots healed. It was neither humble nor arrogant, cold and ruthless, and continuously injected its white energy into the corpse, vowing to assimilate the corpse. Calm down, she's dead. Do Hu put his hand on Lao Wang's shoulder, and said regretfully, go check the other bodies to see if they are your companions. Lao Wang's eyes were wet and red. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, closed Gu Ling's eyelids, stood up and walked towards the 3 bodies nearby. Qingling and Officer Huang looked at each other, and followed Lao Wang to prevent him from being alone. Do Hu, Baitu and Gao Yang stayed and continued to observe Gu Ling's body. Baitu examined the body. From the expression of the deceased, she seemed to be shocked before she died. There were no external injuries on her body, so she should not have had time to resist. What was the cause of death? Do Hu asked. Shot dead. Baitu, wearing gloves, pointed at Gu Ling's left chest, which was dark red. A bullet hit the heart. Not long after death, the blood has not completely coagulated. Shot? Gao Yang felt something was wrong. Beasts can also use guns? Unlikely. Do Hu also frowned. He touched his chin. The body of the beast is a powerful weapon. There is no need to use a gun. Wait a minute. Baitu was still checking Gu Ling's body. His face changed. The deceased used a gun himself, you see. Gao Yang took a closer look, Gu Ling's thigh was holstered, and the pistol was not pulled out. Suicide? Do Hu frowned. Basically ruled out, she didn't pull out the gun, and people who commit suicide usually don't aim at the heart, it must be homicide. Bai Tu stood up. That's all the useful information. Go and take a look. The three came to Lao Wang again. Lao Wang squatted beside a male corpse, and closed his eyelids. Are they all your companions? Do Hu asked. Lao Wang nodded, extremely sad. Yes, they are all dead, except Chung Xian. Everyone look for him. He might be nearby. Do Hu said. Here. I'm here. Help me. A cry for help came from not far away. Because of the abnormal space, everyone couldn't tell how far away the sound was from them. It's Chung Xian. Lao Wang stood up excitedly, not knowing whether to be happy or sad for a moment. That bastard is still alive. The 6 people walked cautiously in the direction of the sound, climbed over several protruding thick tree roots, and found a young man in a dark jacket in a low-lying ditch. His face was dark blue, his hair was messy, and he was curled up with his hands covering his bleeding abdomen. He looked badly injured. Gao Yang and Bai Tu were both startled. They had seen this man before. He was the male representative who traded rune circuits with them in the Qilin Union. Chung Xian, you bastard. Lao Wang thought of being abandoned by him, and grabbed his collar. You have come to this day. Lao Wang, it's me, I'm sorry for you, Chung Xian said weakly. I had no choice at the time, I was the team leader, I had to protect everyone. Can you protect them? They're dead, all dead? Lao Wang was trembling with anger. I opposed entering the subway at the beginning. But you insisted on doing it, you killed them. Yes, I killed everyone, I was wrong, I am willing to accept the punishment of the organization. Chung Xian grabbed Lao Wang's hand and begged with tears. Lao Wang, I don't want to die yet, save me, for the sake of our friendship. Lao Wang shook Chung Xian's hand fiercely, he gritted his teeth, struggling in pain. Finally, he sighed and looked at Do Hu. Can you save him? Although I would feel more relieved if he died, I want to bring him back to the organization and give everyone an explanation. Do Hu gave Bai Tu a look. Bai Tu shrugged, squatted down, checked Chung Xian's abdominal wound, and quickly came to a conclusion. It's a serious knife wound, but not fatal. Gao Yang, give me the backpack. Gao Yang put down the backpack. Bai Tu took out the painkillers from it, gave them to Chung Xian orally, and took out Si Potion, which is a wound rapid repair medicine made from the blood of dead pigs. Bai Tu pulled out the needle cover and stabbed near Chung Xian's wound. Chung Xian groaned, his body twitched, and soon, his pale face had blood, and the wound on his abdomen healed rapidly. This can only help you for a while. You still have to receive formal treatment when you go back. Bai Tu's voice was cold. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chung Xian kept thanking. His tone was extremely humble. Chung Xian, right? Do Hu stared at him. What happened here? Ah! Chung Xian, who was out of danger, woke up as if from a dream, and he shouted, Rune! We found the rune circuit. Chapter 107. Chung Xian's words did not arouse everyone's surprise, but the atmosphere became more solemn. I don't know what others think. Gao Yang, as someone who has been to Gujiao village once, is very clear that the appearance of the rune circuit also means the arrival of danger. Where is it? Do Hu asked in a deep voice. There. Chung Xian excitedly pointed to the glowing giant tree. Tree, there is a hole in the tree, yes, in the tree hole. O Wang's face was full of distrust. Why don't you go in and get it? This is exactly what Gao Yang wanted to ask. We went in as soon as possible, but we were attacked. Dead, everyone died, I almost died. Suddenly, Chung Xian's face showed fear, his pupils dilated, he held his head with both hands and groaned in pain. Ah! Chung Xian. Old Wang grabbed Chung Xian's shoulders. What the hell is going on? Explain it to me clearly. It hurts, my head hurts so much. What attacked you? Do Hu asked. I don't know. Chung Xian shook his head desperately, his mind began to get confused. No, don't kill me. Ah. Help. Chung Xian was incoherent, and everyone couldn't tell whether he was really overstimulated or just pretending to be crazy. Don't worry about him. Let's go and see. Officer Huang was a little worried. It's best not to stay here too long, it feels bad. Agree. Bai Tu said. Qing Ling and Gao Yang also nodded. Do Hu waved. Let's go. Everyone walked towards the giant tree. Lao Wang supported Chung Xian, and kept asking for details along the way, but Chung Xian was talking nonsense and his mind was confused, and he couldn't get any information. A few minutes later, the 7 people came to the foot of the giant tree. Standing in front of it, They felt its magnificence even more. 7 people held hands and formed a circle, but they probably couldn't hug half of the trunk. Everyone circled around the trunk. Their faces and bodies were bathed in the sacred white light, and there was a slight and strange trance. Gao Yang thought of a somewhat hypocritical word, as if in another world. The few people walked around twice, and found nothing unusual. Dohu looked at Chung Xian dissatisfiedly. "Where is the hole you said?" "It's here, it was just there." Chung Xian was also confused. He suddenly hugged his head again and howled in pain. It's coming, it's coming. Save me quickly." Suddenly, there was a slight tremor on the ground, and the white light in the trunk flickered at a high frequency. Everyone was forced to close their eyes, and the flashing stopped after more than 10 seconds. I don't know when the ancient lines appeared on the pale trunk, and the lines were so familiar. Gao Yang immediately realized, rune circuit. Yes, it is the same style as the lines on it. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The tree trunk flows along the lines, deforms, and tears, finally revealing a strange narrow gap, as if some creature is giving birth, and there is nothing to see inside. Hole. Hole. It appears. Appeared. Chung Xian danced excitedly, almost like a fool. Chung Xian, is there any danger inside? Gao Yang asked Chung Xian, who was more concerned about this than the rune circuit. Danger, danger, danger. Chung Xian began to repeat with his head shaking. This idiot. Dohu sighed and looked at everyone. I go in and take a look first. No. Baitu called Dohu, looking serious like an elder. I know you are strong, but there is no need to take this risk. Baitu looked at Chung Xian. Throw this man in first. No. I don't want it. Chung Xian pushed Lao Wang away excitedly, fell to the ground, and rolled back. Obviously, there is danger in the tree hole, at least not something Chung Xian can handle. Everyone fell silent. Runes are precious, but life is more precious. But since you are trapped in the rune cave, if you don't find the rune, you probably can't get out, and everyone will have to face it sooner or later. Gao Yang regretted it for a while. If he hadn't used lie detector on Lao Wang, he could have given Chung Xian a lie detector test now to determine how dangerous it is inside. This is not a solution. Let me do it. Lao Wang gritted his teeth and walked towards the tree hole. Old Wang. Officer Huang called him. You still have family. There is no need to take this risk. I know. Old Wang smiled bitterly. But if we continue to waste time, everyone will be in danger. Old Wang looked guilty and sad. At that time, Chung Xian insisted on taking the subway. I failed to dissuade him, and I am also responsible. Everyone died. I have to do something, and not let them sacrifice in vain. But, Old Huang, thank you for your kindness. Old Huang has made up his mind and said with determination, Here, I have the highest defense and am suitable for exploring the way. Officer Huang wanted to say something, but White Rabbit gave him a look, and he stopped persuading him. Old Huang came to the tree hole, and was almost swallowed by the white light. Before entering, he turned his head and looked at everyone. I will activate Iron Man as soon as I enter. You can come in after confirming that it is safe. Be careful. Gao Yang was a little worried. Don't worry, I'm very tough. Lao Wang grinned, raised his thumb, and plunged into the tree hole. Everyone was tense, waiting for what was about to happen. Who knew that in less than 2 seconds, Lao Wang walked out of the glowing tree hole. Everyone was stunned. No, this is too fast, right? Officer Huang was a little surprised. Lao Wang, why did you come out? Just? Lao Wang looked puzzled, and then reacted. How long have you been outside? 2 seconds. Gao Yang answered truthfully. Impossible. Lao Wang was shocked. I stayed in there for at least 5 minutes. What's inside? Have you found the rune circuit? Dohu asked. Lao Wang shook his head disappointedly. There's nothing inside. Nothing? Baitu didn't quite understand. There is nothing. Old Wang smacked his lips and said, How can I describe it? It's just a void, no sky, no ground, and all around is white. To be on the safe side, I still activated Iron Man. My body fell down and floated up. After a few minutes, a floating light hole finally appeared in front of me. I reached out to touch it, and then I walked out and saw you. Officer Huang breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Are you sure you didn't see the rune loop? Baitu was half believing and half doubting. I really didn't see it. Old Wang was a little angry. Chung Xian must have lied to us. He's gone. Gao Yang suddenly reacted. Everyone turned around, and Chung Xian, who was originally behind everyone, really disappeared. He's on the tree. Qing Ling was the first to discover. Gao Yang looked up and saw Chung Xian climbing up along the huge tree trunk, at least more than 50 meters away from everyone. Qing Ling waved his hand, and the tang sword in his hand flew towards Chung Xian. Chung Xian was not crazy at all. He dodged sideways, stepped on the tang sword stuck in the tree trunk, jumped hard, climbed up a thick branch, and disappeared. Chung Xian. You bastard. Old Wang stamped his feet in anger. Don't let him run away. Chapter 108. Jump. The White Rabbit took action first, and in an instant jumped to the position where Chung Xian was originally. Douhu and Qing Ling were unwilling to lag behind, and used their hands and feet to climb up the giant tree like flying over the eaves and walls. The bark was hard and rough, and the texture was like a rock wall, which was easy to climb. Gao Yang added a lot of agility points, and his movements were flexible, and his body was light. He quickly distanced himself from Officer Huang and Lao Wang. Soon, Gao Yang climbed to the place where Chung Xian disappeared. He pushed his hands and easily climbed up a side branch. This branch was more than 1 meter wide, equivalent to a path. Looking around, there were dense paths all around, forming a huge and complex maze. The White Rabbit, Douhu and Qing Ling were standing on a branch not far away. Gao Yang rushed over, and was wondering why they didn't chase him, and was immediately surprised. It turned out that they had caught up. Chung Xian was lying on the tree trunk with his back to everyone. Judging from his stiff body, he should be dead. He's dead? Gao Yang's scalp tingled. Who killed him? I don't know. Bai Tu said coldly. He died here when I caught up with him. Have you checked? Gao Yang asked again. Poisoned, Douhu said. Gao Yang's heart sank, and he looked at the half of Chung Xian's face that was exposed. His eyeballs were bulging, his skin was covered with black and purple capillaries, and his lips were blue. Wait, he was poisoned by spider poison. Gao Yang couldn't help shouting. Yes. Douhu nodded. He was poisoned by himself. He committed suicide? Gao Yang felt unbelievable. I don't know. Bai Tu took off his white gloves. I searched him, and he didn't have rune circuits or anything like that. Chung Xian. You bastard. Old Wang and Officer Huang caught up with him. Old Wang cursed and was stunned when he saw Chung Xian's body. Is he dead? Or did you kill him? It seems like he committed suicide, Gao Yang explained. Absolutely impossible. Old Wang seemed to have heard a big joke. I know Chung Xian. This beast cherishes his life very much. He will struggle to the end even if there is only a glimmer of hope. He was poisoned by spider poison. Douhu shrugged. Did he accidentally poison himself to death? What? Old Wang hurried forward and took a closer look at Chung Xian's face. Fuck. What's going on? Old Wang was about to collapse. Gao Yang was also very upset. From the moment he entered the subway, things had been in an abnormal absurdity, with too many contradictions. Gao Yang looked around, and was surprised that this aerial maze composed of branches seemed different from before. Soon he realized, the light was getting weaker and weaker. Looking carefully, I found that the white energy in the branches was flowing downwards, and seemed to be transferred to the roots of the tree. Something is not right. Even Qing Ling became anxious. She looked at Gao Yang, as if she expected him to give a reasonable explanation. Think quickly. Since everything is unreasonable, deduce in an unreasonable direction. Suddenly, Gao Yang grasped something, and his eyes lit up. That Gu Ling was also robbed and beaten to death. That's right. Bai Tu nodded. Gao Yang looked at Lao Wang. In your group too, besides Gu Ling, is there anyone else who uses a gun? Lao Wang shook his head. No. So Gu Ling also committed suicide? Gao Yang asked deliberately. Gu Ling did not commit suicide. Bai Tu immediately retorted. People who commit suicide will not shoot themselves in the chest with a gun, nor will they put the gun back into the holster after firing. Then, there is only one possibility left, the most obvious one, but the one we least want to accept. Gao Yang looked at Douhu. Douhu was slightly startled, and suddenly laughed. They were killed by themselves. I said they did not commit suicide. Bai Tu suddenly stopped talking, and seemed to understand. Ah, this is impossible. Damn, it's really a ghost. Officer Huang finally figured it out. What do you mean? Only Lao Wang still looked confused, and was very anxious. Don't play dumb. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other, unwilling to admit the truth for a while. Gao Yang took a deep breath and looked around. Do you think this tree looks like something? What is it? Lao Wang asked. Hourglass, Gao Yang said. That's right. Qing Ling's eyes flickered. The things flowing inside the tree looked like glowing sand. Gao Yang couldn't tell whether he was excited or nervous. He nodded and said, All this sand is flowed to the roots of the tree, so it's getting darker here and brighter under our feet. What does this mean? Lao Wang was getting more confused. Lao Wang, have you ever thought about what kind of rune circuit is hidden in this rune cave? Gao Yang asked the key point. Lao Wang seemed to be thinking about something, muttering to himself, "Hourglass, circular subway, time passes differently." "Ah!" he shouted, "time and space. Time and space runes. Everything can be explained if it's the space-time rune." Do Hu took over the conversation. The time and space here are very abnormal, so there are so many strange phenomena. As for the tree hole-like thing just now, it should be the core of the entire space. Gao Yang boldly speculated. The rune circuit may really be inside, but it has been taken away. Who else could it be? Lao Wang said anxiously. There is no one else except us. Chung Xian and the others are all dead. Not necessarily. Gao Yang squatted down, turned Chung Xian's body over, lifted his clothes, and his scalp suddenly numbed. Sure enough, everything was in line with his speculation. Look! Gao Yang's voice trembled. This Chung Xian, there is no injury on the abdomen. Do Hu snapped his fingers. The case is solved. This person is not the Chung Xian we rescued. Lao Wang finally reacted. His face was pale. He was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, and almost fell off the tree trunk. You don't joke. You don't want to say, there is another Chung Xian? Not only Chung Xian, Gu Ling, but also others. Gao Yang paused. Maybe there is another one. Lao Wang's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, grabbing his hair with both hands. Ah! Lao Wang. Officer Huang hurriedly helped Lao Wang up. What's wrong with you? No, it's okay. It's just that my head is so confused. Lao Wang's face twitched, his pupils dilated, and he grabbed Officer Huang. Lao Huang. I saw it all. What did you see? Chung Xian, Gu Ling, they were all dead, but they are alive again. Why is this happening? Ah! Lao Wang knelt down again, feeling a splitting headache. As the few people were talking, the white energy on the branches was disappearing rapidly, and the light around them was getting darker and darker, and it was almost impossible to see the 5 fingers clearly. Gao Yang, light the fire. Do Hu said. Gao Yang raised his hands, gathered 2 fireballs, and the surroundings lit up. When the golden light of the bright fire replaced the hazy white ice light, everything around him became clearer. Gao Yang found something on the tree trunk not far away. He was startled and immediately shouted, "Everyone look here!" Gao Yang threw the fireball in his left hand with force. The fireball flew into the darkness, and immediately illuminated the lush branches not far away. On the intricate branches, there were corpses hanging all over. Roughly speaking, there were at least dozens of them. These corpses died in different ways, including knife wounds, gunshot wounds, poisoning and elemental injuries, but there was no injury caused by beasts. Each face of the corpse was so familiar and strange. It can be seen that they have experienced madness, chaos, and endless mutual slaughter. No, this is impossible. Old One shook his head desperately, almost mentally collapsed. Everyone recognized that these bodies were all Chung Xian, Gu Ling, and the other 3 teammates of Group 2. Chapter 109. Ah, my head hurts so much. Lao Wang's pain and division are still intensifying. He holds his head and groans. Gao Yang doesn't care about so much. He speaks faster. Teacher, I guess Chung Xian and the others also entered the tree hole and got the space-time rune. Maybe the method is wrong, or some other reason, which caused the distortion and chaos of space-time. So it's not just the 5 of them who left the tree hole, but also those in other timelines. You mean cruise horror? Bai Tu thought of a science fiction movie he had watched. Yes. Gao Yang's mind was also a little confused. Many Chung Zins, maybe 1 minute ago, 3 minutes ago, or 5 minutes later. Anyway, these Chung Zins have all run to this time and space now. As far as this time and space is concerned, there is only one rune, and there can only be one true self. Do Hu followed Gao Yang's words and said, so, the cells in different time and space will definitely kill each other. That's it. After Gao Yang finished speaking, everyone felt a fear and fear deep in their spinal cords. Thank God, the 5 of them did not enter the tree hole, otherwise, the consequences would be absolutely unbearable. Gao Yang really couldn't imagine how he would react to seeing another self. Anyway, he would never give this world to another self, and in the end, he would probably only fight. Yes, that's it. Lao Wang seemed to recover. Gao Yang is right. I can see it now. I can see it all. See what? Officer Huang asked anxiously. See what happened before this, and what happened after this. Lao Wang's face changed, and he shouted, Run! Run! This space is about to collapse. We will all die, no, not die, but be trapped in a distorted time and space forever. Where is the exit? Qingling shouted. Above. There is an exit above. Lao Wang raised his head. When all the energy of this tree flows to the roots, everything will be reset. Hurry! Let's go! No one hesitated and climbed up along the intricate branches. The light was getting darker and darker, and the strong light underfoot had gathered into a strange cold abyss, as if to swallow everything. The space was getting heavier and heavier, and everyone's voices seemed to be separated by some chaotic medium, getting lighter and farther away. We're almost there, just above. Lao Wang walked in front, panting. Wait! Dou grabbed Lao Wang, and two figures appeared on the branches above his head. Both of them were Chung Xian. They were covered in wounds. One Chung Xian threw another Chung Xian to the ground, holding his neck tightly with both hands. The fallen Chung Xian was struggling hard. Go to hell! Go to hell! I am Chung Xian. Chung Xian, who was on top, had an obvious advantage and a hideous face. Suddenly, Chung Xian, who was being pressed, stretched out a hand and poked the other party's eyes. Ah! With a scream, Chung Xian's two eyes were poked out blind, blood flowed, and the hands that were pinching the other party's neck also relaxed. Chung Xian, who was being pressed, found the right time and grabbed the other party's injured abdomen. Ah! Another scream. Chung Xian, who was originally in the wind, turned over with force, snatched the other party's waist bag, kicked him away, and Chung Xian, who was blind, wailed and rolled off the branch and fell down. Chung Xian was panting, wiped the blood off his face, and looked up. Dou had come to him, and the figure against the light enveloped him, which was a kind of death-like pressure. Chung Xian was stunned for only a second, and immediately understood what was going on. His brain could share all of his memories. Don't kill me! Chung Xian immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, and took the initiative to hold out the waist bag he had snatched. Rune circuit. It's in here for you, don't kill me. Throw it over here. Dou said. Chung Xian gently threw the waist bag to Dou, and Dou threw it to Baitu behind him. Baitu carefully opened it, and it was indeed a rune circuit made of black gold. Through the open fire created by Gao Yang, a totem of an hourglass could be vaguely seen engraved on it. Baitu looked at Dou, how to deal with this man. It's not me who deceived you. It's him. Chung Xian pointed at the abyss under his feet and shouted, I just killed him. I have no grudge against you. I just want to leave this damn place. Please, please let me go. Whatever you want. Dou didn't have time to dwell on this. Lao Wang, lead the way. Okay, we're almost there. Before Lao Wang finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out and knocked Lao Wang down. The two wrestled together, rolled twice on the branches, and both fell. Lao Wang. At the critical moment, Officer Huang rushed over and grabbed Lao Wang. On the other side, Gao Yang also rushed over and grabbed the figure in time, because that person was also Lao Wang. Don't let go. It's me. Lao Wang, who was saved by Gao Yang, shouted excitedly. There was an obvious blood mark on his forehead, as if he was scratched by a bullet. Old Wang, who was rescued by Officer Huang, was still hanging in the air. He saw his other self clearly and shouted to Gao Yang, Gao Yang. Let go. He is fake. I am the real one. Gao Yang, don't listen to him. Old Wang, who had a forehead injury, argued, I am the Old Wang of this time and space. He is not from this time and space. He is the Old Wang 5 minutes later. That's why he has a headache and his memory is confused. Gao Yang was originally planning to let go, but when Old Wang said that, he hesitated for a moment. Indeed, if people have a preconceived idea, they will naturally regard the first Old Wang who came out of the tree hole as their own. But think about it carefully. Old Wang said he stayed in the tree hole for a few minutes, but Gao Yang and the others only waited outside for 2 seconds before they saw Old Wang. Therefore, the Old Wang they saw at that time should be the Old Wang 5 minutes later. And now the Old Wang with a forehead injury is the Old Wang on their timeline. What's the difference? Old Wang, who was caught by Officer Huang, shouted, I am you, you are me, I only need one. Why can't it be me? Besides, I belong to this world. Old Wang, who was injured on the forehead, was very angry. I can't die here, my wife and daughter are waiting for me to go home. They are waiting for me to go home too. Officer Huang and Gao Yang were in a dilemma. They looked at each other and nodded tacitly. The two of them pulled up both Old Wangs at the same time. The two Old Wangs turned over and stood firm. When they saw each other, they immediately became red-eyed. Just as they were about to rush towards each other, a figure flashed by quickly, holding Old Wang's throat with one hand, and holding the injured old Wang's neck with a short knife with the other hand. I don't have time to care whether you are real or fake. Dohu looked grim. Lead the way first, otherwise I will kill them all. Old Wang and the injured old Wang were silent for 2 seconds and said in unison, okay. Chapter 110. The two old Wangs temporarily put the overall situation first, reached a reconciliation, and continued to lead the way. As for Chung Xian, Dohu specifically monitored him to prevent him from playing any tricks again. The 8 people walked forward in the maze of crisscrossing branches, sometimes climbing, sometimes jumping, and finally came to the top of the entire underground space. As long as everyone stood on tiptoe and stretched out their hands, they could touch the cold rock wall of the dome. Gao Yang added a little more fire to the palm of his hand, which further illuminated the surrounding scene. He immediately alerted, the branches are moving. Everyone also found that the branches that pierced into the dome were slowly creeping, and from time to time, fine stone chips fell. Judging from the direction of the creeping of the branches, they were shrinking back. Everything showed that the focus of the entire space was shifting to the roots and the ground. The load-bearing branches under everyone's feet were also creeping, and the 8 people had to keep moving their feet to barely stay in the same position. Where is the exit? Dohu looked at one of the old Wangs. It will appear soon. Lao Wang said, you will know in a while. Are you sure? White Rabbit was skeptical. I have thousands of images in my mind, and I have tried all kinds of escape routes. Believe me, this is the only exit. Lao Wang, who was injured on his forehead, said. Everyone looked at Chung Xian at the same time. Chung Xian nodded quickly, yes, this is the only exit, otherwise I would not climb up the tree. Then it was waiting. For Lao Wang and Chung Xian, they have seen countless versions of themselves in countless time branches, and have experienced countless successful or failed escapes. But for the 5 people of the 12 zodiac signs, it was their first experience, and this was also their only chance. Failure equals death. The waiting was more tormenting than imagined. It was getting brighter under their feet, and darker around them. Even the flame in Gao Yang's hand began to pale and weak. It swayed weakly, barely holding up a circle of light, reflecting everyone's faces with different expressions. In this suffocating darkness, Dohu suddenly broke the silence. Chung Xian, why did you trick us into the tree hole? It's not me. It's another me. Chung Xian hurriedly explained. It makes no difference. Dohu's tone was gloomy. I give you another chance, you better tell the truth. Chung Xian began to get nervous, and didn't dare to look Dohu in the eye. I killed 2 groups. Even if I escape, I will be a sinner in the organization in the future, so I want to take the rune for myself, make up for my mistakes, and put all the responsibility on Lao Wang, but... Chung Xian glanced at Dohu, and didn't dare to say anything more. But Dohu smiled and took over the conversation. You know you can't take it all by yourself, so just trick us into the tree hole, so that countless of us will run out of the tree hole to kill each other, and you can take the rune away in the chaos. Yes. Pooh. As soon as Chung Xian finished speaking, Lao Wang and the injured Lao Wang spit on Chung Xian's face at the same time. Bastard. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't stand here, I really wanted to smash your jaw. I said. Chung Xian who deceived you is dead. Chung Xian argued excitedly. Every grievance has its perpetrator, you can hate him, don't hate me. I didn't deceive you, and I helped you get the rune. You just have no choice. If you had a choice, you would still hurt us. Bai Tu was very contemptuous. What she hated most was people who betrayed their companions. Bai Tu suggested, let's push him down. How can he leave alive? I think he is the one who deserves to die the most in Group 2. I agree. Qingling said. Count me in. Officer Huang was also indignant. If it weren't for this vicious Chung Xian, there wouldn't be 2 Lao Wangs, not to mention that the 5 of them almost fell into the trap. I have no objection. Gao Yang raised his hand. You can't do this to me, I didn't do anything. Chung Xian panicked, he looked at Dohu. Please, don't kill me, I gave you the rune, I really just want to survive now. No hurry, let's talk about it after we get out. Dohu's unexpected tolerance and generosity surprised Gao Yang a little. He originally thought that Dohu would push him down himself. A glimmer flashed in Dohu's eyes, and he turned his head to look at the 2 Lao Wangs. The most urgent thing is to decide whether Lao Wang should go or stay. For a while, several people were silent. No matter how you escape, the decision that should come will always come. Dohu sighed in embarrassment. Although I am not well educated, I at least know that this is a special space created by the space-time rune. In normal space, you 2 cannot exist at the same time. The 2 old Wangs were silent, their faces livid. If you fight, It's hard to tell who will win between you two iron men. Besides, there's no place for you to show your skills here. If you talk about reason, neither of you can convince the other. Dohu produced a coin with his fingertips. Why not leave it to fate? The two old Wangs looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and said in unison, "Okay, I want the front side." "Forget it, I want the back side," said the old Wang with a forehead injury. "Okay, let's decide the winner in one go." Dohu gently threw the coin, caught it with the back of his left hand, and covered it with his right palm. In just 2 seconds, everyone held their breath and were on edge. The two Lao Wangs stared at Dohu's hand, their eyes trembling and cold sweat pouring down. Dohu slowly uncovered the back of his hand, and the coin was on the back. Lao Wang, who had an injury on his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and a stream of hot tears flowed out of his eyes. Thank God. Lao Wang stared at the coin blankly, his eyes wet and red, his face full of unwillingness. Suddenly, he looked at Dohu fiercely. "You cheated. You can decide whether the coin is facing up or down?" Dohu looked at Lao Wang silently. The light of the flame became weaker and weaker, and a trace of ruthless, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Lao Wang, you don't belong here. You belong to the world." 5 minutes later, "Don't force me." But I am also Lao Wang. You can't do this to me." Lao Wang cried, his nose and tears flowed together, looking so cowardly and so pitiful. He grabbed Officer Huang and begged, "Lao Huang, I can't die here. I still have a wife and children. Please help me, I beg you." Officer Huang turned his face away. "Lao Wang, I'm sorry." Lao Wang, with a wound on his forehead, looked at another self. "I understand your feelings, but I won't give in. This is my world." Before he finished speaking, the whole space suddenly trembled heavily. The tremor did not come from any direction, but was everywhere. Gao Yang felt a strange force bursting from his chest, almost tearing him apart. The flame in his hand disappeared, and he fell back in a dizziness. At the critical moment, 2 hands, one on the left and one on the right, firmly grasped him. They were Qing Ling and Officer Huang beside him. "Hold each other firmly," Dohu shouted. Although they were close at hand, his voice was so weak that it seemed like there was a cliff between them. Everyone held hands and formed a circle. At the same time, an incredible gravity came from under everyone's feet, as if thousands of invisible hands were pulling them down frantically. Ah! Everyone was trying their best to resist this terrible gravity, and screaming loudly. It was pitch black all around, with only the strange white light coming from deep under their feet. Suddenly, Gao Yang's vision became clear. He raised his head with great effort. The dome disappeared, replaced by a deep and lonely void. A white halo was suspended in the void. It was like an ethereal jellyfish, transforming into countless slender white tentacles that spread out in all directions. They stretched and retracted, as if they were breathing. Chapter 111. It was obvious to everyone that this was the exit. The exit was about 2 meters from their heads. Usually, they could easily jump 2 meters, but at this moment, Gao Yang might not be able to do even 2 centimeters, let alone 2 meters. The branch maze under their feet began to crumble, and was about to take them down into the white abyss under their feet. "White Rabbit!" Dohu shouted. White Rabbit immediately understood, and let go of her companion's hand. "Ah!" she shouted, the veins on her temples bulged, her legs slowly bent, and every muscle in her legs bulged exaggeratedly, almost to the point of deformity. "Jump!" White Rabbit poured all her energy into her legs and jumped with all her might. Usually, White Rabbit's maximum jumping height could reach hundreds of meters, but now she only hoped to jump 2 meters. These 2 meters were the distance between life and death. Fortunately, the White Rabbit succeeded. The moment her head touched the halo, countless tiny white tentacles gathered around her, gently and tightly wrapped around her, and slowly pulled her into the halo. Dohu raised one hand with all his strength and firmly grasped the White Rabbit's ankle. At the same time, the branches under his feet accelerated and disintegrated, and everyone fell rapidly, but because they held hands, they finally hung in a straight line. At the top of the straight line was the White Rabbit firmly sucked by the white halo, followed by Dohu, Cheng Xian, Qing Ling, Gao Yang, Officer Huang, the injured Lao Wang, and Lao Wang. "Hold on. Don't let go," Gao Yang shouted, but he could no longer hear his own voice. Gao Yang looked up in surprise, and found that others were also shouting, but there was no sound, and the silence between heaven and earth was terrifying. Gao Yang looked down, and saw that there was nothing under his feet. There was only a huge gray-white vortex that was empty and terrifying, silently attracting and swallowing everything. Gao Yang was horrified and his scalp was numb. It was a deep fear of the unknown. For the first time in his life, He realized so strongly that he was just an insignificant speck of dust in the universe. He held Qing Ling and Officer Huang's hands tightly. He couldn't let go, and he didn't dare to let go. This was his life-saving straw and his only hope. The gravity was still intensifying, and the vortex under his feet was approaching little by little. But Gao Yang could also feel that he was slowly rising. He raised his head with great effort, and saw that Bai Tu, Douhu, and Chung Xian had all been immersed in the white halo, and half of Qing Ling's arm was also in. At this moment, as if the gears of fate were stuck, everyone stopped rising. Gao Yang's heart sank. Is it because there are two Lao Wangs? According to common sense, there can only be one Lao Wang in a normal time and space, but now there are two Lao Wangs who intend to return to normal time and space. The exit naturally does not allow them to pass through, so Qing Ling, Gao Yang, and Officer Huang are all stuck at the door and cannot pass through. Officer Huang obviously thought of this, and he shouted something to the Lao Wang at the end. Gao Yang understood his lip language. Let go. The Lao Wang at the end had tears of despair on his face, and he shook his head desperately and would never let go. Gao Yang felt Qing Ling's palm unconsciously tightened, and he was very anxious. He looked up and saw Qing Ling was also shouting something. This time Gao Yang didn't even need to read her lips, and knew that she asked Officer Huang to let go directly. In Qing Ling's eyes, it didn't matter if both Lao Wangs died. Officer Huang was very reluctant and caught in a dilemma. He knew the time was running out, and if it continued like this, everyone would die. But he couldn't let go. He was also a family man. He wished that there would be an old Wang who could leave alive and go home to hug his wife and daughter, instead of becoming the bad news in their ears. Just like Officer Huang himself, he didn't want to become the bad news in the ears of his wife and children one day. Officer Huang, let go. There's no time. Gao Yang shouted in vain, and Officer Huang couldn't hear it at all. Woo! The whole space seemed to have an invisible explosion, accompanied by a strange sound. All the sounds came back. The vortex under his feet began to become disordered, turning into a tsunami in the void, about to engulf everything. Hurry up and let go. Qing Ling's voice. Officer Huang, let go. Gao Yang's own voice. Let me go. If you do this, everyone will die. The injured old Wang yelled. No, I can't die. Lao Wang held the injured Lao Wang's leg tightly with both hands, and he cried loudly, my wife and my daughter are still waiting for me at home. I promised them that I would protect them and not let them get hurt. Officer Huang had no choice. He looked at the injured Lao Wang. Lao Wang, I'm sorry, I also have a family, I want to let go. The injured Lao Wang suddenly calmed down, his eyes were sad, and his smile was painful. Lao Wang, let go, I don't blame you. If you can, take good care of my family. Don't worry. Officer Huang was about to let go, but suddenly tightened his grip, because he saw that the last Lao Wang let go of the injured Lao Wang first. Gao Yang, Qing Ling and Officer Huang all looked at the old Wang in disbelief. Before falling into the vortex, he shouted to the injured old Wang, tell my wife and children that I love them. In an instant, old Wang disappeared, or more precisely, dissolved in the tsunami of the void. Gao Yang felt himself rising again, and soon a white light came, and he could not feel anything. When Gao Yang opened his eyes, he was lying on the subway. The carriage was bright and swaying slightly. He slowly got up and found that there were other people lying around him. Qing Ling, Officer Huang, Douhu, Bai Tu, Old Wang, Chung Xian, everyone was there. The others also slowly sat up. Oh my god, I finally escaped. Bai Tu stretched and lay down again, her chest still heaving. It's the Sanfu cave. This time it's really hellish. Douhu stood up, in a good mood, Rabbit, thanks to you for the last one. That's good to know. Bai Tu weakly raised one foot. Her sole had a hole again, revealing 5 toes painted with red nail polish. Remember to reimburse me for new shoes. Compensate for 1 pair, and give 1 pair for free. Then I want J New Year limited edition. No problem, fine Wuda Hai. Douhu's blank checks flew off. Officer Huang stood up, stretched out his hand, and pulled Gao Yang and Qing Ling up. He leaned against the handrail, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and raised his head to exhale a breath of white air, which was the relief after escaping death. Everyone was silent for a while. Officer Huang flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked, Old Wang, why did the other you let go in the end? Old Wang sat on the bench tiredly and smiled bitterly. If we don't let go, everyone will die. I am more afraid of my wife and daughter losing their family than dying myself. If it were me, I would let go in the end. Officer Huang hesitated and stopped talking. I don't know what it feels like to watch myself die with my own eyes. I hope I will never experience it. Soon, the subway arrived at the station. During this process, everyone was silent, nervous, expectant and afraid. Swipe the card. The door slowly opened, and outside was the Nyochon station in the normal world. On the dim platform, Qining and several companions were waiting. Great! You are finally back. Qining couldn't hide her excitement and came up to him, then she was stunned. Where are the others? Only 2 left. Dohu answered. 2, where are they? Qining was puzzled, only 5 of you. Qining, are you blind? Lao Wang and I are still alive. Chung Xian was confident and arrogant when he returned to reality. He strode out of the subway and wanted to say something to Qining. But the moment Chung Xian stepped out of the subway, he disappeared. That's right, disappeared. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 112. Ah! Not only Gao Yang, but everyone was shocked, thinking they had seen it wrong. Gao Yang was terrified, and looked at his companions, and everyone was also shocked. Except for Dohu, he looked normal, as if he had expected this result. Chung Xian disappeared? Baitu asked faintly, not knowing who he was asking. Dohu nodded, forget it. Suddenly, Gao Yang remembered that before escaping, everyone had voted to let Chung Xian out, but Dohu did not agree. Gao Yang asked him softly, Teacher, did you guess this result long ago? Dohu glanced at Gao Yang, smiling, Yang, you are so smart, haven't you thought about this possibility? Gao Yang was in a complicated mood. Of course, he thought, when a person's past and future die countless times, can this person's present still exist independently? This is like a person going back to the past and killing himself 10 years ago. Will the future self still exist? Gao Yang also vaguely felt that things would not go so smoothly, but the situation was urgent at the time, and he was too lazy to think deeply. Lao Wang. Officer Huang turned back and looked at Lao Wang, his voice almost choking. You. Lao Wang is not stupid. After seeing Chung Xian disappear, he immediately guessed his own ending. He was shocked at first, then terrified, but soon there was only a particularly complicated calmness left, which was a kind of disillusionment like nothingness after being repeatedly teased by fate. He sat down on the bench and smiled at Officer Huang. Old Huang, do you have a cigarette? I've quit for many years, and suddenly I want to smoke one. Yes. Officer Huang immediately took out a cigarette and a lighter and handed them to Lao Wang. Although he had the talent of gun god, his hands couldn't stop shaking. Lao Wang slowly took the cigarette, held it in his mouth, lowered his head, and scratched the lighter. Scratch. 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 After scratching 3 times, the lighter still did not light up, only scattered sparks. Lao Wang suddenly lost his temper, and the last trace of spirit in his eyes dimmed. He lowered his hands, tears in the corners of his eyes. Lao Wang disappeared. The lighter and cigarette fell on the bench, and then rolled to the ground alone. Lao Wang. Lao Wang. Officer Huang shouted into the air, the voice echoed in the car, and no one responded. Huang Yo, let's go. Dohu gently put his hand on Officer Huang's shoulder. Lao Wang died for us. Officer Huang's shoulders trembled and his voice choked. If it weren't for him, we would have entered the tree hole. Lao Wang is a good man. Dohu sighed regretfully. Fate only picks on good people. Officer Huang's back was desolate and lonely. He nodded and wiped his eyes. Let's go. The 5 people walked out of the subway and returned to the platform. The subway slowly drove away and soon disappeared into the darkness. Gao Yang was nervous and confirmed that he and his companions did not disappear suddenly like Chung Xian and Lao Wang, and his hanging heart was completely relieved. How long have you waited? Dohu asked Qining. 3 days. Qining was very anxious. Where are our people? Who are you talking to just now? I didn't see Lao Wang, and I didn't see Chung Xian either. They are all dead. Dohu was straightforward. He always believed that long pain is worse than short pain. Qin Ying's body trembled violently. Although she had thought about this possibility, it was still too much for her to bear at the moment. Group 2 all dead? Yes, I'm sorry. Dohu glanced at Baitu, and Baitu came to Qin Ying's side. Miss Chen, there is also good news. The rune circuit has been obtained. White Rabbit patted his waist bag. It is initially determined to be a space-time rune. The final result needs to wait for us to take it back to the base for testing. Qin Ying was still immersed in the grief of her companion's death. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. Okay, I know. Well, Qin Ying stopped White Rabbit, who was about to leave. I need to report this matter to the headquarters. Okay, you send a representative to go back to the headquarters with us. I will explain the process in detail. At that time, we will sign a rune circuit sharing agreement. Okay. Qining took a deep breath and suppressed her grief. I will call the headquarters. Please. Gao Yang followed everyone out of the subway station and came to the road. He ran into Tengu, Mingyang and Dead Pig head-on. The three of them were holding packed lunches. It turned out that they had been guarding the cattle farm for 3 days. They just took time off to buy some food, but Gao Yang and his group had returned safely. Sister White Rabbit. The cute sheep ran over happily, threw herself into White Rabbit's arms, and cried coquettishly, I thought I would never see you again. Who are you cursing at, cute little sheep? White Rabbit pinched the cute sheep's little face. Your sister Rabbit is blessed with a long life. Tengu, congratulations. Dohu pouted, time and space runes, your cup of tea. Oh great. Tengu didn't look very happy. He asked with concern, are you all okay? Are you injured? Oh, the boy has grown up and knows how to care about others. Dohu smiled and waved his hand. Let's go home. Mr. Dohu. Qining quickly caught up. I finished my report. I go with you now. Okay, you and Baitu go in the same car. Dohu gave the passenger seat to Qining and got into Tengu's car. On the way back to Qianqi building, Baitu drove while explaining the whole story to Qining. Qining lowered her head and blamed herself. I should have stopped Chung Xian. Don't blame yourself too much, you tried. Officer Huang comforted. No, I'm not determined. In fact, I also hope that they can find the rune circuit in my heart. Qining subconsciously tightened the seat belt on her chest. I hurt them. I say, what's wrong with the people in your Baichuan group? Baitu suddenly felt a little unhappy. You don't have much ability, but you have a strong self-esteem. You always take the responsibility on yourself. Qining choked and was stunned for a while. She nodded slightly. Yes, you are right. Self-esteem without ability is worthless. That's right. Officer Huang smiled playfully. But I remember that when Wu Dahai and Tingo were injured, someone blamed himself so much that he was twisted like a dough stick. Huang Niu, shut up. Baitu slammed the steering wheel. Don't think I won't scold you just because you are older. You are the younger generation according to your seniority. Yes, yes, yes. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Baitu was furious. Why didn't you let go of Lao Wang immediately? You almost killed your companions. Yes, I admit my mistake and I reflect on it. Officer Huang sighed, and when he thought of the dead Lao Wang, he felt sad again. He had known Lao Wang for less than an hour, but the feelings between people are very strange. Officer Huang always felt that perhaps in another time and space, he and Lao Wang would be good friends, playing cards together, fishing together, and taking their families on spring outings and barbecues together. Officer Huang looked out the window and stopped talking. Another silent person was Gao Yang. He was in a low mood since he got on the car. This can't be blamed on him. Calculating the time, the actual time was less than 24 hours. He experienced the death of Wan Sisi, the fierce battle with Hong Feng, the betrayal of Gui Ma, the death of Gui Ma, the fight with a large number of beasts in Fudong, the escape from the distorted time and space, and the death of all the members of the second group of Baichuan group. However, it was these dangers that pulled Gao Yang around like a whirlpool, so that he had no time to grieve for Wan Sisi. Now, everything is settled. The fatigue and grief in his body came back and slowly filled him. He was very tired, his chest was stuffy, and there was a sense of emptiness. He wanted to do something, maybe a roar, maybe a hug, or just a silent cry. Gao Yang, I will put you on the roadside in a while, and you can go home and have a good rest. Baitu knew what Gao Yang had experienced last night, and his tone became soft. Okay. Gao Yang nodded gratefully. He really needed a rest. Chapter 113. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, no one was home. The warm afternoon sun shone through the translucent blue curtains into the living room. Everything in the house was so familiar, but it seemed so strange because of the excessive loneliness. My mother was probably still in the hospital taking care of my father, and my sister was still in school. During this period of time, Gao Yang had become the backbone of the family. Even if he didn't come home at night or didn't contact him for 2 or 3 days, his mother would be worried, but she would not be angry anymore. She just told him not to fall behind in his studies. After all, the college entrance examination was imminent. Gao Yang took off his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a warm shower to relieve his physical fatigue and the wounds that were not fully recovered. He grabbed a towel to dry his hair, walked into the bedroom barefoot, and sat back on the familiar bed. He turned on his mobile phone and checked the calls and messages accumulated over the past few days. Gao Yang patiently replied to the messages from his mother, father, sister, Wang Zikai, Uncle Ching and others one by one, and then he felt like he was back to real life. Betrayal, sneak attack, fighting, death, separation. All of these have nothing to do with him. It seemed that he was still the ordinary 18-year-old boy. Gao Yang turned off his phone and lay down calmly. There were still all kinds of messy images and sounds in his mind. He took a deep breath, began to meditate, and tried to empty everything. Without any warning, Bailey Yi's words appeared in his ears. Stupidity, greed, anger, delusion, life, death, are all nothingness. Life is short, a big dream. Deep sleepiness gradually came over Gao Yang, and he slowly closed his eyelids. It was midnight when Gao Yang woke up. The room was dim, and a touch of bright moonlight shone in from the window. This sleep was really long. Since waking up, Gao Yang rarely slept for more than 4 hours. He was a little thirsty, so he turned over and sat up. Just as he was about to turn on the light, he was suddenly startled. In the darkness in the corner of the room, there was a woman, with her back against the wall, legs bent, sitting quietly on the floor. At first, Gao Yang thought that Lu Qingying had invaded his dream again, but he quickly denied it. He squinted his eyes, and looked over carefully, and said softly, "Qingling?" "Yeah," Qingling replied. "When did you come in?" Gao Yang was a little surprised that he didn't notice it at all. He really slept too deeply this time. It's been a while. Qingling stood up from the floor, walked to Gao Yang, and looked down at him. Gao Yang looked up at her, feeling a little uncomfortable. He leaned away and patted the place beside the bed. "Sit down, don't stand." Qingling sat down next to Gao Yang and said straight to the point, "I went to school today, and the head teacher said Wan Sisi died." Gao Yang's heart skipped. Qingling continued, "I also heard that Wan Sisi was in a car accident and was run over by a large truck. Her head was gone." Gao Yang felt a pain in his chest. He lowered his head and stared at the moonlight on the floor. "Gao Yang." Qingling's eyes were aggressive. "How did Wan Sisi die?" Gao Yang sighed and met Qingling's eyes. Her eyes were cold and bright, like orchids in the dark night. "Qingling, Wan Sisi was killed, but don't worry, this has nothing to do with you and will not expose you." Qingling was slightly startled. She didn't expect Gao Yang to answer like this, even if this was indeed the answer she wanted to hear. She was originally worried about whether she would be exposed, so she came to Gao Yang in the middle of the night to confirm. "That's good." Qingling stood up. Gao Yang watched her leave. Qingling walked to the window and suddenly stopped. Her delicate profile was bathed in the moonlight, and for a moment, Gao Yang caught a hint of hesitation from the corner of her mouth. Soon, Qingling looked back at Gao Yang. "Don't you have anything else to tell me?" Gao Yang was stunned. Is she concerned about me? Or is she concerned about the incident itself? I thought she only had eyes for escalation. Hong Feng's matter, to be precise, is the power behind Hong Feng. Gao Yang doesn't want Qingling to be involved in these things. It's too dangerous. Besides, he also promised Bai Tu that this matter should be kept secret for the time being. Gao Yang smiled gratefully. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Who cares about you?" Qingling threw down a sentence coldly and jumped out of the window. The curtains fluttered gently, and the room returned to silence. Suddenly, Gao Yang remembered the night when Qingling sneaked into his room for the first time. It's been less than a month, but it feels like it happened in my previous life. 3 days ago. 3 o'clock in the morning. Taipingqiao Cemetery. The moonlight was bright, the night wind was whimpering, and the mountains were filled with light mist. A white cat squatted on a brand new tombstone. The cat was relatively large, about the size of a medium-sized dog. Its eyes were green like emeralds, and its white fur was soft and thick, crystal clear under the moonlight, jumping with ethereal brilliance. It tilted its neck and licked its pink paws, very selfless. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels came from not far away. Under the moonlight, a woman in a long red cloak walked to the tombstone. Although she was completely covered, it could be vaguely identified as a plump adult woman. The woman lifted the huge hood of her cape, and her smooth silver hair fell down. Under the cape was a beautiful and charming face, with majestic features, bloodless skin, and red eyes, but emitting a noble and cold light, like a vampire countess in the underworld castle. "Sister, let's go." As soon as the woman spoke, her voice was gentle and soft, like an intimate big sister on the radio. Although her temperament was not harmonious, it was more distinctive. The white cat looked up at the woman and meowed softly, as if it was acting coquettishly. The white cat jumped off the tombstone and meowed again. It slowly squatted down, curled up into a ball, and its hair rippled like water grass, then began to melt, and finally turned into a ball of thick white smoke. Soon, The smoke was blown away by the wind, and the white cat disappeared, replaced by a slender naked girl. The girl had silver hair, pale skin, red eyes, and a beautiful face. She looked exactly like the cloaked woman, but she was less mature and charming, and more cute. The cloaked woman took off her cloak, wrapped it around the girl, and gently arranged her hair. "Sister." The girl smiled foolishly, revealing a small white tiger tooth. "I saw him again today." "Why, do you like him?" The sister touched her sister's head. "Yeah." The sister nodded shyly. "I can't wait, I want to eat him." "No, wait a little longer." The sister's tone suddenly became stern. "But, be obedient." "Okay." The sister blinked. "Is it done?" The sister asked again. "Yeah." "Then let's go." The sister took her sister's hand and turned to leave the cemetery. The younger sister thought of something and looked up at her elder sister. "Sister, why do they call us ghosts?" "I don't know." The elder sister thought about it seriously. "Maybe it's because we always eat them." "Oh." The younger sister nodded, and after a while, she looked up again and said, "Then if he is willing to be friends with me, I won't eat him." The elder sister solemnly stopped, slowly squatted down, and held the younger sister's clean face with both hands. "Chushua, remember, ghosts have no friends, and never have." "Got it." The younger sister was a little sad, but soon she smiled again. "It doesn't matter, I have Sister Bailu." "Well, we have each other, that's enough." The woman named Bailu stood up and took her sister's hand again. Soon, the two disappeared in the white mist of the cemetery. Under the tombstone where the white cat stood, there were more than a dozen bunches of white daisies covered with mist beads. The gray soil on the ground was still fresh, and the deceased had been buried for no more than 24 hours. The night breeze blew gently, and the petals of the white daisies trembled gently. At some point, the wind stopped, but the white petals were still trembling. Rustle. A pale hand broke through the soft soil and crushed a white daisy. Chapter 114. The day after Gao Yang came out of the Fudong and Yochong station, it happened to be the farewell party for Wan Sisi's body. After Wan Sisi had a car accident, the truck was found, but the perpetrator was not caught, so the burial was delayed for many days. In the early morning, the sky was drizzling, and the whole city was gray. After the morning self-study, Gao Yang and other classmates followed the class teacher out of the school gate, got on the bus, and went to the funeral home. As soon as Qing Ling got on the bus, she sat next to Gao Yang. Since the scandal between the two had spread in the class, there was no need to be taboo. Qing Ling had a band-aid on her cheek and a faint bruise on her wrist. Gao Yang knew with his toes that she had a devilish training with Do Hu all night last night. "Have you upgraded?" Gao Yang asked softly. He got angry when Qing Ling was mentioned, and his already cold face became even uglier. "No." "Is there something wrong, or is the method wrong?" Gao Yang was concerned about Qing Ling, and at the same time, he was also curious about the method of upgrading talent. After all, he would have to face this sooner or later. "There is no method," Qing Ling replied in a muffled voice. "What?" Gao Yang thought he had heard it wrong. "Carry the rune with you, and when the time comes, it will naturally resonate with your talent. Whether training can accelerate the upgrade has not been confirmed." Qing Ling finished speaking slowly, paused, and added, "The above is Do Hu's original words." Gao Yang was surprised and amused. "Then haven't you practiced in vain these days? There are more ways to become stronger than just upgrading your talent. Training can improve my overall strength." Qing Ling took out wireless noise-canceling headphones, put them in his ears, and took out a black eye mask from his pocket and put it on. It seems that he plans to take a nap in the car. Gao Yang looked at Qing Ling beside him, and was immediately in awe. This girl is so inspiring. Once the gender is changed, she is definitely the male protagonist in a boys' comic. In comparison, Gao Yang's own comprehensive ability is mainly improved by adding attribute values with luck points, which is easier than other awakeners. No, it's not easy either. The normal idle point increase is too slow. During this period, most of his luck point gains were earned by putting his head on the waistband and licking blood on the tip of the knife. If he really had to choose, Gao Yang would rather become stronger through training. Although it's slower, it's at least safe enough. Wait, don't sleep yet. Gao Yang suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took off Qing Ling's eye mask. Qing Ling opened his eyes, frowned, and gave him a death stare. "What are you doing?" Gao Yang kept his voice to a minimum. "Could it be that you have been carrying the damage rune with you these days?" Qing Ling nodded. "Did you also bring it with you when you went to the Fudong and Yochong station?" "Yes." "What did Teacher Do Hu mean?" "Yes." Gao Yang didn't know what else to say, and silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. She is really a person of great skill and courage. The bus had just started, and suddenly it braked suddenly. Gao Yang was unprepared, leaned forward, and almost hit her head on the back of the seat in front of her. Oh! What are you doing? What are you doing? Who is it? The classmates on the bus complained one after another. Switch the card. The front door of the bus opened, and a figure got on the bus. For a moment, all the complaints disappeared. Gao Yang. Wang Zikai stood at the front of the bus, grinning, and waved at Gao Yang vigorously. Gao Yang suddenly felt a headache. Why is this guy here? Wang Zikai, why are you here? The head teacher asked Gao Yang this question. Although I'm on leave, I'm a classmate of Wang Sisi, and we have a deep relationship. How could I not attend her funeral? Wang Zikai spoke loudly, afraid that everyone in the car couldn't hear him. Gao Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. You and Wang Sisi haven't said a word for a whole semester. How can you have a deep relationship? I'm afraid it's from the previous life. Qingling, get out of the way, I want to sit with Gao Yang. Wang Zikai walked to Qingling's seat, and gave orders loudly. Qingling was still resting with her eyes closed. She didn't reply. She raised her right hand slightly, and moved it to her left waist. Normally, this would be a move to draw a knife and kill someone. Gao Yang quickly pressed Qingling's right hand down, so that Wang Zikai didn't see this warning move. Let's go, let's sit over there. Gao Yang took the initiative to get up, and pulled Wang Zikai to sit in another empty seat. As soon as the two sat down, Wang Zikai couldn't wait to share with Gao Yang. Brother, my Qilin arm has cultivated new abilities. Really? Gao Yang was shocked, not knowing whether he was happy or worried. I show you. Wang Zikai clenched his right fist. Don't. Before Gao Yang could stop him, he heard a squeak and 3 sharp bone claws grew on the back of Wang Zikai's right hand. They are about 20 centimeters long, with a cold dark gray texture. They look extremely sharp, and can cut iron like mud. They look a bit like the diamond wolf in Wyman. Quick, take it back. Gao Yang's face turned pale. Squeak. Wang Zikai took back the bone claws, and said with a beaming face, I tried it yesterday. The steel pipe can be cut casually, just like cutting green onions. Great, great. Gao Yang agreed, but his heart was beating. This kid, the potential of the beast in his body is getting deeper and deeper, but fortunately, his IQ is still the same. I hope he can keep it up. Gao Yang doesn't want to lose friends and gain enemies. Funeral home, inside the mourning hall. The light is dim, the atmosphere is solemn, and most people's faces are sad and sorrowful. No matter how good the body stylist is, it is impossible to restore the girl who lost her head. Therefore, at this funeral, everyone can't see Wang Sisi's body, but only the coffin surrounded by white flowers. In front of the coffin, there is a photo of Wang Sisi. The girl in the black and white photo smiles shyly, and her big and dark eyes are both gentle and shy. When she was alive, she had an unbelievably good temper and always smiled. She often stammered and blushed because of a joke or two from others, but she never got angry with anyone. In a trance, Gao Yang returned to a fruit shop in his hometown. The slender girl wore a white short-sleeved uniform and a dark blue plaid skirt. She put her hands behind her waist, leaned forward slightly, and looked at the fresh fruits on the shelf carefully. Her smooth medium-short hair fell on her fair face, and her voice was careless and gentle. Boss, is this cherry sweet? Those beautiful moments were forever frozen into memories. Gao Yang's heart ached again. He turned his head, and saw Wang Sisi's mother. The middle-aged woman's cheeks were too thin and haggard. Although she was wearing light makeup, she still gave people a sense of meanness. The woman did not cry, and the sadness on her face was closer to a kind of numbness. She politely but unfamiliarly bowed slightly to each mourner, and no one knew what she was thinking. After the students presented flowers, they listened to the family members' brief speeches with the class teacher, and then left the funeral home one after another and gathered outside the door. When Gao Yang came out, he found that many female classmates had red eyes from crying. No wonder, Wang Sisi was kind and gentle, and had a good relationship with people. Who would have thought that such a good girl would suddenly die, and die in such a tragic way that her head was crushed by a truck? At this time, a female classmate who had a good relationship with Wang Sisi suddenly walked up to Gao Yang and said seriously, Gao Yang, I know you are a couple with Qingling now, but there is something I must tell you. Gao Yang looked up. Wang Sisi has always liked you. It's good that you know, because she will never have the chance to say it out loud. Gao Yang clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, and nodded sullenly. As soon as the girl left, Niu Xian and his 2 followers came over. After the last KTV, Niu Xian had always hated Gao Yang. That day, he only remembered that he was drunk and passed out. When he woke up, he felt sore all over, as if he had been beaten. He suspected that Gao Yang had taken advantage of his drunkenness to punish him, but he had no evidence. When Niu Xian first learned about Wan Cici's death, he was still very shocked and regretful. But when he thought of Gao Yang's relationship with Wan Cici, he felt a kind of vicious gloating in his heart. Hey, isn't this young Master Yang? Niu Xian smiled. Gao Yang was too lazy to pay attention and turned to leave. I said you are really a star of misfortune. Niu Xian hurriedly followed and caught Gao Yang. There was Li Weiwei in front, and Wan Cici in the back. They were all beautiful but short-lived. The next one will not be Qing Ling, right? But it doesn't matter. Our young Master Yang is very charming. When has he ever lacked women? As the saying goes, the old ones don't go, the new ones don't come, haha. Gao Yang stopped, turned around, and looked at Niu Xian. Niu Xian's exaggerated smile froze on his face. In just a moment, he was shocked by Gao Yang's fierce eyes. For the first time in his life, he felt such a strong and concrete fear, as if he would be killed immediately if he said one more word. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Even if Gao Yang had 10 guts, he would not dare to kill someone in broad daylight. But why? Why did I instinctively feel that he would kill me, and, like crushing a bug to death? What am I afraid of? What happened to me? Apologize. Gao Yang spoke word by word. Niu Xian's 2 followers rushed up. Gao Yang, why are you so arrogant? Shut up. Niu Xian shouted. He was shaking all over, sweating, shivering. Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry to whom? You, and Li Weiwei Wan Cici. I'm sorry for them. I shouldn't have made fun of them, really sorry. Gao Yang still stared at Niu Xian coldly, and after 3 seconds, he retracted the murderous intent in his eyes. Get lost. Niu Xian shuddered and staggered back 2 steps. He came back to his senses, as if he had just woken up from a dream, not knowing what happened to him just now. That person seemed not to be him, but another personality, or will in his body. Niu Xian was covered in dust and turned around and ran away, leaving the 2 followers standing there awkwardly, looking at each other. Just as Gao Yang was about to turn around, a voice called him. Cousin! Chapter 115. Cousin? When did I have a cousin? Gao Yang looked back. Sure enough, I knew it was this drama queen. Baitu wore a forest-style light green long skirt, a retro sun hat, and a micro single-lens camera on her chest. She looked like an artistic young woman who liked photography. She smiled brightly. Cousin, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Cousin? Why are you here? Gao Yang calmed down and took over the conversation with a natural look, but he was complaining in his heart. Baitu, the world really owes you a little golden man. Oh, I came here to take some pictures nearby. Baitu said. I'm attending a classmate's memorial service. Oh, what happened to your classmate? Baitu pretended to be surprised. Car accident. What a pity, condolences. Some classmates nearby looked over, and many male classmates cast envious eyes. Gao Yang's cousin is so artistic and beautiful. Why are there so many beauties around him? Baitu looked at Qing Ling in the crowd again. Xiao Ling, you are here too. Qing Ling wanted to pretend that she didn't know him, but when Baitu called her, she had to come over with a stiff expression. The 3 of them avoided the crowd. Sister Rabbit. Gao Yang whispered, don't make surprise attacks in the future, okay? It's really dangerous. Dangerous? Baitu looked at Gao Yang meaningfully. Your behavior just now is dangerous. You are too murderous. Niu Xian might be stimulated by you and go berserk. Then just kill him, Gao Yang said angrily. Dark Horse, don't forget the rules of the organization. Baitu's tone turned cold in a second. Deliberately intimidating the lost to cause them to go berserk and then killing them is also considered a violation of the rules. I haven't forgotten. Gao Yang said frankly, I was very angry just now, but I still had reason. That's good. What are you doing here? Qing Ling asked Baitu. Of course it's business. Baitu stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Gao Yang and Qing Ling. I show you a magic trick. Watch carefully. Ding ding ding. 2 exquisite coins appeared between Baitu's fingers. Here, 1 for each of you. Gao Yang took it. The coin was grayish-white, smooth, cold, and hard. There was a 5 engraved on the front, and a simple Qilin totem on the back. Golden Crow coin? Gao Yang guessed it. Yes, your salary this month. Baitu raised his eyebrows. Originally there were only 3 gold, and the other 2 gold was the subsidy for the Fudong mission. Gao Yang looked at the coin in his hand, and for a moment he felt mixed emotions. Why, you think it's too little? Well, a little bit. Gao Yang said honestly, Wudahai spends 600 gold crows to buy a mechanical arm at any time. There is really no comparison and no harm. White Rabbit patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. You have to know that Wudahai is the richest man in Licheng. In reality, he is worth hundreds of billions. He worked hard for a long time to save up 2,000 gold. Who are you? How much is your net worth in reality? It's only been a few days since you awakened? Be content. After the 3 sole questions of White Rabbit, Gao Yang suddenly felt that he should be grateful for getting 5 gold. By the way, Gao Yang's favorability towards Lu Qingying has increased a little. In fact, the price she offered is very conscientious. Any insignificant B-level intelligence is equivalent to his monthly salary plus subsidies. It seems that he should go to her barbecue restaurant more often in the future to deepen cooperation and make more extra money. Gao Yang put away the gold crow coins and treasured them very much. Work hard, get promoted to an outstanding employee, and you get 8 gold coins a month. At my level, you get 15 gold coins a month, and with a year-end bonus, you get 20 gold coins a month. What can you buy with this? Qingling asked. A lot. Buy intelligence, buy props, buy weapons, buy services, buy dignity, buy lives. Bai Tu looked over Qingling's shoulder and looked outside the funeral home. The classmates had almost gathered. Wang Zikai, the idiot, also noticed them and walked over happily. Oh, isn't this my cousin? Gao Yang interrupted immediately. Oh, yes. Wang Zikai quickly changed his words. Cousin, why are you here? I just happened to see you, so I said hello and left. Bai Tu smiled and looked at Gao Yang and Qingling. To make a long story short, tonight at midnight, there will be a market of the Baichuan group in the haunted house of the abandoned amusement park in Nanji district. It happens once a month, and is equivalent to a flea market for awakeners. You can go and have a look. Okay. Gao Yang was very interested. Qingling was not interested. She would rather train with Dou Hu if she had the time. Qingling, do you want to join us? Gao Yang turned around and asked. Qingling refused expressionlessly. No, it's a waste of time. After the chase meeting, Wang Zikai went home directly, and the classmates took the bus back to school to continue their classes. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang came to the dark alley near the school gate alone. Qingling had already arrived and changed into casual clothes. Wow! Gao Yang was shocked. You have decided to go? When Gao Yang just finished the evening self-study, Qingling's figure disappeared. He thought she went back to the headquarters for training, but she was waiting for him at the old place. Qingling said coldly, I changed my mind. Maybe I can buy props that will help me upgrade. That makes sense. Gao Yang quickly changed into casual clothes, put on a mask and a cap. As the two walked out of the alley, Gao Yang's cell phone rang. It was Officer Huang calling. Are you done with your evening study? Officer Huang asked. Just finished. I got my salary today, and I plan to go to the market. Officer Huang smiled. Do you and Qingling want to go? Gao Yang smiled. What a coincidence, we are thinking the same thing. Stay where you are, I pick you up. 20 minutes later, a private car appeared at the alley. The car window was lowered, and Officer Huang, who was in casual clothes, waved at them. I thought it would be a police car? Gao Yang walked up and said, as he pulled the car door. Too ostentatious, keep a low profile. Officer Huang smiled faintly. That's right, why not drive my McLaren? Wang Zikai yelled in the passenger seat. Your situation is not about being high profile or low profile anymore. It's the level that will be on the news the next day, okay? Officer Huang was angry and amused. Wang Zikai, you are here too. Gao Yang was not very surprised. He guessed what Officer Huang meant. Bringing a beast with him is a good smoke screen, which greatly reduces the risk of exposure. Of course, how can I be absent from such a thing? Wang Zikai was full of pride. Hee, Brother Yang, there is also me. Peng Jun sat in the back seat. After not seeing him for a few days, his fleshy face became more round and his complexion was much better. Gao Yang and Qingling sat in the back seat. Gao Yang sat in the middle and Qingling sat by the window. Hello, sister-in-law. Peng Jun greeted Qingling enthusiastically. Qingling ignored her, and was too lazy to correct the title of sister-in-law. She plugged in her headphones, put on her eye mask, and began to close her eyes to rest. The last time the 5 of us acted together, we went to Gujia village. Peng Jun was very emotional. It's not been long, but I feel like it was a lifetime ago. It's mainly about the change of identity. While driving, Officer Huang took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. We were novices who knew nothing before, but now we are awakened and have the support of a big organization. The world has opened up. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I mean. Pang Jun said happily. I will never be scared again. I feel at ease every day. I am energetic and hopeful in everything I do. How is your arm? Gao Yang was still a little worried about this. Don't worry, I haven't lost control again. Pang Jun excitedly showed off his soft biceps. Along the way, everyone listened to music and chatted about this and that, and soon arrived at the destination. It was indeed an abandoned amusement park, with the main gate closed and garbage all over the ground. The shops next to it were also closed, and the walls were covered with graffiti. After the 5 people got off the car, they climbed over the low wall next to them, and soon saw a map sign, from which they found the location of the haunted house. Nanji District is really desolate, and the area around Yochong Station is also desolate, Gao Yang said. Nanji District is located in a remote area. It was originally a rural area with few people. Officer Huang took a puff of cigarette and walked forward slowly. 10 years ago, they started a development here and built a lot of buildings, but it didn't work out. It was a mess, and there were many unfinished projects left. Sure enough, an organization like Baichuan Group can only be active in such a poor place. Pang Jun's words were full of pride, because he was backed by the big organization of the 12 zodiac signs. It doesn't matter whether it is poor or not. Baichuan Group chose this place as its territory for other reasons. Officer Huang smiled. What reason? Pang Jun looked curious. Chapter 116. Fewer people. Gao Yang gave the answer. Ah! I understand. That Jun suddenly realized, fewer people means fewer beasts, and fewer beasts means safer. That's right. Officer Huang nodded. Gao Yang thought silently. He now knew that the 3 major organizations each had their own territory. The territory of the 12 zodiac signs is the prosperous Daxu district in the city center, and the radiation area is Shanqing district. These 2 districts are not large in area, but the people flow is dense. Being able to gain a foothold in a place with such a high risk of exposure is a manifestation of the hard power of an organization. Not to mention the Qilin Union, its main territory is Feiyang district, which is no less than the city center, and its radiation territory includes Chang'an district, Anliang district, and Beiyang district, which can be said to occupy half of the country. The Baichuan Group has a large number of people, but can only lie dormant in the sparsely populated Nanji district. It is indeed not confident enough. The remaining Dongyu district and Shijing district are free areas. They are located in the east and west, and are very remote. Various small forces are active, but there are also hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In the eyes of the 3 major organizations, these 2 areas belong to dangerous exile areas. If leeching is a coin, then the more than 4 million beasts are the front side of the coin, and half of the awakened people among the more than 400 humans are the back side of the coin. The front side has a positive order, and the back side has a negative world. In principle, the organization has absolute jurisdiction and governance over its own territory. For the resources on the territory, especially S-level resources such as Fudong, once discovered, it has absolute mining rights. Whoever wants to rob, then they can only speak with fists. However, the real situation is far more complicated than the surface rules. The competition between organizations is very fierce, and the infiltration and interference in each other's territories are also serious. For example, the second rune cave discovered by the Awakeners was in Anliang district, the radiation territory of Baichuan Group, but unfortunately Baichuan Group could not get the rune for a long time. Finally, Qilin Union intervened directly, and not only the rune was taken away legitimately, but Baichuan Group only had the right to rent it for free for 3 months each year, and even Anliang district gradually became the radiation territory of Qilin Union, which was really a loss of both the wife and the army. So Baichuan Group also learned its lesson. As soon as Nyochong Station found the rune cave this time, it immediately contacted the 12 zodiac signs. Gao Yang, what are you thinking about? Wang Zikai saw Gao Yang's sullen face, and put his arm around his shoulders. Everyone is out to play, you should be happy. Gao Yang complained in his heart, you think you are out to play? Gao Yang thought for a moment, and asked everyone, including the space-time rune we just found, there are a total of 7 rune circuits that have been discovered. Yes. Qing Ling was very concerned about this aspect. We have 2.5, Qilin Union has 3, and Baichuan Group has 1.5. Which ones exactly? Gao Yang knew it himself, but habitually confirmed it from others. Let me think about it. Officer Huang scratched his hair with a hand holding the cigarette and narrowed his eyes slightly. We have life, damage and space-time, but space-time is shared with Baichuan Group. Qilin Union currently has reinforcement, knowledge and miracles. Baichuan Group has only 1 spirit rune, which was just exchanged from us. Gao Yang was very tempted. Qilin Union is indeed a wealthy family, with many runes, and they are all my favorites. The knowledge rune? The system calls it wisdom. Well, it's about the same. It can upgrade my lie detector. The miracle rune can upgrade luck. After this period of time, Gao Yang gradually realized the wonder of luck. This talent seemed useless at first glance, but it will always lead things to positive results, and there will often be some unexpected surprises. For example, the talent temple is unlocked only when you break through to a certain luck value. In addition, the luck value is doubled in dangerous situations, which is also available when luck is upgraded to level 2. If luck can be upgraded to the maximum level, I wonder what will happen. Thinking of this, Gao Yang cares more about this miracle rune. I remember Baitu said that the miracle rune was the first rune discovered by the Awakened, 20 years ago, and the discoverer was the leader of the Qilin Union, Qilin. Yes. Officer Huang nodded. But Gao Yang changed the subject. He didn't tell us where he found it. Who made our employees not a sufficient level? Officer Huang smiled and said, I asked Wu Dahai privately before, but I didn't expect him to be so tight-lipped. I asked him too, but he didn't say. Qingling said. Qingling refused to say anything even when asked. Gao Yang suddenly looked at Wu Dahai with a new eye. This guy might not be as lustful as he showed. Qingling's eyes turned slightly, however. One time when I was training with Do Hu, he let it slip. Although he didn't say the location directly, I guessed where it was. Where? Officer Huang and Gao Yang said in unison. Qingling had a blank expression on his face and stretched out his right hand to the two people, 1 golden crow coin per person. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Qingling, are you serious? Yeah. Qingling said confidently, I want to buy props to assist in upgrading later, but I may not have enough money. Forget it, I'd better just work hard and I know sooner or later. Officer Huang felt sorry for his wallet. Okay, tell me first, and I give you 1 gold after I change the money. Gao Yang said reluctantly. Deal. Qingling grabbed Gao Yang's hand and quickly wrote a word on his palm, door. Gao Yang immediately understood. The Gate of the End. 20 years ago, Qilin found the miracle rune on the Gate of the End. Speaking of which, the location of the Gate of the End is also top secret, and most Awakeners don't know where it is. Qingling took back his hand. Gao Yang thought for a while, and immediately looked at Officer Huang. Give me your hand, I tell you where it is, and it only cost you 0.5 gold. Deal. Officer Huang's eyes lit up. Can it be like this? That June couldn't stand it any longer. We are companions who have shared hardships. We are family. Do we need to be so fussy? You know nothing. Wang Zikai patted Fat Jun's head. My father has always told me that even brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you mix feelings and money, you will end up hurting money and feelings. Gao Yang was slightly surprised. How come Wang Zikai's IQ suddenly became online? Gao Yang acted as a middleman and told Officer Huang the information, stopping the loss by 0.5 gold. The abandoned amusement park was larger than expected, and there was still a long way to the haunted house. Everyone walked under the bright moonlight, past a dried-up artificial lake, and continued to talk about the previous topic. Why do you think the Qilin Union treasures this miracle rune so much? Gao Yang deliberately asked. As far as I know, there are not many awakened people with miracle talents. I haven't seen many of them. Gao Yang's lucky talent, for various reasons, has not been told to anyone yet. I don't know. Anyway, Do Hu said that other runes can be exchanged, but the Qilin Union will not exchange anything for the miracle rune. Officer Huang was walking in front. He looked back at Gao Yang, but now it's hard to say. Why? Gao Yang's eyes lit up. We got the space-time rune. Qingling said lightly. That's right. Officer Huang said as he walked. During the training, Do Hu mentioned that the clues to the space-time and element rune circuits have a huge bounty in the Awakener world, reaching 50,000 gold crow coins in total, and it is the price raised by the Qilin Union. I guess the Qilin Union needs these 2 runes very much. 50,000. Gao Yang was shocked. His pupils were shaking. That's right, we helped the organization earn 25,000 gold. This month's salary plus subsidies are only 5 gold. It's simply unfair. Officer Huang looked heartbroken. The capital of all evil. Gao Yang was also indignant. Wow, that's amazing. Pang Jun was also very excited. When the time comes, we will exchange the space-time rune for the miracle rune. The Qilin Union will definitely be tempted, and it feels like our 12 zodiac signs are getting bigger and bigger. You are a pig, and none of us have the miracle talent. Why do we exchange it? To pad the table legs? Wang Zikai was actually listening carefully, and he suddenly thought of something. By the way, Gao Yang, What is my talent system, and what rune should I use to upgrade it? Yours, Gao Yang hurriedly fooled, your destiny. You are out of the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements. You don't need runes, you just need to keep breaking through yourself. Really? Wang Zikai was overjoyed. Really? The other 4 people said in unison, just wanting to end this topic quickly. Soon everyone talked about other topics. Gao Yang was a little hesitant. After the space-time talent of Tengu was upgraded, should he confess to the organization that he actually had the lucky talent? In this way, the organization will not be able to exchange runes for him with the Qilin Union. However, once the trump card luck is handed over, Gao Yang is always a little unsure. Who? Officer Huang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and quickly pulled out his pistol. Chapter 117. There was a shabby telephone booth at the intersection ahead, and a sneaky figure flashed out of the booth. He blocked everyone's way and shone the flashlight on his face. It's me, it's me. The flashlight shone from his chin upwards, causing his face to be pale and his facial features to be weird. Coupled with a very dark purple hair, it was terrifying. Oh my god, ghost! That June screamed and hid behind Gao Yang. Haha, lizard monster, just in time. Wang Zikai's face was full of excitement, eager to try, and 3 sharp bone claws grew out of the back of his right hand. Look, I'm going to cut off its head and kick it like a ball. Gao Yang quickly grabbed Wang Zikai. Don't be impulsive, it's one of us. Huh? Wang Zikai was very disappointed. Officer Huang also recognized the other person's face at the first time and quickly put away his gun. Zhang Wei, what are you doing here sneaking around? Brother Huang Yo, I didn't expect you to remember my name. Zhang Wei was flattered and ran over happily. I am responsible for keeping watch. Although this place is remote, there is no guarantee that beasts will break in. Zhang Wei laughed and said, last time, 2 lost people came here in the middle of the night to have a wild battle. Don't say, they had a lot of fun. If I hadn't driven them away in time, both of them would have died. Huh? Zhang Wei poked his head behind Officer Huang. Mr. Doe who didn't come. That's right, he is a big boss, busy with all kinds of things. How could he come to visit a small market like ours? If he goes, he will go to the annual auction of the Qilin Union. The treasures there are top-notch. Zhang Wei's mouth is like a machine gun, too enthusiastic, and several people were speechless for a while. Brother, can you take a break? Wang Zikai frowned, very impatient. My brain is going to explode. Okay. Gao Yang couldn't help but secretly feel happy. Wang Zikai, you have come to this day. Have you forgotten how you tortured my brain every day? Zhang Wei was very polite to the 5 distinguished guests in front of him, and said, come, the haunted house is just ahead. I will lead the way for you. Not long after walking, a large rockery appeared in front of them. There was an entrance under the rockery, decorated as a temple of the King of Hell, with 2 big red lanterns hanging, and 2 crappy plastic models standing below, one of which was a bull head, and the other was a horse face. There was also a young man in his 20s standing outside the door. He had a green face, but his expression was pretending to be serious. He should be the guard arranged by the Baichuan group. These people are all people of the 12 zodiac signs, my friends. Come and take a look. Zhang Wei walked forward with a swagger. When the guard heard that it was the 12 zodiac signs, his tense expression immediately relaxed and his movements became more respectful. 5 people, please come in. The 5 people walked into the haunted house. After a while, the young guard who stayed at the door pushed Zhang Wei's arm. Zhang Wei, you are a good boy. You know everyone in the 12 zodiac signs. Zhang Wei began to brag. Hey, what's the big deal? Do you know Dou who is ranked 9th in strength? I just had dinner with him a few days ago. We have a good relationship. It's very impressive, Wei Gu. Keep your voice down, keep a low profile, okay? Gao Yang walked the slowest and heard the conversation between the 2. He smiled but didn't say anything, and shook his head slightly. The lights in the haunted house were dim, and a row of small red bulbs were hung on the wall, flickering and extinguishing, and the atmosphere was weird. The 5 people passed through a long and narrow tunnel. There were 2 people standing at the entrance, a young woman in a professional suit, and a little boy dressed well and politely standing next to her. Gao Yang approached and found that they were all familiar faces. The woman was Chening, and the little boy was Xiao Tian, whom he had seen at the cattle station last time. Black Horse, Yellow Ox, Green Snake. Chening first called out the names of the 3 of them, then looked at Fat Jun and Wang Zikai. Who are these 2? Friends. Gao Yang explained. Come with us for a stroll. Welcome. Chening smiled politely, lowered her head, and glanced at Xiao Yan. Routine inspection. Yes. Xiao Yan closed his eyes, and activated his perception talent. 2 seconds later, he opened his dark eyes in surprise, and looked at Wang Zikai behind Gao Yang. Wang Zikai met Xiaotian's gaze, and said impatiently, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy?" Xiaotian hurriedly lowered his head, and hid behind Chen Ying. Chen Ying's face changed slightly. This person, could it be? Gao Yang had already understood that Xiaotian's perception could distinguish between humans and animals, so he was responsible for routine inspections. The night market of Baichuan Group was limited to awakened people. "My friend," Gao Yang hurriedly interrupted, "he does not belong to any organization for the time being." Chen Ying looked at Wang Zikai seriously. "In fact, Baitu greeted me in advance, saying that there might be distinguished guests tonight. I didn't expect you to really bring him." Wang Zikai didn't understand Chen Ying's implication at all, and was quite proud. "Oh, I'm so low-key, I didn't expect that I'm still famous." Chen Ying smiled awkwardly. "Come on, 5 of you please." As soon as the 5 people left, Chen Ying immediately lowered his head and ordered to the miniature walkie-talkie at his collar. The people of the 12 zodiac signs brought a lost person, yellow hair, black clothes. You send someone to keep a close eye on him. Don't let anything happen. Gao Yang and his group walked into the haunted house. The roof, plastic walls, and horror props that originally belonged to the haunted house were all removed, and a colorful mountain of garbage was piled up in the corner. The space vacated was a simple hall of several hundred square meters, with a few energy-saving lamps and ceiling fans hanging overhead. There were small trucks and stalls everywhere, and sellers and buyers were crowded together, about 70 or 80 people. "Then everyone can go shopping on their own," Officer Huang said. "Okay, meet at the door in half an hour," Gao Yang added. Qing Ling didn't say much and immediately walked towards the stall. "Wang Zikai, you follow me." Gao Yang was a little worried. "Fat Jun, you follow me." Officer Huang considered that Fat Jun's arm was also an unstable factor, so it was better to keep him by his side. Gao Yang took Wang Zikai for a rough tour and had a general understanding of the night market. Simply put, it is a flea market in the awakened world, selling a variety of things. The names are also exaggerated, and various styles are intrusive. Rosemary, Vidra pill, right hand of God, devil fruit, Ganjiang Moi, Zanpakuto, summoning scroll, shadow clone secret technique, whatever attracts people, as if each is an extraordinary artifact and treasure. Looking through the phenomenon to the essence, it is nothing more than some common empowered medicines, props and equipment, most of which Gao Yang can't use. The ones that can be used are all available in the 12 zodiac signs, and they can be applied for when going on a mission. However, some good things can still be found, such as a stall whose owner is temporarily missing and not selling many things. One of the half-finger combat gloves caught Gao Yang's attention. The gloves are pure black, with a tempered black metal sheet on the back of the hand, and a flame totem engraved on it. Gao Yang reached out and touched the black metal sheet on the glove, and the hair on the back of his hand immediately stood up, because the empowered gloves resonated with his own flame. "Is the boss there?" Gao Yang shouted around, but didn't see the stall owner. Maybe he went to the toilet or was delayed by other things. No matter what, Gao Yang was itching to try the combat gloves. As soon as he thought about it, the energy in his body immediately gathered on his 5 fingers. The whole process was very easy, and the energy path, when activating the talent, was smoother. Gao Yang nodded slightly. "Not bad. Before flame can't break through level 4, these gloves are very good combat power enhancement equipment." He glanced at the price tag of the items on the street stall. "Flame combat gloves, 12 gold. Hiss. The price is really good." Gao Yang put the gloves back silently, and couldn't help thinking that Wu Dahai didn't know if it was too late to get along with that kid now. Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned around and Qing Ling was standing behind him. She confidently spread her left hand to Gao Yang. "Give me the money." Chapter 118. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. "How can you be so arrogant like a robber?" "You mean," Gao Yang reminded politely, "you want to borrow money from me?" "Yes, I want to buy something," Qing Ling said directly. "What to buy?" Qing Ling stretched out her right hand to Gao Yang. On her wrist was a pair of exquisitely crafted thin bracelets made of black metal, with abstract and exquisite patterns carved on them. Twin bracelets? Gao Yang recognized this item. He had just heard Wu Dahai talk about this item before. Twin bracelets, also called twin bracelets, are cultivation enhancement items. It is said that wearing it can shorten the time for talent upgrades, but this is metaphysics. Some people are effective, while others are not, and it is difficult to verify. The market price of this thing is 8 gold. "You bought it too expensive," Gao Yang said. "Little brother, it's really not expensive." A middle-aged aunt in a flowered shirt and curly hair came over. It seemed that she was the owner of the bracelets. I guarantee with my personality that if I put it on, my talent will be upgraded to level 4 in less than a month. I bought it from someone else for 10 gold. I won't make a penny from you. The auntie held Qing Ling's hand enthusiastically and said, Sister, if you wear it, I guarantee that you will upgrade within a month. If you don't use it, come back to me next month and I will refund you. Gao Yang quickly shut up. I want it. When Qing Ling heard about the upgrade, she was no longer rational. She looked at Gao Yang with shining eyes. Lend me money, and I will pay you back next month. Okay. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. Anyway, he couldn't afford the flame gloves he liked. Looking at Qing Ling's attitude, if I didn't help her buy this pair of bracelets today, she would probably roll on the ground and make a scene. No, it's more likely that she would rob with a knife. Gao Yang took out a 5 golden crow coin from his pocket and threw it to Qing Ling. Qing Ling caught it and added her own 5 golden crow coins to give to the aunt. Sister, you are straightforward. You will definitely make money on this deal. The aunt smiled from ear to ear. She took the 2 golden crow coins, shone them with a small flashlight, put them in her mouth and bit them with her teeth, and then stuffed them into her small waist bag. Sister, I have other treasures here. Do you want to take a look? I will give you 20% discount on the second order. The aunt struck while the iron was hot. I have no money, Qing Ling said. It doesn't matter. If you like it, add your contact information and find me next month. The aunt dragged Qing Ling away. Brother, you are not right. Wang Zikai on the side was a little unhappy. Just give her the money like this. It's not giving, it's borrowing. Gao Yang corrected without confidence. Look at you like a bear, you will definitely be afraid of your wife when you get married in the future. Wang Zikai snorted coldly. I'm coming! I'm coming! A sweet girl's voice came from behind. Gao Yang turned around and saw a girl with a strange look hurriedly running back to her small stall. She squatted down quickly and put up the small wooden sign open for business. The girl wore a pink fisherman's hat, a pair of huge brown sunglasses, and a blue silk cloth like a curtain, wrapping herself tightly. What's even more bizarre is that she didn't wear shoes, revealing a pair of slender white calves and cute bare feet. Gao Yang has seen many awakened people in strange clothes, but this wandering girl mix and match style in front of him is still a bit too individual. Are you the boss? Gao Yang pointed to the stall under his feet and asked. It's mine, it's mine. The girl panted slightly, and it was hard to tell whether she was nervous or excited. Do you want to buy something? Gao Yang really wanted the gloves, but he was short of money. No, just take a look. Gao Yang was about to leave. Wait! Wang Zikai waved his hand and stopped Gao Yang, his face more serious than ever. What's wrong? Gao Yang asked. Brother. Wang Zikai hugged Gao Yang's head to his mouth and whispered, My dad said that the business world is like a battlefield. The brave will win when two sides meet on a narrow road. You must never retreat easily. Huh? Wait, see what I will do. Wang Zikai let go of Gao Yang, put his hands in his pockets, swaggered forward 2 steps, and looked down at the girl behind the stall. Hey, how much is your glove? The girl looked down at the price tag. 12 gold. 12 gold. Wang Zikai frowned exaggeratedly. Just this broken glove. The stall owner girl picked up the glove and looked at it carefully. It's not broken. It's not broken if there are holes. Okay. Wang Zikai squatted down, grabbed the glove. His face was extremely disgusted. Look at the lines, the cutting, and the style. They are all third-rate. And this small iron sheet, the workmanship is too rough. What is the picture and text on it? The girl took a look and said excitedly, This is a flame. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought it was a pile of poop. Wang Zikai was full of energy and aggressive. Look for yourself. Does it look like poop? No. Look again, give me some objectivity. Does it look like triangular poop? Here, does it look like the tip of shit? It seems, there is a little. That's right. Wang Zikai followed up. Also, we have been waiting here for a long time. How do you do business? Your service attitude is not good. I just had something to do. Okay, don't say anything. Wang Zikai waved his hand. Give me a sincere price. I will buy it reluctantly just as a friend. The girl was a little confused and asked weakly, Then how much do you want to offer? 1 price. 2 gold. Wang Zikai blurted out. Gao Yang's jaw dropped. No, brother, you are too much. You can just grab it directly. Ah? The girl was stunned and couldn't say anything for a while. What, don't you want to sell it? Wang Zikai frowned, took Gao Yang and walked away. Let's go, a broken glove. Wait, don't go. The girl hurriedly stood up and stretched out her hand. I sell it. 2 gold is 2 gold. Gao Yang thought he had heard it wrong. No way, this is also okay. Wang Zikai winked at Gao Yang, with a proud face of you're welcome. This time, Gao Yang carefully looked at the stall owner girl in front of him and began to wonder if she was the kind of liar that is common at the train station, who first lures you in with a low price, and then suddenly replaces it with a fake product when the goods are delivered. Are you sure you want to sell it to me? Gao Yang looked alert. Yes, I sell it to you. The girl nodded vigorously, handed a glove to Gao Yang with one hand, and spread her fingers to Gao Yang with the other hand. Give me the money. Gao Yang took the glove in disbelief, put it on, and thought, yes, it's the real thing. Wait a minute, I borrow money from my friend. Gao Yang was overjoyed, and he didn't expect that pie in the sky would really fall, so he quickly went to find Officer Huang for help. Speak of the devil, Officer Huang and Pang Jun came over, talking and laughing. Brother Yang, what treasure did you choose? Pang Jun asked. Officer Huang, you came just in time, lend me 2 gold. Gao Yang's voice was full of urgency. I found a good thing. Ah! What a coincidence. Officer Huang patted the special pistol holster on his waist. I also found a good thing. Exactly 5 gold, all spent. You? Gao Yang almost fainted. His mood was really like riding a roller coaster. He was very regretful, but he could only take off the gloves reluctantly and return them to the stall owner girl. Forget it, I won't buy it. We are not destined to be together. The girl took the gloves in a daze, with disappointment written on the corners of her mouth. Gao Yang turned around to leave, but he was still reluctant to leave. He turned around and asked, how about you leave me your contact information? I will come to buy from you next month. The girl shook her head. I don't have a mobile phone. I won't be here next time. Really? Forget it then. Gao Yang sighed. Forget it, this is fate. As soon as Gao Yang turned around, Pang Jun, who was standing beside him, suddenly raised his right hand and slapped Wang Zikai in the face. Pa! The loud and crisp slap penetrated the noise of the flea market and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Wang Zikai was stunned. He had been a devil for so many years, and he was the only one who hit others. How could anyone hit him? And in the face, he looked over with his eyes wide open. Pang Jun, are you tired of living? Pa! Pang Jun slapped him again, and this time he directly slapped Wang Zikai's face. Chapter 119. When the second slap came, Gao Yang instinctively shrank his neck, as if the slap was on his face, and it hurt just looking at it. The scene was quiet for 2 seconds. Wang Zikai touched his red face, and slowly straightened his head. The anger in his eyes could kill a cow. Fat Jun, you are very brave. Brother Kai. Brother Kai is not. Fat Jun looked at his right hand in panic. I don't know what happened, my right hand suddenly lost control. It really wasn't me just now, I swear. Do you think I will believe you? Wang Zikai clenched his fists, and his knuckles burst out with a crackling sound. Brother Kai. Brother Kai is sorry. Fat Jun retreated in fear. It really wasn't me just now, it really wasn't. I'm going to destroy you today. Wang Zikai roared and rushed towards Fat Jun. Help! Help! Fat Jun greased his feet and ran away. Oh no, let's go check it out. Officer Huang had a headache and hurried after him. Gao Yang wanted to follow him, but a cold and soft little hand suddenly grabbed Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang turned around and saw the stall owner girl. Follow me. The stall owner girl grabbed Gao Yang and turned around and ran away. Hey, wait. Gao Yang wanted to say something, but the girl's strength was greater than he thought. The two of them were like two sensitive tropical fish, passing through the busy stalls and the crowd, and ran out of the haunted house in one breath. What do you want to do? Gao Yang found an opportunity and shook off her hand. Hee hee. The girl smiled innocently and handed the glove to Gao Yang. This is for you. For me? Gao Yang thought he had heard it wrong. Well, you accompany me to ride the Ferris wheel, and this is for you. The girl's voice was excited. Although she was wearing a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, you could feel her excitement and anticipation. Gao Yang immediately became alert. This girl was too strange, something was wrong. He activated lie detector on the girl. The target did not lie. Gao Yang quickly entered the system again, and the lucky point income did not double. Although he didn't know what was going on, Gao Yang was basically sure that the girl in front of him did not lie, nor was she hostile, and the whole thing was not a trap. He glanced at the gloves in the girl's hand and confirmed again, Are you really going to give this to me? Yeah. The girl jumped on the spot excitedly, pointing to the Ferris wheel not far away. Accompany me to ride the Ferris wheel. Ferris wheel. Okay. Gao Yang took the gloves. Don't regret it. Yeah. Gao Yang and the girl walked towards the Ferris wheel. The girl jumped in front of them, and Gao Yang was still a little nervous. Is it too hasty to ride the Ferris wheel with a girl you don't know for a pair of gloves? Ahem. Gao Yang cleared his throat. What's your name? Me? The girl in front turned around and pointed at her face. Chushua. Chushu? Gao Yang looked through the top 100 awakeners on the list. He tried to recall, and had no impression of the name Chushua. I am the dark horse of the Chinese zodiac. Gao Yang also reported his name, implying, don't play tricks, little girl, I have a backer. Dark horse. Chushua muttered, and suddenly said seriously, I don't like this name, it doesn't sound good. Gao Yang was stunned at first, then smiled awkwardly. Actually, I didn't really want this name at first. It's mainly because it's too arrogant, and not conducive to the development of vulgarity. Is it right? Chushua smiled again, her fair and small face hidden under the fisherman's hat and big sunglasses, and it was hard to see clearly. After a while, the two walked to the foot of the Ferris wheel. It seemed that the Ferris wheel had been stopped for a long time. Even if it was not broken, the power was cut off long ago, and it couldn't be started at all. It's broken. Gao Yang asked, do you still want to ride it? Sit. Chu Shui jumped lightly, and jumped onto the closest car to the ground. She looked down and waved happily to Gao Yang. I want to go to the top. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. This girl is good at fighting, and her strength is definitely not weak. Thanks to his own agility, climbing a Ferris wheel is no problem, but the movements are not as elegant as the other party for the time being. Gao Yang used his hands and feet to climb up the car in 2 or 3 steps. He followed Chushua and jumped back and forth on the iron axle of the Ferris wheel, and soon arrived at the top of the car. Chushua opened the door of the car, and the two got in. The car was not big, and the light was dim. The two sat face to face, looking into each other's eyes. The atmosphere was awkward rather than subtle, at least Gao Yang felt it was awkward. Are you from the Baichuan group? Gao Yang tried to find something to say. No. Chushua answered. Is that the Qilin Guild? No. Chushua shook her head. Is that a casual person? No. Chushua smiled, hugged her legs, and rested her chin on her knees. I am a ghost. Perhaps Chushua spoke too easily and naturally. Gao Yang's first reaction was not surprise, but confusion. Did he hear it wrong? What are you? I'm a ghost. Chushua laughed even more happily this time. Gao Yang was stunned for 2 seconds, then he also laughed. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. It's my first time seeing a ghost. This time it was Chushua's turn to be surprised. She looked at Gao Yang. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Yes. Gao Yang said half seriously and half jokingly. But my teacher said that with my current strength, if I meet a ghost, I'm basically waiting to die, and I'm too lazy to run. Chushua popped her mouth thoughtfully, and suddenly smiled, revealing a small white tiger tooth. Your teacher is right. Well, we also rode the Ferris wheel. Gao Yang brought the topic back. Our deal is done, right? Chushua didn't say anything, turned her head to look at the sky outside the car, a little absent-minded. Gao Yang thought, could she regret it? He didn't know what to say, and followed her to look out the window. The amusement park below was deserted, and the city further away had sporadic lights. The heavy dark clouds blocked the moon, and the sky and the earth were dark. Why is it different from the Ferris wheel on TV? Chushua was a little disappointed, and her tone was faint. The main reason is that the amusement park has no electricity, and no neon lights, so it doesn't look good. Gao Yang explained seriously. Is that so? Chushua's face approached the glass window, and her delicate nose rubbed against the hazy glass. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment. Since it is a transaction, we should try to satisfy both parties. Obviously, Chushua was not very satisfied with riding the Ferris wheel, although it was not his fault. But as the saying goes, giving roses to others will leave a lingering fragrance in your hands, so if it's just a small effort, you can still give it a try. Do you want to see the fireworks? Gao Yang asked. Fireworks? Chushua turned around and nodded vigorously. Okay. Wait, but you'd better close your eyes first. Okay. Gao Yang opened the door of the Ferris wheel, and the cold night wind immediately poured in. Gao Yang half leaned out of the door, and with a thought, he gathered 2 balls of fire with extremely unstable energy in the palms of his hands, and threw them towards the sky above his head. Okay, open your eyes. Gao Yang returned to his position. Chushua opened her eyes, and looked outside. 2 fireballs were slowly falling in the night. Due to the extremely unstable energy, and the strong night wind, The two fireballs quickly turned into sparks in the sky. Although not as gorgeous as fireworks, it was another romantic scenery. Wow! Chu Shui was fascinated and subconsciously took off her big sunglasses. At this time, a strong wind came from the front, blowing off Chu Shui's fisherman's hat, and a waterfall of silver hair fell down. The soft hair was reflected by the fireworks, and jumped with golden spots. Gao Yang looked at Chu Shui inadvertently. A beautiful and delicate girl's face, noble and gorgeous silver hair, eyes as red as gems, and skin as pale as a vampire. Suddenly, Do Hu's words rang in my ears. No need to describe, you will recognize them at the first sight. Although I don't want to pour cold water on you, if you really encounter it, it means that they have decided to kill you, and you can't escape. Wait, what's going on? The girl in front of me can't really be a ghost? Chapter 120. The fireworks slowly disappeared in the night sky, and Chu Shui was still fascinated by them. It's so beautiful. After a while, she turned her head to look at Gao Yang, not realizing that she had taken off her disguise. Are there more? I want to see more. Gao Yang's smile froze, his face was ashen, and his heart almost stopped beating. The brain almost crashed for a second. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone in his pocket rang, and Gao Yang suddenly came back to his senses. He slowly picked up the phone. It was Officer Huang calling. Gao Yang, where have you been? Come back quickly. Something happened. A stall owner was attacked, and is now seriously injured and unconscious. Hello. Are you listening? Officer Huang. Gao Yang's voice was heavy and trembling slightly. You don't have to pay back the 0.5 gold. What did you say? Call everyone and run immediately. Gao Yang hung up the phone. As soon as he raised his eyes, he met Chu Shui's sight. Her ruby-like eyes blinked slightly and said, What's wrong with you? You really are a ghost. Gao Yang mustered up the courage to ask, and at the same time, he secretly gathered energy in his palms. I told you a long time ago. The girl nodded generously, with a frank look on her face. Are you here? Gao Yang paused for a moment. To kill me? No. Chu Shui shook her head, smiling shyly. I'm here to eat you. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increased to 5,000 times. Gao Yang's heart fell into the abyss, and fear was like a giant python, tightly wrapping his body. As an enemy that can increase lucky income by 50 times, Gao Yang is not facing a monster that runs out of control after injecting drugs, but a rational and premeditated enemy. He knew very well that he had no chance of winning, but he still had to give it a try. Just when Gao Yang decided to launch flame, his reason, which was almost overwhelmed by fear, still tried his best to stop him. No. What's wrong? Think about it quickly. If Chu Shui planned to eat me from the beginning, why didn't the system detect the danger? Why did it only detect the danger now? Could it be that Chu Shui didn't plan to eat me from the beginning, and the idea of eating me suddenly came up at this moment? This possibility certainly exists, but it is not great. Some psychopaths do love you 1 second and want to kill you the next second, but Chu Shui doesn't look like this type of person. So, is there another possibility? The real danger does not come from Chu Shui. At the moment when Gao Yang hesitated, Chu Shui tilted her head and smiled. But I changed my mind a long time ago. Gao Yang didn't dare to speak. I've decided. Chu Shui looked expectant. I want to be friends with you. Friends? Gao Yang couldn't believe it. Yes. Chu Shui nodded seriously. Let's be good friends. Okay. Gao Yang almost roared in his heart. As long as you don't eat me, let alone friends, we can be slaves. A real man can bend and stretch. Yes. Chu Shui nodded happily. You can't go back on your word if you agree. Absolutely no, go back on your word. Then let's make a pinky promise. Chu Shui stretched out her hand. How come you also like to make a pinky promise? Gao Yang tried to squeeze out a smile on his pale face and stretched out his hand. Pinky promise. Pinky promise, never change for 100 years. Chu Shui hooked Gao Yang's little finger, shaking it excitedly, and then pressed Gao Yang's thumb with her thumb. Gao Yang was worried that this was some kind of evil ritual, contract or curse, but Gao Yang didn't dare to refuse. After the pinky promise was made, Gao Yang didn't feel any changes in his body. It seemed to be just a simple pinky promise. We will be good friends from now on, Chu Shui announced happily. Suddenly, her face changed. Oh no! My sister is here. My sister? Gao Yang asked. She's here to find me. Chu Shui stood up in a panic and ran around in the car. Gao Yang suddenly realized that the danger came from her sister. I have to go. Chu Shui hurriedly pushed open the door of the car. The night wind blew her silver hair again. The moon appeared at some point, and the bright light illuminated her innocent face. Gao Yang, see you next time. She turned her head, and her eyes curved into two crescents. See you next time. Chu Shui jumped down and disappeared into the night. Gao Yang's smile was still frozen on his face, and he quickly entered the system. The 5,000 times lucky gain stopped. He let out a long sigh of relief, slowly stood up, and looked down the car. The first snow disappeared, leaving only a blue curtain hanging on the axle of the Ferris wheel, swinging in the wind. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone in his pocket kept vibrating. Gao Yang wiped the sweat from his palms and answered the phone. Wang Zikai roared over there. Brother, where are you? Don't panic. I come to save you right away. Gao Yang grinned and moved the phone away a little, almost piercing his eardrum. He smiled bitterly. Ferris wheel, come and save me. Don't say it. His legs are really a little weak now. As soon as Gao Yang jumped off the Ferris wheel, Officer Huang, Qing Ling, and Wang Zikai ran over. Wang Zikai rushed to the front, with 3 bone spurs growing on the back of his right hand, looking like he was ready to do something big. Where's the lizard monster? Where's the cub? Wang Zikai looked around. It ran away, Gao Yang said. It's lucky. Wang Zikai looked at Gao Yang. How did you run out alone? I wanted to take advantage of a small opportunity, and almost lost my life. Gao Yang reflected deeply. I tell you in detail later. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. Officer Huang also broke out in a cold sweat. By the way, Gao Yang looked at Officer Huang. What happened to you? I said as I walked. Officer Huang put the pistol back into the holster, his face stern. Several people walked towards the haunted house. Along the way, Officer Huang briefly explained what happened. Fat Jun slapped Wang Zikai twice for no reason. Wang Zikai was so angry that he chased Fat Jun around in the haunted house, vowing to peel his skin. Officer Huang was afraid of causing trouble, so he chased after him to persuade them to stop fighting. The 3 of them stumbled into a utility room and found an unconscious man lying inside. Officer Huang immediately called Chening and found that it was indeed a member of the Baichuan group and a stall owner. Officer Huang found the location of the stall owner, which turned out to be the stall that Gao Yang had frequented before, and Gao Yang and the fake stall owner had disappeared. Officer Huang couldn't find Gao Yang anywhere, so he called him, but Gao Yang just told Officer Huang to run. Officer Huang immediately guessed everything and called Qing Ling and Wang Zikai to organize a rescue. Gao Yang, were you caught by the girl who pretended to be the stall owner just now? Officer Huang looked at Gao Yang. Who is she? Is she powerful? Qing Ling was also concerned. Gao Yang gave Officer Huang and Qing Ling a look, and the 3 deliberately slowed down their pace and let Wang Zikai walk in front. Gao Yang lip-read a word, ghost. What? Officer Huang almost shouted. Qing Ling frowned and his face turned a little colder. It's all right now. Gao Yang hurriedly explained, we talk about this in detail later. The 4 returned to the haunted house and came to the trading hall inside. Most of the stall owners had already closed their stalls, and a group of people gathered together talking. Make way. Officer Huang led Gao Yang into the crowd. In the open space in the middle of the crowd, a young man was lying, wearing a plaid shirt, jeans, sneakers, and a backpack next to him. From the surface, he looked like a programmer. Fat Jun squatted aside, holding his arm with both hands for treatment. There were 2 shallow wounds on his left forearm, which looked like animal bites. How is it? Chening asked with concern. Fat Jun shook his head without optimism, and his tone was a little confused. The bleeding has stopped long ago, and the wound is healed, but it feels wrong. Chapter 121. What's wrong? Chening asked. I can't really explain it. Fat Jun hesitated. There seems to be an energy that doesn't belong to him, especially the arm that was bitten, that is rejecting and dissolving my treatment. Fat Jun scratched his head. How can I describe it? My treatment is like a punch on cotton. Anyway, it's very wrong. A trace of astonishment flashed across Chen Ying's face, and her tone was a little hesitant. Maybe, it's a curse. Oh my god. It's a curse. What should I do? People around him started to discuss. Gao Yang was also shocked. In the 11199 sequence, there are indeed curse-type talents, which belong to the miracle system. Gao Yang can understand this. Blessings and curses, protection and punishment, are originally 2 sides of the same coin, and it seems like something that the gods who are high above like to do. In addition, the talents of the miracle system are also the least in number among the 12 talents. We must send him back to the headquarters immediately. Chening made a decision while Gao Yang was distracted. She turned around and ordered Zhang Wei, "Notify everyone that the meeting will end immediately, and everyone should go home and be careful. I will report this tomorrow, and the meeting place may need to be changed." "Understood," Zhang Wei replied. Qining looked at Gao Yang and his group again. She hesitated to speak, as if she had something to ask. "Just tell me what you want to say." Gao Yang took the initiative to speak. Qining glanced at her unconscious companion. "I'm going to send him back to the headquarters now. Someone in the headquarters has the talent of purification. If he is cursed, it should be possible to remove it." Gao Yang nodded and waited for her next words. "But I'm worried that something might happen on the way, such as being attacked again." "Your worry is reasonable," Officer Huang said. Qining smiled bitterly. "To be honest, Group 2 just died, and Group 1 is not here. I hope you can escort us back to the headquarters." Gao Yang did not agree immediately. Theoretically, if this ghost named Chuxue and her sister, who has not shown her face, really want to kill, even the three of them plus Qining cannot be opponents. However, judging from the current situation, Chuxue has no real hostility towards herself or the Baichuan group, and the sister, who has not shown her face, seems to only want to find Chuxue and is not interested in other people. This favor can be used. Gao Yang looked at Qing Ling and Officer Huang, and the three of them exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Gao Yang smiled. "You can ask us to be bodyguards, but it is not free. How much do you want?" Qining was in a hurry and had no time to beat around the bush. "How about this?" Officer Huang said with a sophisticated smile. "The three of us will get free stuff for buying here today." "No problem." Qining agreed immediately. Things that can be traded at the flea market can't be that expensive. Although the Baichuan group is not strong, its financial resources are quite strong. "But?" Qining changed the subject and glanced at Wang Zikai quickly. Gao Yang immediately understood that Wang Zikai was a beast. Qining couldn't bring a beast back to the base. It was too risky. Ahem. Gao Yang cleared his throat. "Wang Zikai, you and Fat Jun go back first." "Why?" Wang Zikai didn't understand. "Well, because..." Gao Yang quickly glanced at Fat Jun. Oh! Fat Jun immediately grabbed his arm. "I suddenly feel uncomfortable. Something is wrong with my body." Gao Yang put on a serious face. "Fat Jun is not in good condition. You should take him back quickly. Don't make any trouble. You see his arm lost control again, and he slapped you twice." Wang Zikai got angry when he mentioned this. "I told you that this rubbish can't be kept." Hee, Brother Kai, I know you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You must be reluctant to kill me. Fat Jun ran over to flatter him. "You are the savior. The savior must be a bodhisattva. Get out," Wang Zikai said with disdain, but his raised eyebrows and mouth corners betrayed him. "We all don't have the confidence to control Fat Jun. Only you can." Gao Yang continued to flatter. "Besides, being a bodyguard is not suitable for your identity. Just leave it to us." Okay. Wang Zikai waved his hand reluctantly. "Leave it to me. You two drive my car away. I will come back to pick up the car." Officer Huang threw the car keys to Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai took the key, grabbed Fat Jun's clothes roughly, and left with a curse. Qining looked at Wang Zikai's back, surprised and worried. "I have never seen such a lost person before. This is the first time we have met him." Officer Huang laughed. "Is he really not dangerous?" Qining pursed her lips. "Not yet," Officer Huang said. "He has saved our lives." Gao Yang smiled and added, "More than once." Okay. As an outsider, Qining could not interfere with the affairs of other organizations. "We can't delay. We will leave immediately." Qining personally carried the unconscious companion, took Xiaotian, Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang, left the amusement park from the back door, and got on a gray commercial vehicle on the side of the road. Qining drove. Xiaotian sat in the passenger seat, closed his eyes the whole time, turned on perception to ensure that there were no enemies nearby to track or attack them. Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang sat in the back seat as bodyguards. The unconscious young man was called Jiang Hao, and he had to squeeze in with them. As soon as the car started, Qining took out 3 eye masks from the small drawer and smiled apologetically. "Can you 3 wear eye masks? I know this is rude, and it's not that I don't trust you, but we still have to follow the rules and everything." "I understand." Officer Huang took the 3 eye masks. Better safe than sorry. Gao Yang took the eye mask from Officer Huang. "I understand too." Qing Ling didn't take it, but took out the eye mask from her pocket and put it on, and began to close her eyes and rest. All 3 of them put on eye masks. The car drove on the main road for a while, and then entered a not very smooth road. The sound of cicadas and frogs began to get louder, and the road surface was slowly going downhill. Gao Yang roughly determined the direction, which was in the southernmost suburbs of Nanji district. Okay. 20 minutes later, Chening spoke. Gao Yang took off his blindfold, and the car was already in a very special lift garage. The garage slowly descended, about 30 meters. Then, the iron door in front of the garage rose, and there was a small parking lot inside. After getting off the car, Chening carried Jiang Hao on her back and led everyone through the quiet and dim parking lot, stepped into an elevator, and continued to descend. After a while, the elevator door opened, and the headquarters hall of Baichuan Group was in front of them. There were dozens of desks in the hall, separated in an orderly manner according to the workstations. There were computers, potted plants, pillows, folders, books, coffee cups, etc. on the desks, and there were coffee machines, water dispensers, snack vending machines, etc. around. It looked like an ordinary cultural company. However, some workstations were covered with a thin layer of dust, and the green plants were withered. It was obvious that they had not been used much. They might be the workstations of the deceased personnel, or the workstations of the frontline personnel, who did not need to work. At 2 o'clock in the morning, there were only 3 young people left in the office hall. One was working overtime, one was eating instant noodles, and the other was playing games. When they heard the elevator door open, they all looked up. Sister Chen. What happened? When everyone saw Chening carrying Jiang Hao on her back, followed by 3 strangers, they immediately became nervous. Chening looked over and said anxiously, "Where is Xia Yi?" Chapter 122. She's in the lounge. The boy playing games answered immediately. Xiaotian, ask her to come to the medical room. Chening turned around and left with Jiang Hao on her back, followed by Gao Yang and others. Entering a medical room on the side of the hall, Chening put Jiang Hao on an operating table. She looked at Gao Yang and others. Thank you, you 3, you can go to the reception room to rest first. It's okay, we stay here with you. Gao Yang didn't want to miss the opportunity to get in touch with the talents of other awakeners. At this time, the door was pushed open, and a woman in her 30s with medium short hair walked in. She had big eyes, a short chin, smooth skin, and a very young baby face. She was wearing a white coat, a professional shirt and skinny jeans inside, and a pair of stiletto heels. She was serious on her face, with one hand in her pocket, and her refined temperament formed a sense of collision with the baby face. What's wrong with him? Xia Ye's voice was in the middle and low pitch, very calm. Jiang Hao's hand was bitten by something, and he is unconscious. I suspect it is a curse, Chening said. Xia Ye's face darkened, and she quickly walked to the patient. She approached the patient, opened his eyelids, took out a flashlight, and shone it for 2 seconds, then put her hand on his neck to feel his pulse, then lifted his arm and took a closer look at the already very slight bite mark. Xia Yi turned around and pushed open the side door of the medical room. Carry him in. Chening picked up Jiang Hao and walked into the inner room. Gao Yang and the other 2 looked at each other and followed him in silently. The inner room was not big, square, clean and simple, with a hexagonal altar in the middle. On the 6 corners of the altar were placed ordinary candlesticks. Judging from the texture of the candlesticks, they should be made of black metal. Gao Yang didn't ask, but he could guess that this was a prop for talent enhancement. Chening placed Jiang Hao on the altar, and at the same time, Xia Yi quickly lit the 6 candles on the candlestick. Keep your distance. Xia Yi quickly took off his white coat, rolled up his sleeves, and reminded others at the same time. Everyone stepped back a few steps, and kept their distance from the altar. Xia Yi took a deep breath, closed her eyes, put her hands together in front of her chest, and muttered something. Then she opened her hands, and gently placed them on Jiang Hao's forehead. Purification. For a moment, the light of the candle seemed even brighter. Jiang Hao's body seemed to be coated with a faint white halo. Then, the 6 candles went out at the same time, and the white halo on Jiang Hao's body disappeared. Xia Yi quickly retracted his hands, as if he had been electrocuted, and looked at Jiang Hao on the altar in disbelief. Jiang Hao's face was gray, his brows were furrowed, his body was trembling, and he began to talk in a trance. No, don't follow me. Stay away from me. His voice was very weak and intermittent, and he fainted again soon. How is he? Chening asked anxiously. Xia Yi did not rush to answer. She took the lead to walk out of the inner room and gently closed the door. She looked at Chening, then at Gao Yang. Let's talk somewhere else. The 5 people came to the reception room. Xia Yi made a cup of instant coffee for herself, and Chening poured a cup of hot tea for Gao Yang and others. Xia Yi took a long spoon and stirred in the mug. Jiang Hao has filthy energy. It's a curse. Is it cured? Qining asked immediately. Xia Yi shook his head. I don't know. What do you mean? The curse in his body, to be precise, is an energy. Xia Yi frowned slightly and organized his words. It's very similar to the awakened ones, but there are differences. If I have to describe it, this energy is even more weird and crazy. Is it a beast? Qining was surprised and shook her head. No, how could a beast curse? That may not be the case. Officer Huang held a disposable teacup in his hand and disagreed. Our understanding of beasts is very limited. Maybe powerful beasts also have various talents. Qining was silent. It is indeed possible. Gao Yang quickly agreed. He actually had a preliminary answer in his mind, but it was not convenient to say it. Jiang Hao was obviously cursed by Chuxue. Chuxue is now 100% sure that it is a ghost. Dou Hu said that ghosts are also awakened, but they are different from awakened ones. No matter how different, as long as they are awakened, they must have talents. Xia Yi must have never come into contact with the talents of ghosts before, so he would feel unfamiliar. Anyway, I've done what I can. Xia Yi sighed lightly. Next, it depends on Jiang Hao's luck. Qining lowered her eyes and looked bitter. I hope he can survive. I don't want to lose more companions. Xia Yi's hand holding the mug shook subconsciously. She turned slightly and covered it up calmly. Qining suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing. She looked up at Xia Yi. Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay. Xia Yi interrupted. I'm not that fragile. Qining remembered something again. By the way, have you thought clearly about your daughter? Seeing that Xia Yi didn't speak, Qin Ying's tone was lighter. Whatever you decide, we will respect it. I'm still thinking. Xia Yi lowered his head and shook the mug in his hand. Okay. Officer Huang looked at his phone, stood up and said, we should have nothing to do here, so we won't bother you anymore. Okay. Qining stood up immediately. Thank you all three today. I will give you your reward and arrange for someone to send you away. Gao Yang and Qinling also stood up. Wait a minute. Xia Yi suddenly called everyone and looked up at Officer Huang. Anything else? Officer Huang met Xia Yi's gaze. You are the yellow ox of the Chinese zodiac, right? Xia Yi looked at him. Yes. Officer Huang nodded. Thank you for not giving up on Lao Wang until the last second. Xia Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness, although he didn't survive in the end. Officer Huang was stunned at first, then opened his mouth. Are you? I am Lao Wang's wife. The air froze for a few seconds. Qining took the initiative to break the silence and looked at Officer Huang. How about you three sit for a while? I go and watch over Jiang Hao. Qining left the meeting room. Officer Huang hesitated for a moment and sat back on the sofa. Gao Yang and Qinling also sat down. Officer Huang said with great regret, Miss Xia, please accept my condolences. I don't need your comfort. Xia Yi smiled firmly. Also, just call me by my name. Officer Huang nodded, not knowing what to say. I know everything about what Lao Wang experienced in Fudong. Xia Yi looked directly at Officer Huang. I believe you are not lying. The Lao Wang I know is that kind of person. He is a good man, a good husband, and a good father. Officer Huang said this, his eyes moving. Xia Yi, I actually have a question for you, which may be a bit offensive. You asked? Since you and Lao Wang know how dangerous this world is, why do you choose to have a child? Don't you think it's cruel to let a child come to such a world? Xia Yi was not in a hurry to answer, and looked down at the coffee in his hand. Officer Huang habitually took out a cigarette, but didn't light it. To be honest, if I knew that my wife could get pregnant, I would definitely not want this child. But now that she is pregnant, everything is different. I am willing to give everything for the arrival of the child. I don't know if I have made it clear? After a short silence, Xia Yi looked up and met Officer Huang's gaze. I can answer this question for you. Chapter 123. The more hopeless life is, the more people need hope. Xia Yi said frankly. Officer Huang was silent. Gao Yang and Qinling were also thoughtful. Xia Yi lowered her head slightly, her eyes resting on the platinum wedding ring on her ring finger. Lao Wang, and I have no choice. We need hope, redemption, and the meaning of living. So we gave birth to a child, and the child also brought us a second life. Xia Yi smiled bitterly. I know this is selfish, arrogant, and stupid. Maybe one day, the child will hate me, but I don't regret it. Officer Huang shook his head, with a touch of emotion and admiration in his eyes. Thank you, I got the answer I wanted. Gao Yang fully understood Xia Yi's words rationally, but he could not resonate with her emotionally like Officer Huang for the time being. But since we talked about this topic, he just wanted to ask one thing. Gao Yang didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Xia Yi, Jining told you about her daughter before. Does she hope that she will awaken? Xia Yi nodded frankly. Yes, most people in the organization hope so. Awaken? Officer Huang was shocked and couldn't understand. How old is the child? Xia Yi narrated the incident calmly. You also know that the Baichuan group is mostly weak, and they can only have a place by sticking together. Now that both groups have died, it is a heavy blow to the Baichuan group. We must quickly absorb new people. You can look for them outside. Officer Huang was still very excited. The child is still so young. This is too unreasonable. It's not that simple. Xia Yi shook his head. Any awakeners with high talents, even those with double or triple talents, have been recruited by the two major organizations. Most of the awakeners that the Baichuan group can find are those with talents above 100. Shay leaned slightly, and his voice became deeper. You should have heard the rumor, the upgrade bottleneck? Officer Huang and Gao Yang looked at each other. Qingling said coldly, talents after sequence 100 can only be upgraded to level 4. Shay nodded. Is it true? Officer Huang was surprised. I don't know at all. I heard Do Hu say it during training. Qingling said. Gao Yang complained. I didn't expect that I could get so much extra information from training with Do Hu. Yes. Shay looked regretful. Most of the Baichuan group have talents after 100. No matter how hard they try, they can only upgrade to level 4. Gao Yang suddenly thought of his lie detector and luck. No way. Can it really only be upgraded to level 4? He hurriedly asked. Is this a definite conclusion? It can't be guaranteed 100%. But who of you has seen an awakener with talents after 100 break through level 5? Shay asked back. Gao Yang's heart sank. I don't think I've ever heard of it. That's not possible. You can't set your sights on the child. Officer Huang brought the topic back. Xia Yi looked at Officer Huang. I don't think so. If you have to awaken sooner or later, it's better to awaken early than late. Gao Yang thought about it seriously and supported Xia Yi's point of view. I also think that if there are adults to protect you, it's a good thing to awaken as early as possible. I agree. Qingling is a determined awakening faction, and she will definitely stand with Gao Yang. Xia Yi nodded, with a trace of pity in her eyes. But I'm not struggling with the issue of awakening early or late. Gao Yang immediately reacted. You are struggling with whether to let your daughter awaken. Yes. Xia Yi's face showed a trace of confusion. Sometimes, I think that maybe it's better to be an ordinary person, living a life of ignorance and happiness. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment and decided to tell his true thoughts. When I first awakened, I also had similar thoughts. If I hadn't awakened, it would be great to live my life in ignorance. Gao Yang clenched his fist slightly. But now, I don't think so. Why? Xia Yi asked. Gao Yang looked at the four people and asked seriously, why do we think that ordinary humans, who have not awakened, can live a stable life? Xia Yi fell into deep thought. We know nothing about this world. Gao Yang felt very powerless. Who can guarantee that this rule will last forever? Who can guarantee that some beast will not break the rules and kill all humans? Or, this world will not become something else? Everyone, before being killed, livestock thought they would never be killed. The scene was silent for a few seconds. He's right. Officer Huang sighed and lit a cigarette. In fact, we have seen beasts that break the rules. In Fudong, Gujia village, a half-human killed a family of ordinary humans in an extremely cruel way. The coffee in Shay's hand had already gone cold. She clenched it tightly, and her knuckles turned white. After more than 10 seconds, Shay raised her head, and her eyes became firm. Thank you. I have decided that instead of leaving my daughter's life and death to this fucking world, it's better to let her control her own destiny. Everyone was stunned. Shay frowned in confusion. Why, did I say something wrong? No. Gao Yang smiled. I never thought that you would swear. Shay laughed at herself and shook her head, putting her hair behind her ears. I will be an orphan and a widow from now on, so I might as well be a shrew to avoid being bullied. Gao Yang waited for a while, and started the next topic at the right time. Shay, how do you plan to make your daughter awaken? Shay was stunned. I haven't thought about this question seriously. In fact, I still don't understand the conditions for human awakening. Gao Yang expressed his confusion. I can answer this question for you. Xia Yi said, our Baichuan group has conducted research on the awakening methods of awakeners. There are many samples, which are generally divided into 3 methods. The first one is that one day suddenly realizes the talent. The second one is that one suddenly has deep doubts about this world, or is told the truth by the awakened. The third one is witnessing or being attacked by a beast. Officer Huang nodded. I am the first one. I first realized the talent, and then developed into the second one. I am the second one, Qing Ling said. Then I realized the talent not long after. Gao Yang sighed. I am the second one, and then developed into the third one, and then realized the talent. Xia Yi took a sip of coffee. According to our group's research and speculation, these three methods are just appearances, and there should be a most important prerequisite. What is it? Gao Yang asked. Xia Yi hesitated slightly. We just published an internal paper a while ago, and the Qilin Union basically agreed. It will be announced to the public soon. It doesn't matter if I tell you in advance. Sister, don't keep me in suspense, tell me. Gao Yang was anxious. Xia Yi stretched out a hand. The prerequisite for ordinary people to awaken is that they have had physical contact with the awakened person. Gao Yang was shocked. Yes, such a simple conclusion. Why didn't I think of it? He looked at Officer Huang. The person I contacted was the mentally ill brother, and Qing Ling should have contacted her cousin. What about you? Officer Huang shook his head. I don't know. But in my profession, I don't have to contact too many strange people, and there is a high possibility of accidentally encountering an awakened person. That makes sense. Gao Yang lowered his head in thought, and suddenly he looked at everyone again. I have another question. How did the first awakened person in this world awaken? Xia Yi shook his head. Officer Huang smiled helplessly. You are too impatient. How long have you awakened? You always want to figure everything out. What? Are you a savior who is in a hurry to complete the KPI? Gao Yang smiled embarrassedly. That's my problem. I was just like you back then, doing all kinds of stupid things. Officer Huang smacked his lips. I was lucky to meet Mr. Jiang, otherwise the grass on my grave would be 2 meters high now. Xia Yi didn't know who Mr. Jiang was, but she could probably understand what Officer Huang said. She nodded in agreement. There are too many mysteries in this world. It may be safer to know the truth beyond our ability later. Gao Yang understood that Officer Huang was concerned about him, so he nodded and stopped talking. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Qining rushed in anxiously. Come here. Jiang Hao is awake. Chapter 124. The group quickly left the reception room, walked through the office hall, and went to the medical room. Jiang Hao half leaned on a hospital bed. His face was gray, his expression was weak, his eyes were full of panic and anxiety after fear, and his body could not stop shaking. Everyone gathered around Jiang Hao's bed. Qining put her hand on his shoulder, and said with concern, Jiang Hao, how do you feel now? Jiang Hao blinked. His breath was unstable. My whole body is uncomfortable. I want to vomit but I can't. If you want to rest, I can talk to you later. Jiang Hao shook his head. Sister Chen Yu asked. I'm fine. Qining nodded. Jiang Hao, do you remember who attacked you? Jiang Hao nodded slowly. I remember, it was a cat. Could it be that white cat again? Gao Yang's heart immediately rose to his throat. He tilted his head. Officer Huang and Qing Ling had already looked at him. The three of them tacitly did not mention it. Cat? Xia Yi frowned. Is it a kind of animal? I don't know. Jiang Hao moved his throat with a little difficulty. A white cat, green eyes, very beautiful. I don't know what breed it is. It hid in the warehouse. I thought, someone's pet. Speak slowly. Qining patiently comforted. It suddenly pounced on me and bit my hand. It hurt. Jiang Hao said. Then, I lost consciousness. Did you have a nightmare before? Gao Yang asked immediately. Yes, I dreamed of many people without faces. They chased me, in a very long tunnel. I was very scared, kept running. Finally, I woke up. Gao Yang pondered, and the situation was somewhat similar to what Pang Jun dreamed. Pang Jun dreamed that he was in a subway, full of people, and everyone reached out to touch him frantically. Gao Yang didn't know how to interpret dreams, but both dreams gave him a feeling of depression, crampedness, and being haunted by evil spirits. Gao Yang thought that it was Chushua who attacked Jiang Hao, but he didn't expect that it was the white cat. Could it be that the white cat and Chushua were in the same group? Or was the white cat originally a beast, and was tamed by Chushua as his pet? Or are there other possibilities? Gao Yang felt like he had missed something, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. His intuition told Gao Yang that this matter could no longer be concealed, and he must tell Officer Huang and Qing Ling immediately. Next, Xia Yi asked Jiang Hao some questions about his physical condition, and confirmed that he was basically out of danger. Jiang Hao, you should rest well first. If you remember anything, call me at any time. Qining couldn't ask more information for the time being, so she got up. Everyone left the ward and returned to the lounge. Gao Yang was thinking a lot. Qing Ling didn't care, and Officer Huang was advising Qining. To be honest, we have encountered this white cat before. It's hard to say whether it is an enemy or a friend. I can't tell you the details. If you trust me, just do what I say next. Please go ahead. Jining took it seriously. First, isolate Jiang Hao strictly and observe him for at least half a month. That's it? Xia Yi frowned. Jiang Hao's bitten arm may be mutated. Of course, it is not ruled out that his whole body will be mutated. In short, you should be mentally prepared and prepared to deal with it. Alienation? Jining didn't quite understand. For example, deformation, loss of control, and attacking people around, this alienation may gradually become stable, and Jiang Hao will coexist with it from now on. Officer Huang paused and continued, but I can't guarantee that the situation will go smoothly. If it gets worse, you can decide Jiang Hao's fate for yourselves. Jining understood Officer Huang's euphemistic hint, and her face became heavy. After a moment, she nodded, thank you, I understand. It's getting late. I have to go to work tomorrow, and these two have to go to class. Officer Huang's brows showed a trace of fatigue. We won't stay long. Okay, thank you again. Jining bowed slightly. I send you three away now. Gao Yang hesitated and reminded, that, the reimbursement matter. Oh yes, sorry, please follow me. Jining smiled apologetically. She almost forgot about this little thing. However, Jining really didn't expect that such a powerful organization as the 12 Zodiac Signs was so poor, and they were so nervous about a few golden crow coins. It seems that every family has its own problems. The three of them left Baichuanchuan and returned to Shanqing District. It was just dawn. Officer Huang took the three of them to an old new restaurant called Six Death Beef Noodles. The owner was a middle-aged uncle with a slightly bald head. He had a blessed face, a shiny face, and a friendly smile. He was a gentle lost man identified by Officer Huang. Three of you, please enjoy. He brought 3 bowls of beef noodles with fried eggs to the table, and glanced at Gao Yang and Qingling. Old Huang, what did these two kids do? They went to the internet cafe, in the middle of the night, to have a premature love affair, and I caught them. So, I gave them a few words of advice, and sent them back to school. Officer Huang lied very easily. You two look like a good match. The boss said with a cheerful smile, you two should study hard and date each other after you go to college, okay? Gao Yang and Qingling nodded awkwardly. The three of them were starving, so they broke their chopsticks and ate voraciously. Gao Yang took a few sips of noodles, and his empty stomach warmed up. He decided to tell the whole story of Bai Mao and Chu Shui. Hong Feng's matter could be left alone for now. After all, it was his own business. But Bai Mao's matter was also related to Officer Huang and Qingling. On the night when Mr. Zhang mutated, Bai Mao saw the battle between the three of them. Last night at the amusement park. Yes, I almost forgot. Officer Huang buried his head in eating noodles. You haven't told us about this yet. You better be prepared. Once I tell you, I drag you into the water. Qingling had a blank expression on her face, grabbing the vinegar pot and pouring it into the noodles, with a pious look on her face. Gao Yang had discovered that Qingling always looked very pious when eating. Go ahead, we are all friends of life and death. What's the difference between us? Officer Huang sipped another mouthful of noodles. I met a ghost last night. Puff. Officer Huang spit out a mouthful of noodles, and then coughed desperately. Cough, 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 cough. Qingling put down his chopsticks, picked up a glass of water, and handed it to Officer Huang, who took it and drank it slowly with his head tilted back. He returned to calm, his face between surprise and regret, and his voice was lowered a little. Gao Yang, the ghost you are talking about, is it the ghost I understand? Gao Yang nodded. Fuck. Officer Huang cursed. Is it too late for me to pretend I didn't hear it now? It's too late. Gao Yang smiled bitterly, and I suspect that the ghost and the white cat are in the same group. Officer Huang's face darkened, and he dropped his chopsticks. No more eating. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took 2 puffs. Qingling ate the noodles slowly, and although he didn't express his opinion, he was also lost in thought. A few minutes later, Gao Yang finished talking about what happened with Chu Shui. Officer Huang finished smoking a cigarette, and he put out the cigarette but in a glass ashtray. What did I say before? You kid is too dangerous, and if you get close to you, you will die sooner or later. Sorry. Gao Yang smiled apologetically. I don't want to either. Gao Yang, I just complained a few words, and you really treated me with courtesy. Officer Huang smiled bitterly. Uncle Zhang, Gujiao Village, Niuchong Station, all the way, our heads have been pinned on each other's belts. You should have told us about this earlier. Don't do it again. Qingling spoke. Gao Yang felt warm in his heart, and he nodded. Okay. What should we do next? After Officer Huang calmed down, he picked up the noodles and started eating again. I know you very well. Since you have decided to say it, you must have thought about the next step. Gao Yang looked at the noodles in the bowl. Actually, I was also confused. But I have a hunch that this white cat or Chushua has no hostility towards us, at least not for the time being. Qing Ling poured a little more vinegar into the bowl. She wanted to kill us and would have done it a long time ago. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. But she must have some purpose. Not doing it now does not mean she won't do it in the future. Officer Huang glanced at Gao Yang meaningfully. Maybe they want to fatten you up before eating you. That's possible. Gao Yang licked his lips slightly. I currently have 2 plans. Chapter 125. Gao Yang held up 2 fingers in succession. Plan 1, immediately seek protection from the Zodiac. Plan 2, wait and see. I choose the second. Officer Huang and Qing Ling said almost in unison. Gao Yang was a little surprised. You don't trust the organization so much? We can't trust it completely. Officer Huang said bluntly. On the other hand, this plan is very unrealistic. We can't just hide in the base of the Millennium Building and disappear without seeing anyone. Besides, why would the Zodiac mobilize everyone to protect us? For the sake of the overall situation, it is more likely that they will kick us out. Qing Ling nodded, basically agreeing with Officer Huang's opinion. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. Actually, I also prefer Plan 2. He took a sip of water and gently pinched the rim of the disposable water cup. I think that before Chushua reveals her true purpose, she should not attack us, otherwise she would have done it long ago. But if we are eager to show obvious resistance, it may anger her, or even the ghost group behind her, so it is better to wait and see. Qing Ling nodded, and she calculated simply. A ghost is equal to a fighting tiger. We can't beat the fighting tiger, so we can't beat the ghost either. To put it nicely, it's to wait and see. Officer Huang smacked his lips helplessly. To put it bluntly, it's just waiting to die. Do you have a better way? Qing Ling asked. Bullshit. Officer Huang smiled bleakly. I pray every day before going to bed, hoping that I can open my eyes tomorrow, and I hope I can hold on until the baby is born. Become stronger, Gao Yang said. Officer Huang and Qing Ling were slightly startled. Become stronger, Gao Yang said again. He made up his mind. In fact, he made up his mind the moment he buried the note with Hiro under the ginkgo tree. No matter what the purpose of the ghost group is, before that, we must become stronger as soon as possible. In this way, our status in the organization will be improved, and our own survival rate will also be improved. No objection, Qing Ling said. It can only be like this. Officer Huang gulped down the remaining noodles, took out 2 pieces of paper and wiped his mouth. I will go to Dohu for training tonight, and I can't slack off anymore. It should have been like this a long time ago. Qing Ling was excited when talking about getting stronger. After leaving the noodle shop, the 3 went their separate ways. Officer Huang returned to the police station, and Gao Yang and Qing Ling returned to school. In the morning self-study, the head teacher walked into the classroom and talked earnestly. The college entrance examination was less than a month away. This was the final sprint stage, and everyone must not slack off. After a speech, he called Gao Yang and Qing Ling to the office alone. The 2 of them have been absent from classes a lot recently, and some classmates in the class are saying that they are secretly in love. The head teacher is very worried about this, but there is no evidence, so it is not easy to accuse them openly. Qing Ling is a sprinter with a specialty, and has won many competitions. It is no problem for her to be recommended to university. Moreover, she is arrogant and fearless, so she has never listened to the head teacher's words. As for Gao Yang, he was originally a good student, but recently his father had a car accident, and 2 classmates in the class died in succession. Among them, Li Weiwei was Gao Yang's childhood sweetheart. The head teacher was afraid that Gao Yang would have psychological problems, so he did not dare to say harsh words. The head teacher said a few words indifferently, and let the 2 go. Qing Ling and Gao Yang walked out of the office, and returned to the classroom together. Qing Ling walked in front, and said calmly, We won't go to the rooftop for the noon gathering, let's go to the laboratory. Are we exposed? Gao Yang was shocked. No, it's too hot, Qing Ling is afraid of getting tanned. Qing Ling said, and quickened her pace, and went back to the classroom first. Gao Yang thought that was right. It was May, the weather was getting hotter, and the sun was getting more toxic. Although Qing Ling didn't care, it was reasonable for her sister Qing Ling to care about whitening. Nothing happened in the morning. At noon, Gao Yang went to the cafeteria to eat, and then quietly came to the back of the laboratory building. Looking up, the window of the laboratory on the far left of the second floor was indeed open. Gao Yang looked around and confirmed that there was no one around and avoided the surveillance. He sprinted and jumped twice, easily climbed to the window on the second floor, and jumped in. The laboratory had thick curtains, no lights on, and was dim and cool. Here. Qing Ling's voice came from the end of the room. Gao Yang walked across the lab table and came to the back of an iron box containing lab equipment. There was a small world of several square meters. Qing Ling sat on the ground with her legs together, eating a butter bread, with a bottle of pure milk next to her. "You eat this for lunch?" Gao Yang asked. The answer was obvious, and Qing Ling was too lazy to answer. Gao Yang suddenly remembered that Qing Ling's parents had both passed away, and she was currently staying at her aunt's house. Her aunt was very stingy, and gave Qing Ling very little living expenses. From Qing Ling's piety towards food, it can be seen that her daily meals are not very good. Eating these unnutritious foods every day, she can still grow such a good figure, which can only be explained by her early awakening. Gao Yang sat down opposite Qing Ling and briefly reported on what happened recently, life, study, etc. When they were in school, they would communicate with each other every 2 or 3 days, and review the situation together to prevent possible exposure risks. Qing Ling finished her bread after listening to Gao Yang's report. At this moment, she was like a teacher marking homework. She bit a straw to drink milk while concentrating on thinking, and finally nodded. "No problem." "Do you want to report to me too?" Gao Yang asked. "No, I'm more careful than you, and there won't be any problems." Qing Ling was very confident. Gao Yang nodded. He trusted her. She had lived alone for so many years. If she wasn't careful enough, she would definitely not survive. There was nothing else to do. Gao Yang didn't plan to leave immediately. He just happened to have something to do. He closed his eyes. "Enter the system. Let me ask you something. Can talents after sequence 100 only be upgraded to level 4? You don't have the right to know for the time being. Then how many levels can my luck be upgraded? You don't have the right to know for the time being. Stingy people drink cold water. Another question, why hasn't my luck been upgraded to level 3? Isn't it said that rune circuits are required from level 4? This talent mechanism is special, and the upgrade method is different than how to upgrade? You don't have the right to know for the time being. Please explore it yourself. Rubbish system. Forget it. Take a look at the attribute page. Physical strength, 60 endurance, 62. Strength, 217 agility, 259. Spirit, 309 charm, 97. Luck, 132. Currently accumulated 121 lucky points. It's been exactly 2 days since I left the rune cave at Nyochang Station, and I lost 48 lucky points. Yesterday morning, I was on the Ferris wheel with Chushua and experienced a 5,000-fold lucky point gain in less than a minute, which is about 70 points in total. Although I was almost scared at the time, looking back now, that 1 minute was equivalent to 3 days of normal idle time, which was a huge profit. If I had known this, I should have let Chushua sit in the Ferris wheel for a while. Wait, what are you thinking about? That was a real killing intention. If I delay any longer, I will definitely die in the hands of the 5,000 times master. I must never have this fluke mentality in the future, and remember not to be greedy. You are thinking about other people's interest, but they are thinking about your principle. System. Evenly distribute physical strength and endurance to me. Yes, in a moment, Gao Yang felt a warm current melting in his body. Dizzy, his heartbeat became stronger and stronger, and the energy flow in his body became more stable, even, and harmonious. He opened his mouth slightly and exhaled. Exit system. Gao Yang opened his eyes and saw a face in front of him. Qing Ling was approaching in a crawling posture, and his face almost covered Gao Yang's face. Qing Ling's slightly warm breath entangled Gao Yang's nose, and a few strands of long hair fell on Gao Yang's shoulders, exuding a faint fragrance. What are you doing?" Gao Yang was a little nervous for a moment. "What were you doing just now?" Qing Ling stared at Gao Yang aggressively. "Close your eyes and rest. You are lying." Qing Ling frowned and slowly backed away, with a look of distrust. After a moment of silence, Qing Ling suddenly raised her head, her eyes sharp. "Gao Yang, don't think I don't know what you are doing." "Oh no, could Qing Ling have discovered it? Or does Qing Ling actually have a system? This possibility is not impossible." Gao Yang couldn't tell whether she was testing or she really knew. "Let's activate lie detector to test it." "Qing Ling, do you really know what I am doing?" "Yes." "No lie." Gao Yang was shocked. "Qing Ling also has a system?" Chapter 126. Out of caution, Gao Yang thought about the wording. There is also that thing? Qing Ling frowned. What is it? Gao Yang was stunned. Wait, don't you know what I am doing? Qing Ling was tired of Gao Yang's guessing. I know you were practicing, but I don't know what you were talking about. Gao Yang was alarmed. It turned out that he had misunderstood. Well, wait a moment. Gao Yang closed his eyes again. Enter the system. Why did my lie detector make a mistake? No mistake, what do you mean? Your essence is to help me practice. So Qing Ling is not wrong? I am me, then my lie detector is wrong. No mistake, wait. I seem to understand. From Qing Ling's perspective, she firmly believes that I am practicing. She answered I know, and she did not lie. Yes, wait a minute, I actually thought about a question before. Can I do a lie detector test on myself? For example, if I say I am safe today, and the test result is lying, it means that I am in danger today, and I can use this trick to predict the future. Test failed. Lie detector can only detect whether the target is not sincere, and cannot be used for divination in the void. And the test result has no necessary relationship with objective facts. Okay, I completely understand. Even if a psychopath says that he is a god, as long as he sincerely believes so, the result of my lie detector test is, he is not lying. Yes, there is a reason why the talent ranking is low. That's it for now. Exit system. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and Qing Ling stared at him with an unhappy face. You just practiced again? No, close your eyes and rest. Gao Yang smiled. You haven't trained recently, but you've become much stronger. How do you explain this? Qing Ling refused to give up. My talent has been upgraded. Gao Yang said, after the talent is upgraded, people will also become stronger. Qing Ling's eyes flashed a cold light. She grabbed Gao Yang's hand, and suddenly exerted force. Ah! Gao Yang's fingers felt a sharp pain, almost broken by her. He took a deep breath, secretly exerted force, resisted Qing Ling's grip, and avoided getting hurt. Qing Ling stared at Gao Yang's eyes. Copy, flame, liar detector, these talents cannot enhance your strength and speed. The best example is Wu Dahai. His thunder is very strong, but other aspects are very weak. But you are different. Your strength, speed, and physique have all been enhanced. This must be the result of secret training. Gao Yang felt a little wronged. This is because I added other attribute points, but I can't tell you that I have a system, and you may not believe it if I tell you. Can I let go? Gao Yang was very embarrassed. No. A trace of subtle willfulness flashed across Qing Ling's face, like a child sulking. If you don't tell the truth, don't expect me to let go. Okay, I tell you. Qing Ling let go of her hand. Gao Yang sighed, shook his numb hands, and said, to be honest, I am indeed practicing. Tell me the method of practice. Qing Ling's eyes lit up. Gao Yang was speechless for a moment. Qing Ling, you are really a leveling maniac. Qing Ling, it's not that simple. Gao Yang began to argue. Everyone has different ways to become stronger. I am suitable for practice, and you are suitable for training. There is no need to force it. I want them all. Qing Ling said confidently, in this way, I can practice during my rest time. I think you should not hold out any hope. You will know after you try. Qing Ling insisted. Okay, then I will teach you a set of cultivation techniques. Gao Yang had no choice but to tell Qing Ling the cultivation techniques that fooled Wang Zikai. She would give up after trying a few times, and it didn't work. Listen carefully. The Tao that can be said is not the real Tao. The name that can be named is not the real name. Isn't this the Tao Te Ching? Qing Ling frowned. Oh my god. Aren't you a sports student who never studies? You actually know this? Sure enough, only Wang Zikai, that fool, can fool around. Ahem, that's right, you keep listening, the rest will be different. Gao Yang had no choice but to improvise and make some changes. Mr. Lousy, I'm sorry. Nameless, the beginning of the wilderness, famous, the ancestor of all things. Gao Yang had just said a few words when Qing Ling quickly came forward and covered Gao Yang's mouth. With the other hand, she raised her hand and lifted it, and the thick curtain covered the two of them. In the dim and narrow corner, Qing Ling almost lay in Gao Yang's arms, and the two looked at each other, breathing entangledly. Qing Ling slowly released her hand covering Gao Yang, and made a hushed gesture to him, and Gao Yang nodded gently. Swipe the card. The sound of the key turning after being inserted into the door lock, followed by the sound of the door opening, and then the sound of footsteps. How do you have the key? A girl's voice. The teacher gave me the key first when I was doing an experiment in the afternoon. The boy's voice was excited. Oh! Don't you think it's quiet here? There are only the two of us. The boy's voice was a little corny. This is our world for two people. Go away, who wants to be alone with you? The girl said coquettishly. Let's go over there, there's a place there. The footsteps were getting closer. Gao Yang's heartbeat accelerated, and he became inexplicably nervous. In fact, it was nothing serious, it was just that he and Qing Ling's premature love was discovered, which was nothing compared to the real crisis. The footsteps and voices were approaching, and they were separated by a cabinet. Will we still be together when we go to college? The girl's tone suddenly became a little sad. Of course. I don't believe it. My mom said that if a man is reliable, a sow will climb a tree. I'm not the kind of scumbag who changes his mind easily. The man said this, his tone suddenly became a little angry. You know Gao Yang from the next class, right? I know. That boy's childhood sweetheart died, and he immediately got together with Qing Ling. Why are you jealous? I'm jealous? What am I jealous of? Don't think I don't know that you have always had a crush on Qing Ling, and you found me because you knew you had no hope. Who told you that? I didn't. You do. Every time we chat, you talk about her every 3 sentences. No, I was just talking about Gao Yang. Didn't you mention Qing Ling at the end? I don't understand why you guys like her. Yes, she's pretty, has a good figure, and fair skin, but she's beautiful, but she has no soul. Yes, no soul. You guys are so superficial, you only know how to look at appearances. I'm really disappointed. That's enough, stop being unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable? Okay, break up. Find someone who won't be unreasonable. Hey, that's not what I meant. Listen to me. Arguments, hurried footsteps, slamming doors. Soon, the laboratory was quiet again. Qing Ling pulled open the curtains, got up from Gao Yang's arms, and tidied up her messy clothes and hair. Gao Yang also sat back down, tidying up his clothes awkwardly. Well, don't take it personally. Gao Yang made small talk, you have a soul. I don't need a soul, it will only affect my speed of drawing the sword. Qing Ling sat back down and looked at him seriously, let's continue. Continue what? Gao Yang didn't react immediately. Teach me the cultivation method. Gao Yang was confused. Why hasn't this issue been resolved yet? Chapter 127. Qing Ling received the cultivation method taught by Gao Yang, and was unusually quiet for the whole afternoon. Whether in class or after class, she sat in her seat. Although she did not close her eyes in order not to attract attention, she was basically empty, and tried very hard to enter the cultivation state. Gao Yang felt a little guilty, but it was all he could do. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang received an encrypted text message from Bai Tu, asking him to go to the headquarters immediately. Qing Ling would go to Dohu for training every night. The two met at an empty alley and changed into casual clothes. Is cultivation useful? Gao Yang asked deliberately. Qing Ling stuffed her school uniform into her school bag and answered truthfully, it's useless. I said, everyone's way of cultivation is different. Fighting with Do, who is still suitable for me. Qing Ling said. Well, actually my training method conflicts with your training. Gao Yang hurriedly followed her words and said, if you use my training method, you will only get half the result with twice the effort if you find Dohu for training. Qing Ling nodded thoughtfully, as if accepting this fact. The two went to F6 of the Millennium Building together, and Qing Ling went directly to Human. Gao Yang went to Home Inn, which is mainly a place for leisure and entertainment. In addition to various game rooms, it also has a cinema. Bai Tu asked Gao Yang to go directly to the cinema in Home Inn, but she didn't say what it was. Gao Yang pushed open the door of the cinema. He thought it would be a home theater, but he didn't expect it to be a retro small cinema with a large screen, a sloped auditorium, and a film projector in the small room above his head. A beam of light was projected from a small window onto the big screen. The movie being played was an animated film, a very old one. Gao Yang remembered it was Havoc in Heaven. He had seen it when he was a child. The story was about the Monkey King, who was unruly, and refused to succumb to the tyranny of the heavenly court. He wielded the golden hoop, and made a riot in heaven, beating the heavenly soldiers and generals to a pulp. In the end, he returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain, and lived a free life with the monkeys. Dark Horse, come here. Gao Yang was staring at the movie on the screen, and was startled when he heard the voice. It was actually Long. In the corner of the auditorium, Long was still wearing the same home clothes as when they met last time, with his hair loose. He curled up his legs, and sat in the corner of the auditorium. His face was soft, his eyes were beautiful, and he was indistinguishable from male or female. Gao Yang walked over immediately. Come, sit down. Gao Yang sat down next to Long, feeling a little reserved, and still a little afraid deep in his heart. Even if Long was one of his own, an overly powerful existence would itself make people feel fear or awe. Sorry to call you here so late. Long's voice was gentle, and his tone was not awkward. It's okay, but Captain, I thought you were hibernating, Gao Yang said. Are you looking forward to my return to the coffin? Long was in a good mood and joked. No, because the traitor has been dealt with, and I feel that the captain's time is precious and should be reserved for more important things. Gao Yang half said the truth and half flattered. At this time, the movie entered its climax. The Monkey King escaped from the alchemy furnace of Taishan Lao Jun, refined a pair of fiery eyes, and began to make trouble everywhere. Long raised his head slightly, watching intently, and forgot to answer for a while. Bright colors flowed on his face. His heterochromatic eyes were beautiful and almost enchanting, but there was a kind of childlike innocence hidden in his eyes. Finally, Long came back to his senses and smiled at Gao Yang. I've watched this movie many times, and I still like it. Gao Yang nodded. When he was a child, his idol was also the Monkey King. But I have a friend who doesn't like this movie. A trace of sadness flashed in Long's eyes. He said, since the ending is to return to Huagua Mountain, why bother so much? Wouldn't it be enough to stay in Huagua Mountain from the beginning? Gao Yang listened quietly. What about you? Long suddenly asked. What? Gao Yang didn't understand. If you were the Monkey King, would you go to the Heavenly Palace to make trouble? Gao Yang concentrated slightly and slowed down his breathing. He is not stupid. Long does not have the leisure to discuss movies with others. This question is very important at the moment. If he answers it wrong, it will definitely affect Long's view of himself and even affect his future fate. But damn, he doesn't have the ability to read minds and doesn't know what Long is thinking. Should I try to ask Long a question in return and then use Leader to get some information? No, this clumsy approach is tantamount to insulting Long's intelligence. It's simply courting death. In this case, stay the same in the face of change and tell the truth. Yes, Gao Yang said. Long's face was calm and expressionless, and it was hard to tell whether he agreed or disagreed. After a moment, Long asked calmly, Why? Why? Gao Yang also tried to ask himself why. Because he couldn't stand the arrogance of the heavenly court? Because he couldn't stand being oppressed and looked down upon? Because he had a passion in his heart to prove something to the world? All of them, but not only that. For Gao Yang, the most important thing was the instinctive desire and cry from the depths of his soul. Because the heaven is there, Gao Yang answered. Long still didn't speak. A glimmer flashed in his eyes. After a moment, Long smiled. White Rabbit didn't lie to me. Perhaps we are really the same kind of people. Gao Yang was in a complicated mood. He tried to ask, Captain, are you praising me? It's not a good thing to be like me. Long smiled a little sadly. After a short silence, Long spoke softly. Dark Horse, since you joined the organization, we have obtained 2 runes within a month. This is unprecedented. You are simply the lucky star of the organization. No, I'm just lucky, Gao Yang said modestly. Luck is also a part of strength, and it is a very important part, Long said. That's true, Gao Yang admitted. 7 runes, the undercurrent is even more turbulent. Long's voice was filled with a hint of worry. The road ahead will only become more and more difficult. Gao Yang nodded. Dark Horse, before I hibernate, I'm going to give you a task. Me? Gao Yang said. Yes, I give you this task directly. Dohu doesn't know either. Gao Yang was surprised. I didn't tell him. Long smiled confidently, but from what I know about him, he should be involved unconsciously. Awesome, is this the legendary perfect plan? Captain, with my current ability, I'm afraid I can't do it, Gao Yang said. Long looked sincere. It's very dangerous for you, but there is no one more suitable than you. And you have to understand that nothing in this world will wait until you are ready before it happens. Gao Yang's face was expressionless, but he was roaring in his heart. What a joke. Long, you are a super boss. The mission you planned is at least S level. Who am I? I have only awakened for a month, and my combat power is at most B level now, right? You are giving an S level mission to a B level brother. Are you serious? I won't force you. I can tell you what the mission is first, and then you decide whether to accept it, Long said. Okay. Next, continue to be yourself, Long said. That's it? Gao Yang was surprised. This is just the first step. Long smiled. When the time is right, the mission will naturally find you. But I don't know what the mission is. I will give you a code, and when this code appears, you will immediately understand. At that time, you can decide to accept or refuse. So mysterious, it is worthy of being a mission planned by Long. Gao Yang nodded. Okay. Then, He plucked up the courage to ask, "Captain, if I accept the mission and complete it successfully, will there be a reward?" "Of course." Long smiled. "That's great. What reward do you want?" Long asked. "I haven't decided yet. How about this? Within my ability, and without violating my own principles, I can promise you anything." "Okay, deal?" Gao Yang nodded. Although this promise was a bit empty, with Long's ability, it was more than enough to satisfy some of his wishes at this stage. "Reach out your hand, I give you a signal," Long said. Gao Yang stretched out his hand, and Long gently wrote 4 words on his palm. Chapter 128. In the early morning, Gao Yang returned home. His mother and sister were already asleep. Gao Yang walked through the living room quietly, closed the bedroom door, walked to the bookshelf, and took out a reference book called Prisoner Fitness. The book is full of practical information, teaching people how to exercise alone in a small space, and also strengthen their bodies, and even achieve the effect of going to the gym to lift weights. Gao Yang bought this book before awakening. For a period of time, he felt that he was too thin and wanted to exercise his body. As a result, he bought it home and read 2 pages before putting it on the bookshelf to collect dust. Now it is just right to pick it up. Although it can become stronger simply by improving attribute points, exercise is also very important. Gao Yang decided to do both. The existence of the first snow and the white cat is like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, which can fall at any time. Tonight, Long gave Gao Yang another mysterious task. "I am afraid that there will be many dangers in the future." And since some time ago, Qing Ling's determination and perseverance to become stronger also infected him. She worked so hard without a system, so what reason did he have to be lazy? Gao Yang put on a sports vest and shorts, took out a yoga mat, did a set of simple warm-up exercises, and then started with one-handed push-ups. Before awakening, Gao Yang couldn't do a single one-handed push-up, but now, he did a set in one breath without much breath. Gao Yang changed his hand, and did the next set. While exercising, he thought about things. Unconsciously, an hour passed. Gao Yang finished 12 sets of medium difficulty movements, and repeated each movement 10 sets, and finally sweated profusely. He went to the bathroom to take a warm shower, changed into pajamas, and went back to his room to sleep. Tomorrow is Saturday, which is also the Dragon Boat Festival, and the school is closed for 1 day. Gao Yang slept in a little. At 9 o'clock in the morning, his sister Gao Xinxin pushed open Gao Yang's door. "Big lazy bug. Get up." Gao Yang opened his eyes, and woke up immediately, but he still pretended that he had not slept enough. He clamped the air-conditioning quilt between his legs, and turned over lazily in bed. "Get up. Get up quickly." The sister rushed up, and kicked Gao Yang's back with her feet. "Well?" Gao Yang performed to his heart's content. "Let me sleep for a while, 10 minutes, no 5 minutes. Don't sleep. Get up quickly." The sister held Gao Yang's arm with both hands, and pulled Gao Yang up with difficulty. Gao Yang rubbed his eyes, and looked at his sister. Gao Xinxin's chubby face was puffed up, pointing to a transparent plastic bag under the bed, which contained a small potted plant with jasmine flowers. "The express just came. Someone sent you flowers." "Me?" Gao Yang was slightly surprised. "Yes." "Who sent it?" Gao Yang got out of bed, picked up the potted plant, and found a small card inside. Gao Yang took out the card and opened it. There were 4 beautiful handwritten words. "Happy Dragon Boat Festival." Gao Yang immediately closed the card. "Oh, a friend." "Friend?" The sister was very upset. What kind of friends are so close that they still send flowers on Dragon Boat Festival? "Don't worry about it." Gao Yang rubbed his sister's head, got up, took out the potted plant, and put it on the desk. "This friend must be a girl. Believe it or not, I will tell Mom." The sister was halfway through her words, and suddenly shouted, "Wow! Brother Yu, what's the matter?" Gao Yang scratched his hair impatiently. "You kept arguing early in the morning. You actually have muscles." Gao Yang looked down, and saw that one side of his pajamas was tied in his pajamas, revealing a part of his belly, and the outline of his abdominal muscles could be vaguely seen. Hee hee. Gao Yang pulled down his clothes, and was very proud. "Brother has been exercising recently. The effect is good, right? I'm collecting flowers and exercising my body." The younger sister pointed with her big hand. "Brother, you really have a girlfriend?" "No." Gao Yang rolled his eyes. "I said, I tell you if I have a girlfriend." "I don't believe it." "You liar. Believe it or not." The brother and sister bickered and walked out of the room together. Mom is in good spirits today. She is wearing a beautiful plain long skirt and light makeup, dignified and elegant. Gao Yang is not bragging. Mom really looks young. When she went shopping alone with Gao Xinxin, some people even mistook them for sisters. Breakfast is heated in the kitchen. Eat quickly. We leave soon, Mom urged while fixing her hair in front of the wall mirror. Today is the day to pick up Dad from the hospital. Okay. Gao Yang walked to the kitchen, picked up a pickled vegetable bun and put it in his mouth. An hour later, Gao Yang's family came to the hospital to handle the discharge procedures for his father. Dad is optimistic by nature. Although he is likely to be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, he did not feel depressed for too long. He quickly accepted and adapted. Gao Yang pushed his father's wheelchair, and the family walked out of the hospital lobby, talking and laughing. Arriving at the side of the road, Gao Xinxin stopped a taxi. Gao Yang carried his father to the back parking space, folded the wheelchair, and put it in the trunk. His movements were neat and tidy, without any delay. After getting in the car, his father praised Gao Yang. Our Yang is becoming more and more manly. Dad patted Gao Yang's shoulder. Look, his body is much stronger than before. Of course. Mom sat in the passenger seat and smiled with relief. My son is now the pillar of the family and has become a man. Huh? Sister sneered at the side. Xinxin, what are you laughing at? Dad asked. Dad, don't be so self-indulgent. Do you think Gao Yang is becoming a man for us? Xinxin pouted and breathed out of her nose. He has a girlfriend. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Gao Yang hurriedly denied 3 times. Mom and Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. Dad laughed. Yang, concentrate on the college entrance examination. When the summer vacation comes, bring your girlfriend home and let us see her. Mom also smiled implicitly. Yang is also at the age of dating, but you must not do anything beyond the line. You must understand the rules, understand? Dad. Mom. I really don't have a girlfriend. Gao Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. As soon as the 4 of them entered the house, they were greeted with another big surprise. Grandma actually came home, and she was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Grandma. Gao Xinxin didn't even bother to take off her shoes, rushed up and hugged her. Grandma, I missed you so much. Grandma touched Gao Xinxin's head and pinched her little face. My dear granddaughter, Grandma misses you too. Mom, why didn't you tell me when you came home? I can pick you up. Mom and Gao Yang pushed Dad's wheelchair into the entrance. No need, Gao Yang's uncle came to the city to do business today, so he took me back. Grandma said happily. Mom, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Dad patted the wheelchair and said self-deprecatingly, from now on, your son will be a waste, even more useless than you. I don't think you were very useful before. Grandma said with disdain, but her eyes were full of love. From now on, you should take a good rest. We are still at home, so it won't fall apart. It's great. Today is a festival, and our family is together again. Mom's eyes were a little wet and red, and her voice was choked. She hurriedly turned to the kitchen. I cook a good meal for you today. I help wash the vegetables. Gao Yang walked into the kitchen sensibly. At noon, the family had a hearty lunch and ate rice dumplings. The 5 of them talked and laughed, warm and happy. Halfway through the meal, the mother suddenly put down her chopsticks and said with emotion, during this period, both children have become much more sensible. The one who has changed the most is Yang. Thanks to him, otherwise I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Yes. The father in the wheelchair reached out and patted his son's shoulder. Lao Qing told me that thanks to Yang, the factory has now overcome the difficulties. It's mainly because Wang Zikai is willing to help, so I just made a connection. Gao Yang said. Yang, you often come home very late recently, and sometimes you don't come home at night. The mother was very worried and her tone became heavier. Are you fooling around with that Wang Zikai every day? Gao Yang ate his meal and nodded sullenly. He was used to using Wang Zikai as a shield. Wife, how can this be called fooling around? Dad spoke for Gao Yang again. Then what is this called? Mom was unhappy again. This is called socializing. Dad smiled along. What is he socializing for? He is still a student, and the most important thing is to study. Mom sighed earnestly. Yang, the college entrance examination is less than a month away. You must not relax. This is related to your future destiny. Mom, the thing that really concerns my destiny has already happened, that is awakening. Gao Yang put down his bowl and chopsticks, nodded and assured, Mom, don't worry, I haven't delayed my homework, and my test scores have improved a lot recently. That's good. Mom was a little relieved. In the afternoon, Gao Yang stayed in the study and reviewed his homework. After awakening, due to the increase in attribute points, Gao Yang's mind became clearer. his thinking became more sensitive, and his memory was correspondingly enhanced. His academic performance was originally good, but now it has become easier. After dinner, the family pushed the wheelchair-ridden father for a walk in the community. Dad greeted everyone he met, and was optimistic and open-minded. The neighbors didn't know how to comfort him. When he returned home in the evening, Gao Yang started fitness. Late at night, Gao Yang took a shower, returned to his room, turned off the lights, locked the doors and windows, and drew the curtains. He walked to the desk, turned on the desk lamp, and carefully checked the jasmine potted plants. There was nothing wrong with the potted plants. He reached out and checked the jasmine flowers one by one. Sure enough, there was a very subtle red fingerprint on the petal of one of the jasmine flowers. Gao Yang picked the petal and gently put it to his lips for 2 seconds. Then, a cluster of flames rose from his fingertips and burned the petals to ashes. Gao Yang lay back on the bed and soon fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 129. Gao Yang opened his eyes and found himself soaking in an open-air hot spring the size of a room. Next to the hot spring grew a lush cherry tree, with petals falling in all directions and pink petals floating on the misty water. Looking around, there was a vast expanse of white snow between heaven and earth, vast and desolate. Cherry blossoms do not bloom in winter, but in beautiful dreams, Lu Qingying is God, and she can create the world in her dreams according to her own preferences. Lu Qingying was also soaking in the hot spring pool. She was not wearing any clothes, and her hair was all tied up. The water surface just submerged her sexy collarbone, and one of her calves was exposed above the water, which was quite provocative. Gao Yang had already seen the world, and his heart was quite calm. You are looking for me? Yes. Lu Qingying smiled charmingly. You are so smart. I thought you couldn't guess that the flowers were sent by me. Gao Yang smiled without saying a word. I knew you would understand me. Lu Qingying gently and lightly approached. Let's get down to business. Gao Yang got straight to the point. It's no longer a secret that the 12 zodiacs executed Gui Ma, Lu Qingying said. Really? In addition, the news that you and the Baichuan group found the space-time rune has also spread. Oh! Gao Yang was calm on the surface, but he still felt a little sorry. He had hoped to exchange this insignificant information for some golden crow coins, but he didn't expect Lu Qingying to have such a sharp ear. I have 3 things to ask you. You tell me. The first thing is, was Gui Ma executed by Long himself? Intelligence level C. The second thing is, what is Long's talent? Intelligence level S. Who is the power behind Gui Ma? Intelligence level A. Gao Yang was very surprised. He originally wanted to ask Lu Qingying about the forces behind Gui Ma, because Gui Ma and Hong Feng were in the same group. Sooner or later, he would find out the organization behind Hong Feng and avenge Wan Sisi. I also want to know the forces behind Gui Ma. Gao Yang replied calmly. If you have this information, please contact me. No problem. Lu Qingying smiled. But the price is not low. Don't worry, I will exchange it at an equal price. Gao Yang's tone was confident. Anyway, he tricked her into investigating first. Gao Yang thought of something and said, by the way, I will also give you a clue for free. Hong Feng, talent explosion, this person is dead. He and Gui Ma belong to the same force. You may start with this person. Thank you. You're welcome. After a brief thought, Gao Yang continued, regarding your previous 2 questions, I can only answer your first question. Gui Ma was executed by Long himself. I can't tell you anything else. Lu Qingying nodded slightly, with a look of expectation. Okay, the deal is done. C-level intelligence, 3 golden crow coins. You can come to my store to collect it at any time. Gao Yang had mixed feelings. Working hard for the Zodiac for a month only earned 5 golden crow coins, and here any useless intelligence, he earned 3 golden crow coins for free. However, we still have to be cautious. The dragon personally executed the ghost horse, and this information can actually interpret some information. First of all, this shows that the dragon attaches great importance to this matter. At the same time, it proves that the dragon is really strong and can easily solve this matter. And it also means that the Zodiac is ready to fight. However, the Zodiac should also want to convey this information to the outside world. Gao Yang also added fuel to the fire. He thought he was not a traitor. Tonight's deal ends here. Gao Yang was about to close his eyes. Wait a minute. Lu Qingying called him, her lips curled up. Just now, I accidentally caught a trace of your emotions. You seem to be dissatisfied with something in your organization. Let me guess, is it authority? Resources? Teammate relationship? Or treatment? This woman, Gao Yang generously admitted, I am not satisfied with the treatment of the organization, but I am still a newcomer. It is normal to have a lower salary. Lu Qingying nodded and smiled, her beautiful eyes moving. Actually, I came to you today for another thing, but it depends on whether you are interested. You say it first. Do you consider changing jobs? Gao Yang was secretly shocked. No way, am I so famous? It has only been a short time since I joined the organization, and someone came to poach me. Thank you, I won't consider it for now. Gao Yang refused. I guess so. However, I still suggest that you meet the other party, feel his sincerity, and understand the treatment of other organizations. By the way, it should not be bad for you. Isn't this inappropriate? Don't worry, just meeting in my dream will not leave any traces. You can't see each other's faces, and I will deal with the sound. Lu Qingying smiled faintly and added, he doesn't know that I have an intelligence transaction with you. Even if it is an interview, you can completely deny it in the future. Meeting in a dream, it's still possible? Gao Yang was a little surprised. Level 5 sweet dream. Sorry for the joke. It's really amazing to upgrade your talent to level 5. Gao Yang already knew that it was a hurdle for any talent to upgrade to level 4, and it must have a matching rune circuit. However, once you break through level 4, you no longer need the help of rune circuits for subsequent upgrades, and it all depends on your luck. Currently, the Awakener with the highest talent level has reached level 7. It is said that there is still room for growth, but it is already very difficult, so the awakening world has come to the conclusion that the maximum talent level is level 8. Gao Yang quickly retracted his thoughts. I can't trust you completely yet. Who knows if you will sell me out? I am hurt when you think of me like this. There is no sign of hurt on Lu Qingying's face. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently brushed across the surface of the hot spring water, rippling out ripples. Well, after all, I promised them, so I can convey their sincerity to you, right? That's no problem. The following are the basic benefits: 30 gold crow coins per month, priority use of the organization's rune circuit, excluding miracle runes, use of the organization's latest weapons and equipment, office romances, and the right to dispose of any beast at will. Other conditions can be discussed in person. It's completely against the Chinese zodiac. In comparison, staying in the Chinese zodiac is simply an aesthetic. Gao Yang nodded slightly. I know. I believe you have guessed what organization it is. Lu Qingying smiled. If you are interested, feel free to contact me. I have a question. Gao Yang said. Why is the organization interested in a newcomer like me? I have the same question. Lu Qingying smiled slightly. Don't get me wrong, I don't doubt your strength at all, but from what I know now, you are a very low-key person and have not attracted much attention. I think so too. I have the answer to this question, and I can tell you for free. Gao Yang raised his eyes. It is said that someone recommended you to the organization. Gao Yang frowned slightly. Let's go here first. Gao Yang closed his eyes. Enter the system. There are only 3 regular organizations in the city: the Chinese Zodiac, the Qilin Union, and the Baichuan Group. The Baichuan Group is unlikely to offer such good conditions to poach me. By elimination, only the Qilin Union can offer such top-level treatment. The salary alone is 10 times that of the Chinese Zodiac. What does it mean? 360 gold a year, 720 gold in 2 years, and Wu Dehai's mechanical arm is only 600 gold. Moreover, Wu Dehai's mechanical arm should be the most advanced equipment of the Qilin Union. As long as Gao Yang joins, he can also use this level of equipment. Isn't it many times better than the combat gloves he found at the flea market before? In real life, this treatment is an annual salary of tens of millions plus villas, luxury cars and options. Gao Yang would have changed jobs long ago. But this is a world of awakeners with undercurrents, intrigues, and dangers. It is never too careful. At this moment, Gao Yang is most concerned about the introducer mentioned by Lu Qingying. Who introduced me to the Qilin Union? Someone from the Chinese Zodiac. Unlikely. Apart from this, I hardly know any other awakeners. I only met the people from the Baichuan Group once, and they are not qualified to endorse me. It can't be that the ghost named Chushua introduced me, right? The ghost group is the nightmare of the awakeners, and they are incompatible with the awakeners. Wait, could it be that the Qilin Union is the leader of the martial arts world on the surface, but is actually colluding with the ghost group of people in the demon sect and working together? Well, this setting is quite in line with martial arts novels. No, I really care too much. Exit system. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at Lu Qingying. Ahem, I changed my mind. I want to talk to the other party. Chapter 130. Really? Lu Qingying looked delighted. Thank you. Thank me for what? Gao Yang didn't understand. To be honest, I don't care whether your talk goes well or not. Lu Qingying stood up from the hot spring with a swoosh sound halfway through her words, and Gao Yang quickly turned his eyes away. Lu Qingying did not shy away from it, walked out of the hot spring, took a colorful silk bathrobe from the wooden hanger under the cherry tree and wrapped it up. She put her legs together, knelt beside a tea set, and began to make tea. Lu Qingying continued, but the other party entrusted me to organize the game. If I didn't organize it, it would mean that I didn't have enough face. Thank you for giving me this face. Remember to give me a discount next time you trade. Gao Yang said half-jokingly. Haha, you are really a real person. Lu Qingying brewed 2 cups of tea, placed the teacups on 2 wooden trays, and put them into the hot spring. The 2 wooden trays slowly separated and moved in 2 directions. One came to Gao Yang's side, and the other moved to the hot spring opposite Gao Yang. Lu Qingying waved her hand gently, and a retro screen fell from the sky in the middle of the hot spring, with a peacock with its tail spread printed on it. Are you ready? Lu Qingying said. Yes. Gao Yang took a deep breath and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. Tap. Lu Qingying snapped her fingers. The white mist on the hot spring became thicker for a while, and soon a figure appeared behind the screen. Beautiful dream talent, well deserved. The voice was processed, and it was the most unmemorable ordinary male voice. Thank you. Lu Qingying's voice was still soft, but a little more restrained and polite. Gao Yang thought to himself, it seems that the other party is a big shot. In addition, listening to the other party's opening remarks, it should be the first time to contact Lu Qingying, but it is not ruled out that he is pretending. The other party seems to be a straightforward person. The shadow behind the screen moved his shoulders. One of the 4 elders of the Qilin Union, Xuanwu. Nice to meet you. The 12 zodiac signs, the dark horse, nice to meet you. Gao Yang also unconsciously stood up, and the aura cannot be lost. The 4 elders of the Qilin Union, Qinglong, Baihu, Xu Ke, and Xuanwu. Gao Yang heard from Wu Dahai that the 4 elders' talents are all in the top 10, and they rarely show their faces. They are the core figures of the Qilin Union, equivalent to the status of Dohu in the 12 zodiac signs. Has Miss Lu made my purpose clear? Xuanwu asked. Yes. What's your answer? I'm considering it. Gao Yang couldn't refuse directly, otherwise he would refuse and still pull people over. Isn't this playing tricks on him? After a short silence, Xuanwu said, as far as I know, you have joined the 12 zodiacs for less than a month. Yes. Then you can't say you are loyal to the 12 zodiacs. Loyalty, not really. Gao Yang pondered over the words and said pretentiously, at present, we just take what we need. You are very young. Xuanwu seemed to appreciate it, but your mind is more mature than I thought. Gao Yang didn't say anything. Good birds choose trees to live in, and good ministers choose masters to serve. Xuanwu said, Qilin Guild is a better choice for you. Really confident, it is indeed a big guild, full of confidence. I don't know your organization at all. The understanding is mutual. The other party said. What about the position you gave me? Gao Yang pretended to be interested. Protector. Xuanwu answered. Gao Yang had some knowledge of the job levels of the Qilin Union. From the top of the pyramid to the bottom, they were President, Elder, Protector, Elite Member. President Qilin. There were 4 elders, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. There were generally about 6 protectors, who were the right-hand men of the elders and managed an independent action group. There were about 10 elites, and the rest were members. The elites and members were also separate and belonged to a certain action group. If Gao Yang switched jobs, he would most likely follow the elder Xuanwu in front of him and be considered a middle-level person. I want to know who recommended me, Gao Yang said. When you officially join the union and get the approval of the top management, you will naturally know, Xuanwu answered. Gao Yang stopped talking. It seemed that he could not ask for more information. I heard, Lu Qingying, who had been listening, broke the silence, the Qilin Union has a probation period. Yes. Xuanwu behind the screen picked up the teacup and took a sip. The probation period is 1 month. But this is an external recruitment, and internal recruitment does not require a probation period. Gao Yang also picked up the teacup and pretended to take a sip slowly. Lu Qingying smiled. Perhaps, the dark horse can use external recruitment. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Miss Lu, didn't you say you were not interested in this matter? I see you are very interested. But it is understandable that from her point of view, if I switch to the Qilin Union, I will definitely be able to provide her with more information later. Internal recruitment is convenient, but from the point of view of the dark horse, it is a bit difficult. Lu Qingying smiled. He just joined the 12 zodiac signs and switched jobs without saying a word. If this gets out, his reputation in the world will not be good. Xuanwu was silent. Gao Yang seemed to be thinking about something. External recruitment is different. Your Qilin Union can formally send an invitation letter to the Black Horse of the 12 zodiac signs, and everything will be discussed openly. Lu Qingying smiled. In this way, if the Black Horse refuses, he can use this opportunity to show his loyalty to the original organization. If he accepts, it is also upright and above board, and will not give people a chance to talk about it. Gao Yang was slightly stunned. This is indeed a compromise. But there are also disadvantages. That is, it will make me famous. After all, it is the person that the two major organizations want to snatch openly, and everyone will pay special attention to it. Xuanwu thought for a moment. External recruitment is fine, I have no objection. Black Horse, do you mind if the Qilin Union sends you an invitation letter? Lu Qingying asked. Gao Yang hesitated. In fact, he still minded a little. He doesn't want to be the first to come forward. In a flash, he remembered the secret mission that Long gave him. Could it be that Long had already guessed that things would develop in this direction? Is his mission related to this matter? In this case, we can try to let it develop. It doesn't matter, Gao Yang said slowly, but I'm still considering it, and I can't guarantee the result. It doesn't matter, Xuanwu said. In this case, the two of you have reached a preliminary consensus, and this conversation ends here. Gao Yang and Xuanwu stopped talking. Next, I will separate the two of you. Lu Qingying smiled and said, I have to say it again here. You two must keep what happened tonight confidential. If anyone leaks it, I will not admit it, and I will not cooperate in any way in the future. Gao Yang and Xuanwu nodded silently. Soon, the mist spread, the screen disappeared, and Xuanwu on the opposite side also disappeared. Lu Qingying was still kneeling under the cherry tree in the hot spring pool. You go and keep him company, Gao Yang said. I want to be alone. Oh, Xuanwu also wants to be alone. Lu Qingying showed a hint of disappointment on her face. You two men really don't understand romance. Gao Yang was about to enter the system, when suddenly, irregular ripples appeared on the surface of the hot spring. The cherry blossom trees above his head began to wither wildly, and the whole world was shaking violently and falling apart. Wake up so soon? Lu Qingying was a little surprised. Yeah. Gao Yang looked calm on the surface, but he was also very uneasy in his heart. Because Gao Yang was not sure how long the transaction in his dream would last, he did not set an alarm for himself. At this point, as long as no one disturbed or approached him, he should not wake up. Who came to my room? Chapter 131. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and immediately turned over and got up alertly, gathering energy in his hands. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the room was very quiet. The moonlight outside the window was peaceful, the curtains were swaying gently, and there was no other figure. The window was clearly closed before. No, someone came into my room. Gao Yang quickly entered the system, and his luck points did not double. He got up and walked to the window. Soon, his eyes were locked on the desk and his brows were furrowed. He reached out and gently twisted his silver-white hair, which was like a transparent silk thread under the light bath of moonlight. White cat. A thought flashed through Gao Yang's mind, and his heart suddenly clenched. In fact, Gao Yang had thought about asking the organization for some empowered trap props and installing them in his room, which could play a role in prevention and protection. But Gao Yang was afraid that doing so would anger the white cat, so he finally gave up. Although this white cat has no hostility towards him for the time being, it is elusive and appears unexpectedly, which really makes people feel upset. Gao Yang sighed. It feels bad that one's fate cannot be completely controlled by oneself. Just like the Monkey King in Havoc in Heaven, although he can live a carefree life in Huago Mountain, he feels very unhappy when he thinks that there is a heavenly court in a high place watching everything on earth. Maybe this is the real reason why the Monkey King finally went to Havoc in Heaven. Gao Yang lost his sleepiness for a while, and didn't know what to do. At this time, the phone rang. In the encrypted chat group, Wu Dehai sent a photo. He and Dohu were sitting on the sofa in the lounge, drinking beer, eating fried chicken and playing games together. This guy posts all kinds of photos in the group every day to show his presence. Gao Yang usually finds him annoying, but at this moment, he feels that maybe it is more reassuring to stay with the people in the organization. Gao Yang immediately replied, Black Horse, can I join? Electric Mouse, come quickly. Brothers will fight until dawn. White Rabbit, Black Horse, you are still awake. Black Horse, I have insomnia. Aren't you also staying up late? White Rabbit, I was naughty and found a very good novel before going to bed. I have been catching up with it until now without realizing it. Electric Mouse. What novel? Let me take a look. White Rabbit. It was written by an author named Turbulent. It is called My Brother is a Destiny Boy. It is a very touching brotherhood. Electric Mouse. Goodbye. Electric Mouse. Black Horse. Come quickly. Teacher Dohu is so bad that he can't even beat me who has a mechanical arm. Dohu, disciple, save me. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang took the exclusive elevator to the rabbit room on the -6th floor. In the lounge, Dohu and Wu Dahai were still playing a fighting game on the sofa. When Gao Yang pushed the door open, there was a big KO on the screen. Dohu held a chicken leg bone in his mouth and a game controller in his hand, and said stubbornly, "The combo design of this game is too unreasonable. You are a bad player, don't make excuses." Wu Dahai stood on the sofa, very excited. "You have lost 30 games in a row. I am willing to admit defeat. Next time you go on a mission, take me and Qingling alone and create a good opportunity for me." Wu Dahai. Dohu shook his head and sighed. "Why don't you understand? You really have no chance of pursuing Qingling." "Why no chance?" Wu Dahai argued. "She is the only girl who is willing to let me touch her, although I didn't touch her." Dohu sneered. "I say, you don't really think Qingling is a person who will do anything to become stronger, right?" Wu Dahai was stunned. "Isn't it?" Dohu grabbed the game controller and knocked his head. "Use your wooden head to think about it. If Qingling is really that kind of person, why hasn't she been able to make you or other old perverts succeed so far?" Wu Dahai was stunned. "Yes, why?" "Because Qingling will help her refuse." Gao Yang interrupted with a smile. "No matter how many times." "Correct answer." Dohu nodded with satisfaction. Qingling's main personality gave up a lot of things in order to survive and become stronger, but the secondary personality Qingling helped her stick to the bottom line as a normal girl. No matter how close you think you are to success, Qingling will stand up at the critical moment and tell you to get out as far as you can. Wu Dahai opened his mouth, but couldn't refute it. So, Dohu spread his hands. Qingling is essentially a part of Qingling. Qingling will only accept you if you let Qingling accept you. But do you think this is possible? Damn! Wu Dahai sat down and completely realized, how can Qingling not hate men? No, there is a man that Qingling doesn't hate so much. Dohu looked at Gao Yang with a smirk. Wu Dahai turned his head and looked at Gao Yang hatefully. Dark Horse. I hate you. Hee hee. At this time, Gao Yang, who was caught in the crossfire, showed an awkward but polite smile. Wu Dahai, if you have this perseverance in becoming stronger, you would have entered the top 30 of the rankings long ago. Dohu was disappointed. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at the rankings for a long time. When Wu Dahai mentioned this, he immediately forgot his sadness and shouted, Mole Elf, open the real-time rankings. The screen immediately switched to the rankings of Awakeners. Wu Dahai quickly found his own ranking and danced with excitement. 54th. Ha ha ha, it's a leap. Dohu looked as if he had expected it. That's because our organization found the space-time rune, and you survived the attack before, and you are equipped with the most advanced mechanical arm of the Qilin Union, which can be regarded as a wave of fame. Gao Yang soon found that Qingling, Officer Huang and himself were also in the top 70 of the rankings. But Wu Dahai, don't be too proud. Dohu crossed his hands. If you ask me, the top 30 in the rankings are just empty names, and they have nothing to do with strength. Of course I know. Wu Dahai whispered, but being famous is good for picking up girls. Gao Yang looked at the top 10 in the rankings, his eyes lit up. Teacher Dohu, you and the captain's rankings have both moved up one. Oh really? Dohu looked at the screen and smacked his lips. What does this mean? This means that the space-time rune is very important in everyone's eyes. Yes, for it, we almost lost our lives. Now Gao Yang still felt a lingering fear when he thought of that strange space, and his back felt cold. Gao Yang carefully read the top 10 rankings. 10th place, Suzaku. 9th place, White Tiger. 8th place, Fighting Tiger. 7th place, Black Tortoise. 6th place, Azure Dragon. 5th place, X. 4th place, Drunkard. 3th place, Mr. Lee. 2th place, Dragon. 1st place, Karen. Mr. Lee is the leader of Baichuan Group. To be honest, this name is too low-key. Drunkard and X do not seem to be in the 3 major organizations. They should be the big guys among the independent players. Among the 12 zodiac signs, Dragon and Fighting Tiger occupy 2 positions. The remaining 5 positions are all occupied by the Caring Guild, which is absolutely half of the country. Ha ha. Wu Dahai couldn't help laughing. Every time I look at the top 10 of the rankings, I feel like visiting a zoo. When will you squeeze into the top 10? That will really be a zoo. Fighting Tiger also laughed. At this time, Fighting Tiger's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it, and his eyes changed slightly. Who is looking for you so late? Wu Dahai asked. I received an encrypted email. Do, who operated his phone, wait a minute, I connect to Bluetooth. Soon, the large projection screen in front of him synchronized Do Hu's phone interface. The content was an invitation letter from the Qilin Union. Gao Yang was shocked. Damn, Qilin Union, you guys are too efficient, aren't you? Don't you want to sleep? This doesn't give me any time to prepare. Chapter 132. Respectfully, the 12 zodiac signs. First of all, I sincerely congratulate your organization for finding 2 rune circuits in just 1 month. This is of great significance to all awakeners and is one step closer to our common goal. Based on the Convention on the Free Flow of Talents in Out-of-City Organizations, this union, based on equality, respect and voluntariness, hereby extends a sincere invitation to the 3 members of your organization, Black Horse, Green Snake and Yellow Ox, hoping that the 3 of you can consider joining our union, work together, and seek a common future. I hope your organization will reply as soon as possible. Qilin Union. June 4th. Wu Dahai read the contents of the invitation letter word for word, slapped his thigh and shouted, Oh my god. Awesome. Qilin Union is openly recruiting you, what a lineup. Gao Yang already knew that he would be recruited, but he didn't expect Qing Ling and Officer Huang to be included. Well, there are 3 possibilities. First, Xuanwu really wants to recruit the 2 of them. Second, this is just a smokescreen by Xuanwu to cover up the fact that he only wants to recruit Gao Yang. Third, rely on pressure to reach a compromise solution, implying, I asked you for 3 people, you have to give me 1, don't be ungrateful, otherwise I will get angry. Haha, it's interesting. Do Hu had a playful expression, crossed his legs on the coffee table, and drank a sip of beer leisurely. At this time, Do Hu's mobile phone rang, and Baitu called. She also received an encrypted email from Qilin Union. Do Hu slid to unlock and turned on the hands-free mode, and immediately heard the roar of the lion from the other side. Qilin Union, I mute him mute. What right do they have? It's so mute disgusting. They really think they are the boss, right? I mute him mute. Mute? Gao Yang and Wu Dahai were dumbfounded. It was the first time they heard Baitu swearing, and the frequency of swearing was off the charts. Baitu was the HR of the Zodiac, and the poaching must have touched her biggest weak spot. Tu, calm down first. Do Hu calmed her down calmly. Calm down? How can I calm down? They poach people blatantly, poaching 3 people at once. So I've worked for nothing this year, right? Do Hu laughed. You can't say that, didn't you poach Tengu from the Qilin Union? How can it be the same? The roar on the other end of the phone was even louder. Tengu was still in the internship period. He didn't like the Qilin Union himself, and he wanted to leave, so I contacted him. My professional ethics are great, okay. Do Hu thought about it and replied, well, give the 3 of them some time, let them decide whether to stay or go. No. Baitu wanted to kill people. Yes, none of the 3 of them can leave. If anyone dares to leave, I will break their legs. You just said you have professional ethics. I don't care. Okay, go read your Brotherhood novel. Do Hu hung up the phone and turned to look at Gao Yang. Yang, what do you think? Gao Yang felt a little guilty, but his face was very normal, not interested. Are you serious? Do Hu smiled. Qilin Union, apart from anything else, the treatment is several times better than ours. More than that. Wu Dahai looked envious. Their organization is full of beautiful women, and they allow office romances. Then why don't you go? Gao Yang asked back. I do want to, but they didn't take the initiative to recruit me. If I go there, I can only be a small soldier. Wu Dahai snorted. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, understand? Do Hu grabbed Wu Dahai's neck. Heizi, uncle who doesn't like what you said. Aw, it hurts. Wu Dahai shouted. Are our 12 zodiac signs so bad? No. I used the wrong words. I'm uneducated. I was wrong. Uncle Hu, spare me. Wu Dahai blushed and begged loudly. Do Hu let go of Wu Dahai and looked at him with disdain. Besides, you are not the head of the 12 zodiac signs, at most a chicken, but if you really go to the Qilin Union, you will probably only be a phoenix shit. After dawn, Gao Yang came to school. Nothing happened in the morning self-study and the morning. At noon, Gao Yang and Qing Ling met at a secret place on the 2nd floor of the laboratory to report the situation. This time, Gao Yang brought a lunch box, and went to the cafeteria to pack 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish for Qing Ling, plus a big chicken leg. Qing Ling didn't bother to be polite with Gao Yang. She finished the lunch Gao Yang prepared for her seriously and devoutly. When she ate the chicken leg, her mouth was full of oil because it was too big. Gao Yang smiled and took out a napkin for her. She threw away the chicken bones, took the paper and wiped her mouth, and then began to wipe her fingers. Her movements were serious and cute. Seeing that it was almost done, Gao Yang asked, "What do you think about the Qilin Union?" "I won't go." Qing Ling's attitude was clear. "Why?" Qing Ling said bluntly, "Following Do who can continue to become stronger, but going to the Qilin Union may not be possible." "That makes sense." Gao Yang nodded, which really sounded like Qing Ling's answer. "What do you think?" Qing Ling asked Gao Yang. "I'm considering it," Gao Yang said. "What is there to consider?" Qing Ling frowned, which was an emotion between incomprehension and displeasure. "Didn't you say that this world is a world of the jungle, and the Kirin Union is stronger than the Chinese zodiac?" Gao Yang half-jokingly said, "It's reasonable for me to consider a stronger backer." Qing Ling was silent. She hoped that Gao Yang would stay. They were companions, and companions should be together. But why didn't she go with Gao Yang? Because although Gao Yang was important, he was still not as important as her own path to becoming stronger. In this case, she had no right to ask Gao Yang to stay, because for Gao Yang, he had to prioritize himself over his companions. "Whatever you want," Qing Ling replied coldly. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang and Qing Ling met in the alley, changed into casual clothes together, and headed for the Millennium Building in Daxu District. All members except Long will come to the -6F of the Millennium Building tonight to discuss the poaching of the Kirin Union. The meeting will be co-chaired by Do Hu and by Tu. Gao Yang and Qing Ling are still arm in arm as before, pretending to be a couple in love. They walked out of the subway station late at night, and it started to rain heavily. Although it was okay to go to the Millennium Building in the rain, 2 humans walking in the rain would be a little eye-catching. Anyway, there was enough time, so the 2 decided to take shelter under the eaves on the street and wait until the rain was a little lighter before leaving. As soon as the 2 came under the eaves, the song of the Milk Tea King sounded in the flower shop behind them. "The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day, but the eaves where I once hid from the rain with you." Gao Yang coughed awkwardly twice and looked at Qing Ling sideways. Her black hair was all wet, and strands of hair tips were oozing with water droplets, falling on her white neck and collarbone. She took out a rubber band from her pocket, rolled up her long hair with both hands, and tied it into a high ponytail. Gao Yang noticed that Qing Ling was still wearing the twin bracelet she bought in the haunted house on her wrist. "Is the twin bracelet effective?" Gao Yang asked. Qing Ling didn't reply, but her face fell instantly. "It seems that the road to upgrading is not smooth." Gao Yang shut up tactfully. "Hey, don't stand outside, come in." The glass door behind the 2 of them opened, and the sound of wind chimes rang crisply. Gao Yang and Qing Ling immediately turned around and were stunned. Chapter 133. The young woman standing in the flower shop was wearing a light-colored floral apron, and had brown curly hair draped over her shoulders. She was gentle, beautiful, and bright. "Singer?" Gao Yang recognized the woman in front of him and immediately looked up at the name of the flower shop, Summer Flowers. "So your flower shop is here, very close to the headquarters." "Yes." The singer nodded and smiled. "Come in and sit down. The rain won't last long. We go to the headquarters together later." Gao Yang and Qing Ling walked into the flower shop and were stunned again. A handsome college student, with a small braid on the back of his head, was standing in the flower shop. He put his hands in his pockets, wore wireless headphones, and carried a black shoulder bag. He stood next to the flower stand and was concentrating on admiring a potted monstera. "Tengu?" Gao Yang shouted. Tengu slowly turned around, took off one of his headphones, and waved to Gao Yang and Qing Ling. "Yo! Are you here to hide from the rain too?" Gao Yang noticed Tengu's wet bangs, and a few water stains on his shoulders. "Ah, I forgot to bring my umbrella," Tengu said lazily. For humans suddenly appeared in the store. "This is not okay." The singer smiled and immediately turned around and changed the sign at the door of the store to closed. "You go up to the 2nd floor. I come up after I close the store." "Okay." Tengu yawned and went up the small escalator at the end. Gao Yang suddenly felt a little sleepy. As expected, he couldn't talk much with the singer. The 2nd floor of the flower shop is a large compartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The living room is well lit and decorated in a warm cafe style, with wooden floors, lazy sofas, carpets, green plants, floor-to-ceiling windows, and a bar. The three of them sat down on the soft sofa. Tiango and Qingling were both men of few words. The three of them looked at each other and said nothing. After a while, the singer came up. She smiled at the three people, made a gesture to make coffee, and went to the bar to work. Gao Yang thought about it, and took the initiative to chat with Tengu. Tengu, do you often come to the singer's shop? I will buy flowers for my mother during the holidays. Tengu thought about it and added, she likes flowers. Oh so. Gao Yang was too lazy to lay the groundwork, and went straight to the point. I heard that you have interned at the Kirin Union before. Tengu leaned back on the sofa and squinted his eyes slightly. Yes, I awakened when I was a freshman, and the Kirin Union found me. Why didn't you stay there? I don't like it, Tengu said bluntly. Can you be more specific? It feels like going to work. Tengu sighed slightly. Going to work is so troublesome. Gao Yang nodded to show his understanding. In comparison, the Zodiac is indeed much more casual. In fact, if we put aside the dangerous mission of exploring the Fu Cave, the Zodiac at other times is more like a humane studio, or even a big family. The sound of water coming from the coffee brewing machine came from the bar, and the singer smiled at the three people, and made a wait gesture. Gao Yang's thoughts were somewhat divergent. People who would choose the Zodiac are probably kind, and have a bottom line. After all, many people cannot pass the test of not killing the lost. Secondly, most people are also people with a casual temperament, of course, except for Bai Tu. Bai Tu is a workaholic, but she has long regarded the organization as her own home, and is actually very sentimental. Silence came again. Gao Yang turned his head to look outside the French window. The heavy rain was still falling. There were no pedestrians on the wet streets, and the prosperous neon lights were blurred in the rain and fog. At this time, make a cup of coffee, add some soothing music, and preferably a fat cat that feels good. Isn't it the good and peaceful years in the novel? Gao Yang was distracted for a moment, and suddenly his eyes were stern. Outside the French window, at the entrance of a narrow alley across the street, stood a man in black clothes and a black umbrella. Although the heavy rain blurred his vision, Gao Yang still recognized that man, Gui Ma. Wow! A small truck crossed the wet road, blocking Gao Yang's sight. 2 seconds later, the small truck drove away, and Gui Ma disappeared at the entrance of the alley. What? Xing Ling noticed the subtle change in Gao Yang's expression. I just seemed to see. Gao Yang was about to say something, and the singer came over with 3 cups of coffee. Enjoy it slowly. Gao Yang took the coffee and immediately changed his words. I saw an old classmate. I guess I made a mistake. Xing Ling stopped asking and took the coffee. Gao Yang pretended to taste the coffee, but actually thought about it. That man was Gui Ma. I was not mistaken. But is it really possible to come back from the dead? At least in the talent list of 11,199, Gao Yang had never seen such a talent. Of course, it was not ruled out that there was a supernatural ability like resurrection in the top 10 talents. However, there was a talent that was closer to resurrection, called fake death, serial number 58 life system. According to the information, if the head, heart and body were not severely damaged, the owner of fake death would automatically resurrect after a period of death. Could it be that Gui Ma also had the talent of fake death, and he actually had the third talent? It was unlikely. Since Long could find that Gui Ma had teleportation, there was no reason not to find that he had the third talent. Let's assume that Gui Ma has been resurrected. What does he want to do when he appears near the singer's flower shop? Is he simply missing her, or is he observing her and waiting for an opportunity to turn her against him? If he wants to turn her against him, wouldn't it be more secret and convenient for Gui Ma to use voice transmission directly on the singer? Gao Yang decided not to tell the singer and Tengu for the time being, and to find an opportunity to tell Qing Ling and Officer Huang, and then report to Dohu and let him make a judgment. About half an hour later, the heavy rain stopped. The singer led the 3 people to leave from the alley at the back door, took a shortcut with few people, came to the back door of the Millennium Building, and took the special elevator to F6. Before the meeting, Gao Yang found an opportunity to tell Dohu alone about what he saw Gui Ma. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? I'm not 100% sure. Gao Yang answered truthfully, but I think I should report to you immediately. Good job. Dohu patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. Okay, I confirm this matter. Let's have a meeting first. 10 minutes later, everyone except Long gathered at the rat gate and sat around the long conference table. Bai Tu presided over the meeting. She put the encrypted invitation letter from the Qilin Union on the big screen. After a few sweet words and passionate greetings to the genealogy of all members of the Qilin Union, her emotions finally stabilized. Rabbit, you take a break first. Dohu smiled and pressed his hand towards Baitu. Baitu snorted and sat down. Dohu looked at everyone. Come on, everyone, express your ideas. Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang, as the parties involved, couldn't say anything first. I still don't understand why they want to recruit these three newcomers. Wu Dahai spoke first. If they want to recruit, they should recruit excellent old employees like us. That's a good question. Don't ask it next time. Dohu shook his head disappointedly. Are you an idiot? Baitu rolled his eyes. Qilin Union recruited old hands like us, which is like inviting wolves into the house. They have nothing better to do. Baitu looked at the three newcomers, but they are different. They have only joined the Zodiac not long ago. The implication, they are not very loyal and are easy to train and buy. Hee hee. The dead pig laughed loudly and spoke surprisingly clearly. If I were to recruit them, they would have entered the Talisman Cave twice after only 1 month of joining the organization, and both times they succeeded. Who knows how many surprises they have? There are many benefits to recruiting them. Yes. Dohu smiled experiencedly. If they succeed, it will be a big profit. If they fail, it will be a big temptation for these three people, and it can shake the cohesion of the 12 zodiac signs from the inside. This deal is a sure win. It's so damn insidious. Wu Dahai was very excited. We can't fall into their trap. It seems that the 7 prophecies are true. There was a hint of worry in Tiango's lazy voice. What are the 7 prophecies? Gao Yang's curious baby character will never fall. Chapter 134. I mentioned to you before that there is a mathematician among the Awakeners who made a risk assessment model. Baitu looked at Gao Yang. Do you remember this? Gao Yang nodded. Oh! Wu Dahai interrupted casually. That guy also said that when the 7th rune circuit is found, it will be the node when the civil war breaks out. This is called the 7th prophecy. For a moment, the conference room fell silent. Gao Yang immediately thought of Hong Feng, Gui Ma's betrayal, the mysterious Chu Shui and Bai Mao, and the mysterious task that Long gave him. The 7th prophecy may be true, and the undercurrent has already begun to surge. Dohu clapped his hands. Let's not go off topic. Let's get to the point. About the poaching of 3 new colleagues. Dohu smiled easily. I think we should respect the wishes of the parties involved, and they can stay or leave at will. But Baitu thinks that we are a whole, and it should be decided by everyone. Baitu was still a little angry. In the end, neither of us could convince the other. So let's vote. Dohu stood up and put his hands on the conference table. The 3 parties involved will not participate, and the other members will vote. If you agree with my approach, please show your fists, and if you agree with Baitu's approach, please show your scissors. Start. Baitu urged. Don't hesitate. Don't look at each other. Follow your heart. Understand. Everyone raised their hands one after another. Meng Yang, Wu Dahai, and Siju showed scissors. Jai, Tengu, and Poho raised their fists. This result was basically within Gao Yang's expectations. Meng Yang and Wu Dahai should simply be reluctant to let the 3 of them go. Siju looks honest, but after all, he is an adult who has experienced ups and downs, thinking about problems more realistically, and definitely does not want the organization to lose combat power. The singer and the Tengu, one is literary, and the other is casual, and they are both uninhibited and free-loving. They don't like to be constrained by others, and naturally they won't constrain others. As for the monkey, at this age, he is at a higher level, and he emphasizes letting things take their course, and won't force anything. 3-3, it's a tie. Dohu was a little troubled, and he suddenly raised his fist. I vote for myself. I vote for myself too. Baitu immediately put out the scissors. 4-4. Rabbit, did you forget something? Dohu reminded with a smile. Teacher Dohu is the deputy captain. According to the regulations, when the votes are tied, the captain-level person has the dealer attribute, which counts as 1.5 votes. Gao Yang was the first to react. Haha, that's right. Dohu put his hands on his waist and stuck out his tongue at Baitu. So I won this time. Lulu at that moment. Everyone couldn't help but suspect that this middle-aged man had an IQ of only 3 years old. Baitu resisted the urge to hit someone, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. Okay, since this is the result of everyone's vote, I have no objection. Baitu glanced at Gao Yang, Qingling and Officer Huang. 3 of you, whether to leave or stay is up to you. After that, Baitu turned around and left the meeting room, slamming the door, as if he didn't want to face the possible results that might come next. No hurry, you 3 think about it all night, and give me an answer tomorrow. Dohu clapped his hands. Okay, that's it, adjourn the meeting. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Officer Huang drove Gao Yang and Qingling home. Officer Huang's car left the Millennium Building, but he didn't go home directly, but drove to an old street nearby. In an old alley in the old street, there was an automatic dry cleaning shop that looked like it had closed down. The rusty rolling shutter door was half open, and the signboard with Aqiang Dry Cleaning Shop was crooked and shaky. "Are you sure it's here?" Gao Yang closed the car door and asked Officer Huang. Officer Huang glanced at the business card in his hand. It said Aqiang Dry Cleaning Shop on it, and on the back it said, 3 people, 2 o'clock. Officer Huang was not very sure, but after the meeting, Do Hu suddenly handed him this business card. "Go in and take a look." The 3 looked around and confirmed that no one was following them. There was no surveillance on the old street lamp above their heads. Then, they carefully bent down and went into the store. As soon as the 3 walked in, the shutter door closed with a clatter. There was no light on in the dry cleaning shop. It was pitch black. The dozen automatic roller washing machines placed against the wall started instantly and turned rumble clatter. The rolling sounds of many washing machines quickly merged together and turned into a kind of white noise that was not offensive. At this time, a spark lit up in the dark corner at the end of the dry cleaning shop. Someone was smoking. Then, Do Hu's cold voice came from the end, "Come here." Officer Huang hesitated and said half-jokingly, "Teacher Do Hu, you look like you want to assassinate us." "Yes, I don't dare to come over." Gao Yang felt the same way. "I give you 3 seconds. If you don't come over, I go over," Do Hu said. The 3 of them came over immediately. Gao Yang approached and barely saw Do Hu in the dark. He was wearing big shorts and a white vest, sitting on a worn blue plastic stool, with his legs crossed, leaning against the wall, smoking leisurely. "Do you know why I called you here?" Do Hu asked. "Poaching?" Gao Yang asked. "Yes, what do you think?" Do Hu took a puff of cigarette and slowly exhaled. "Uncle Hu, I'm not a devil, but what I hate most in my life is people who tell lies, understand?" "I understand." Officer Huang had a strong desire to survive. "I don't plan to go to the Qilin Union." "Reason?" Do Hu asked. "I am more optimistic about the development prospects of our organization." "No need to be so polite. Also, the headquarters of our organization is very close to my home and workplace, and the office of the Qilin Union is too far away," Officer Huang said seriously. "Well, this is just one reason, what else?" Do Hu continued to ask. "You promised me that you would help me figure out my wife's pregnancy," Officer Huang said. "Yes, I will do my best to help you figure it out. Just wait for the news." Do Hu waved his hand. "Okay, next one." Qing Ling answered directly. "I won't go to the Qilin Union." "Reason?" Do Hu asked in the same way. "You can help me become stronger," Qing Ling said. Do Hu smiled. "Then can I understand that you will not leave until you beat me?" "You can understand that," Qing Ling said bluntly. "Very good." Do Hu smoked a cigarette happily. "Black Horse, what about you?" "I'm not leaving," Gao Yang blurted out. "Reason?" "The reason is that you have a dagger hidden behind your back with your other hand. Do you think I didn't notice it? If I dare to say I want to leave, I will probably be executed on the spot. Who knows if a madman like you can do it? My companions are all here." Gao Yang answered truthfully, "And the captain talked to me. He is very optimistic about me and promised that as long as I work hard, he will reward me." Gao Yang couldn't reveal the task that Long gave him, so he could only say this. Do Hu is a smart man, and he must understand. After a brief thought, Do Hu nodded. He slowly raised his head and exhaled a puff of white smoke into the darkness. The dagger in his other hand was thrown to the ground with a crisp sound. "Yes, all 3 of you can leave here alive tonight." Gao Yang was shocked. "Crazy. He is indeed a madman. Don't blame me, Uncle Hu, for being vicious." Do Hu's smile revealed a trace of desolation and helplessness. "There is one thing that Long and I agree on." Chapter 135. Do Hu stood up and flicked his cigarette, but against the wall, splashing a few sparks. Next, the competition between organizations for talent, resources, and discourse power will enter a white-hot stage, and civil war is only a matter of time. You are all newcomers with potential, and you know a lot of secrets of the organization. I can't let you join the Qilin Union, which is a big hidden danger to the 12 zodiac signs. That 7 prophecy, is it so accurate? Officer Huang's voice was a little reluctant. We are all awakened, and our goals are the same. Why can't we unite and overcome difficulties together? Who said everyone has the same goal? Do Hu asked coldly. Officer Huang was silent. Huang Niu, you are a policeman. How come you don't understand human nature and desires as well as Wu Dahai? In the darkness, Officer Huang smiled helplessly. How can I not understand? I just understand too well. Officer Huang just didn't want to face it for a while. He was about to become a father. Even if this was already hell, he hoped that his child could come to a milder hell. Don't be an ostrich, give up your fantasy and prepare for battle. In the darkness, Dohu raised his voice. We, the 12 zodiac signs, will never be the first to fire a gun, but we will never be the first to be shot. Now that you have already lined up, stand up straight and stand firm. Do you hear me? The three of them nodded in unison. Dohu said again, actually, there is another thing I asked you to come here for. What is it? Gao Yang asked. Among the three of you. Dohu's voice was slightly lowered. At least one of you will go to the Qilin Union. Why? Officer Huang was surprised, but he quickly thought, do you want us to be an undercover agent? Gao Yang said. That's right, use the enemy's trick to get into the Qilin Union. Dohu said. Officer Huang took a breath. Teacher Dohu, you are asking us to die. The other party is the Qilin Union. It has only been a short time since Gui Ma's previous lesson. Although Gui Ma is an enemy, he is also a living example. He has been lurking for so many years, and is so cautious, but he was finally caught. It is probably more difficult to be an undercover agent in the Qilin Union than in the 12 zodiac signs. It is no longer walking on a tightrope, but walking on the hair. I won't go anyway. If you insist on me going, you might as well give me a quick death now. Officer Huang was determined to give up. I won't go either. Qing Ling's attitude was also very firm. I want to become stronger. Where is Yang Yang? Dohu asked. Don't call me Yang Yang. Every time you call me so disgustingly, it must be bad. Gao Yang held back his complaints. After weighing the pros and cons, he also thought that being an undercover agent was too risky. I don't want to go either. Okay, that's a bit too much. Dohu looked as if he had expected it. Then I take a step back and not be an undercover agent. I stay in the Qilin Union and wait and see. When I really gain the trust of the Qilin Union and the time is ripe, I consider whether to further serve as an undercover agent. What if the time is not ripe? Gao Yang asked further. Two choices. Dohu held up two fingers. 1. Resign and return to the 12 zodiac signs. 2. Continue to lie dormant and wait for the opportunity. In short, the Qilin Union must have our people. Dohu said, it doesn't matter if you don't go undercover, just treat it as a warning. Officer Huang thought about it and shook his head. I'm sorry, teacher, I still refuse. I go. Gao Yang said. Gao Yang. Officer Huang was very surprised. You are crazy. This is not a joke. I'm not crazy. I thought it through. Gao Yang smiled at Qing Ling and Officer Huang. You and Qing Ling stay. I won't be an undercover, but I can be a looker in the Qilin Union. The reason why Gao Yang agreed was because he suddenly remembered the task that Long gave him. For some reason, he felt that the task must be related to this matter. Qing Ling had talked with Gao Yang during the day, and was not too surprised by Gao Yang's decision, nor did he express his opinion. Xiao Yangyang. Dohu reached out and patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. To be honest, I really can't bear to part with you. But to be honest, you are indeed the most suitable candidate. To do this, you not only need to be brave and resourceful, but also have to be calm and mean. In this last point, you are first class. Gao Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. What kind of compliment was this? But let me be frank. I will just be a looker. Gao Yang said, you can't force me to do undercover work, steal confidential documents, assassinate, collude with others. I won't do these things. Don't worry. Dohu assured Gao Yang, at present, we are mainly competitors with Qilin Union, not enemies, and it has not come to this point at all. Okay, I will just think of it as going to a big company for further study. Gao Yang half-jokingly. Very good, this is the optimistic attitude we need. Dohu praised very much. When should I go? You are a high school student during the day and have classes. Then tomorrow night, I will take you there personally. Dohu said. So soon? Gao Yang was a little surprised. He thought he could give him a few more days to receive undercover training, swear an oath, and finally say goodbye to his companions. After all, he didn't know when he would be back. Who knew Dohu was so cruel, and sent him away tomorrow? Quick! Dohu smiled and shook his head. Others started planning before the 7th prophecy. We are already far behind. We have to adjust the strategy of not interfering with each other in the future. After becoming an awakener, the energy is greatly improved, and it is not a big problem to not sleep for a night. Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang were obviously not in the mood to go home and sleep. When it was almost dawn, the three went to the 6 deaf beef noodle shop again. The three ordered 3 bowls of fragrant beef noodles with fried eggs and ate them in silence. Halfway through the meal, Officer Huang put down his chopsticks and complained, "Gao Yang, I still think you are too impulsive. If the 3 of us had insisted on not going, Do Hu would definitely give in." Qing Ling didn't say anything, but from her slightly changing expression, it can be seen that she agreed with Officer Huang. Maybe? Gao Yang also put down his chopsticks. He couldn't tell the 2 of them about the secret mission that Long gave him, so he had to laugh dryly. "Officer Huang, do you remember what you said before?" "What?" "You said that I am very dangerous, and that you will die quickly if you stay around me." "I just said it casually. Why did you take it seriously?" Officer Huang also laughed. "Maybe you are right." Gao Yang thought of Li Weiwei, Wan Sisi, and Lao Wang. For a moment, Gao Yang was a little sad. "After this, I'm afraid there will be no chance to eat noodles together." "What are you talking about?" Officer Huang encouraged Gao Yang. "Backers are only temporary. Companions are lifelong. Remember, no matter where you are, we are all in the same boat." Gao Yang felt warm in his heart and nodded. For the first time, he used the tone of an elder to remind the 2, "Qing Ling, Officer Huang, you should follow Do Hu, protect yourself, and pay attention to safety." Qing Ling's action of picking up the noodles froze slightly, and she said coldly, "Worry about yourself." "Don't worry, Do Hu also said that I am the best in terms of vulgarity." Gao Yang laughed at himself. Qing Ling suddenly put down her chopsticks, and looked up at Gao Yang's eyes. "What's wrong?" Gao Yang felt uncomfortable when she looked at him, thinking that there was something on his face. Qing Ling took off a twin bracelet from her wrist, and handed it to Gao Yang. "Take it." Gao Yang was stunned. "Why?" "This thing is useless to me." Qing Ling said, "I can't pay you back. I give you one and use this to pay off the debt." "Oh, okay." Gao Yang took the bracelet, which still had a trace of Qing Ling's warmth. "Don't die," Qing Ling said, and buried her head to continue eating noodles. "Okay." Gao Yang smiled and nodded, and put on the bracelet. Chapter 136. Late at night, a black jeep was parked on the roadside near the school gate. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang deliberately left last. He walked out of the campus where few people were, went deep into the familiar alley, changed into casual clothes, put on a mask, and went straight to the jeep and got into the passenger seat. Do Hu held the steering wheel with one hand and threw the cigarette butt into the trash can outside the car window with the other hand. "Uncle Hu will give you a last ride tonight." "Ah?" Gao Yang was about to fasten his seatbelt, and he was so scared that he almost opened the door and jumped out of the car. "Uh-huh." Do Hu laughed himself. "Don't be nervous. I slipped my tongue. It's the last ride for you." "Oh." Gao Yang was terrified and scared to death. Do Hu started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The car was driving fast on the night road. Do Hu said faintly, "You said yesterday that you might have seen Gui Ma. I went to check Gui Ma's grave today. How is it?" Gao Yang's eyes lit up. "The body is gone." Do Hu's face darkened. Gao Yang stopped talking. "Sure enough, I was not wrong. It seems that Gui Ma is very likely to be resurrected." Do Hu glanced at Gao Yang. "You have done a great job in this matter. I really don't want you to leave." Gao Yang looked up and looked at Do Hu's side face while driving. "Teacher Do Hu, there is something I want to ask you." "Say." "Qing Ling and Officer Huang both saved my life. They are also the ones who led me into the world of awakeners. I and them." "Stop it. I will really cry if you are more sentimental." Do Hu raised a hand. "I promise you that I will try my best to protect their safety within the conditions." Gao Yang nodded. "I feel relieved with what you said, teacher." Do Hu took out a shriveled cigarette box, took out a cigarette with one hand, and held it in his mouth. In fact, it is not all bad for a person to have weaknesses. Weaknesses make people vulnerable, but sometimes they can also make people stronger. Gao Yang was thoughtful. Do Hu continued, "More importantly, people with weaknesses will not easily get lost in the pursuit of their ideals." "Thank you, teacher. I am very inspired." This is Gao Yang's true words. The road at night was unobstructed, and the speed was very fast. Unknowingly, we drove onto the Qingyang Bridge. After crossing the bridge, it was Feiyang District, which was the territory of Qilin Union. Gao Yang thought of another question. "Teacher Do Hu, how can I contact you later?" "Don't contact, do what you should do." Do Hu smiled skillfully. "Remember, after you go there, you will definitely face implicit surveillance. Before you really gain their basic trust, you can never be too cautious." Gao Yang nodded. "Be patient and grow slowly." Do Hu said, "You must deceive yourself first before you can deceive the Kirin Union. When the time is right, I will naturally find a way to contact you." Understood. Also, let me be frank. Dohu looked straight ahead, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. If you can't hold on, you can come back, but you must not betray. If you are turned by them, and become a double agent, I will never forgive you. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will definitely find you and kill you, and bet on my dignity. Although Gao Yang had already realized this, he still couldn't help shuddering. But Dohu's cold face instantly bloomed with a friendly smile. Xiao Yang, you are the best. You will definitely not let me down, right? Yes, yes, yes. Gao Yang's face also bloomed with a flower-like smile. Dohu drove the car to the antique walking car and let Gao Yang get off. Gao Yang put his hands in his pockets, his whole face hidden in the cap and mask. He shuttled through the bustling crowd of people, found an opportunity to get into the hidden narrow alley, turned left and right, and entered the Ten Dragon Village. When passing by the cyber-shaped dead tree in the center of the square, Gao Yang was a little dazed for a while. The scene of his first time eating barbecue here, with the 12 zodiac signs, was still vivid in his mind. That was his first time to officially enter the world of Awakeners. Gao Yang took out his mobile phone and took a look, and found that he had been kicked out of the encrypted chat group of the 12 zodiac signs. The person who kicked him was Baitu. The unaware Baitu must hate Gao Yang very much. Gao Yang smiled bitterly, put the mobile phone back into his pocket, and walked towards the brightly lit building on the side. It was the Xuanwu branch of the Qilin Union. Entering the revolving door, the two young ladies in black and white Chongsams were still standing in front of the service desk. Hello, this is the Xuanwu branch of the Qilin Union. How can I help you? One of the 12 zodiac signs, the Black Horse. Gao Yang took off his mask and said in a steady voice, I'm here to work for your organization. Wait a moment. The receptionist in the black Chongsam leaned over to check the computer, and soon got a reply, ah yes, it's already registered. The receptionist in the white Chongsam leaned over to take a look, smiled and looked up. Mr. Black Horse, congratulations on joining the Qilin Union. Your position is a protector, and the captain of the 5th action team, and you are under the Xuanwu Elder. In addition, you need a protector title. I will help you with the entry procedures and prepare related items. The name of the guardian? Gao Yang had never thought about it. Can you just pick it randomly? No, there are rules. The lady in the white Chongsam smiled and said, the guardian name is 2 characters, the first character is a number, and the second character is a natural element, such as tree, grass, flower, forest, wind, fire, ice, thunder, water, flame, earth, gold, wood, light, shadow, etc. Gao Yang was a little confused. Why did he feel like he had chosen a family name when he played online games before? Gao Yang's lucky number is 7. The word shadow represents being in the dark, which is more in line with his identity. 7 shadows. Gao Yang said. Wow, a great name. The 2 receptionists said in unison, with polite and perfunctory smiles on their faces. Gao Yang suspected that even if he named himself Irby, they would still be able to brag about it. 7 shadows guardian, please follow me. The lady in the black Chongsam walked out of the front desk, and was about to lead Gao Yang away. What? Killed another person? A man walked out of the hall in a hurry while talking on the phone. Gao Yang looked over and saw that the man was about 190 centimeters tall, with a strong waist and back, a strong body, and was wearing a gray t-shirt and jeans. His hair and sweat hair were very thick, and his face was full of beard. From a distance, he really looked like a big grizzly bear. He held his cell phone and shouted to the front desk, Where is Manchi? Why can't I contact him for a long time? I help you contact him again. The front desk lady in a white Chongsam immediately picked up the phone. Forget it. The man glanced at Gao Yang standing at the front desk and narrowed his eyes slightly. Where did this kid come from? He is the latest one to join. Oh, you are the one who jumped to this job. The man interrupted roughly. It's just right. Can you drive? Go drive for me. By the way, the man just turned around and remembered something, and turned back to ask Gao Yang, have you chosen a name? The name of your previous organization cannot be used anymore. 7 shadows. Gao Yang replied. The man was stunned for half a second, and immediately yelled at the receptionist, How do you two do things? You don't even explain the rules to me. The man reached out and patted Gao Yang's shoulder. Little brother, you just came here and don't know the rules. Let me tell you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't take any name. You are not qualified for the name Qiang, understand? The receptionist said with some embarrassment, Mr. Huixiong, you may not know it very well. It turns out that it is really called Grizzly Bear. Gao Yang almost couldn't help laughing out loud. I know it very well. Hui Xiong interrupted rudely, his face full of flesh and thick beard shaking together. This kid is going to join our group 5, and he will be my brother in the future. You let him take the name of protector, isn't that asking for trouble? It means is there a possibility? Gao Yang smiled decently. I am here to be a protector. Chapter 137. Hui Xiong was stunned, staring at Gao Yang, who was shorter than him. In his eyes, this kid was just a brat. You? Protector? Hui Xiong's mouth twitched. Yes, Gao Yang said. Ah ha ha. Hui Xiong clapped his legs and laughed wildly. He was so trembling that his loud laughter echoed throughout the hall. After laughing for a while, he took a breath, put his hands on his hips, and looked at Gao Yang. You? Protector? Yes. Ah ha ha. Hui Xiong couldn't help laughing again. The two ladies at the front desk couldn't stand it anymore. At this time, the lady in the white cheongsam just received a call. Her face changed and she hurried to Hui Xiong. Mr. Hui Xiong, looking for your phone. Ha ha ha. Looking for me? Who is it? Hui Xiong laughed so hard that he almost got a stitch in his side. He took the phone. Elder Xuanwu. The lady at the front desk answered. The laughter stopped abruptly. Hui Xiong was silent for a second. He subconsciously wiped the sweat on his jeans with his hand and took the phone respectfully. Elder Xuanwu, yes, he has arrived, yes. Yes, don't worry. Hui Xiong hung up the phone and returned the phone to the front desk. He turned to look at Gao Yang, sniffed awkwardly, scratched his hair, and didn't know where to put his hands. After a few seconds, he smiled and stretched out his hand to Gao Yang. Captain Qiang, hello, I am the deputy captain of the 5th Action Team, Hui Xiong. Hello. Gao Yang nodded, but didn't stretch out his hand, deliberately holding his airs. The present is different from the past. Now he is a protector, so he naturally has to take the attitude of a middle-level leader. Lord Xuanwu asked me to take you to familiarize yourself with the environment, but I just received a case here, and I have to go there immediately. Hui Xiong was a little embarrassed. Seeing Gao Yang didn't say anything, he hurriedly explained, my daytime job is a policeman, haha. Murder case? Gao Yang was a little interested. Yes, serial murder too rampant. Hui Xiong was a little indignant. Aren't you short of manpower? Take me with you, Gao Yang suggested. Captain Qiang, this is just a small matter, don't bother me. Aren't you short of a driver? Gao Yang smiled. No. Hui Xiong hurriedly smiled. I do it myself, drive myself. Hui Xiong took Gao Yang out of Shilong village and got into a private car. Hui Xiong took out a police assistant uniform from the back of the car and handed it to Gao Yang. Captain Qiang, you see, you are really too young. I'm sorry to ask you to play the role of a police assistant. Follow me to the crime scene later, and try not to talk. After all, once you leave Shilong village, it's their territory. I know. Gao Yang got into the car quickly, changed his clothes quickly, and put on his hat quickly. Hui Xiong concentrated on driving and didn't speak. Gao Yang buttoned up his uniform, adjusted it, and entered the system. He could now check the system with his eyes open. Enter the system attributes. Physical strength, 121 endurance, 122. Strength, 217 agility, 259. Spirit, 309 charm, 97. Luck, 132. Your latest accumulated luck points are 86. Well, it's been about 3.5 days since the last time I added points. There was no danger during this period, so the points are reasonable. All points are evenly distributed to physical strength and endurance. Physical strength, 164 endurance, 165. Strength, 217 agility, 259. Spirit, 309 charm, 97. Luck, 132. It's okay. Exit system. Instantly, Gao Yang's body began to heat up, and a warm current appeared in his chest, and then slowly spread to his whole body with the beating of his heart. Every muscle and bone in his body seemed to be injected with new vitality and energy. And I don't know if it's because of the exercise, this gain effect is more lasting and profound than before, and it has been further strengthened in absorption and consolidation. Hey, Captain Qiang, I didn't expect you to be interested in handling the case. After a moment of silence, Hui Xiong made small talk. Gao Yang was not in a hurry to answer. Going with Hui Xiong to investigate the case was not Gao Yang's sudden impulse. On the one hand, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to be alone to ask Hui Xiong about the Kirin organization. On the other hand, handling the case might be dangerous, and this kind of danger is relatively low, just right to steadily brush a wave of luck points. Gao Yang's current plan is, before replenishing his physical strength and endurance, he will not comprehend new talents or add luck points for the time being. Seeing Gao Yang didn't say anything, Hui Xiong had to talk about the case. But this case is indeed difficult. It's a serial killer. His methods of committing crimes are extremely cruel. This is the sixth one. Gao Yang nodded slightly. He knew that it would be difficult to convince others that he would come to the Qilin Union to be a protector at such a young age and manage a group. It's like a transfer student who wants to be a class monitor right after coming here. Of course, his classmates will not agree. In this case, he can only raise his status and let everyone know that he is not easy to mess with. So from now on, Gao Yang decided to take the unfathomable and cold route. Well, anyway, the dead are all beasts. Hui Xiong was obviously more interested in the world of awakeners. He asked tentatively, Captain Qiang, I heard that your original organization does not allow the killing of lost people at will, right? Yes, Gao Yang answered. Why? Hui Xiong didn't understand. If a newcomer happens to have a talent for output, how can he level up to level 3 without killing beasts? What do you think? Gao Yang asked back. Well, Hui Xiong thought seriously. You could also kill the beast in the Fu Cave, and you could also kill other beasts, but the cost of leveling up is too high, too unreasonable. There are many unreasonable rules of the 12 zodiac signs. Gao Yang deliberately expressed his dissatisfaction with the original organization. Haha, yes, our Qilin Union is better, Hui Xiong said. Of course. Gao Yang had no expression. Captain. Hui Xiong glanced at the rearview mirror, his eyes playful. Is it convenient to ask about your age? Is it important? Gao Yang asked back. It's not important, it's not important. Hui Xiong smiled. I can't stop talking. Tell me about the case. Gao Yang decided to start with this matter. If he asked him about the Qilin Union right away, his intention would be too obvious. Okay, there is nothing in common between the victims, it seems like a random killing. But judging from the traces at the scene, the murderer should be a fanatic of some evil organization. Gao Yang nodded. In short, this case is quite creepy, you will know in a while. Hui Xiong turned the steering wheel, and the car turned into an old street. A few minutes later, the car stopped at a dilapidated and dirty alley. Outside the alley stood an old road sign with Baixing Lane written on it. The alley was full of pink signs, all with words such as bathing, massage, beauty, and health. Gao Yang glanced at Hui Xiong. Hui Xiong smiled playfully. Yes, it's this kind of place. The person who was killed seems to be a regular. As he spoke, a young policeman walked out of the alley. He was short but strong, with slightly dark skin, a crew cut, and a smart and bright look in his eyes. Uncle Xiong, you are here. He handed Hui Xiong a cigarette while speaking. I've quit. Hui Xiong waved his hand. I had a lung cancer during the last physical examination. I was scared to death. Xiao Lu, you should smoke less in the future. Haha, I'm still young. Xiao Lu smiled cheerfully. I quit in 2 years. Xiao Lu looked at Gao Yang on the side. Uncle Xiong, who is this? A private detective. Hui Xiong had already thought of an excuse. The case has not been solved. The higher-ups are pressing for help. I brought him here to help find a breakthrough. I understand. Xiao Lu hurriedly handed Gao Yang a cigarette. Hello, great detective. May I ask your name? I don't smoke, thank you. Gao Yang clenched his fist slightly, put it to his mouth, and coughed twice to make his voice a little lower. Your name is Jean Tianin. Just call me Mr. Jean. Okay, Mr. Jean. Xiao Lu turned around and led the way. This way, follow me. Chapter 138. Gao Yang and Hui Xiong followed Xiao Lu into Baixing Lane. This alley was very narrow, with messy signs and dazzling neon lights overhead, and all kinds of garbage and dirty water underfoot. The air was filled with a cheap, pungent smell. The sexy, heavily made-up girls stood outside their shops smoking, watching Gao Yang and his group pass by with lazy and numb faces. Soon, Xiao Lu walked to the end of a massage shop called Authentic Thai Massage. There was a cordon at the door, and a policeman guarding it. Hui Xiong showed his ID, and led Gao Yang into the shop. The shop was dimly lit, and a kitsch pink. The front hall for guests was filled with a coffee table, and several cheap sofas. The coffee table was filled with melon seeds, snacks, and some braised food. The cigarette butts in the ashtray were all covered with bright lipstick marks. Several women in revealing clothes lowered their heads, and accepted the police's interrogation. One of them was an elderly woman, wearing a rich red dress, with a shapeless figure, curly hair, and wrinkles on her thick foundation. She was the boss lady. She was holding a branded bag in her right hand, and a lady's cigarette in her left hand. She kept covering her chest and explained excitedly in a smoke-filled voice. I really don't know anything. The customer came to the store and said he wanted someone to massage him. I arranged several for him, but he was not satisfied and drove the girls away. The store was busy at the time, and I didn't have time to deal with him, so I decided to leave him alone for a while. Half an hour later, I opened the door to find him. My God, I was scared to death. Are you the boss lady? Hui Xiong walked up and asked. Hello, officer, you must be the captain, just call me Xiao Luo. The boss lady smiled and winked. Hui Xiong didn't appreciate it. According to seniority, I call you Sister Luo. So take me to the scene to have a look. No, no, no. The proprietress was shocked. It's in the last room on the 3rd floor. If you want to see it, go and see it yourself. I don't want to suffer again. Okay, wait, I ask you questions later. After giving instructions, Hui Xiong turned and went upstairs, and Gao Yang and Xiao Lu followed. Climbing up the narrow and irregular spiral corridor, the three of them came to the 3rd floor. The renovated house was very old, and had been in disrepair for a long time. The stale smell and the smell of essential oils mixed together, which was indescribably weird. Xiao Lu explained the basic situation of the deceased. The deceased is called Duan Geng. Duan Geng? Hui Xiong sneered. What a good name. Xiao Lu continued. 43 years old, single, opened a mobile phone repair shop nearby, often patronizes such places on weekdays, but this is the first time to come to this shop. The time of death was an hour ago, and the cause of death was a blunt piercing of the chest, and the heart was bleeding heavily. Gao Yang and Hui Xiong listened to Xiao Lu's report while walking through the dim corridor, and came to the innermost room. The wooden door was ajar. Hui Xiong stepped forward and gently pushed it open, and the strong smell of blood hit the nose, making people feel nauseous. Hui Xiong subconsciously covered his nose, and Gao Yang held his breath. He could easily not breathe for a minute or two now. Inside the door was a massage room of more than 10 square meters, without windows, pink lights, and large-scale erotic movie posters on the walls. On the massage bed in the middle, there was a man wearing only shorts. He was obese, with rough pores and dark skin. He was lying flat on the massage bed, with his limbs stretched out, his head hanging in the air and tilted back. His mouth was very big and full of black blood. His face was distorted, and his pupils were dilated but not overly deformed. His whole face was filled with fear. His chest was bloody, and a half-meter-long black iron spike was stuck in it. Blood spread evenly from his chest, staining his entire upper body. There was also a large wet, sticky pool of blood on the massage bed and the floor. There were traces of fighting at the crime scene. Various essential oils on the small table were spilled on the ground, and the simple wardrobe in the corner also collapsed. It is worth noting that on the wall above the head of the deceased, on those messy erotic movie posters, there appeared a pattern drawn with the blood of the deceased. The pattern is a circle, with sharp lines like light or flames on the outside of the circle, and an upright eye in the middle of the circle. As Hui Xiong said, it is some kind of evil totem, giving people a very ominous sense of oppression. For the sake of caution, Gao Yang quietly entered the system and confirmed that the lucky income had not doubled before slowly entering the room. Gao Yang had seen many beast corpses, some more tragic than this, and he was used to it. On the contrary, Xiao Lu, who was standing next to him, was inexperienced at work. He pretended to be calm, but his face was still a little bad. Gao Yang carefully examined the appearance of the corpse, and found some dust in the fingernails of the deceased, which was probably wall dust, which might have been scratched when struggling. From the expression of the deceased, he was terrified and confused, as if he saw something terrible that he couldn't understand. It's that perverted killer again. Hui Xiong took a look at the evil totem on the wall, and came to a conclusion. Is there this pattern every time someone dies? Gao Yang asked calmly. Yes. It was Xiao Lu who replied. We checked, but couldn't find the source of this pattern. Experts speculate that this killer should be a psychopath or a fanatic of a newly emerging evil organization. Gao Yang stared at the center of the totem on the wall for a while, carefully observing the circle in the center of the totem, without expressing his opinion. A few minutes later, the three walked out of the massage room. When going downstairs, Hui Xiong asked Xiao Lu, have the fingerprints at the scene been detected? They are all fingerprints of the staff in the store. No fingerprints were found on the clothes of the deceased, and no suspicious traces or remains were found at the scene. Have you checked the surveillance in the store? I have checked it. This store is very irregular. There is only surveillance in the lobby on the first floor, and no other places. Xiao Lu thought for a while, and said, the windows on the second floor are not equipped with anti-theft windows. Hui Xiong nodded. In other words, the murderer may have climbed in through the window to commit the crime and then quietly escaped. It is possible, Xiao Lu continued, but we checked the windows and found no obvious signs of climbing. The three came to the lobby on the first floor. Sister Luo was still complaining to the police officer who was questioning her. What should I do? With something like this happening, how can I do business in my shop in the future? Business? Forget about it for a while. Hui Xiong waved at Sister Luo. Call the people in your shop, pack up, and come back to the police station with us to make a statement. Wait. Gao Yang called Hui Xiong. Hui Xiong turned around immediately. Mr. Qi. Jean, what did you find? Gao Yang did not comment. He stepped forward and looked at the proprietress. Sister Luo, how is the business in the shop recently? Good, pretty good, every night is full. Sister Luo was quite proud. The massage skills of the girls in my shop are all professionally trained. Massage? Hui Xiong smiled playfully. Really just massage? Of course. They are all regular massages. Sister Luo remained calm. Do you have the habit of keeping accounts? Gao Yang asked. Oh yes, but I don't know how to use a computer, so I write everything in the account book. Show me your account book, Gao Yang said. Hui Xiong was confused. Why would he check the account book? But even though she was young, she came here to be a guardian, so she must be quite capable. Hui Xiong was also very tactful. Go and show it to Mr. Jean. Okay, wait. Sister Luo turned and walked into the house, and soon came out with a thick account book. Gao Yang took it and flipped through it casually. He paid special attention to the date on the account book and seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, Gao Yang closed the account book and returned it to Sister Luo. I'm fine. Gao Yang's face was calm, and he had a preliminary guess in his mind. Chapter 139. Gao Yang and Hui Xiong walked out of Baixing Lane. Hui Xiong couldn't help asking Gao Yang, Captain, have you found anything? I have some preliminary ideas, but they haven't taken shape yet. Gao Yang was being mysterious. Hui Xiong nodded, waiting for Gao Yang's opinion. But Gao Yang didn't mention it again. He looked at the time on his phone. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I have to go back to Xuanwu branch. The entry procedures haven't been completed yet. I take you there. No, you go and do your work. Gao Yang put on the airs of a leader. Tomorrow night at dawn, the 5th Action Group will gather at Xuanwu branch for a short meeting. You notify them. Okay, but why in the early morning? Hui Xiong asked. Because I'm still a high school student, I have to go to school during the day and have evening self-study at night. I only have time after that. Don't ask, I have my own arrangements. Gao Yang said. Okay. Hui Xiong smiled. Captain, I go back to the police station first. Wait. Gao Yang added. Bring me the victim information of this case tomorrow. Just a copy will do. Okay. After Hui Xiong got in the car, he muttered to himself. This kid looks like a good guy, probably quite powerful. Elder Xuanwu's vision should be right. In the middle of the night, Gao Yang returned to the Xuanwu branch of Shilongzai. In the bright hall, 2 receptionists were still on duty. Mr. Chiang. The receptionist in black Chongsam came up with a smile. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you have time to continue to handle the entry procedures now? Yes. Gao Yang came for this. Okay, please follow me. The black Chongsam lady took Gao Yang to an office, opened the file cabinet with a key, and took out a formal contract. Gao Yang spent some time reading the contract, and found no problems, so he signed it. Then, the black Chongsam lady took out a comprehensive recorder, which recorded Gao Yang's voice, retinal scan and fingerprint scan. Finally, the black Chongsam lady took out an exquisite box, opened it, and inside was a golden brooch in the shape of a unicorn. What is this? Gao Yang asked. The union brooch. She smiled and explained. Depending on the level of the union members, the brooches are also different. Ordinary members are bronze brooches, elites are silver brooches, protectors are gold brooches, and elders are diamond brooches. Do I have to wear this thing? Gao Yang complained in his heart. It's full of style, but it's too blatant. It only needs to be worn when attending internal meetings or formal activities of the awakening world, and it's casual at other times. The black Chongsam lady said. What if it's lost? Gao Yang asked. Haha, the 7 shadow protectors are really good at joking. The black Chongsam lady covered her mouth and laughed. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. If you lose it, you need to write a report and reapply, and you will also be fined 20 black gold coins. So it's best not to lose it. Gao Yang secretly sighed. It's really expensive, but I can afford it with my current salary level. The procedures are completed, can I leave now? Gao Yang asked. Well, congratulations on your official entry into the Qilin Union. The Black Cheongsam lady smiled and said, according to the normal entry process, I still have to take you to familiarize yourself with the environment and collect your basic items. Is it okay now? After all, it was already midnight. Any time is fine. The Black Cheongsam lady smiled happily and looked very energetic. Okay, then take me around. Okay, please follow me. The lady in Black Cheongsam took Gao Yang out of the office and came to an elevator entrance inside. The two swiped their cards to enter the elevator. The lady in Black Cheongsam entered the password and pressed -3F. Soon, the elevator stopped and the two walked out of the elevator. Gao Yang was startled. Outside the elevator was a small subway platform with bright lights. There was a tunnel in front of the platform. There were several carriages parked in the tunnel. Each carriage was independent and shaped like a capsule. This is a capsule train, which is convenient for fast travel between branches. The lady in Black Cheongsam walked to the front of the white train and opened the door. Please come in. Where are we going? Gao Yang asked. To the White Tiger branch in Chang'an district. The employee dormitory of the Qilin Union is over there. The lady in Black Cheongsam explained. Gao Yang nodded and ducked into the capsule train. The space in the carriage was not large. There were two single chairs in front and back, and an operating table in the middle. It could accommodate 5 people at most. The lady in Black Cheongsam closed the door, and the two sat down and fastened their seat belts. The lady in Black Cheongsam began to operate the train, and soon, the capsule train started moving, comparable to a suspended train, very stable and extremely fast. Wait a minute, it will arrive in 5 minutes. The lady in Black Cheongsam still smiled. Gao Yang had noticed that the lady in Black Cheongsam did not look like an awakener, and was so perfect that she looked a little like an AI. Of course, it was just his feeling. What's your name? Gao Yang asked. My name is Xiuya. Xiuya replied. Are you a cute girl? Gao Yang used jargon to test. What is a cute girl? Xiuya looked puzzled. It seems to be a lost person. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Is it really okay for Qilin Union to use lost people as basic waiters? How long have you been working in Qilin Union? Xiuya blinked. A trace of confusion flashed across her face. I can't remember. Anyway, it's been a long time. Don't you have to go home? Qilin Union is my home. Xiuya blurted out, as if it was some kind of standard answer. Where are your family? You are my family. Xiuya replied. Gao Yang felt more and more strange. At this time, a stream of light flashed across Xiuya's side face, and a net-like light green tattoo appeared on her temple that was previously blocked by her bangs. Rather than a tattoo, it is more like a brand. Gao Yang had a flash of inspiration and made a preliminary guess. It should be some kind of summoning talent that can control life forms with weak mental power and brainwash them for their own use. However, this kind of control ability generally has a time limit and range. Gao Yang looked down and found a solid black metal bracelet hidden on Xiuya's wrist under her long sleeves. The bracelet was also engraved with a dark mesh pattern, which was consistent with the mark on Xiuya's temple. Gao Yang was secretly shocked. Qilin Guild is really powerful. The development and application of talents and black gold equipment empowerment have reached such a terrifying level. Click, click, click. In a blink of an eye, the capsule train slowed down and stopped. We're here. Xiuya smiled and unbuckled the seat belt and opened the train door. Gao Yang followed Xiuya onto the platform and entered the dedicated elevator. Xiuya entered the password and pressed 50F. The elevator rose quickly without any stops in the middle and stopped in less than a minute. Gao Yang and Xiuya walked out of the elevator. Outside was a corridor covered with red carpet, with guest rooms on both sides. It was completely a high-end hotel. The 45th and 51st floors are all specially prepared for the union members. Xiuya led Gao Yang forward. Don't worry, there is a strict security system here, and there is also the blessing of the guardian talent. It is absolutely safe. Soon, Gao Yang walked to the room numbered 5007. Xiuya came to the door, stepped aside, and smiled at Gao Yang. This is your room. You can unlock it with your fingerprint. Gao Yang stretched out his entire right hand and placed it on the fingerprint sensor. Didi, the identity is correct. Passed. The password door opened and Gao Yang went in. Xiuya stood outside the door, clasped her hands together on her lower abdomen, and bowed slightly. It's getting late, I won't bother you. If you have any needs, you can call the front desk, and the White Tiger branch will also have someone to serve you. Okay. Gao Yang was about to close the door, and then thought of something. Oh right. Chapter 140. By the way, Can I take the capsule train back by myself? Gao Yang asked. Yes, the train is very easy to operate. You can unlock it with your fingerprint, Xiaoya said, but it will leave a record of your trip. Okay, thank you. Gao Yang closed the door, turned around and turned on the light in the room, and was stunned. In front of him was a luxurious suite, which was at least 150 square meters. In front of him was a fan-shaped floor-to-ceiling window with a wide view, and in front of the window was a small leisure bath. Gao Yang turned and walked to the cloakroom, which was filled with clothes for various occasions, including suits, casual clothes, training clothes, combat clothes, stealth clothes, etc., and the cuffs of all clothes were printed with the dark pattern of the Qilin logo. There was also a rectangular iron cabinet inside. Gao Yang opened the cabinet door and his eyes lit up. Pistols, magazines, self-defense daggers, basic medical drugs and auxiliary items, everything was available. These things are only allowed to be carried by the 12 zodiac signs when they are on a mission, and they have to report how much they use. But in the Kirin Union, these are all daily necessities, just like the mineral water placed at the bedside. After drinking it, you will be replaced with new ones the next day. Gao Yang couldn't help shaking his head and smacking his lips. He could only describe the Kirin Union in 4 words: rich and inhumane. Gao Yang spent some time to go around the room inside and out, and also checked to confirm that there were no pinhole cameras and eavesdropping devices. Then, Gao Yang made a decision. He took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to his father and mother, saying that he would stay at Wang Zikai's house tonight. Of course, they might not see it until tomorrow. During this period, Wang Zikai has been Gao Yang's official shield, and it has been tried and tested. Gao Yang turned on several taps to fill the bathtub with warm water. He stepped barefoot on the soft carpet, went to the refrigerator to get iced cola, took off his clothes, drank cola while taking a bath, and admired the night view of leeching at 3 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yang thought of the lives of those successful people in the movies, which were almost like this. With jobs and high salaries that others envy, subordinates, who let you call and change, luxurious mansions, and a beautiful wife, you are definitely a winner in life. Wait, Gao Yang, what are you thinking? This is only your first day at work, and you have been corrupted by money like this. I am so disappointed in you. You must be determined and never forget your original intention. Remember, you are here to be an undercover agent, not to enjoy yourself, and given your current situation, can you afford it? Have you forgotten the white cat? Forgot the first snow? Forgot the power behind Hong Feng? Forgot the resurrected ghost horse? Forgot the scarlet tide? Forgot the gate of the end? Forgot the terrifying beasts, living beasts, and dead beasts? Forgot this mysterious and cold foggy world? Gao Yang took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. But taking a bath is really comfortable. Hey, why can't I be happy just by drinking happy water? It seems I'm a little hungry. I remember there is luncheon meat in the refrigerator, so why not go get a bowl of instant noodles and fry 2 pieces of luncheon meat? Okay, it's decided happily. After a guilty supper and less than 3 hours of sleep, Gao Yang went to school. Morning self-study was basically closed and resting, and nothing happened the whole morning. The college entrance examination is approaching, and there are no classes for a long time. Everyone is basically doing papers. At noon, Gao Yang went to the cafeteria to eat. When he passed the experimental building, he deliberately went around the back of the building and looked up at a laboratory on the 2nd floor. The window was half open. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment and turned around and left. They will be members of different organizations in the future. Although they are still in the same school and class, it is still too suspicious to meet alone. It is better to avoid it if possible. In the afternoon, Qing Ling's seat was empty. Gao Yang guessed that she should have skipped class and went back to the headquarters for training. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang went home first and explained to his family in detail why he spent the night at Wang Zikai's house again last night. Except for his father, in a wheelchair, who expressed support, the whole family was quite worried. Gao Yang humbly accepted the criticism and education of his family, but in his heart, he said, I will dare to do it next time. Late at night, after confirming that his family members were asleep, Gao Yang went to Shilongzai in Feiyang district alone. Gao Yang has learned a lot in the more than 1 month of the 12 zodiac signs. For example, White Rabbit taught him, being late for a while is more impressive. Gao Yang was 3 minutes late, keeping time. He walked into the Xuanwu building in a casual manner, and pushed open the door of a conference room. All members of the number 5 action team were already present. Well, not bad. Gao Yang was very satisfied. As expected of a large organization, they had a good sense of time. There were 5 people in the conference room. Hui Xiong was wearing combat-style plain clothes and an octagonal hat, sitting on a single sofa. The silver unicorn brooch on his chest was particularly eye-catching. On the long sofa opposite him, there were 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman. The boy on the left was dressed in black, with half of his head shaved, and the other half of his hair was slightly longer and dyed into a cocktail. His ears were full of silver earrings, almost like an earring hook. His face was painted with gloomy gothic makeup, and his lips were painted liver color. Gao Yang couldn't appreciate this kind of aesthetic, but it was indeed full of personality and impressive. The boy in the middle had a much more normal style, in his 20s, with a well-ironed white shirt, khaki cropped trousers, casual leather shoes, and black framed glasses, giving people a feeling of cleanliness, gentleness, and a little shyness. The girl on the far right was very thin, wearing a masculine large t-shirt and denim overalls, which made her look even smaller. She had a fluffy brown bob, curled up her legs, and focused on playing a mobile game. Gao Yang noticed that the 3 of them had brass Qilin badges on their chests. The action team of the Qilin Union usually consists of 6 people, directly under the elders. The leader of the 5th action team is Xuanwu, and the member structure is 1 guardian, 2 elites, and 3 ordinary members. It seems that in addition to Huixiong, there is 1 less elite in the team. Gao Yang was thinking about it when a gust of wind blew over his head. Gao Yang instinctively dodged to the side, and a figure stabbed Gao Yang in the original position with a short knife. The man slowly stood up. He was a middle-aged man wearing camouflage uniforms. He had short gray hair, thin features, and a narrow and ferocious scar on his face, which ran from his left eye to the bridge of his nose and extended to the right ear. His 2 bloodless thin lips were like 2 sharp blades. Not bad reaction. The man's voice was low and wet, like the texture of the skin of a cold-blooded animal. You welcome me like this? Gao Yang looked calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. Do you think my agility is useless? And, did you really want to kill me just now? This is my way of welcoming, do you like it? The scarred man put away the short knife and smiled sinisterly. Forget it this time, and don't do it again next time. Gao Yang's voice was stern. Although he might not be able to beat him, he must not lose in momentum. Heh. The scarred man's eyes lit up, and he looked at Gao Yang with a new respect. Man, she is just like this. Huixiong stood up. Captain, you just get used to it, he's not a bad guy. Gao Yang didn't say anything, looking at the 3 young men on the sofa. Let me introduce him. Huixiong pointed at the young man with a cocktail hairstyle and said, his name is Ronnie. The man named Ronnie looked sideways, his earrings jingling, and he nodded to Gao Yang as a greeting. Huixiong pointed to the elegant man in the white shirt in the middle. His name is Shiran. Shiran nodded politely to Gao Yang, showing a friendly but awkward smile. My name is Shiran, she for the West, ran for burning. Hello, Captain. Gao Yang nodded. This is the only girl in the team. We all call her Cantu. Huixiong shook his head helplessly, adding, she is deaf when playing games, not to mention humans. She can't hear even animals talking to her. The girl with the bob haircut called Cantu was still concentrating on playing the game, and didn't hear everyone's conversation at all. This team seems a bit difficult to manage. Gao Yang sighed in his heart, and for some reason, he remembered the head teacher's catchphrase, you are the worst class I have ever taught. Chapter 141. Gray Xiong stepped forward and snatched Cantu's phone. Ah, give it back to me. Cantu screamed excitedly, like a frightened little squirrel. She was about to grab it with her teeth and claws. I'm about to win, the opponent's crystal is about to explode. Gray Xiong pressed her head. If you keep playing, I blow you up first. I've lost 5 games in a row, I must win this time. The captain is here. Gray Xiong roared. Ah? Ah? Where? Cantu woke up from a dream. She looked around in panic. Her eyes met Gao Yang. Oh my god! Cantu was so scared that she leaned back. Her neck shrank back, and her originally small chin immediately became a triple chin. The new captain is so handsome? Gao Yang was in a good mood. This girl is still quite likable when she is not playing games. I can focus on her in the future. Ahem. Gao Yang cleared his throat. My name is Qiang, and I will be your captain from now on. Great. Cantu raised his fist happily. Others also said hello, Captain. Captain Qiang, can you spray pesticides? Maida Qiao is awesome. Cantu took the phone back from Huixiong and came to Gao Yang excitedly. Let's add each other as friends. Be serious, this is not private time. Huixiong twisted Cantu and threw her back on the sofa. Gao Yang held back his laughter and said expressionlessly, I have a mission for you tonight. No way, Captain. I thought it was just a simple meeting, a meal, and then going to the internet cafe to play games? Cantu wailed, lying on the sofa in an upside-down position. You are very motivated. Manshi folded his hands and leaned against the door. Interesting. Shiran pushed his glasses on his nose and pursed his lips. It was hard to tell whether he was looking forward to it or nervous. Ronnie didn't say anything either. Under his gloomy gothic makeup, he didn't show much emotion. Now, going on a mission? Hui Xiong was a little surprised. Captain, do you need to report to the higher-ups first? Not for now. Gao Yang looked at Hui Xiong. Have you brought the information on the serial murder case? Yes. Hui Xiong turned around and picked up the information bag on the sofa. It's all in there. Gao Yang sat down on the sofa and spread the documents in the information bag on the coffee table. They were all photos of the victims at the scene and their personal information. The other members also gathered around curiously. Cantu squatted beside the coffee table. She was originally short, and her chin just rested on the coffee table, revealing her head. Wow, so bloody. So violent. This is the 6th serial murder case. I was scolded to death by the director for this. Hui Xiong complained with a headache. Uncle Xiong works 2 jobs every day. It's too hard. Shiran said considerately. The world of the lost is boring. There is no need to waste time. Manshi said with contempt. Hui Xiong snorted. If every awakener played like you, the order would have been disrupted long ago. I agree with the deputy captain. We don't understand the beasts at all. It's better not to break their rules at will. Who knows what the price will be? Ronnie finally spoke. He looked cool, but he didn't expect the way he punctuated his speech to be so funny. I have a different opinion on this. Shiran's eyes lit up, and he pushed his glasses again. I think there are many unreasonable things in the current world, which requires us to continue to explore. Stop. Stop now. Hui Xiong was afraid of these 2 people. You 2 will never stop talking about the foggy world. My ears are all calloused. Gao Yang was actually very interested, and he would talk to the 2 of them next time he had a chance. But there was still work to do. If his guess was right, he could show off his skills to these people tonight and build up his prestige. Gao Yang looked at the partial photos of the bodies of the dead, focusing on their eyes and fingers. After Gao Yang carefully looked at the photos of the 6 victims, he looked up and asked his teammates, Did you find anything in common among the victims? I think. Cantu bit his lower lip and answered seriously, They all died miserably. You can shut up if you have nothing to say. Hui Xiong patted Cantu's head lightly. What do others think? Gao Yang asked. Shiran shook his head and answered truthfully, Gender, age, and occupation are all different. I can't find any common points. Ronnie also nodded. The murderer should be killing people randomly. The purpose is to attract attention and promote his evil cult. Manshi was too lazy to answer. He put one hand in his pocket and played with a flying knife with the other hand. He was not interested in things outside the awakened world. No, there are common points. Gao Yang smiled mysteriously, and he stood up. Hui Xiong, put these things away. Let's go. Where to go? Catch the murderer. Gao Yang said. We are awakened. Why do we care about these beasts' shitty things? Manshi was a little dissatisfied, and the slight good impression he had on Gao Yang disappeared. You will be interested. Gao Yang waved his hand, said on the way. At 1 o'clock in the morning, 6 people squeezed into a car and headed to Baixing Lane. Hui Xiong drove the car. Manshi sat in the passenger seat. Gao Yang, Shiran, and Ronnie sat in the back. Cantu was small and squeezed between Shiran and Gao Yang. The girl held her phone and enthusiastically recommended it to Gao Yang. Captain. Let's play. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to play, I take you flying. My De Chiao is really cool. Cantu, if you keep chatting, I throw you in the trunk. Hui Xiong said half-jokingly. Oh. Cantu gave up unwillingly. Captain. Hui Xiong said, I have asked Xiaolu to take people to control the scene. Okay. Captain, can you tell us now? Shiran was also very curious. What do these victims have in common? How did you identify the murderer? Gao Yang did not keep it a secret. It's very simple. If you look at it from a different angle, it will be easy to find the common points. Have you ever thought that the murderer might be a beast? The car was silent for a second, and Cantu looked confused. Captain, the murderer is of course a beast, otherwise what else could it be? Hui Xiong was also very disappointed. This captain pretended for a long time, but ended up saying a lot of nonsense. He was thinking about how to tactfully complain about the captain, and he was shocked and reacted immediately. Ah! Hui Xiong shouted. I understand. The murderer is a beast. Hey, 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 hey. Cantu was completely confused. Uncle Xiong, why are you talking nonsense too? Heh. Manshi, who was not interested at first, also reacted. His eyes lit up. Interesting, this is interesting. She ran and Ronnie said almost in unison. So that's it. So that's it. Don't do this. Can you make it clear? Cantu collapsed and blushed. You are bullying in the workplace. Cantu. Gao Yang smiled and explained. What I mean is that the murderer is likely not committing the crime as a human, but as a beast. Chapter 142. I lost. Ken finally reacted and opened his eyes wide. You mean? The beasts are killing each other. It's very likely. Gao Yang nodded. If we analyze from this perspective, we can quickly find the common points of the victims. They are all. Gray male hissed. Lost. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. I carefully checked the pupils and fingers of the victims. I have seen the killer, devourer, and hoarder among the angry beasts. After they die, their bodies will return to human form, but they will still retain some characteristics of the beast form, such as the size, color and texture of the pupils, such as the color, length and hardness of the nails. There are indeed differences. Manshi nodded. He has also killed many angry beasts. Gao Yang continued to analyze. From the crime scene, the victim suffered cruel torture and some kind of mental destruction. No matter what kind of beast it is, it will definitely go berserk and transform into a beast. But the bodies of these victims completely recovered into human form after death, and the traces of fighting at the scene did not show particularly strong destructive power, so I concluded that the victims were all lost. Is there a possibility that the awakened ones killed these beasts? Shiran proposed an idea. I have also considered this, Gao Yang said, but it is unlikely. Why? Cantu asked without understanding. Awakeners kill beasts just to upgrade their talents. There is no need to go to such great lengths to turn it into a perverted serial murder case. Gao Yang paused. Moreover, if awakened people want to upgrade, they must use their talents to kill beasts. There are no signs of being hurt by their talents on the bodies. Hui Xiong smiled. So I ruled out the awakened people committing the crime very early. Hui Xiong slowly turned the steering wheel, and this is Feiyang District. Any awakened person with a little bit of reason would not do such a thing to cause trouble under the nose of Qilin Union. But. Ken was a little excited. Don't beasts always abide by the rules of Songdao? Why do they break the rules? I saw beasts that break the rules in a Fuke before. Gao Yang thought of Gujiao village again. After a half-human mutation, it must kill ordinary humans even if it violates Songdao. So, it is possible that beasts kill their own kind for some reason. Others stopped talking. This conclusion had a certain impact on everyone's cognition. Captain, have you locked in the suspect? Hui Xiong saw that Gao Yang was confident, and was likely to have found the murderer. I can't be sure. Gao Yang was indeed not completely sure, but thought it was worth a try. Who? We met yesterday, Gao Yang said. The boss lady? Hui Xiong blurted out. Gao Yang nodded. Indeed, someone died in her store, and she was the first to find the body, so she is a big suspect. Hui Xiong thought, but we have interrogated and found no evidence. We only talk about evidence with people, and we use the awakened method with beasts, Gao Yang said. Okay. Hui Xiong nodded, and suddenly looked up at Gao Yang in the rearview mirror. But Captain, how do you determine that she is the suspect? There must be some clues, right? Did you notice the totem? Gao Yang asked. Why? The circle in the middle of the totem. Is there anything wrong? It's drawn clockwise. Hui Xiong narrowed his eyes, and thought for a while, then suddenly smiled. Captain, you mean that most people draw counterclockwise? Really? Cantu listened very carefully, and she hurriedly used her right hand to draw a circle on the palm of her left hand. Hey! Really, I draw counterclockwise? People who draw circles with their right hand are usually used to drawing counterclockwise. Shiran added, I think I am the same. The circle on the totem is clockwise. Hui Xiong smiled in surprise. So the murderer may be left-handed and draw circles clockwise. Gao Yang smiled. Yes, I'm not absolutely sure, I just tried my luck. I asked the boss for the account book yesterday. This kind of small shop usually keeps accounts by hand. Gao Yang slightly turned sideways and continued. I looked at the date on the account book, and all the zeros in it were written clockwise. Hui Xiong stopped talking. This new captain is quite capable. Based on this alone, we can't be sure that she is the murderer. Manshi poured cold water on him. Left-handed people are very common. It doesn't matter, right? I know after asking. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Isn't my lie detector just for pretending to be awesome at this time? The reason why I have to take the whole team out is to be prepared for any eventuality. Although with Gao Yang's current ability, he can win 80% against a single angry beast. However, many unexpected situations may still occur. Anyway, I am the captain now, and I can use my position to bring more people to accompany me to level up more safely. Why not? At 2 o'clock in the morning, the car drove to Baixing Lane. On the way here, Hui Xiong had arranged for Xiao Lu to bring people to block the entrance of the lane and dismiss all the business staff and customers in the lane. This was also Gao Yang's request. Although the probability is very small, it cannot be ruled out that Sister Luo is the horner. You wait in the car first. Hui Xiong explained while opening the car door. The 6 of us awakeners appearing together will attract too much attention. Gao Yang nodded. After Hui Xiong got off the car, he came to the alley and talked to Xiao Lu for a few words. Xiao Lu nodded and gave a few instructions to the intercom. Several policemen walked out of the alley and left together. After confirming that there was no one nearby, Gao Yang got off the car with him. Baixing Lane closed all the store doors. The neon signs went out, and the whole alley was narrow and deep. Just after entering the alley, Gao Yang suddenly remembered something and stopped. What's wrong with the captain? Hui Xiong asked. Gao Yang stretched out his hand to the others. Come on, put your hands on my hands. What for? Manshi looked puzzled. This is the rule, just follow it. Gao Yang ordered. Wow. Looks very passionate. Ken was the first to reach out his hand and put it up. Shiran and Ronnie didn't ask any more questions and put their hands up. Hui Xiong reached out his hand and laughed in his heart. The captain is a young man after all. Although he is mature in some aspects, he is still quite immature in this place. Manshi looked cold and reluctantly reached out his hand. After confirming that everyone's hands partially touched his hand, Gao Yang's mind moved. Discovered 5 replicable talents. Chaos, Level 3, Serial Number 68, Rune Type, Spirit. Mute, Level 3, Serial Number 63, Rune Type, Auxiliary. Beast, Level 4, Serial Number 59, Rune Type, Reinforcement. Gecko, Level 4, Serial Number 42, Rune Type, Life. Invisibility, Level 3, Serial Number 37, Rune Type, Auxiliary. When exploring multiple talents, Gao Yang found that he could accurately distinguish the owner of the talent. He was secretly surprised that the talent with the highest serial number was not Hui Xiong. Chapter 143. It is not Hui Xiong who has invisibility, but Song, who seems to be the most lazy in the whole team. However, the word invisibility is probably more appropriate to describe her role in the team. Man's talent Gecko. He can climb walls and run like a gecko, with agile movements and outstanding vision in the dark, suitable for stealth and assassination. Moreover, his broken limbs can grow again, and his recovery ability is extremely strong. He is positioned as a half-warrior and half-assassin. Hui Xiong's talent Beast. As the name suggests, he can quickly transform into a giant beast, with explosive power, destructive power and defensive power, and he is the tank in the group. Shiran's talent Mute. For a certain period of time within a certain range of himself, it prevents everyone from using the talent, which is equivalent to the silence skill in the game, and it is very effective. However, Gao Yang remembered that this talent has many restrictions, and the effect does not distinguish between enemies and friends, plus it is only level 3, so it is temporarily useless. Ronnie's talent Chaos. Creates mental attacks through special screams, confusing everyone within the sound wave range, and the effect is also indistinguishable from friend or foe. Can's talent Invisibility. This is very useful, but it is only level 3, and the invisibility time is not long. And Can has no other talents, so it's a pity. Imagine if you can have Guima's teleport and Can's invisibility at the same time, you will definitely be a first-class assassin. Gao Yang's quick thinking only took a few seconds, and a few seconds later, he copied Manch level 4 Gecko. Everything goes well. Gao Yang shouted deliberately. Everything goes well. Everyone echoed in a not very uniform voice, and each withdrew their hands. Congratulations. Copy upgrade. Level 3 copy. Can copy all talents below serial number 20. Copy method. Touch the other person's body for 0.8 seconds. Number of copies. 1 storage time. 4.5 hours. Use time. 15 seconds interval time. 7 hours. Level 3 copy permanent attribute bonus. Mental power plus 200. Charm minus 40. Attribute layout update. Physical strength. 164 endurance. 165. Strength. 217 agility. 259. Spirit. 409 charm. 77. Luck. 132. Gao Yang stayed where he was, his eyes closed, breathing rapidly, his cheeks flushed. The pleasure of upgrading almost sent him to the sky, and he tried very hard to hold back from showing loss of composure. Captain, let's go. Can called back. Gao Yang opened his eyes, took a long breath, and followed silently. Deep in the alley is the Thai massage shop. The sign at the door is closed, but the normal yellow light is still on inside. Gao Yang stopped some distance from the shop and arranged. She ran, Ronnie, can't too, you guard this alley, and don't let irrelevant people in. Wei Xiong, Manshi, you two follow me in. Okay. No problem. Everyone began to divide the work. Gao Yang entered the system, and first confirmed that the lucky points were not doubled. He calmed down, and took the lead to the massage shop. The three entered the shop. Sister Luo was sitting at the counter, holding a half-smoked cigarette in her mouth, flipping through the account book with a sad face, and a computer was placed next to her. Ding, ding, ding. She pressed the computer quickly. Boss lady. Wei Xiong greeted while taking out his police ID. I am the policeman who came here yesterday. Why are you here again? The shop is closed, and the girls have all gone home. Sister Luo changed her previous earnest attitude and said unhappily, I've recorded the statement yesterday, and I've said what I should say. What else do you want? Do you want my shop to close down directly to satisfy you? Gray Xiong smiled indifferently. We are also working, please understand. He exchanged glances with Gao Yang, and then looked at Sister Luo. We have something else to ask you. Asked. It's not convenient here. Gray Xiong said, Can you please come with us again? Ask what you want to ask here. The proprietress was still angry and very uncooperative. I'm not going anywhere today. Okay then. Gray Xiong didn't force it. He glanced at Manshi. Manshi crossed his hands, walked to the door, and leaned against the door, seemingly careless, but actually blocking the exit. Gao Yang also stepped back a few steps, and stood at the stairs to the second floor, secretly gathering energy in his hands. Wei Xiong stood diagonally opposite to Sister Luo, blocking the door to the inner room with his body, so that all possible escape routes were blocked. Wei Xiong looked down at Sister Luo, who was still settling accounts, took a deep breath, and prepared to fight at any time. Boss lady, did you kill the person who died in your store? Wei Xiong asked directly. What did you say? The boss lady looked up in surprise, and became excited. I have no grudges against him. Why would I kill him? You see, my business is about to go bankrupt, and besides, you see, I am a woman, how can I have the strength? Don't get excited first. Because of the prior communication, Sister Luo's answer was also expected by everyone. Gao Yang was not going to do a lie detector test, it was meaningless. I mean, Wei Xiong changed the subject, his eyes sharp. Did you kill this beast? What beast? Sister Luo looked up blankly at Wei Xiong. Did you kill this beast? Wei Xiong repeated, and then further provoked, you killed your own kind. Sister Luo was startled. Her eyes were dull for 2 seconds, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, her face was ashen, her eyes were terrified, and she seemed to recall something terrible. She kept shaking her head, her body trembling, and she kept muttering, No, 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 no. I didn't kill it, it wasn't me, I'm a human, I'm not. Sister Luo repeated it several times, but she couldn't say the word beast. Gao Yang activated the lie detector talent. The target is lying. Gray Xiong. Gao Yang suddenly shouted, It's her. Instantly, Gray Xiong shouted loudly, and his originally strong muscles bulged rapidly, and his hair grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a real grizzly bear more than 2 meters tall. Almost at the same time, Sister Luo also jumped out of the counter with amazing jumping power, and hit Gray Xiong in the waist. Gray Xiong, who weighed nearly 200 kilograms, almost couldn't withstand her impact and was thrown to the ground by her. Sister Luo rode on Gray Xiong's body, her face was pale, her pupils bulged, turned into 2 yellow glass balls, her limbs were slender and slippery, and her nails turned into more than 10 centimeters of sharp claws, scratching Gray Xiong frantically. It's not me! It's not me! I didn't kill anyone. It's obvious that Sister Luo is a lost person and has gone berserk. Gray Xiong crossed his arms and used his thick hair and hard skin to resist the attack of the claws. Gao Yang wanted to use flame to support, but the two of them were entangled together, and he was afraid that he would accidentally hurt his companion. Manshi was still leaning against the door edge, indifferent from beginning to end, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth and full trust in his eyes. Ha! Gray Xiong shouted loudly. breaking away from the brief passive defense. His two strong arms met the attack and grabbed Sister Luo's hands. Sister Luo couldn't move for a while. She screamed and struggled wildly. Gray Xiong roared again, clenched his hands hard, and Sister Luo's wrist bones were broken immediately. Sister Luo screamed in pain. Gray Xiong turned over and swung his hands hard. Sister Luo flew out, knocked over the counter with a bang, and fell into the corner of the wall. She shivered, drooling profusely, her pupils dilated to the point of almost bursting, her face filled with anger, fear and confusion. After Hui Xiong stood firm, his chest rose and fell as he said, "The lost ones can't be underestimated after going berserk. Kill them, or take them back for interrogation." Manshi glanced at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was thinking. According to his understanding, lost ones usually lacked rationality, and could not communicate after going berserk. When the berserk ended, lost ones would turn back into ordinary humans, forgetting everything that happened when they were beasts, forming a perfect closed loop. However, the lost ones in front of him did kill their own kind purposefully while going berserk, so there must be something fishy about this. Take them back first. Gao Yang came to a conclusion. Okay, leave it to me. Hui Xiong walked towards Sister Luo, who was cowering in the corner. Bang! Suddenly, a beast broke through the door. Chapter 144. A beast broke through the thin wooden door of the inner room, and wood chips flew everywhere. It happened so quickly that Gao Yang could barely see its shape. It was strong and broke the cool dress on its body. It was covered with gray-green scales, reflecting a wet and cold luster under the light. Its head was severely deformed, with an extremely wide forehead and a deformed chin that shrank into an inverted triangle. Its eyes were exposed from the skull, and turned into huge crimson light bulb eyes. And on the outside of its arms, the milky white bone broke through the flesh and turned into a sharp blade. The beast in front of him looked like a combination of a lizard, a mantis and a fly. There was no doubt that this was a young angry beast, and it was the killer among the angry beasts. In just a moment, Gao Yang figured it out. She should be a massage girl in the store. For some reason, she failed to leave the store in time, and Sister Luo was upset, and didn't care about it. As a result, she ran into 3 awakeners dealing with a runaway lost person, and the beast in her body awoke directly. The killer who broke out of the door did not hesitate, and rushed towards Gao Yang at a high speed. Gao Yang's reaction was very quick. He suddenly turned sideways, and narrowly avoided the sharp bone blade chopped down by the killer. The killer did not entangle, turned around quickly, and ran straight to Manshi, who was guarding the door of the store. Manshi had already drawn the short knife from his waist. With a clang, he used the knife to block the killer's blade-like arm, squatted slightly with his legs, and burst out with extremely strong core strength in his waist, without giving in. The two sides were deadlocked for less than 2 seconds, and the blue veins on Mansh's temples bulged. It was no joke to be able to catch the killer's full-strength attack. Compared with strength, Manshi could not last long. Hui Xiong knew this very well. He roared angrily, and turned into a raging bear, rushing towards the killer. Although the angry beast was bloodthirsty and irrational, it had a very high fighting instinct, not to mention that it was a very young killer. It quickly retracted the blade, spun around Hui Xiong's arms, and aimed the spear at Gao Yang again. Flame! How could Gao Yang give it a chance to get close? 2 tongues of fire spurted out of his hands, and engulfed the killer. Ah! The killer was burned by the flames, and wailed in pain. It jumped up quickly, and instantly hung on the ceiling fan above its head. It swung hard and jumped towards Hui Xiong, stepping on his broad shoulders. It raised its arms, and chopped the 2 bone blades at Hui Xiong's neck, trying to remove his head. Swish, swish, swish. Manshi threw out 3 flying knives urgently, 2 of which hit the killer's hard face, and failed to cause damage, but one pierced the killer's red light bulb eyes. Z! A thick stream of blood spurted out. Ah! The killer screamed in pain, and interrupted his attack. Hey! Gray Xiong seized the opportunity, raised his arms, and quickly grabbed the killer's ankles that were stepping on his shoulders with his hands, like iron clamps. He threw forward with force, and the killer was thrown heavily to the ground. Ah! Gray Xiong did not let go, roaring and throwing the killer against the wall. Then he threw it against the coffee table, the sofa, and the floor. Bang! Bang! Boom! In just half a minute, the killer was like a broken rag doll, caught in Gray Xiong's hand, and thrown and smashed wildly. The house was already in a mess, and nothing was intact. The killer almost lost the ability to resist. Hui Xiong raised the killer with both hands, and knocked it heavily on his knees. Crack! Ah! With a crisp sound and a wail, the killer's spine was broken. The killer fell to the ground and struggled, but was kicked away by Hui Xiong. The killer rolled towards the snake, who stabbed the dagger into its heart without mercy. Puff! 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 Stabbed 3 times in a row, blood splattered. Finally, the killer stopped moving, and a pool of blood soon spread on the ground. The body of the killer shrank little by little in the pool of blood and turned back into the appearance of a young woman. She was naked and died tragically, which made people sympathize. However, Gao Yang quickly withdrew this meaningless sympathy. After all, if he had been careless just now, it would be himself or his teammates who died tragically on the ground. Who killed this angry beast? Hui Xiong looked at the snake breathlessly. 1.5? Manshi shook the blood off the short knife and put it back into the scabbard at his waist. Then it's a tie for now, Hui Xiong said. Childish, what's the comparison? Gao Yang was too lazy to complain. Let's get down to business. The 3 of them looked at the overturned counter in the corner and were shocked. Sister Luo was gone. Although the battle with the killer lasted no more than a minute, it was a minute of high concentration. The 3 of them had no time to care about a lost person who had lost her threatening ability. It was obvious that Sister Luo ran out of the store door. The 3 of them chased after her immediately. The left side of the store door was a dead end, and the right side was the exit, but the exit was guarded by teammates. At this time, 3 teammates had already run over. Are you alright? Shiran was a little worried. We seem to have heard fighting. Killed a beast of anger, Manshi said briefly. A lost one ran away. Greymale said, Did you see it? No. Ken raised his hand seriously. Not a single fly flew out. Gao Yang also guessed that Sister Luo would not run to the alley. Gao Yang turned around and quickly walked to the end of the dead end, where there was a 4-meter-high wall. The light was dark, and Gao Yang was about to create a fire to observe the wall. Manshi, who had night vision, spoke first. There are fresh bloodstains on the wall, which should be left by her. As Manshi spoke, he easily climbed up the 4-meter-high wall. He squatted down and took a look. There are also bloodstains on the edge of the wall. She escaped to this side of the wall. Gao Yang jumped 2 steps and followed to climb the wall. There was a new community opposite the wall. No wonder it was separated from the old houses. Can you track her? Gao Yang asked Manshi. Of course, she has been bleeding, so it is easy to track her. Manshi was very confident. Okay, I follow you. Gao Yang lowered his head and looked at his teammates under the wall. You 4, go to the gates of the community and guard them. Once you find the target, notify each other. Okay, follow me. Hui Xiong waved his hand and took his 3 teammates to move. Manshi and Gao Yang jumped lightly, jumped off the wall, and landed safely. The 2 passed through an electric shed, and Manshi found a few drops of blood on the ground. She went this way. Gao Yang and Manshi continued to track in the direction of the blood. The community was very quiet in the middle of the night, and no one was seen. Gao Yang was a little worried. I hope she didn't run into someone else's house. No. Manshi smiled, playing with a flying knife in his hand. The stimulated lost are like injured animals. They will no longer trust anyone. They usually hide in a hidden place, slowly lick their wounds until they turn back into human form, and forget everything they have suffered. How do you know? Gao Yang frowned as soon as he asked, Do you often kill lost? Manshi looked disdainful. I am not interested in lost, but I know an awakened person who enjoys abusing lost. He invited me to visit his paradise, which is similar to hell. Gao Yang was silent, and an unspeakable disgust rose in his heart. He summarized many characteristics of lost, and I learned about it from him. Manshi stopped and walked to the lawn next to him. He squatted down and took a look, and waved to Gao Yang. Gao Yang walked closer, and saw sporadic blood in the grass, which had not yet coagulated. It's nearby. Chapter 145. Gao Yang and Manshi crossed the lawn, and came to the newly built building area in the north of the community. The buildings in this area have not been handed over yet. There are no residents, and it is very quiet. The 2 came to the wall, and found blood on the iron fence of an iron gate. It went in. Manshi glanced at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked inside the iron fence, and saw a small vegetable market. In the middle of the night, there was no one in the vegetable market. During the day, stall owners and shop owners would come to do business. The 2 carefully climbed into the iron gate. The vegetable market is a closed space in the shape of a quadrangle. The surrounding shops are closed with rolling shutters. In the middle are many separated cement platforms, which are all stalls for doing business. The cement platforms are full of vegetables, covered with thick oilcloth, and there are some cages for poultry, locked together. When Gao Yang and Manshi passed by, The chickens and ducks in the cages made clucking and quacking sounds. The vegetable market is not big, and the two quickly searched around. Manshi pointed to another exit, which was a locked rolling shutter, implying, Sister Luo couldn't leave here? She was still hiding in the vegetable market. Gao Yang nodded silently, indicating that he understood. Gao Yang believed that he and Manshi could easily find Sister Luo and subdue her. However, it is better to be safe than sorry, so he decided to call the team members to come together. Because this mission was a private action, he did not ask the organization for equipment, so he did not wear a walkie-talkie. Gao Yang turned on his mobile phone and sent a message to Huixiong, the vegetable market in the north of the community. Notify everyone, come quickly. Huixiong was closest to the vegetable market and rushed over in less than a minute. He was big and made a lot of noise when he climbed through the iron gate. Have you caught her? Huixiong asked Gao Yang and Manshi. No, but she's hiding inside. Gao Yang thought 3 people were enough and decided not to wait any longer. Huixiong, you guard this only exit, Manshi, and I will pull her out. Gao Yang thought for a moment and added, remember, don't kill her, catch her alive. Gao Yang and Manshi were very tacit, and they slowly approached the central cement platform from 2 directions. The two exchanged glances, walked to both sides of the oilcloth at the same time, and gently grabbed the corners of the oilcloth. Because the light was too dim, Gao Yang freed up one hand to summon a small ball of fire just in case. In an instant, the whole vegetable market was bright, and the vision was much clearer. Of course, Gao Yang knew that it didn't matter to Manshi whether there was light or not. The two nodded slightly, and counted 3, 2, 1 in their hearts. Voila! The two lifted the oilcloth at the same time. Under the cement platform were some vegetables and groceries, as well as 2 chairs. Cluck cluck. Crack cluck cluck. The sound of poultry came from the cage nearby. Gao Yang and Manshi looked at each other, and then, from a distance of several meters, they slowly surrounded the second cement platform covered by oilcloth. 3, 2, 1. Clang. He opened it again, but it still missed. Only the last cement platform covered by oilcloth was left. Oh, I'm so anxious. Huixiong, who had been watching the battle near the iron gate, couldn't stand it anymore. He strode forward. A lost person, are you two going to do that? Without waiting for Gao Yang to stop him, Huixiong grabbed the last piece of oilcloth and opened it with a clang. The target was not under the cement platform. Gao Yang was slightly stunned. It shouldn't be. There was also a hint of doubt in Manshi's sharp eyes. His judgment could not be wrong. Huixiong looked around, his tone revealing a bit of harmless gloating. I say, you two didn't lose it, did you? Gao Yang didn't say anything, somewhat embarrassed. But he was not a professional at tracking, and it was Manshi who was embarrassed. Well, as long as I am not embarrassed, I can pass the embarrassment to my teammates. It is definitely still here. Manshi was very unhappy when being questioned. Then you find it for me. Huixiong raised his voice. Suddenly, a fishy smell appeared in the air. To be precise, the fishy smell has always been mixed in the air, but it will be aggravated now. Behind Gao Yang is a reservoir with many fish. At this time, the originally quiet fish stirred in the water, so the fishy smell in the air became stronger. Get out of the way! Gao Yang had already reacted and pushed Huixiong away. The force was mutual, and Gao Yang also dodged to the other side. Wow! A figure jumped up from the fish pond, holding a bone-chopping knife used for killing pigs. The back of the knife was thick, the blade was sharp, and the blade was pointed. Huixiong was big and not agile enough, and he was pushed away by Gao Yang, so he was still a little slow to dodge. The bone-chopping knife was originally aimed at the back of his head, but finally chopped on his thick shoulder. Ah! Huixiong screamed, rolled on the ground and stood up, covering his bleeding shoulder. Hey! Huixiong immediately activated Beast, and his body functions were instantly strengthened, which not only relieved the pain, but also stopped the bleeding quickly. It was Sister Luo who attacked Huixiong. She was soaked, her face was blue-gray, her limbs were slender, and her facial features began to distort. She waved the bone-chopping knife and rushed towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, not out of fear, but out of surprise. Sister Luo actually used a weapon. A runaway beast has no reason and generally will not use any weapon other than its own. This shows that Sister Luo did retain a trace of reason under the beast transformation, and relied on this reason to kill her own kind and create a serial murder case. But why did she violate the Song Dao and do such a thing? The situation did not allow Gao Yang to think too much, and he quickly dodged Sister Luo's attack. Gao Yang could completely use flame to deal with her, but he was afraid that he could not control the strength. Even if he did not burn Sister Luo, he might burn her seriously, aggravating her loss of control and death. Gao Yang quickly produced an unformed fireball in his palm and threw it at Sister Luo. The fireball hit her and instantly dispersed, turning into messy flames and heat waves, but Sister Luo had been staying in the fish pond and was soaked, so this threat had no effect on her. Sister Luo chased Gao Yang and hacked at him. Gao Yang retreated and dodged, grabbing the iron cage beside him to block from time to time. For a while, chickens flew and ducks jumped, and feathers of birds fluttered. Swish swish. 2 flying knives seized the opportunity and stabbed into Sister Luo's arms. Clang. The heavy bone-cutting knife fell to the ground. Sister Luo turned back suddenly and looked at Manshi not far away. Her bulging eyes were full of anger and despair. She rushed towards Manshi quickly. Manshi drew the short knife from her waist calmly and waited for Sister Luo to get close. "Don't kill it," Gao Yang reminded. "I know," Manshi sneered. Bang! The sound of gunfire startled everyone. The dark vegetable market suddenly lit up for a second and then returned to darkness again. Sister Luo rushed towards Manshi's body and was shocked. She was shot in the chest, but she didn't fall down. She staggered forward. Her sanity seemed to return in an instant. Her wet face was full of confusion and fear. Her lips slightly parted. She stretched out her hand to Manshi. That action was more like asking for help than attacking him. Bang! Another shot. The bullet shot into her forehead. Sister Luo fell backwards. Her beastly limbs twitched a few times, and she stopped moving. "Who is it?" Gao Yang didn't care about Sister Luo, who was shot dead. He immediately looked in the direction of the shooting, and gathered energy in his palm. Manshi did the same. He quickly hid behind a cement platform, and there were 3 more throwing knives in his hand. The shooter didn't speak. He stood in front of the iron gate, holding the pistol in both hands, slightly backlit, and saw that the figure was a young man. "Don't do it!" Hui Xiong shouted. He recognized the figure. "One of us. One of us." Chapter 146. Gray Xiong had already taken back the beast and turned back to normal. He covered his bleeding shoulder and slowly walked to the door. "Xiao Lu. Don't shoot. We are on the same side. Uncle Xiong." Xiao Lu still held the gun in both hands, his body trembling slightly, his face pale. You guys are okay?" "It's okay, cough cough." Gray Xiong coughed and smiled. "You kid, your shooting is pretty accurate." Xiao Lu's face became even uglier. Although his shooting was indeed very accurate, and it was not the first time he shot someone, it was the first time he killed someone. "Is she dead?" Xiao Lu's tone was a little sad and a little regretful. "I saw her about to attack you. I didn't have time to think about it." Gray Xiong patted Xiao Lu on the shoulder and comforted him. "You are right." Gao Yang and Manshi confirmed that it was Xiao Lu, and each of them ended the battle and walked out of the obstacle. They did not approach Xiao Lu immediately, but guarded Sister Luo's body. The two had to make sure that the beast marks on the body disappeared completely and could not be seen by Xiao Lu. Finally, Gao Yang simply tore off a piece of oilcloth and covered Sister Luo's body. Then the two walked over. "You are Jin Tianan." Xiao Lu recognized Gao Yang and was very surprised. "Mr. Jin, why are you here too?" "Catching the murderer with Officer Xiong," Gao Yang said. "Catching the serial killer?" Xiao Lu's eyes lit up. "Did I just kill the murderer?" "Yes, it was very dangerous just now. Fortunately you arrived in time." Hui Xiong thought Xiao Lu was doing bad things, but he could only encourage him. After all, his current identity is a policeman, not an awakened person. "Why are you here?" Manshi asked coldly. Gao Yang was about to ask this question. "Oh right." Xiao Lu reacted and put the gun back into the holster. "Uncle Xiong asked me to disperse the people in Baixing Lane, so I went with a few colleagues to do it. When I was about to finish the team, I found that my wallet was missing, so I thought it might have been left in Baixing Lane." Xiao Lu licked his lips. "When I went back, I happened to run into Uncle Xiong and a few people running out in a hurry. I shouted, but Uncle Xiong didn't hear me. I was worried that something might happen, so I chased after him." "Speak slowly." Hui Xiong waved his hand. Xiao Lu nodded. "Uncle Xiong, you ran to the south gate of this community first, and I just caught up with you and ran again, so I followed you, and then found this vegetable market." After listening, the three did not express their opinions. "By the way, the murderer," Xiao Lu said, and walked towards Sister Luo's body. "Hey!" Hui Xiong stopped Xiao Lu. "She's dead, don't look at it anymore. Go notify the team members, and we go protect the scene." "Okay," Xiao Lu said and took out his cell phone. Hui Xiong, Gao Yang and Man she came to Sister Luo's body. Hui Xiong lowered his voice. What should we do now? Gao Yang thought, while staring at the door with his peripheral vision. Sister Luo is dead. We can only deal with it as a normal case. Gao Yang glanced at Hui Xiong. Notify other team members, and tell them not to come over. Okay. As soon as Hui Xiong finished speaking, Man Shi and Gao Yang reacted almost at the same time. Man Shi pushed Hui Xiong away, and dodged to the side. Gao Yang squatted down quickly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were fired quickly, 2 of which missed, and 1 grazed Hui Xiong's beard. The person who fired the gun was Xiao Lu. Gao Yang and Man Shi were not familiar with Xiao Lu, and they had been keeping an eye on him from the beginning to the end. Moreover, Gao Yang did not believe a single word of the reason why Xiao Lu suddenly appeared here. This was too coincidental, and even novels would not dare to write it this way. Man Shi naturally felt the same way. Even when the two were talking to Hui Xiong, their eyes never really left Xiao Lu. Soon, Gao Yang noticed from the corner of his eye that Xiao Lu, standing at the iron gate, was talking on the phone while his other hand quietly reached for the pistol at his waist. At the moment of drawing the gun, Gao Yang and Man Shi reacted at the same time. Hui Xiong almost got shot, and he suddenly realized what was going on after brushing shoulders with death. The 3 of them hid in the dark. Hui Xiong gritted his teeth, and he was still a little bit emotionally unacceptable. Xiao Lu is awake. The so-called awakened is used to describe the situation where the beast reveals its true face after noticing the awakened person. Not sure. Gao Yang answered in a low voice in the dark, it feels wrong. Whether Xiao Lu is a foolish beast or an angry beast, once awakened, he will basically trust his body more and attack humans immediately without playing any tricks. But this Xiao Lu is very insidious. He shot Sister Luo first, pretended to save the 3 of them, tricked them into letting down their guard, and when they were a certain distance away from him and exposed to his gun, he suddenly launched an attack, wanting to catch them all in one fell swoop. At the lowest cost and risk, to gain the greatest benefits and victory. This is the thinking that only humans can have. The 3 stopped talking, the vegetable market was pitch black, the 3 were in the dark, and Xiao Lu was in the light. In the dark, Gao Yang gave a gesture to Hui Xiong and Man Snake. Don't rush to fight back, wait and see who Xiao Lu is. He. Xiao Lu's voice came from the direction of the door. You reacted quickly. Xiao Lu, are you a human or a beast? Hui Xiong still couldn't accept it. He leaned against a cement platform, and raised his head and shouted. Uncle Xiong, do you think I am a human or a beast? Xiao Lu asked with a smile. His voice was not as cheerful as before, but only cold. Xiao Lu, we don't have to do this. Hui Xiong's voice was a little sad. It's really not necessary. We can pretend that nothing happened. Okay, I think so too. You know, the person I respect most in the bureau is you. You are like my father. How about we talk? Come out and have a good chat. Just now, I was too impulsive. In fact, we really don't have to go to this point. Hui Xiong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He was 100% sure he was no longer the Xiao Lu he was familiar with, but a dangerous and cunning enemy. Xiao Lu was still standing at the door. He didn't hear any answer for a long time. He smiled coldly with some disappointment. Uncle Xiong, don't you believe me? Gao Yang shook his head at Hui Xiong, and Hui Xiong stopped talking. The confrontation continued. Xiao Lu quickly lost his patience. It's useless to hide. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. You humans, why don't you understand this truth? Xiao Lu walked to a wall on the left. Gao Yang stretched his head slightly and looked over. Oh no, there is a switch in that direction. Click. Xiao Lu turned on the switch, and suddenly the whole vegetable market was as bright as day. The 3 people were like 3 mice, with nowhere to hide. Gao Yang looked down. Although his body was hidden under the obstacle, the oblique shadow exposed him. Gao Yang quickly rolled to the side. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets hit a pile of vegetables, and the bullets penetrated the obstacle, splashing a vegetable leaf. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of shooting. Man Shi and Hui Xiong were also forced to leave their original hiding place. Gao Yang silently counted the bullets, 15 bullets, all used up. He didn't hear the sound of changing magazines, so he took a deep breath and stood up from behind a shelf. Man Shi and Hui Xiong also appeared, and the 3 of them looked at Xiao Lu together. Xiao Lu had a smile on his face, tilted his head nonchalantly, and hooked the empty pistol in his hand, and threw it lightly to the ground. You 3, come together. Chapter 147. Gao Yang was shocked. So arrogant? How strong is he? The system warning sounded in his mind. Warning. Luck point income increased to 2,000 times. Gao Yang was relieved. That's it. 2,000 times is not really difficult. It's just the level of Hong Feng. He had narrowly won against Hong Feng before, and now he has grown a lot. Besides, there are 2 experienced teammates around him, so the chances of winning are very high. However, you still have to be careful and never be careless. This Xiaolu doesn't look like a beast, so you can't deal with him the same way you deal with a beast. Gao Yang stared at Xiaolu not far away, thinking about countermeasures. Suddenly, a strange feeling of dizziness came from the back of his head, and the world in front of him seemed to have double images, and then quickly returned to its original position. Immediately afterwards, a strong anger rose in his chest. This anger came inexplicably, but it was absolutely impossible to ignore it, and even reason couldn't suppress it. Gao Yang hadn't figured out what was going on yet, and he felt a sense of oppression beside him. It was the beast-like Gray Xiong. His huge body that covered the sky and the sun appeared above his head, and it looked like he was going to pounce on him and tear him to pieces. What's going on? Gray Xiong is also a traitor? Gao Yang didn't have time to think about it, and dodged to the side. As soon as he stood firm, he heard a sharp wind in his ears again. Gao Yang lowered his head instinctively, and 2 flying knives passed over his head. It was Manchi. Gao Yang was horrified. Why is this? Are there traitors all around me? Ah! Gray Xiong continued to attack, but this time he didn't attack Gao Yang, but pounced on Manchi. Manchi also drew out his short knife, and slashed at Hui Xiong quickly. Hui Xiong used his strong and solid arms to block Manchi's slash, found the right time to grab Manchi's arm, and threw it hard. Manchi was thrown out, and the Manchi thrown in the air turned swiftly, and his limbs were like a gecko, firmly attached to a wall. He raised his head, and stared at Hui Xiong, with pure anger and murderous intent in his eyes. Are you crazy? Gao Yang shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, his heartbeat began to speed up, and the anger accumulated in his chest became more and more intense. An idea also popped up in his mind. This idea had no reason, was unreasonable, but was completely irresistible. That is, kill Hui Xiong and Manchi. No, kill everyone around him immediately. The last bit of reason drove Gao Yang to look at Xiaolu, and his eyes burst into a cold and strange blue light. It's a talent. Seed of Hatred. Seed of Hatred, serial number 55, spiritual talent. As long as you look at the target, you can control the other party's emotions, let the other party fall into the abyss of anger, and then kill each other. The longer the staring time, the longer the effect. Gao Yang speculated that Xiaolu was at least a level 4 seed of hatred. For him, the more enemies the better. I was still careless. I didn't expect that Xiaolu was not a beast, but an awakener. Xiaolu's initial attack with a pistol was simply a misleading trap. He knew that the pistol could not kill the 3 opponents. Moreover, he deliberately turned on the light, and used up all the bullets in the pistol, just to let the 3 people let down their guard. Then find an opportunity to activate talent by looking at each other. Fortunately, Gao Yang's spiritual attribute was not low, and he barely resisted Xiaolu's seed of hatred. In a flash, the flying snake jumped towards him with a short knife. Gao Yang picked up a basket of cabbage and threw it out, and the snake was forced to split the basket. Gao Yang did not linger in the fight, and rushed to Hui Xiong. Hui Xiong had already been bloodthirsty. He opened his arms, like iron clamps, and hugged Gao Yang fiercely. Gao Yang ducked to avoid Hui Xiong's bare hug, turned his body to the side, twisted his feet, and took the pistol from his waist. Bang bang bang. Gao Yang fired 3 shots at Xiaolu. Xiaolu quickly hid behind a concrete pillar. For a moment, the snake and Hui Xiong stopped attacking. The 2 woke up as if from a dream, with shock and confusion on their faces. Sure enough, everything was just as Gao Yang guessed. The activation of Seed of Hatred requires high concentration of mind, and once it is interrupted, the mental influence will also be interrupted. His talent is the Seed of Hatred. Gao Yang loudly reminded his companions. Don't look into his eyes again. Gray Hero and Man Snake reacted immediately. They exchanged glances, and surrounded from 2 directions, rushing towards the concrete pillar where Xiaolu was hiding. Gao Yang stood still, gathering flames in his hands. For a moment, the 3 attacked from 3 directions. Xiaolu only had a pair of eyes, and he had to reactivate his talent to control everyone, which was impossible. Sure enough, Xiaolu quickly looked at Gray Hero, who was the most threatening. Gray Hero was well prepared, and quickly stopped, raised his hands to cover his eyes, and avoided his sight. Xiaolu quickly turned back, and Man Snake's flying knife had already gone ahead and stabbed Xiaolu's eyes. Xiaolu was startled and leaned back quickly, and one of the flying knives still cut his eyelids. Sizzle. A splash of blood instantly blurred Xiao Lu's eyes. Xiao Lu didn't even have time to scream in pain. As soon as he stood firm, Manshi was close to him and stabbed his throat with a short knife. Puff. Xiao Lu raised his hand and caught the short knife steadily. The short knife pierced Xiao Lu's palm, and blood splattered. Manshi was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to not dodge. During this hesitation, Xiao Lu squeezed the pierced palm hard and pulled it. The short knife in Mansh's hand slipped out of his hand, and the whole person leaned forward toward Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu controlled the short knife with his pierced palm and swung it back. Swish. Although Manshi dodged to the extreme, 2 fingers on his right hand were cut off. Mansh's face sank, and he endured the severe pain of his 10 fingers connecting to his heart. He jumped back and dodged, and did not forget to throw 2 flying knives with his left hand. Xiao Lu couldn't dodge in time. Puff, puff. 2 flying knives pierced Xiao Lu's right arm. Swoosh. A fireball attacked from the side, and Xiao Lu was forced to adjust his body shape to avoid the fireball. Hee hee. The huge figure of Hui Xiong appeared above and behind Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu's fight with Manshi and Gao Yang took at least 4 seconds, and these 4 seconds were enough for Hui Xiong to launch an effective attack again. Bang! Hui Xiong's thick arms hit Xiao Lu's back hard, knocking him to the ground. Xiao Lu's body hit the ground, and he spit out a mouthful of blood, and several cracks appeared on the concrete floor. Hui Xiong twisted Xiao Lu's head with one hand, trying to crush his head. Manshi suddenly threw 2 flying knives at Hui Xiong. Just when Hui Xiong twisted Xiao Lu's head, Xiao Lu took advantage of the man-snake's unpreparedness and launched Seed of Hatred at close range. Hui Xiong was startled and didn't care too much. He blocked the flying knife with one hand and threw Xiao Lu out with his other arm. Bang splash. Xiao Lu knocked over several iron cages and finally fell into a fish pond, splashing turbid water and countless fish. For a while, the sound of fighting in the vegetable market disappeared, and there was only the click sound of fish swinging on the floor and the chaotic cries of chickens and ducks in the iron cages. The battle came to a temporary end. Ah! Man-snake gritted his teeth and held the palm of his hand with the broken finger tightly. The blood stopped soon, and 2 fingers slowly grew out and began to regenerate. Hui Xiong was panting, his face, back, and arms were all covered with wounds and blood stains, but hidden under the thick hair, it was not obvious. Gao Yang's mind flashed, and he quickly checked the system. His luck value kept doubling. Be careful, it's not over yet, Gao Yang said in a deep voice. Chapter 148. Bang! As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, an explosion occurred in the fish pond, as if someone had thrown a grenade into the water. A column of water several meters high was blown out along with countless fish. A fish fell right at Gao Yang's feet, struggling desperately on the ground, with a large piece of rotten white belly, oozing disgusting green pus, and emitting thick smoke, looking like it was contaminated by some highly corrosive liquid. Gao Yang frowned, and immediately felt something was wrong. His sight returned to the fish pond, and Xiao Lu slowly walked out of the fish pond. His body was twice as strong as before, the clothes on his upper body completely disappeared, he was shirtless, his whole body turned dark green, and his skin was covered with green veins as thick as fingers. These veins were like half-open wounds, constantly oozing disgusting green pus, and evaporating quickly, emitting steaming hot air. Xiao Lu's entire left arm was severely atrophied, like the forelimb of a Tyrannosaurus rex. At the cost of this, his right arm almost turned into a cannon-shaped tumor-like human weapon, and the muzzle was also filled with disgusting green pus. Xiao Lu's head was deformed, his left eye was pulled up to his forehead, and his right eye was pulled down to his cheek in a melted and deformed state. His mouth had no teeth and was deeply cracked. The corners of his mouth extended to the mandible and connected to the green veins on his body. Xiao Lu, what has he become? Hui Xiong was very shocked, and there was still some sadness in his heart. Even until a few hours ago, the young man in front of him was still his subordinate, his junior, he was energetic and sensible, and was the happy fruit of all his colleagues. He is a beast now. Manshi was sure. Yes. Gao Yang had come to a conclusion, it is a parasite. Xiao Lu must have been an awakener at first, and perhaps, he was soon discovered by the parasite among the beasts and parasitized on Xiao Lu. It is unknown whether the two coexist peacefully or love and kill each other. But one thing is certain, Xiao Lu chose to stand on the side of the beast, and he even gave up his entire body to the parasite. But why did he do this? Because his right hand in the cannon form was too heavy. Xiao Lu hunched his back slightly, and walked slowly towards the 3 people. Every step he took, a corrosive dark green footprint was stepped on the ground. Xiao Lu's eyes were dazed. If his eyes could still be called eyes, green pus flowed in his toothless mouth, and he was mumbling something unclearly. Gao Yang gradually heard clearly. The all-knowing and almighty goddess of song, the great and merciful ruler of all things. Please forgive my ignorance, please purify my blood. Please save my weakness, please wash away my sins. Please give me holy blood, please give me powerful power. I will follow you forever, submit to you, and be loyal to you. I will give everything without reservation and follow you to the other side of bliss. Warning! Luck point income increased to 3,000 times its coming. Gao Yang shouted. Roar. Xiao Lu's cannon form shot out a terrifying green death light from his right hand, cutting vertically. Gao Yang, Manshi and Hui Xiong quickly jumped to both sides. Gao Yang only felt that the world suddenly dimmed for a second, and a strange and sharp sound came to his ears. When he turned over and stood up again, the cement floor, cement platform and goods in the vegetable market were split in half by the death light, and the half-meter-wide incision still had highly corrosive pus. Gao Yang's scalp was numb. What kind of monster is this? Is this really not a biological weapon? Roar. The second death light came. This time, he changed to sweeping across. Gao Yang, Hui Xiong and Manshi jumped into the sky at the same time. As the three jumped into the air, Xiao Lu's throat moved rapidly, and a small green death light quickly sprayed out of his mouth, shooting directly at Hui Xiong. The person was suspended in the air, and could not dodge again. Fortunately, Gao Yang was very close to Hui Xiong. He made a prediction in advance, and kicked Hui Xiong side waist. The two quickly bounced to both sides, and narrowly avoided the death light. Manshi grabbed the ceiling fan, took advantage of the force and jumped, hanging upside down on the iron shed roof of the vegetable market. He used his hands and feet to quickly crawl on the roof, and threw two flying knives at Xiao Lu. The flying knives pierced Xiao Lu's chest, and immediately a sticky green pus burst out. This did effectively stop Xiao Lu's continuous attack. But in the blink of an eye, the flying knives melted in Xiao Lu's body, and thick white smoke came out with a sizzle. In the blink of an eye, only two knife handles were left, falling to the ground. Goddess of Song, save me. I'm in so much pain, I don't want to die. I'm so scared. No, I don't want to disappear. Xiao Lu's twisted face showed pain and confusion, which were human emotions. Soon, that touch of emotion disappeared. His eye sockets melted into two holes, with green pus flowing out, and a strange dark red light flashed inside. Human, 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 human. Xiao Lu roared to the sky, and only killing and destruction remained in his body. This scene was so familiar. At that time, Hong Feng, after injecting the mysterious drug, also became a completely out-of-control monster. This monster is not even a beast, it is simply a demon from hell. In just a moment, Gao Yang linked Hong Feng, Xiao Lu, and the evil organization behind the serial murders together. It seems that this is the organization behind Gui Ma. He is completely out of control. Gao Yang shouted, "Don't show mercy, kill him." I know. Hui Xiong's face was ashen. If he had a little bit of pity for Xiao Lu before, then at this moment, he only hoped that he would never see this monster again in his life. Gao Yang had a preliminary plan. Considering that the monster in front of him had lost his mind, he conspired loudly, "Manshi, you are the most flexible. Attract his long-range firepower. Gray Xiong. Find an opportunity to get close to it, and make it lose its ability to move. 3 seconds will do. Leave the rest to me." Gao Yang gritted his teeth. "I burn him to charcoal. Go!" Manshi was still hanging upside down on the roof of the iron shed. While crawling quickly, he touched the bag of throwing knives on the outside of his thigh. There were only the last 3 left. He had to rely on these 3 throwing knives to attract its firepower and avoid his terrifying death light. Manshi observed the surroundings, calculated the route of continuous dodging, and had a bottom line in his heart. "Come on! I'm here!" Manshi shouted, took out a throwing knife, and was about to throw it out. Clang! The chain on the iron door opened. Kan, Shiran, and Ronnie pushed open the iron door and walked into the vegetable market. Cantu turned the keychain with his index finger and smiled smugly. "I told you long ago that there are surveillance cameras in public places like this, so no one would steal things. The keys are usually hidden at the door." Cantu's smile froze on her face. She saw the vegetable market that had turned into a battlefield and the terrifying monster that seemed to come from hell. And after a brief confusion, the monster regained its desire to kill. It tilted its head slightly and looked at the 3 people at the door. Cantu opened his mouth wide and squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Throw. Chapter 149. Xiao Lu's right hand in the cannon form quickly gathered energy, and was about to shoot at the three people. What are you standing there for? Hide. Wei Xiong shouted anxiously. Ronnie and Shi Ran reacted quickly. They only took a look at the scene of the battle, and guessed what they would face next. They hugged Cantu standing in the middle quickly, one on the left and one on the right. The two of them were too strong, and their chests almost deformed Cantu's face. Cantu was like the sandwich in the middle of a hamburger, and his mouth turned into an O. Invisibility. Cantu activated his talent. In an instant, all three people disappeared from sight. Gao Yang was delighted. That's it. Gao Yang was curious before. If Cantu's invisibility makes the body invisible, then what about the clothes she is still wearing? What about the weapon in her hand? These will expose her position, so wouldn't it be a lonely invisibility? It turns out that her invisibility makes everything within a certain range around her invisible. Judging from the degree to which Ronnie and Shi Ran hugged her tightly, the invisible range she can currently cover is about half a meter from herself. Xiao Lu lost his target, and aimed the muzzle of his right hand at Gao Yang. Swish. A flying knife pierced Xiao Lu's shoulder. Xiao Lu's attention was attracted again, and he raised the muzzle again and aimed at Manshi on the roof. Roar. A green death light shot at him accurately. Manshi kicked his legs hard, narrowly dodged the shooting of the death light, grabbed the ceiling fan with one hand, and swung to the port table on the side. He rolled half a circle on the port table, touched a butcher knife, and jumped to the side with all his strength. 0.5 seconds after he jumped out, the second tiny death ray had cut the entire port counter. Manshi ran quickly, and at the same time threw out the last two flying knives for cover. Xiao Lu's right hand stopped attacking and recharged. Swish. Two fireballs flew towards Xiao Lu from the side. Gao Yang had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Xiao Lu had no time to dodge, and blocked the fireball with his right hand. The fireball was very fragile, and exploded into a ball of flame, burning his skin. Although it only burned for a few seconds, it was enough to sting it and restrain its actions, buying enough time for teammates. Xiao Lu's throat moved, and a death ray was about to spurt out of his mouth. Manshi had come to the shed above Xiao Lu's head without knowing when. He fell silently, and with the inertia of his body, he held the butcher knife with both hands and stabbed Xiao Lu's head. Xiao Lu instinctively sensed the danger. He suddenly turned sideways at the last moment, and the sharp butcher knife stabbed into his back. The snake stepped on Xiao Lu's shoulders with both feet, pulled out the butcher knife with all his strength, and stabbed again. Xiao Lu raised his right hand and threw the snake away. The pain made Xiao Lu crazy. He turned in circles on the spot, and his right hand in the shape of a cannon shot out the death ray again. This time it was a small, dense, and uninterrupted death ray, like a sweeping laser gun, vowing to use fierce firepower to destroy the entire vegetable market indiscriminately. Swish, swish, swish. For a while, the vegetable market was full of green bullets flying everywhere. Gao Yang, who was lying on the concrete platform, thought of something inappropriately: the laser lights in the dance hall. Under such dense firepower, no one could get close. It was simply courting death. Gao Yang had a headache. This man's snake was too disobedient. He was told to attract firepower instead of fighting Xiao Lu alone. Gao Yang, lying on the ground, gestured to Wei Xiong not far away. I will attract firepower, you find a chance to get close. Gao Yang's mind moved, and he activated the copy gecko talent. He jumped up on the counter, and threw 2 carrots at the same time. Carrots can't be compared with flying knives, but considering that Xiao Lu's IQ is not high now, it is estimated that he can't tell the difference. Sure enough, Xiao Lu locked Gao Yang again, and stopped the indiscriminate shooting. Gao Yang rushed straight to Xiao Lu in order to firmly attract its attention. Xiao Lu felt the approaching threat, and his right hand and mouth gathered green energy at the same time. Gao Yang's heart sank. Damn! Why did you use both your hands and mouth to deal with me? Roar. 2 death rays, one thick and one thin, shot out at the same time. Gao Yang leaped with all his might, barely twisted a pirouette in the air, and dodged the attack of 2 deadly rays of light in a very extreme way. This was really thanks to the gecko talent. Gao Yang could never have done it simply by relying on agility. In less than 2 seconds, Gao Yang landed again. He kicked his feet, and continued to rush toward Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu still had to organize an attack. Hey! Wei Xiong appeared on the side of Xiao Lu without knowing when. He was like a fearless armored chariot, fiercely crashing into Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu instinctively raised his right arm to block, but still flew out with a muffled sound. Clang. Xiao Lu fell on the rolling door of a store, making a loud noise. Due to the huge impact, the upper and lower joints of the rolling door fell off directly, and the middle was sunken. Trap it with the door, Gao Yang shouted. Hui Xiong understood, and he rushed forward quickly, grabbed the upper and lower ends of the rolling shutter, and pulled hard in the middle. The rolling shutter immediately wrapped Xiao Lu tightly, like a rice ball wrapped in seaweed. However, the rolling shutter could not trap Xiao Lu. Under its corrosive death light, the rolling shutter was as fragile as a piece of paper. Swish. Sure enough, a small death light pierced through the rolling shutter. Hui Xiong retreated suddenly, and was almost shot by the death light. Gao Yang had already rushed toward Xiao Lu, but he was not sure in his heart. If he could not fix the target for more than 5 seconds, his flame would not work. But there was no better opportunity at the moment. He gathered energy in both hands, and was about to launch flame. Get out of the way! A voice came from Gao Yang's left. He immediately turned around and saw a thick steel pipe floating in the air, stabbing toward Xiao Lu. Ka La Pu. The steel pipe first pierced the shutters that were put together, then pierced Xiao Lu's body, then lifted it up and nailed it to the wall. At this time, Kanta's invisibility disappeared. The 3 people at the other end of the steel pipe appeared. They held the steel pipe together with 6 hands, and nailed Xiao Lu to death with the strength of 3 people. Gao Yang was overjoyed. 3 cobblers are really better than Zhuge Liang. Unfortunately, he was handsome for only 3 seconds. Ouch, my foot. Cantu fell to the ground with his buttocks, as if he twisted his foot when sprinting. She rushed to Gao Yang and covered Gao Yang's ears with both hands. Gao Yang was startled and didn't have time to react. Ronnie's throat moved and burst into a weird scream. Ya ya ya. Gao Yang felt a surge of annoyance in his heart, as if there were 100 people fighting in his head. It was so chaotic that he couldn't concentrate on thinking about anything. But because his ears were blocked, this feeling was greatly reduced, and his rationality slowly returned. Gao Yang realized that it was Ronnie who launched the chaos. This chaos also worked on Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, who was wrapped in the rolling shutter and nailed to the wall by the steel pipe, did not fight back, but struggled desperately and howled loudly. The rolling shutter that wrapped Xiao Lu loosened and slowly opened a gap. Gao Yang's mind moved, and he aimed his hands at the budding Xiao Lu, pouring all his passion. Fire! Chapter 150. 2 strong flames gushed out, merged and formed, and immediately engulfed Xiao Lu. The air around became scorching, and the hot air waves spread out in circles. Everyone instinctively covered their eyes and retreated. At some point, the hands covering Gao Yang's ears were removed. Ronnie's mind-confused scream also stopped. Gao Yang was fully focused and poured all his energy into burning the enemy. The only sound of the burning fire was in his ears. Less than a minute, but it was extremely long. Gao Yang squeezed the energy in his body to the last drop before stopping. He was soaked in sweat and panting. He felt dizzy. The steel pipes on the wall were already glowing red, and the monster's body nailed by the steel pipes had been charred, turning into a dry corpse between dark green and dark brown. The air was filled with a greasy aroma of cooked meat protein, mixed with a pungent smell similar to chemical fuel, which was disgusting. Wow! Kent's body was the most honest, and he was the first to kneel on the ground and vomit. Gao Yang, who had rich experience, held his breath in time and escaped. He tried to support his body, entered the system, and confirmed that the doubling of lucky income had stopped, and then he was completely relieved. He turned away from Xiao Lu's pitiful and pathetic body. Until the disgusting smell faded, he took a deep breath and ordered tiredly, Manshi, notify the union and send someone to deal with the aftermath immediately. Guixiong, you go outside the vegetable market and don't let anyone get close. Ronnie, Shiran, you find the monitoring room of the vegetable market and destroy it. No, take away all the monitoring and go back to report to Elder Xuanwu. The teammates nodded and took action quickly. Ah, it's so uncomfortable, I vomited all the midnight snacks. Cantu was still squatting on the ground. She finally finished vomiting, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, and raised her head belatedly. Why are you all gone? Cantu pointed at her nose excitedly. Captain, what about me? What should I do? Take a break and check your foot injury. Gao Yang found a plastic stool and sat down heavily. He was too tired. Woo. Cantu was very moved and looked like a fangirl. Captain, you were really handsome just now. Even more handsome than the previous captain. Really? Gao Yang smiled helplessly. Although there were many twists and turns, as it was the first time for the whole team to carry out a mission, he thought his prestige was still erected. Where did your former captain go? Gao Yang was a little curious. Promoted? No, he went to heaven. Cantu smiled on his face, but there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. Dead? Gao Yang was a little surprised. Yes. Ken said seriously, Captain, you have to be careful. The captain of the Qilin Union is in a high-risk job, and the mortality rate is as high as... Okay, stop talking. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Let's stop this unlucky topic. Half an hour later, the Union sent a special aftermath team. Gao Yang and his team returned to the Xuanwu branch of Shilongzai to heal and rest, accept inquiries, and write reports. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn, and everyone dispersed and devoted themselves to their own ordinary lives. Gao Yang was so sleepy during the daytime class that he didn't even have lunch and took a nap. During the evening self-study, the special mobile phone equipped by the Union for Gao Yang received an encrypted text message. Tonight, early morning, Old Fisherman's Wharf. There was only the time and place, no signature. Gao Yang clicked on the message for less than 3 seconds, and the text message was automatically deleted. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang left school, went home first, then quietly went out and arrived at the meeting place on time. The Old Fisherman's Wharf is upstream of the Li River, and is now an abandoned wharf. In the early morning, it was desolate and quiet here, and the night breeze was cool. Gao Yang stood on the wharf and waited for 10 minutes. A small cruise ship without lights appeared on the river, slowly sailed towards Gao Yang, and finally moored at the wharf. The cruise ship was pure white 2-story, and the style looked a bit old. Gao Yang hesitated slightly, stepped onto the cruise ship, and came to the deck at the bow. Here. A middle-aged man's voice came from the boat, thick and sexy, like a radio host. Gao Yang always felt that it sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Gao Yang followed the sound and entered the yacht. There was a narrow corridor in front of him. The door at the left end of the corridor was ajar, emitting a line of orange-yellow light. Gao Yang knew that the sound came from inside, but for the sake of caution, he still entered the system first to confirm that the gain of the luck value had not doubled, and then called out politely. Elder Xuanwu? It's me, come in. The voice replied. I guessed it right. It was indeed the leader who summoned me. Gao Yang slowly approached and pushed open the door. There was a small room inside, which was decorated as a bar booth. The porthole was large, and you could see the prosperous night scene on the other side of the river. A middle-aged man wearing a high-quality gray shirt sat on a dark red sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand. The light above his head was just dim, and everything was full of romantic mood and texture. Gao Yang always felt that he had come to the wrong place. This place was more suitable for lovers to meet. The man looked at him slightly, smiling elegantly and subtly. Jiang, you are here. Gao Yang met the man's gaze, and did not hide his surprise. You are? Yes, it's me. The man was not surprised that he was recognized. Sit down. The man's name is Yin Feng. His apparent identity is a popular and powerful actor. He is 42 years old this year. He looks mature and elegant, and his appearance is very suitable for playing the leading role in costume dramas and Republican dramas. Gao Yang's mother is a loyal fan of Yin Feng. She will watch every drama of his. In the past, Gao Yang would definitely be very excited to see a big star in life and chase for an autograph. Unfortunately, his identity is different now. He must be dignified and not lose face. Gao Yang sat down on the sofa opposite Yin Feng. Should I call you Mr. Yin or Elder Xuanwu? This is not the headquarters. Just call me Mr. Yin. Xuanwu quietly examined Gao Yang while speaking. His intention was obvious, but not offensive. Gao Yang also looked at Yin Feng. He was similar to the image on TV, but thinner, with deeper and sharper eyes and thinner lips. Yin Feng glanced at the brand name watch on his wrist, and got straight to the point. My schedule tonight is very full, and we still have 20 minutes to talk. Okay. Gao Yang nodded. I'm very happy that you can join us. Yin Feng said. I'm also honored to join the Qilin Union. Gao Yang said politely. To be honest, your performance exceeded my expectations. In just 2 days, you automatically found the task and completed it successfully. Not perfect, I wanted to capture him alive. Gao Yang told the truth. Very good, this matter has attracted the Union's attention. The beasts actually began to ignore the rules of Songdao and kill their own kind. This is very abnormal. The forces behind them are probably not simple. Yes, it is an evil organization. The parasite mentioned the goddess of Song. I will call it the Song Mother Cult in the report. Gao Yang replied. Yin Feng nodded. Your 5th action group made a contribution last night. I will help you record it. Thank you, Elder. Gao Yang said politely again. Yin Feng's body leaned forward slightly, and his bony fingers gently tapped the edge of the red wine bottle, looking at Gao Yang with interest. Aren't you curious about why the Qilin Union recruited you? Curious, of course I am curious, but if I show it, it will be very passive, and I must maintain my status. If you can say it, you will say it naturally. If you can't say it, it's useless to ask. Gao Yang's face was calm. Hee, I admire you more and more. The Union did not choose the wrong person. Yin Feng leaned back and said in a soothing tone, actually, there is nothing to hide. There are two main reasons for recruiting you. First, you are a rare awakener with 3 talents, 2 of which are in the top 30 of the sequence number. This alone is dazzling enough in the awakening world. You are flattering. Gao Yang was modest, but he was complaining in his heart. In fact, I have 4 talents. But then again, the intelligence network of the Qilin Union is really developed. Although his talent is not a secret, Gao Yang still feels like his underwear has been stripped off. Yin Feng smiled faintly. This second point is also related to your talent, which is lie detector. Gao Yang immediately had a bad premonition. No way. It won't be that kind of shit again. Don't do it. Hee. Yin Feng only took a look at Gao Yang's eyes and nodded. It seems you have guessed it. Gao Yang's bladder tightened. Fuck. Chapter 151. Xuanwu said with some regret, there is a possibility that there is a traitor in our union, and it is in the middle level. If it is in the middle level, then it is locked in the range of the guardians and elites. Oh my god. Is it going to end? Speaking of how unlucky I am. It is another bloody matter of finding a traitor, Gao Yang roared in his heart, but his face remained calm. Originally, someone in our union can read minds, so it is not difficult to find the traitor. Unfortunately, he was assassinated some time ago. Yin Feng's eyes moved. So, your lie detector is particularly valuable. Do you want me to help you find the traitor? Gao Yang asked. No, there is no need to alert the enemy. Yin Feng smiled. When the time is right, you will naturally be useful. Gao Yang pondered. Indeed, at that time, Long only asked my lie detector to assist him when he was 90% sure, and it was indeed safer to do so. Gao Yang thought for a moment, raised his eyes, and asked, then why do you tell me now that I have gained your trust? Yin Feng smiled frankly. No, trust depends on length of service and achievements. You are far from that step at present. I tell you because I hope you will be more cautious in the future. After all, if the traitor knows that the Union has another awakened person who can detect liars, I am afraid he will not sit still and wait for death. Thank you for reminding me. I will be careful. Gao Yang nodded. This reason is reasonable. Yin Feng glanced at his watch again, then looked out the porthole. There are 10 minutes to the next dock. I will get off there. Gao Yang said. No, you stay. I will get off, and you leave at the next dock. Gao Yang nodded. Since there was still time, it would be better to chat casually instead of staring at each other in silence. Mr. Yen. Gao Yang carefully chose his words. Can I ask you a personal question? Sure. Yin Feng nodded casually and joked. Celebrity gossip is not allowed. Gao Yang also smiled and shook his head. No, I'm just curious. You are a big star, filming, walking on the runway, winning awards, recording programs. You must be traveling around the world. Yin Feng was stunned at first, and his eyes were relieved. So you care about the world view. Gao Yang admitted. I have always cared a lot, because there are many things I can't figure out. I mainly film in a film and television city called Shudian. Other activities are actually on a few fixed, isolated islands. I don't travel around the world. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Before I awakened, I did have a dream of traveling around the world. After awakening, I just focused on filming and playing myself well. There will definitely be other humans who want to travel around the world. Gao Yang said. They either awaken or die, Yin Feng said. Gao Yang nodded. That's right. I know you're confused, Yin Feng said, and this confusion has been bothering me. The man picked up the red wine, shook it gently, and thought of some distant past events. When I was young, I liked the director very much. I regarded every one of his works as a classic, and watched them dozens of times. Not long after I became an actor, I became popular because of a drama. At that time, I was very arrogant and asked my agent to contact the director, hoping to participate in his next movie. My agent was also very excited and said that he could help me contact him. Guess what happened later? Gao Yang shook his head. The next day, my agent forgot about it. And I didn't mention it again because I was busy filming. A few months later, I woke up by chance, and then I learned that the director I liked, the country he lived in, and everything about him, did not exist at all, at least on the isolated island we know, He did not exist. I always wonder, what would happen if I insisted on contacting that director at that time? Yin Feng smiled. I would probably find out immediately that this director did not exist, and his contact information was also fake, and then I would become a psychopath, or be eaten by a beast directly. Gao Yang understood his feelings and said, in fact, I often think that the novels, movies, TV series I have read in these years, the games I have played, the music I have listened to, and the stars I have chased, they almost do not exist. But these non-existent people and things are so real and self-contained. It's incredible. You say, why did Song Dao go to so much trouble to create such a complicated worldview? Yin Feng didn't speak, and looked at Gao Yang again. Gao Yang couldn't stop talking. I mean, why doesn't Song Dao create a simpler worldview? Don't worry about where we humans come from. Anyway, since we can remember, we have been instilled with the idea that the world is only the size of a palm, and we all live on an isolated island the size of a palm. Wouldn't this reduce the risk of humans discovering the truth and awakening? But why did Song Dao have to create such a huge worldview for us? Isn't this asking for trouble? Yin Feng listened carefully, his eyes showing admiration. Qiang, I knew you were not an ordinary person, but you can think of this. You were born to be a leader, just like us. Gao Yang was ashamed. With my current strength, I dare not wear this compliment, so don't flatter me. I have a personal guess about this. Yin Feng said. Maybe you think the same as I do. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Haha, how about we write our guesses on our phones? Okay. The two took out their phones, typed a line of words, and then exchanged phones. Gao Yang, the fake world actually existed. Yin Feng, there was a real world. The two smiled at each other, and took back their phones. Gao Yang was very surprised. As a person who traveled through time and space, he once lived in the real world. It was reasonable to think of this, but he didn't expect Xuanwu to think of this as well. It seems that we all think that this fake world once existed, so it can be disguised so perfectly. Because Song Dao does not need to be created, it only needs to be copied and reproduced. Gao Yang nodded and asked again, do the top leaders of the organization hold the same idea as you? No, in fact, the other view is the mainstream. Yin Feng said, they believe that whether it is the isolated island we live in or the fake worldview, they are all created by Song Dao. It's like a game, where everything in the game is randomly generated by data. History, humanities, economy, art, technology, etc. will continue to be generated and developed as the background of the isolated island world. Gao Yang fell into deep thought. This view actually made sense. Gao Yang wanted to ask Yin Feng, why did Song Dao do this? But he knew that the other party would not have an answer to this question. Click. The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in formal work clothes stood outside the door, holding a black men's handbag under his arm. He was about 1.75 meters tall, thin, narrow shoulders, with a back hair, a smooth and full forehead, wearing exquisite frameless glasses, and a serious and shrewd look. He frowned. Old Yin, get off the boat. Okay, right away. Yin Feng said. Hurry up, you have to go to the set after recording the show, and the schedule is very full. The man closed the door. My agent, Bai Mian. Yin Feng pulled the corner of his mouth slightly helplessly. Everything is good, but he is a workaholic and too strict with me. So you can always be popular. Gao Yang flattered. Then I lend you my good wishes. Yin Feng smiled and stood up, adjusting his cuffs and collar. See you another day. Yin Feng left the cabin, and a few minutes later, the cruise ship slowly started again. Gao Yang sat by the porthole, looking at the night view of the river, and unconsciously lost his mind. In such a quiet moment of drifting with the flow, it is suitable to think about some ultimate philosophical questions. Where do I come from? Who am I? Where am I going? Gao Yang was about to think, when a head suddenly appeared outside the porthole. Chapter 152. Yes, a head, and an upside-down head. Swish appeared outside the porthole. Gao Yang's chest tightened, and his body's adrenaline surged. His body's fighting instinct made him quickly gather energy in his palm. 2 seconds later, he quietly took back the energy because he saw it clearly in time. This head had white silver hair and red eyes in the moonlight. Although it was upside down, it did not affect her as a beautiful girl at all. Chushua, what's going on? Chushua grinned at Gao Yang with her upside-down face. It was a big happy smile. Dong, dong, dong. She knocked on the porthole with her hand, saying something. It happened suddenly, and Gao Yang was still stunned. Chushua was a little anxious, and her face was pressed against the porthole. The delicate nose rubbed against the glass, squeezed into a pig nose, which was a little funny for a while. Dong, dong, dong. She knocked again and blew on the glass. Then, she drew a smiley face on the white mist of the glass with her finger. Of course, it was an upside-down smiley face. Gao Yang finally came to his senses. He hurriedly stood up and gestured nervously. "Don't move, I come out to find you." Gao Yang walked out of the cruise ship and came to the deck at the waist of the ship. Chu Shui squatted on the railing like a cat, wrapped in a big cloak, revealing her white collarbone, slender calves and feet. Her silver hair fluttered in the night wind, and her pair of red eyes curved into crescents, cute with a little bit of the tenderness of a small animal. "Gao Yang," she shouted happily. "Keep your voice down." Gao Yang hurried forward to cover Chu Shui's mouth. Although there were no passengers on this cruise ship, there must be a driver in the cockpit. Hee. Chu Shui pushed Gao Yang's hand away and mysteriously took out a firework from her cloak. "Here you go." "Is this fireworks?" Gao Yang was puzzled. "Well, last time you invited me to watch, this time I invite you to watch." Chu Shui nodded excitedly. Good friends should share together. Gao Yang stared at Chu Shui's innocent and expectant eyes. Is this girl serious? After a few seconds, he thought he'd better not disobey Chu Shui. Although she is still an innocent girl now, she may be angered in the next second and become a murderous ghost. "Okay." Gao Yang agreed while looking around, "but we can't set it off here." "Why?" Chu Shui said. "Because," Gao Yang said casually, "there are still people on the boat. We can't let them watch the fireworks." "Don't they like to watch fireworks?" Chu Shui asked. "Not really, but..." Gao Yang continued to make up a story. "Last time, only the two of us watched it, and this time, only the two of us can watch it. This is called beginning and end." Chu Shui's eyes rolled, as if she had learned some new knowledge. Beginning and end. "I understand. Follow me." Gao Yang pulled Chu Shui to the deck at the stern. Gao Yang found a small lifeboat, quietly untied the rope, put the boat on the water, and jumped on it with Chu Shui in time. Gao Yang took the oar and slowly rowed towards the middle of the river. In a few minutes, there was only a small black shadow left on the cruise ship on the river. At this point, Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yin Feng, I'm sorry to lend you a lifeboat. If I really want to investigate, I deduct it from your salary next month." Gao Yang put down the oars and looked up. He saw Chu Shui sitting at the bow, legs together, hands on cheeks, staring at him, face full of expectation, and mouthing, "Fireworks, fireworks, fireworks." Gao Yang picked up the firework in the belly of the boat, a very ordinary small firework. "Where did you get it?" Gao Yang asked. I borrowed it." Chu Shui was very proud. "Borrowed? From whom?" "The fireworks store." Chu Shui blinked her big eyes. "Borrowed from the store owner?" "No." Chu Shui smiled. "I kicked open the door, broke the glass cabinet, and borrowed the fireworks." "This is not called borrowing. This is called robbing." Gao Yang resisted the urge to roll his eyes and asked boldly, "Then, will you pay it back?" "Pay it back?" Chu Shui looked confused. "Why should I pay it back?" "My sister said that borrowed things don't need to be returned." "Why?" "Because this is owed to us by the world." Chu Shui said a very second-year sentence in a very relaxed tone. Gao Yang was not surprised at all. Yes, if the three views of the ghost group were normal, could it still be called a ghost group? Ahem. Gao Yang cleared his throat and decided to end the topic. "Let's set off fireworks." Okay. Chu Shui was very excited, and her little feet stepped on it unconsciously, like a kitten stepping on milk. "Don't move." Gao Yang put the fireworks at the stern and gently scraped the fuse with his hand. Then he immediately came to the bow. The lifeboat immediately lifted up, but fortunately, the two people were not heavy, so they didn't capsize. Zzz. Crackle. A few seconds later, a silver flower tree grew in the darkness, and the surrounding river surface reflected the colorful light. Wow! Chu Shui was stunned. It was her first time to see fireworks in real life. So beautiful. The fireworks were indeed beautiful, but Gao Yang was absent-minded. What would he do after the fireworks were over? Would Chu Shui leave? Or would he drive her away? The question was, did he have the ability to do that? Chu Shui wouldn't keep pestering him, would she? With a ghost by her side, this would be a big problem. Oh, and there was her scary sister. If she came to find me, would she kill me in a rage? Gao Yang was confused, and when he looked up, the fireworks were coming to an end. He looked sideways, and Chu Shui was watching beside him, fascinated. Her clean face was like an angel, but her red eyes were stained with a bit of devilish charm. The fireworks ended, the sparks and light disappeared, and the surroundings returned to darkness and silence. It's so beautiful. Chu Shue stood up happily, dancing excitedly. I go borrow more. Be careful. Gao Yang wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The lifeboat lost balance and turned over. Splash. Gao Yang and Chu Shue fell into the water. Wow, help, help. Chu Shue's hand slapped the water randomly, and her head sank. Gao Yang complained in his heart. You are a ghost that makes people tremble with fear, but you can't swim? Are you serious? You must be playing me, right? It's okay, relax, look up and breathe. Gao Yang swam over slowly, and hugged Chu Shue from behind. Chu Shue's head emerged from the water. She breathed deeply, and soon she was no longer afraid, and laughed happily. Gao Yang, you saved me. We are friends. Gao Yang hugged Chu Shue with one hand, and rowed towards the lifeboat with the other hand. Well, I will save you next time too, Chu Shue said seriously. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. No need, I'd be thankful if you and your ghost group don't kill me. Gao Yang turned the lifeboat over on the water, held Chu Shue's waist with both hands, and pushed her onto the boat. The first snow was so light that Gao Yang almost suspected that she was made of feathers. After Gao Yang got on the boat, the two sat at the head and tail, paddling slowly towards the river bank. The first snow spread her legs, put her hands together in front of her heels, and squatted like a cat. She shook her head frantically, trying to shake the water off her hair, but it was no use. The wet silver hair stuck to her cheeks. Gao Yang couldn't help laughing. It would be great if the first snow could always stay so cute and harmless. 10 minutes later, the two got ashore. Achoo. The first snow sneezed, and her slender body trembled slightly under the wet cloak. Gao Yang was slightly surprised. You are a ghost, so fragile? Are you acting? Gao Yang looked up. Not far away was the villa area with riverview rooms. In the dim and quiet residential area, there was a villa with a good location. The lights were on, and there was a faint singing coming from inside. Gao Yang recognized the villa at a glance. Chu Shue, I take you somewhere. Gao Yang smiled. Chapter 153. 2 o'clock in the morning, Wang Zikai's house. Since awakening the power of the wildness in his body, Wang Zikai's body has been very strong. What's more, he now practices the mental method taught by Gao Yang every day, and his progress is even faster. Unless he is seriously injured, under normal circumstances, he only needs to sleep 3 hours a day. Apart from eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, Wang Zikai has a lot of time every day and doesn't know how to spend it. He really wants to find Gao Yang to carry out tasks and fight lizard monsters. But Gao Yang always tells him to be patient and continue to grow. Moreover, Gao Yang has recently changed jobs to some Qilin Union and hasn't contacted him for a long time. Wang Zikai can only vent himself. Gao Yang must have a reason for doing this. I am the last trump card of mankind, carrying the mission of saving the world. How can I take it lightly? But, every day is too boring. Wang Zikai, who is tired of playing games, has suddenly become fascinated with singing recently. At this moment, the lights in the luxurious living room equipped with a family KTV are bright. Wang Zikai is wearing a t-shirt with Invincible printed on it, and standing barefoot on the sofa. He is holding a microphone in one hand, and waving a spicy chicken leg in the other, singing with abandon. How lonely is Invincible? How empty is Invincible? Alone on the top, the cold wind keeps blowing. My loneliness, who can understand me? Wang Zikai took a bite of the chicken leg, threw the bone into the trash can next to him, and changed his hand to hold the microphone. How lonely is Invincible? How empty is Invincible? She who is hiding in the sky, can you listen to me? My loneliness, endless loneliness. After the song ended, Wang Zikai jumped off the sofa and bowed to the TV. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my concert. Now, I will present another song for you. Pound. The window of the living room was broken into glass beads. A girl with wet hair, wrapped in a wet cloak, holding a brick in her hand, squatted on the windowsill. She jumped in and threw the brick. Done. Who are you? Wang Zikai was stunned at first, then smiled in surprise. Thief. Chu Shue didn't say anything, looked around curiously, and blinked. You are so brave. You dare to mess with your brother Kai. Wang Zikai threw the microphone, and was about to come up with his fists. He was just itching to find someone to fight, and someone came to his door. Wait! In a flash, Gao Yang also flipped in from the window. Gao Yang. Wang Zikai's eyes lit up. Oh my god! Brother, what are you doing? Chu Shue. I told you to ring the doorbell. How could you break the window? Gao Yang said helplessly. But he can't hear it at all. Chu Shue said confidently. Wang Zikai, this is Chu Shue. Gao Yang hurriedly introduced, my friend. A good friend. Chu Shui corrected excitedly. Good friend? Wang Zikai was a little surprised. He looked at Gao Yang. When did you make a good friend? How come I didn't know? Don't care about such trivial matters. Gao Yang coughed twice and changed the subject. He twisted his wet shirt. You can see that we just finished the mission and came to your house to rest and take a shower. Mission? Wang Zikai was even more excited. Brother, why don't you call me when you carry out the mission? It's just a small mission. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? You are an ace. You can't be dispatched easily. Gao Yang immediately arranged it with a rainbow fart. I know. Wang Zikai smiled, and he turned to look at Chu Shui with disdain. Chu Shui, right? You can do whatever you want. Gao Yang was very familiar with Wang Zikai's house. He pulled Chu Shui to the bathroom. Chu Shui, you go take a shower first. Okay. Chu Shui walked to the bathroom door, and was about to untie her cloak. Don't. Gao Yang hurriedly pushed Chu Shui into the bathroom, and closed the door heavily. He turned to look at Wang Zikai. Do you have women's clothes at home? Yes, my god. Okay. Wang Zikai went to the cloakroom, and took out a set of silk pajamas. Gao Yang took it and said disdainfully, You were just eating chicken legs, did you wipe your hands? I washed them. Wang Zikai said unhappily, What kind of status is your friend, so delicate? Gao Yang complained in his heart. Not only delicate, but if you don't serve her well, you may lose your life. Gao Yang took the clothes and gently pushed open a crack in the door, and steam came out from inside. Gao Yang put the clothes in. Chu Shui, change into this clothes later. Chu Shui's head popped out of the crack in the door, staring Gao Yang. Can I not wear this kind of clothes? It's uncomfortable to stick to my body. The only clothes that Chu Shui could barely accept were the empty big cloak. No! You have to wear it. Gao Yang said seriously, I'm wearing clothes too, good friends should do the same. Okay. Chu Shui was convinced. She reached out to take the clothes and closed the door. 10 minutes later, Chu Shui came out in a cool silk pajamas. She was slender, but her curves were just right, which inevitably made people have wild thoughts. Gao Yang sighed lightly, and took out an air-conditioning blanket to wrap her. Seeing that Chu Shui's hair was still wet, he said again, Blow your hair dry. If you don't want to blow it, just leave it like that. Chu Shui didn't care. No, you will catch a cold. I won't catch a cold. Chu Shui was very proud. Sit down. Gao Yang pressed Chu Shui on the sofa, found a hair dryer, stood behind her, and blew at her silver hair. Chu Shui didn't seem to like the sound of the hair dryer. She bent her body, and blew at the hair dryer. Ha. After blowing a few times, she found that the wind was not terrible, and squinted her eyes to enjoy it, and the silver hair fluttered on her face. Soon, Chu Shui's hair was blown dry, and fell softly on her shoulders. Wang Zikai watched the whole process with a look of disdain. Brother, your friend doesn't seem to be very smart. You are not smart. Chu Shui glared at Wang Zikai. Why, you are not convinced. Wang Zikai sneered. If you are not convinced, come and prove yourself. Come on. How to prove it? Chu Shui also got excited. Wang Zikai picked up the controller on the sofa. PK with me. Dare you? Gao Yang was ashamed. Isn't it true that playing games can prove whether a person is smart or not? What a strange brain circuit. Come on. Chu Shui accepted the challenge. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. That's good, at least the two of them have something to do. I can go take a shower without worry. Gao Yang went to the bathroom and took a shower. Taking advantage of this time, he entered the system, checked the lucky points, and eliminated the risks. Then, he began to think about the follow-up plan. There is a reason for bringing Chu Shui to Wang Zikai's house. First, it is relatively safe here, better than taking her to the streets. Secondly, Wang Zikai is a very strong fighter. Although this possibility is very small, if Chu Shui suddenly goes berserk and wants to kill him, Wang Zikai and him will work together to deal with him, and the chances of winning will be higher. After 2 contacts, Gao Yang has a basic character portrait of Chu Shui. This girl is not very old mentally, she is relatively simple, has the frankness and wildness of a small animal, has a confused sense of right and wrong, but is not broken, and seems to be very dependent on her sister. Judging from Chu Shui's attitude towards herself, she has no hostility towards herself, and even has an inexplicable trust and goodwill. In this case, I may take this opportunity to get some useful information from her mouth in order to understand the ghost group. The more I know, the more I can turn passivity into initiative. Gao Yang quickly took a shower, dried his hair, and put on Wang Zikai's pajamas. On the sofa in the living room, Chu Shui and Wang Zikai were holding the controller and playing a fighting game. Hey, Wait, wait. Wang Zikai yelled. Ah. Fuck. Impossible. This is impossible. Haha, you lost again. Chushua waved the controller proudly. You are the big idiot. The last one doesn't count. Come again. Wang Zikai was so angry. Come on. Chushua was very happy. Gao Yang came over and sat down on the sofa. When Chushua saw Gao Yang, she immediately jumped over, snuggled up to him, and rubbed Gao Yang's arm with her head. Gao Yang quietly watched the two of them playing games. After a while, he pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Chushua, you are really good at playing games. Yeah. Chushua stared at the screen intently, and got into a fierce battle with Wang Zikai. Sister often plays with me. Gao Yang pretended to be natural and asked, won't your sister worry about you being alone outside? Chapter 154. Wow. Chushua was about to answer when the character in the game was hit by a combo from the opponent. Ha ha ha. You are too young to fight me. Wang Zikai shouted triumphantly. Chushua, won't your sister worry? Gao Yang asked again. My sister needs to sleep, sometimes for a long time, so I sneak out to play, and she won't find out. Chushua was concentrating on playing the game, and answered without thinking. Gao Yang thought silently. Hey, 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 hey. How is it possible? Wang Zikai screamed again. It doesn't count. This game doesn't count. My controller just broke down. Ha ha ha, you lost again. Chushua jumped happily on the sofa. Big idiot. Big idiot. How can I fix it? Come again. Wang Zikai was furious. When had he ever been insulted like this? Take a break. Gao Yang looked at Wang Zikai. No. Another game. Wang Zikai was unwilling. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat at home? Gao Yang said. Oh yes, wait. Wang Zikai dropped the controller, turned and walked towards the kitchen, and did not forget to turn back and shout, Chushua, wait for me, I deal with you later. A few minutes later, Wang Zikai walked out of the kitchen with 3 bottles of iced drinks, and a plate of fried chicken wings heated in the microwave. Gao Yang opened a bottle of Coke, took a sip, and then looked at Chushua beside him. Do you want to drink? Gao Yang really wanted to know what the difference was between ghosts and awakened people, for example, whether they eat human food. Chushua looked at the Coke in Gao Yang's hand, seemed a little hesitant, and finally nodded. I want to drink. Just as Gao Yang was about to get her a bottle, she stretched out her hands, snatched the Coke from Gao Yang's hand, and sipped it carefully. Cough, 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 cough. Chushua coughed violently. Are you okay? Gao Yang was a little surprised. After Chushua finished coughing, she looked up at Gao Yang and smiled, her eyes sparkling. It's delicious. Wang Zikai and Gao Yang were stunned. Sister, you haven't had Coke in your life, have you? Wang Zikai's face was unclear whether it was sympathy or shock. Chushua ignored it, held the Coke in both hands, and took another sip, this time without coughing. She squinted her eyes and smiled happily. It's delicious. Haven't you had it before? Gao Yang asked again. Chushua shook her head. Sister doesn't let me eat human food. Why? Because it will become weak. Chushua said. Sister said that ghosts can't become weak, they will be bullied. Ghost? What ghost? Wang Zikai asked. A special name, like an online nickname. Gao Yang said casually. Wang Zikai, do you have instant noodles at home? Help me make a bowl of noodles, and it would be better to fry 2 pieces of luncheon meat. Really, you wait. Wang Zikai turned and went to the kitchen again. After sending Wang Zikai away, Gao Yang continued to ask Chushua, what do you usually eat? Eat people, Chushua said in a relaxed tone. Gao Yang was surprised. Eat people? Yeah. Chushua blinked her big eyes. We don't need to eat food, but we have to eat people. Eating people can make us stronger and live longer. It feels very strange to hear such terrifying words from a beautiful girl. Ghosts will become stronger and live longer if they eat people. Aren't these vampires? Could it be that the ghost group killed awakened people in the past because they regarded them as food? Eating people? Does it mean eating people into the stomach? Gao Yang asked again. No. Chushua shook her head. It means eating his energy. Fuck, I knew it. After all, the ghost group is also awakened, just a special awakened. They are not monsters that eat people, but they can suck the heart. Gao Yang's face was calm and continued to ask, will the person who is eaten die? Yes. Chushua stared at the Coke in her hand, and seemed to want to drink it, but she still put it back on the coffee table reluctantly, and kept talking to herself. I can't drink it anymore, my sister will find out. Chushu. Gao Yang plucked up the courage to ask, have you eaten? Human? Chushua grinned. Not yet. Why? Because it's not delicious. Chushua was a little disappointed. The people I've bitten all tasted bad. I don't want to eat them. Chushua suddenly leaned close to Gao Yang's ear happily and rubbed his face with her nose. You smell good. You must be delicious. Sister said that when you get stronger, I will catch you and let me eat you. Gao Yang's heart sank. Damn! After all this time, it turns out that you want to fatten me up before killing me. Then Chushua, will you eat me in the future? Gao Yang tried to make his tone relaxed, as if he was just chatting normally. No, Chushua said firmly. Why? We are good friends. Chushua said seriously. Good friends don't eat good friends. Yes. Good friends don't eat good friends. Gao Yang was almost crying with joy. Although the development of things was a bit strange, at least he escaped. Suddenly he thought of something and added, good friends will not let others eat their good friends. Yeah. Chushua nodded, and suddenly she blinked her eyelids, yawned, stretched, and buried her head in Gao Yang's arms. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Wait, what is this for? The legendary sleep in seconds. Chushu? Gao Yang called her softly. The girl did not answer. Her nose was even, her eyelashes trembled slightly with her breathing. Her whole face was crystal clear. She had fallen asleep. Instant noodles are ready. Wang Zikai came over barefoot with 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks and packaging bags in his mouth, and 2 bowls of instant noodles in his hands. Hush. Gao Yang put his hand to his mouth and pointed at Chushu in his arms. Damn, you're sleeping now? I'm still waiting for revenge. Wang Zikai was very disappointed, but his voice became smaller. I play with you. Gao Yang bowed slightly, and picked up the controller. Chushu curled up, and rested her face on Gao Yang's thigh. Gao Yang played 2 games with Wang Zikai. Gao Yang usually played less, and was no match for Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai was boring without any challenge. No more playing. Wang Zikai threw the gamepad away, and took a few mouthfuls of instant noodles. He thought of something and turned to look at Gao Yang. By the way, brother, I had a dream the night before last. What dream? Gao Yang asked. Wang Zikai frowned. It's too weird, forget it, I won't tell you. Tell me, I help you interpret the dream. Gao Yang was indeed a little curious. Then I really told you. Wang Zikai said. Gao Yang looked like he was listening attentively. Wang Zikai took out a tissue and wiped his mouth and nose. I dreamed that I ate you. Gao Yang was startled and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't say anything, just looked at Wang Zikai. His expression was unclear. Wang Zikai lowered his head slightly, his voice a little frustrated, and Qingling, Officer Huang, Fatty, and those people from the 12 zodiac signs, I will eat you all, crying while eating, like a psychopath. Wang Zikai. Gao Yang's palms were sweating, and he forced a smile on his face. Don't think too much, it's just a dream. I also had a similar dream, dreaming that I turned into a zombie and bit people everywhere. Really? Wang Zikai looked up and smiled a little distressed. But I can't help thinking about this these 2 days. Tell me, is there a possibility, just a possibility? What possibility? Gao Yang's voice trembled slightly. Wang Zikai looked straight at Gao Yang. A deep luster flashed in his eyes. Actually, I'm not a human. Chapter 155. Gao Yang couldn't speak, or even breathe. Thump. Thump 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 thump. It's so noisy. Is it his own heartbeat? I can't hear anything but this damn heartbeat. Gao Yang, Gao Yang? Wang Zikai waved his hand in front of Gao Yang's eyes, and Gao Yang suddenly pulled back. Ah. Why did you suddenly freeze? Oh, it's okay. Gao Yang tried to calm down and asked in a deep voice. What did you say just now? Wang Zikai's eyebrows were happy, and he jumped onto the sofa, revealing a childish excitement. Brother, do you think it's possible that I'm not a human, but a god? Huh? Gao Yang was stunned. God. Wang Zikai repeated, speaking with certainty. Why do you have this? Gao Yang wanted to say illusion, but finally changed his words to feeling. Think about it. I dreamed of eating you all. Why would I eat you? And I cried while eating? This doesn't make sense. Yes, why? Gao Yang felt like a fool at the moment. I specifically looked it up, and the book said that everyone has original sin, and they have to suffer from birth. People need to dedicate everything to God, and God needs to redeem mankind. Yes, is that so? Gao Yang was stunned. Since I am a destined boy, fate has chosen me to save the world. Wang Zikai raised his arms and shouted, then it is entirely possible that I am the reincarnation of God. It makes some sense. Gao Yang no longer knew how to mobilize his facial muscles. Only as a god, I want to eat you. Why? Gao Yang had given up thinking. Because your body is sinful, and I want to atone for your sins and save you, so I want to purify your body and take you to the world of God. If Chu Shue was not still sleeping at this moment, Gao Yang could not help but applaud. Gao Yang silently warned himself. Gao Yang, from now on, if you dare to overestimate the IQ of this idiot again, you will punish yourself by shitting upside down. Gao Yang pretended to think seriously. I think your dream interpretation is not unreasonable. Is it right? Wang Zikai's eyes lit up. I have been thinking about it for a long time, and this is the only possibility. Huh? Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back on the sofa. What's wrong? Wang Zikai asked. After your analysis, I think the future of our human race is brighter. Of course. Wang Zikai was still very proud. Listen to me, buddy. If I am really the reincarnation of God, then there must be a reincarnation of the devil. My ultimate enemy must be the big devil. When the time comes, you will fight side by side with me. I already have a whole plan. Gao Yang closed his eyes. I'm sleepy. I sleep for a while. Hey, don't listen to me. When Gao Yang woke up, the lights in the living room were turned off, the TV entered the standby screen, the coffee table was extremely messy, and the air was filled with the smell of midnight snacks. Outside the window was a quiet gray-blue, and a little red belly could be vaguely seen in the distant sky, and dawn was about to break. Gao Yang's left arm was a little numb. He tilted his head, and found that it was a yellow furry ball. Oh, it's not a ball, it's Wang Zikai's head. He fell asleep on the sofa, with a pillow between his legs, and his heavy head resting on Gao Yang's shoulder. At the same time, his arms were warm. Gao Yang lowered his head slightly, and found a ball of silk pajamas in his arms, with a white furry ball on the pajamas. Oh, this should be Chu Shue's. No, Gao Yang was shocked. This is not a head, it's a cat. White cat. It's the white cat that has been secretly observing him. Gao Yang's heartbeat accelerated, and his adrenaline surged. In the moment of panic, Gao Yang suddenly realized. Chu Shue is the white cat. Yes, everything makes sense now. Why did Chu Shue speak as if she knew Gao Yang before when she first met him in the night market in the haunted house? And she also knew his real name. Why does Chu Shue always wear a simple big cloak, without wearing other clothes or shoes? Because it is convenient to switch between human and cat forms. And Chu Shue's way of eating people. At first, Chu Shue bit Pang Jun in cat form, probably wanting to eat him, but Pang Jun tasted bad, so Chu Shue didn't eat him. Later, at the night market in the haunted house, Chu Shue bit Jiang Hao, who was setting up a stall, but didn't eat him in the end, probably because he tasted bad. In short, Pang Jun and Jiang Hao are both food, but they escaped thanks to Chu Shue's picky eating. Gao Yang continued to think deeply, and remembered something else. At that time, Pang Jun's arm suddenly lost control, and slapped Wang Zikai twice. Maybe this was controlled by Chu Shue, because Chu Shue wanted to be alone with herself, so she used this method to get rid of others. That is to say, the body parts of the awakened person bitten by Chu Shue may acquire some mutation ability, which can also be understood as a curse. As the caster of the curse, Chu Shue can control this. It makes sense. That's why, when Pang Jun's arm was bitten, he directly attacked Gao Yang when he first mutated, because the person Chu Shue wanted to eat was Gao Yang. There is only one thing that doesn't make sense in the whole logic, or it's a bit far-fetched, that is, Chu Shue suddenly changed her mind. Not only did she not eat Gao Yang, she also became a good friend with Gao Yang. Why? There is a question mark here. The white cat in his arms, or the girl named Chu Shue, is now as obedient as his pet. She likes him, trusts him, tells him everything, and never hurts him. But in fact, as long as the gears of fate were slightly wrong, Gao Yang would have become Chu Shue's food. After sorting out the whole thing, Gao Yang was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, the white cat's ears trembled alertly. It was probably awakened by Gao Yang's accelerated heartbeat. The white cat slowly opened its eyes, which were a pair of delicate green eyes. The white cat jumped up from Gao Yang with a start, and seemed very panicked. Meow. The white cat called out. Gao Yang didn't understand what it was saying, and he asked carefully, "Are you Chu Shue?" Meow. The white cat called out again. It jumped onto the table nimbly, and then onto the windowsill. The white cat looked back at Gao Yang, and a second later, it jumped down. Chu Shue. Gao Yang still had too many things he didn't understand. He pushed Wang Zikai away, and rushed to the window to look out. The white cat was gone. Wang Zikai twisted his body on the sofa, his butt was empty, and he fell to the ground with a thump. He didn't wake up, turned over and continued to sleep, still talking in his sleep. I am a god. God. Gao Yang stood by the window and took some time to calm down. He found paper and pen, left a note for Wang Zikai saying I'm going to school, and quietly left his house. In the morning, Gao Yang went to school and remembered that today was the last baseline test, which would last for 2 days. Qingling also came to school today. Since Gao Yang went to the Qilin Union, the two had not spoken to each other to avoid suspicion. The classmates thought they had a quarrel. Gao Yang concentrated on doing the test paper. Since awakening, the time he spent on homework has been drastically reduced, but because of the bonus of attribute values, his memory and digestion of knowledge have improved a lot, and he felt a little more relaxed when doing the questions. Gao Yang was very well behaved these 2 days. He went home after the exams, talked with his parents about his grades and aspirations during dinner, and stayed in his room to review his lessons at night. The next evening, the last mock exam was over. Gao Yang packed his school bag and was about to go home when Niu Xian and 2 male classmates came over. Gao Yang frowned. This kid, what is he trying to do again? Chapter 156. Gao Yang sat in his seat, packing his things slowly, not even bothering to raise his head. Gao Yang, how did you do in the exam? Niu Xian greeted him naturally, not like he was here to provoke. Not bad, Gao Yang said casually. After the exam, do you want to relax? Niu Xian smiled. Relax? Gao Yang looked up at Niu Xian, and when his eyes met, Niu Xian's eyes obviously retreated for a moment, but soon he showed a very stylish smile again. Yes, go to that number 11 middle school to find excitement. It's more fun with more people. Niu Xian looked at the 2 male classmates beside him. They go too. Gao Yang knew about the rumored number 11 middle school. An old school that has been abandoned for many years. It is said that there are ghosts there. Many people like to go there to find excitement, and many students even regard night tour of number 11 middle school as a wish list that must be completed in high school life. Gao Yang activated lie detector on Niu Xian. No lie. It seems that Niu Xian really just invited him to play. Why did you ask me? Gao Yang said bluntly. Do we have such a good relationship? Oh! Niu Xian laughed cheerfully. I was wrong about what happened before, and we can say that we didn't know each other until we fought. I really want to make friends with you now. I wonder if you will give me the honor. Gao Yang didn't answer immediately. Speaking of which, since Gao Yang gave Niu Xian a little warning on the day of Wan Cici's funeral, Niu Xian's attitude towards Gao Yang has quietly changed. Niu Xian is a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Once he determines that Gao Yang is someone he absolutely cannot mess with, he will change his strategy from excluding him to winning him over. Gao Yang saw through it but didn't say it, but he didn't expect Niu Xian to take the initiative to invite him. Gao Yang wanted to refuse, but then he thought that he should be more social, and not just deal with humans. It would be good to hang out with the lost ones. Gao Yang was still hesitating. Niu Xian asked again, have you had a quarrel with Qingling recently? Gao Yang was a little helpless. It seemed that his estrangement from Qingling had attracted the attention of his classmates. Yes. Gao Yang continued to speak along with Niu Xian's words. Women are like this. Don't pay attention to them. Just let them hang for a few days. Niu Xian had an experienced face and smiled again. I also made an appointment with several beautiful girls from the university to go on an adventure to number 11 middle school today. It's guaranteed to be exciting. You can come too. Gao Yang pretended to be interested. Okay, I go find some excitement too. Ha ha. That's right. Niu Xian was very happy. Gao Yang called his mother first and said that he had made an appointment with his classmates to review together and might be home a little later. His mother was already accustomed to Gao Yang's a little later, but she still repeatedly reminded him to pay attention to safety and not do anything bad. Gao Yang and Niu Xian left the school gate. Niu Xian invited everyone to a seafood buffet to eat and drink. During the meal, Gao Yang enjoyed the free food and played the role of a qualified audience with 2 other classmates. After dinner, everyone went to the internet cafe to play a few games. Late at night, Niu Xian stole his father's luxury car and took everyone to number 11 middle school in Beiyang district. There were 4 people in the car. Niu Xian drove and Gao Yang sat in the co-pilot. Lu Qixing and Hu Shuang sat in the back seat. Lu Qixing had a long face, was very thin, had narrow shoulders, and was slightly hunched. He looked like a wilted cucumber, and his classmates called him Cucumber. Hu Shuang is not fat, but he has a big round face with chubby flesh. Everyone calls him Fatty Hu. Huanghua checked his backpack and muttered, flashlight, band-aid, security stick, exorcism talisman, garlic, chili water. What are all those things you brought? Fatty Hu sneered. What a coward. I'm a coward. You're brave. Huanghua said unhappily. You borrow something from me later. Do you think I give it to you? Oh brother, I'm just kidding. Fatty Hu got scared in an instant and quickly snatched the backpack. Does this exorcism talisman work? Give me one and I put it in my trouser pocket. Two cowards. Niu Xian said contemptuously, with your courage, you still want to pick up girls. Don't piss your pants in front of beautiful girls. Mr. Xian, Huanghua said in an exaggerated manner, I heard that there are really ghosts there. Many people say they have seen a female ghost. Superstitious. Niu Xian was not afraid at all. Hey, have you heard about what happened in number 11 middle school? Fatty Hu's voice was trembling, and he lowered his voice unconsciously. I checked it on the internet. It's really scary. What do people say on the internet? Curious baby Gao Yang came online. Fatty Hu swallowed his saliva subconsciously. It is said that 18 years ago, a senior girl in number 11 picked up a stray dog in the back mountain of the school and secretly kept it in the dormitory. Later, the girl was bitten by a stray dog, but she didn't tell anyone. A few days later, the girl had rabies and started biting people randomly during class. Fatty Hu moved his body and said in a gloomy voice, that rabies is not ordinary. People who are bitten will go crazy and bite others immediately. Many people in the school were infected with rabies at the time, and many police officers were dispatched to seal the school, and there were also many researchers wearing chemical protective suits. Anyway, the school was surrounded tightly and sealed for a whole week, and many people died. The official said it was an infectious disease. Anyway, number 11 middle school was closed later, and the buildings were all abandoned. Why does it sound like a zombie novel? It's obviously made up at first glance. Niu Xian disagreed. It's said on the internet. I don't know whether it's true or not. Fatty Hu said. Why is the version I saw different? Huanghua also got excited. I heard that 18 years ago, a female teacher found an abandoned baby in the back mountain. The female teacher couldn't have children, so she was possessed by a ghost and secretly raised the child in her staff dormitory. As a result, the abandoned baby was actually a ghost baby, which cursed the female teacher, and then the female teacher went crazy and bit people everywhere. The people bitten would also be cursed. Many people in the school were cursed. The police came to seal the school and invited Taoist priests to exorcise the evil spirits before they settled the matter. The Taoist priest said that the ghost baby's resentment was too strong and could not be eliminated. It could only be sealed with this school as a barrier, so later all the people in number 11 middle school moved away. Haha, another ghost story. Niu Xian couldn't listen anymore. Gao Yang, do you think this is nonsense? Gao Yang listened attentively, of course, not because the two versions of the story were so exciting. But the details behind the story all pointed to one possibility, the Fudong. However, such an obvious talisman cave, and it is located on the territory of the Qilin Union, should have been explored long ago. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Gao Yang echoed, deliberately smiling frivolously. I'm still more interested in beautiful women. Ha. Me too. Niu Xian was very happy. He felt that the distance between him and Gao Yang had narrowed a little, and it was just a matter of time before he could completely turn this guy into his own. In the car, Huanghua and Fatty, who were still chattering about whose version was more convincing. After an unknown amount of time, Niu Xian suddenly braked, causing Huanghua, who was not wearing a seat belt, to fall halfway. Ouch! Huanghua touched his head and looked out the window. Are we there? We're here. Get out of the car. Niu Xian pulled out the car key and slammed the car door. Gao Yang walked out of the passenger seat, raised his head, and frowned slightly. In front of him was the rumored haunted holy place, the abandoned number 11 middle school. Chapter 157. Late at night, the clouds were thick and covered the sky and the moon. Zzzz, snap. On the roadside outside the school gate, moths were hovering on an old street lamp, which had poor electrical contact and flickered frequently. Under the flickering light, the old-fashioned iron door of the school gate was closed, with a rusty lock hanging on it, and a no-entry sign hanging on the door. The four red-painted words "No Entry" became twisted and mottled under the wind and rain for many years. Next to it was the guard room, with a broken glass window and a moldy wooden strip sealed with it. The lower half of the wooden strip was pried open. The four people approached and saw that the guard room was empty, covered with dust and spider webs, with various graffiti on the walls, and snack packaging bags and cigarette butts all over the floor, which should have been left by tourists. The four people climbed into the guard room through the window, then walked out of the inner door of the guard room and entered number 11 middle school. In front of me is a cement road leading to the playground and teaching building. There is no light in the campus. It is dark and quiet. There is a small flower bed with weeds at the intersection, and a bulletin board stands next to it. There are 3 female figures next to the bulletin board. 2 girls are standing, looking down at their phones, and half of their faces are illuminated by fluorescent light. There is another girl squatting next to the flower bed, looking down at her mobile game. These 3 people should be the college students that Niu Xian invited to come. Hello, seniors. Niu Xian put his hands in his pockets and walked over with a slick smile. The tall girl put down her phone and said in a dissatisfied voice, Niu Xian, why are you here just now? If you don't come soon, we will leave. Don't be angry, don't be angry. There is a little traffic jam on the road. Niu Xian smiled and turned on the flashlight. Gao Yang noticed that the girl who was talking was wearing a cool vest and hot pants. She had a hot body, wheat-colored skin, and a rather grand appearance, with big eyes, a big mouth, and big silver earrings on her ears. Let me introduce you. Niu Xian shone the flashlight over them one by one. This is Huanghua, Fatty Hu, and Gao Yang. We are all in the same class. I came to accompany you on the adventure right after the baseline test. That's very nice of you, right? The hot girl's eyes swept over Gao Yang's face, and stayed on it for a second. Half of her previous resentment disappeared, and she smiled sweetly. Hello, juniors. Hello, senior sister. Huanghua and Fatty Hu smiled eagerly. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Niu Xian pointed at the hot girl and said, This is Zhou Qing. You can just call her Sister Zhou. Then, Niu Xian pointed at a girl wearing JK and wearing twin ponytails next to him, and said, Her name is Huan. Niu Xian pointed at the girl squatting on the edge of the flower bed and said, This is Qingzi, my roommate. Zhou Qing explained, My best friend can't come today because of something urgent, so she take over. Gao Yang looked down and saw the girl named Qingzi wearing loose denim overalls and a fluffy bob. She held her phone in both hands, playing the game intently, with a blazing glow in her eyes. This sense of déjà vu is a little familiar. Qingzi, I'm calling you. Zhou Qing gently kicked Qingzi with her foot. Aww. Qingzi looked up and met Gao Yang's gaze at a glance. Oh my god. She opened her mouth wide and jumped up. Captain. Cough cough. Gao Yang coughed twice. Why, do you two know each other? Zhou Qing was a little surprised. Qingzi is really good, you are very well hidden, and you have such a wide social network. No. Qingzi waved her hand and explained, We met while playing mobile games. Gao Yang smiled, we chatted on video before. Gao Yang, you are so nice, you are so kind. Niu Xian was getting happier. He had a strong feeling that he and Gao Yang would soon become like-minded and become brothers. Okay, let's go. Don't stay here. I'm almost bitten to death by mosquitoes. Zhou Qing stamped her long legs and turned to leave. The others followed slowly. Gao Yang and Qingzi deliberately walked at the end. Orange lowered his voice. Captain Qiang, I was wondering why you are so young. I didn't expect you to be a high school student. Ahem. Gao Yang's mature and steady captain status felt like it was about to be lost. Keep this a secret? Okay, definitely. Orange blinked, smiling slyly. Captain, why are you here to participate in this kind of event? I thought you must be very busy. This place may be a talisman cave. I came to investigate secretly. Gao Yang had already thought of a reason. He asked Orange, Why did you come here? I must be the same as the captain. I have long felt that this place is very suspicious, so I want to investigate. Tell the truth. Gao Yang ruthlessly exposed. Hee. Orange touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. I was pulled here by my roommate to make up the number. I didn't want to come, but Sister Zhou said that she would accompany me to play ranked games later. Gao Yang was disappointed. Ken, you really have a great personality. It was clearly just an ordinary tree-lined path, but with some supernatural urban legends, the atmosphere suddenly became much more eerie. At first, everyone was still talking and laughing, but gradually, they unconsciously moved closer to each other, and all their mobile phones and flashlights were turned on, but they still felt that the surroundings were not bright enough. Zhou Qing and Niu Xian walked in the front, and soon arrived at the teaching building, a dilapidated 5-story building. I heard that the haunted classroom on the 5th floor is? Niu Xian asked. Yes. Zhou Qing nodded. The 7 people walked into the hall of the teaching building and shone the flashlight around. It was a very ordinary high school, and it was obvious that it was a bit old. There were photos of the duty students on duty on the duty column in the corridor, which had faded seriously. Niu pointed to a girl in the photo and said, Sister Zhou, why does this girl look exactly like you? Ah! Huan was timid and screamed. Zhou Qing was also startled. She walked closer and immediately hit Niu arm with her backhand. How are they similar? Not at all. Stop scaring people here. Haha. Niu laughed evilly. Just a joke. Not funny at all. Huan grabbed Zhou Qing's hand tenderly. Let's go back. I said I didn't want to come. You are too timid. Today, I brought you here to practice your courage. Zhou Qing grabbed Huan and walked towards the corridor. Oh my god. Qingzi, who was walking at the end, was also a little scared. Captain. Gao Yang, you have to protect me later. Don't leave me alone. Gao Yang shook his head and sighed. What are you afraid of as an awakener? If you are afraid, you should be afraid of beasts. Okay. A few minutes later, everyone climbed to the 5th floor and came to a classroom at the end of the corridor. The lock of the classroom door was broken and ajar. There was a sign Class 2, Grade 3 on the lintel. Creaky, creaky. Niu slowly pushed the door open and suddenly became frightened. There's someone inside. Chapter 158. This time, no one was fooled. Zhou Qing hit Niu back hard. You are addicted to cheating, right? Not satisfied with her words, she kicked his calf again. I told you to cheat. I told you to cheat. Haha, I was wrong, Sister Zhou, spare me. Niu walked into the classroom with a smile. The classroom was empty, and the tables and chairs were randomly stacked in the back. In the middle was a square table made of 4 desks, surrounded by a few chairs, and the floor was full of empty beverage bottles and cigarette butts. This classroom can be regarded as a tourist attraction, but unfortunately there is no staff to clean it. Gao Yang looked around, and the blackboard, walls, and windows were all messy graffiti and messages. XXX I love you for 10,000 years. XXX I wish you a lifetime of impotence. Run away. Run away. Run away. I am XX's father. Mike P was here. The messages were messy, and Gao Yang was too lazy to read them. Several people sat around the table. The windows were all broken, and the night wind blew in. The ceiling fan creaked and swayed. This classroom is very ordinary. Why can't I see the ghost? Niu laughed. It's just a rumor. Zhou Qing looked around with a flashlight, but I heard that you have to actively look for it, and it will appear. Zhou Qing raised his eyebrows. Do you dare to play games? You don't want to play. Pen Fairy? Huanghua swallowed his saliva, or Ouija. Gao Yang was also slightly stunned. So brave? Although I am not superstitious, this game is still scary. Let's not play that. Let's play Board Fairy. What is Board Fairy? Niu was confused, and so were the others. Zhou Qing stood up, walked to the podium in the classroom, found a blackboard brush, and waved. How about we use this to play? Why? Gao Yang was just curious. To play games, you have to use the things in this classroom, so that it will work, understand? Sister Zhou, you are really brave. Niu couldn't help but admire him. Zhou Qing. Are you crazy? Huan got nervous. What if there are really dirty things? Since we are here, we must play something exciting. Zhou Qing smiled. Hey you guys, you won't be scared, right? We girls can count on you to protect us later. Don't worry. Niu immediately became energetic. I have a strong yang energy, and I have never been afraid of this kind of thing since I was a child. Niu winked at Huanghua and Hu Pengzi. Although the two felt a little guilty, they didn't care so much in front of the beauty, and nodded and said it was okay. Zhou Qing took out a sticky note from her bag, and then a pen, and started writing at the desk. Someone shine a light on me. Gao Yang shone the flashlight on the table. Soon, Zhou Qing wrote more than 10 notes, and pasted them around the table, each with a different simple word. Yes. No. I don't know. Angry. Happy. Sad. Warning. Friendly. Hostile. Come on, everyone sit down. Zhou Qing sat down first, put the blackboard brush in the middle of the table, and stretched out his hands to both sides. Huan and Qingzi hesitated for a moment, and grabbed Zhou Qing's hand. Gao Yang sat down next to Qingzi, and also held Qingzi's hand. Everyone held hands, and formed a circle. Board Fairy, Board Fairy. We sincerely respect you. We humbly ask for help from you. If you hear our call, please show up. After Zhou Qing finished reading, he looked at everyone. Come, read with me. Everyone mustered up their courage, took a deep breath, and said in unison, Board Fairy, Board Fairy. We sincerely respect you. We humbly ask for help from you. If you hear our call, please show up. After reading, Zhou Qing freed one hand, grabbed the blackboard brush on the table, and turned it vigorously. Shua shua shua. The blackboard brush turned quickly, and everyone stared at it intently. After more than 10 seconds, the blackboard brush marked the direction of the head, and pointed to the friendly sticky note. Look! The board fairy showed up. Zhou Qing was excited. Gao Yang complained, if this pointed to other notes, you can also fool them. Board fairy, we want to ask you some questions. Are you willing to answer us? Zhou Qing continued to speak, turning the blackboard brush vigorously. Shua shua shua. Soon, the blackboard brush slowly stopped and pointed to yes. Ah! Zhou Qing shouted happily, thank you, Master Blackboard Fairy. Gao Yang smiled but said nothing. The others also smiled at each other, thinking that Zhou Qing was possessed by the spirit of drama, and just thought of it as playing with her. Blackboard Fairy, is there anything dirty in this classroom? Zhou Qing asked and turned the blackboard brush. Shua shua shua. The blackboard brush slowly stopped and pointed to yes. This is all a coincidence, right? Huan was timid, and was the first to get scared. She hugged herself tightly with her hands. Gao Yang was also a little surprised. This is too coincidental, don't tell me you also have a lucky talent. The faces of the others also changed subtly. Huanghua and Fatty who looked at each other, breathing a little heavy, but pretending to be relaxed. So effective? Niu Xian didn't believe it. He grabbed the blackboard brush. Let me try. Blackboard Fairy, did someone die in this classroom 18 years ago? Niu Xian asked the question and turned it hard. Shua 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 shua. The blackboard brush turned for a long time, and slowly pointed to yes. Ah! Huan screamed. She hugged Zhou Qing in fear. Don't play. Let's not play. Everyone's face became solemn. Niu Xian was dumbfounded and didn't say anything. Gao Yang couldn't help but doubt. What kind of weird power is this? He thought about it and entered the system. The gain of luck value did not double. At least it means that there is no danger here. No, it's easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. Since you have invited the Blackboard Fairy, even if you don't want to play, you have to send the Blackboard Fairy away properly. Zhou Qing was very serious. Then, let's send the board fairy away. Huan begged. I try. Zhou Qing didn't seem to expect the situation to develop to this point. She took a deep breath. Board fairy, thank you for your appearance, we are fine, you can go. Zhou Qing turned the blackboard brush. Shua shua shua. The blackboard brush stopped and pointed to angry. The board fairy is angry? Why? Huan was really about to cry. We didn't offend it. Captain. Orange was also scared, holding Gao Yang's shoulders tightly with both hands. Protect me, I don't want to die yet. Hey, Sister Zhou, are you playing tricks? Niu Xian's face also fell, and his voice trembled. Don't think I don't know. Huanghua and Fatty who were already pale and trembling. They tried their best to control themselves, and didn't run away. I didn't expect this to happen. Zhou Qing also began to get scared. She looked up and said, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have summoned you casually. Please forgive us, my lord. We leave immediately. We won't dare to do it again. Zhou Qing trembled and reached for the blackboard brush. I do it. Gao Yang grabbed the blackboard brush and took a deep breath. I have the talent of luck after all. Can I be a little luckier? Gao Yang turned it gently. Shua shua shua. Everyone stared at the rotating blackboard brush, not daring to breathe. It was less than 10 seconds, but it was so long and tormenting. Shua shua shua. The blackboard brush slowly stopped, and the blackboard head pointed at hostility. Chapter 159. When the blackboard brush stopped, there was a brief and strange silence in the classroom. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, as if there were terrible things hiding around them staring at them. I can't do it anymore, I want to go home. Huan was the first to stand up and leave. Zhou Qing grabbed Huan. Huan looked back in confusion. Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing didn't say anything. She lowered her head, and couldn't see her expression clearly. Sister Zhou, I think it's okay, forget it. Niu Xian was already fidgeting. Gao Yang was not afraid at first, but he was a little scared when he encountered such a weird thing for a while. He was about to speak when he suddenly found something wrong. Zhou Qing, let go, you heard me. Huan wanted to pull her hand out, but Zhou Qing held it tightly. Huan's face turned red and white. Finally, Zhou Qing slowly raised her head. Her face was pale, her eyes were empty, only the whites were left. A strange sneer hung on the corners of her mouth, and her voice became hoarse and distorted. It's easy to invite gods. It's hard to send gods away. Zhou Qing's neck twisted fiercely. His face was ferocious. You all have to die. Aw, ghost. Oh my god. Help. A scream broke out in the classroom, and Yo Xian was the one who screamed the loudest. He fell off the chair with his buttocks, and he rolled and crawled out of the classroom quickly, without even looking at his companions from beginning to end. Huanghua and Hu Pengzi were not much better. They didn't care to take their things, and rushed out of the classroom shouting and screaming. Huan was so scared that she hugged her head and shrank into the corner. Don't kill me, don't kill me. As for Qingzi, she subconsciously hugged Gao Yang's waist, closed her eyes and screamed, Captain Qiang. Protect me quickly. All must die. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qing continued to yell like crazy, stretching out his hands and rushing towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang sat in his seat and did not dodge. When Zhou Qing's hands were about to strangle Gao Yang's neck, he stopped. Go on. Gao Yang smiled. Zhou Qing was stunned, and the ferocious expression on his face disappeared immediately. Oh my god, how did you find out that I was acting? In fact, Gao Yang was almost deceived at the beginning. His basis was mainly 2 points. 1. The gain of luck value did not double, eliminating the danger. 2. When he took the initiative to turn the blackboard brush, he found that the weight of the blackboard brush was a little heavier than he remembered. Obviously, the blackboard brush was tampered with. After that, he began to recall Zhou Qing's actions when turning the blackboard brush before. Zhou Qing's other hand seemed to be placed under the desk the whole time, and Huan was covering on the side, so it was difficult to find. Finally, Gao Yang came to a conclusion, probably a trick using magnets and magnets. Gao Yang did not explain his reasoning process, and praised, Your acting is really good, I was almost fooled. Of course. Zhou Qing put her hands on her waist. I am a student of the acting department. Huan stopped crying at this time. She smiled and came over. Haha, it's really fun. The three of them were scared silly. Great. Changzi finally reacted. So you were playing a prank. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Too bad. Changzi, you are clumsy. I'm afraid it will be exposed. Zhou Qing said disdainfully, suddenly remembering something. By the way, what did you call Gao Yang just now? What shadow? What captain? Game screen name. Gao Yang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Qingzi, you are really addicted to the game. Zhou Qing looked at Qingzi sympathetically. Be careful not to be caught and given electrotherapy. Zhou Qing looked at Gao Yang again, his eyes not so friendly. Are you and Yo Xian in the same group? Not really, we don't play much. Gao Yang told the truth. That's good. Zhou Qing crossed his hands, furious. Yo Xian, that bastard, cheated on my best friend. I came here today to help her vent her anger. Yes. We recorded all his ugly behavior just now. Huan happily walked under the podium and took out a DVD that had been hidden long ago. Huan came over with a DVD. Come, let's enjoy it and post it online tomorrow. Huan stopped and was stunned. Strange, why? It's not there. Let me see. Zhou Qing grabbed the DVD and operated it. Hey, it's really not there. It's impossible. I just pressed the record button. Ah! What a pity. Huan was very regretful. Forget it, I've let out my anger anyway. Zhou Qing didn't care. She shook her hair. Let's go home and sleep. We can't stay up late anymore. Our skin is getting worse again. Gao Yang smiled helplessly, took out his mobile phone, and sent WeChat to Yo Xian, Huanghua, and Fatty who, don't run away, you've been tricked. It's all Zhou Qing's acting. Gao Yang followed the three girls out of the classroom, downstairs, and back to the boulevard. Along the way, Zhou Qing and Huan were very excited and kept reviewing the previous tricks. Gao Yang, please leave me your contact information. Zhou Qing took out his phone. I think you're a nice person, and you know Changzi, so we can be friends. Okay. Gao Yang just took out his cell phone and it rang. It was Huanghua calling. Gao Yang picked up. Gao Yang. Come here quickly. Huanghua's voice was panicked. What's wrong? Something happened. Xian Xiao is not right. It was Fatty whose voice. Don't panic, where are you? Gao Yang asked. Flag-raising platform on the playground. Come here quickly. The campus was very quiet in the middle of the night. Even if the speakerphone was not turned on, the voice on the phone was heard clearly by the three girls. Haha, you are not scared silly, are you? Zhou Qing gloated. We just went a little too far, it's over, we won't be sued, right? Huan regretted it a little. Let's go and have a look first. Gao Yang said casually. Maybe the three of them want to play a trick on you and get back on track. That makes sense. Zhou Qing smiled, but we're not that easily scared. Gao Yang turned around with the three girls and walked towards the playground. When they were silent, the surroundings were very quiet. Qingzi unconsciously approached Gao Yang. In fact, I felt that something was wrong with this school for a long time. Didn't you notice it? No. Zhou Qing walked in front without a care. Huan Huan also shook her head. Is it too quiet? Gao Yang asked. Yes, it's May, and the weather is quite hot. There are no cicadas or frogs. That's right. Zhou Qing realized it, but she didn't care much and continued to walk forward. The playground was in front. Gao Yang. Wang Hua and Fatty, who ran over in a panic. Gao Yang, come quickly. Young Xian is really not right. Gao Yang hurried over with them, and Wang Hua was still explaining along the way. Fatu and I just ran out of the classroom. We wanted to go to the school gate, but Young Xian ran this way, so we had to follow him. Later, we received your text message and planned to call Young Xian back, but he just stood there and became very strange. He didn't respond when we called him. Gao Yang frowned slightly and looked at the flag-raising platform in front of the playground. Niu Xian was facing the playground and doing radio gymnastics. Niu Xian. Gao Yang kept a certain distance and shouted, "Stop playing, go home." Niu Xian seemed not to hear and continued to dance. The playground was empty and silent in the middle of the night. There was only the sound of Niu Xian's footsteps and breathing while doing gymnastics. He seemed to be muttering, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 160. Is he okay? Zhou Qing came to Gao Yang, looking worried. He wouldn't really have a brain problem. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to approach. It was indeed very wrong. Gao Yang had a hunch that Niu Xian was not acting. Even if Niu Xian wanted to scare people, he would not act crazy here. He was a very face-saving person. Gao Yang subconsciously entered the system, and was lucky that the profit did not double. It seemed that the situation was not too bad. Gao Yang took a deep breath and walked cautiously towards the flag-raising platform. Niu Xian. He called again. Niu Xian was still doing the exercises, and had already jumped to the jumping exercise section. He swung his arms while jumping, and his movements became more intense, and his breathing became louder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4. Gao Yang gritted his teeth, stepped forward and grabbed Niu Xian's hand. Niu Xian, stop. Niu Xian did not stop. His arm strength was amazing, and he continued to swing. Gao Yang secretly exerted force, trying to stop one of his hands. But Niu Xian's body was like a machine without emotion or pain, repeating the action instructions coldly and ruthlessly. Gao Yang could resist this force, but he still let go in time, because he felt that if he didn't let go, Niu Xian's arm might be broken under the confrontation of the two forces. Gao Yang had a strong intuition that Niu Xian's radio gymnastics was not done by his own will, but by some invisible and powerful control. Reminder: you have entered an unknown area and cannot explore, and the lucky point income has increased to 2 times. Gao Yang was shocked. The last time I had such a reminder was when I fell into the Fu cave in Gujia village. Gao Yang didn't care too much, and quickly retreated and left the flag-raising platform. In an instant, the income of the lucky point returned to normal. What happened? Could it be that this flag-raising platform of several square meters was actually a special talisman cave? Gao Yang didn't have time to think about it. Niu Xian had already completed a complete set of radio gymnastics. He stood there for a while, turned around and walked down the flag-raising platform, as if he was really just a leader, and successfully completed the task of leading the exercise. Gao Yang finally saw Niu Xian's face clearly. His face was numb, his eyes were wide open, as if frozen by something, and even the luster under his eyes was frozen. After Niu Xian left the flag-raising platform, he lowered his hands and stood still. Hiss. There was a subtle, sharp, short sound around, as if a strand of hair suddenly broke. It was so slight that Gao Yang thought it was an illusion. The next second, Niu Xian's frozen eyes returned to normal. He slowly closed his eyelids and fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Ah! This time, all 3 girls screamed. They were really scared. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, then slowly stepped forward, squatted down, and stretched out his finger to feel Niu Xian's breath. He was still breathing. He fainted. Gao Yang turned around and shouted, "Call 120. At 5 in the morning, Beiyong District Police Station. Gao Yang, Zhou Qing, Huan, Chung Zi, Huanghua, and Fatty, who were sitting in the waiting hall. They had finished taking statements, and they were tired and sleepy. Everyone was depressed and silent. Niu Xian was sent to the nearest hospital. He was still in a coma. He had no external injuries on his body. After a check, no internal injuries were found. So in the eyes of the police, it was just a group of young people who ran outside in the middle of the night to seek excitement, and then one of them fainted for some reason. After verifying that there were no discrepancies in everyone's transcripts, the police left a few people's contact information and released them. Everyone walked out of the police station one after another, and took a taxi home on the roadside. Fatty Hu and Gao Yang were going the same way. After the others left, the two finally stopped a car. Just as Gao Yang was about to get in the car, he found something and slammed the door. Fatty Hu, you go first. Aren't you going home? No, I'm going to the internet cafe to play a few games, and then go directly to school. Gao Yang said. I really admire you for still having this mood. Fatty Hu was depressed. After watching the taxi leave, Gao Yang walked to a car across the street and knocked on the window. The window opened, and Hui Xiong, wearing a peaked cap and a full beard, grinned at Gao Yang. Captain, get in the car. Gao Yang sat in the co-pilot seat, and Hui Xiong started the car. Hey Captain, I didn't expect you to be a high school student. Hui Xiong smiled playfully. Gao Yang wailed in his heart. It's over, if Hui Xiong knows, then everyone knows. How do you know I'm here? Gao Yang asked. Haha, Cantu told me that she thought she was going to jail, so she sent me a message for help. I happened to be on night shift, so I came to see. Cantu, is this how you keep my secret? Gao Yang nodded calmly. You know everything? I heard from Cantu. Hui Xiong was eager to try, his eyes shining. Captain, did you encounter the Fudong? Gao Yang didn't rush to answer, and asked back, hasn't our union investigated number 11 middle school? How is it possible? We haven't let go of any place with urban legends. Hui Xiong was very excited. Our union has come to number 11 middle school at least 3 times, but we didn't find anything. Gao Yang nodded. This made sense. Captain, do you have any new discoveries? Hui Xiong was very interested. I have some discoveries, but I'm not sure yet. Gao Yang answered cautiously. Don't worry about it. We call the whole team tomorrow, and do it first and ask for permission later. If we can find a rune circuit, it will be a great achievement. We must not let others get ahead of us. It turned out that Hui Xiong came here to make a contribution. Gao Yang's idea was different. The last time he went to Nyochang subway station, Gao Yang had a great psychological shadow. If number 11 middle school is really a rune cave, with the strength of their 5 groups, I'm afraid they will never come back. Hui Xiong. Gao Yang asked coldly, have you been to the rune cave before? No. I've been there twice. Gao Yang said. How was it? Twice. I almost walked through the gates of hell. Hui Xiong was silent for a while. He continued to drive. After a while, he changed his mind. How about we report the situation to the elder Xuanwu first? Gao Yang smiled and nodded. A teachable boy. You write the report. Gao Yang was a little tired. You take me home first. Okay, where is your home? Shanqing District. Hold on tight. There was a crossroads ahead. Hui Xiong made a reverse turn. After Gao Yang went home, he washed, showered, and took a nap before dawn. He had breakfast at home, and went to school with his school bag. As soon as he started morning self-study, he, Huanghua, and Fatty, who were called to the office by the head teacher, naturally to ask about Niu Xian. The 3 had already exchanged their stories, and insisted that it was Niu Xian who dragged them to number 11 middle school in the middle of the night to find excitement, but Niu Xian accidentally fell from the flag-raising platform and fainted. The head teacher sighed and had a headache. He really aged a lot this semester. It was originally a very critical 2 months before the college entrance examination, but there were deaths one after another in the class, and now one person is in a coma. If this continues, he will resign before the college entrance examination. Okay, all of you go out. The head teacher sighed, and didn't even have the energy to criticize and educate the students. The 3 turned around and left. The head teacher thought of something else. Gao Yang, you stay, someone is looking for you. As soon as he finished speaking, someone pushed the door in. Gao Yang looked up, and was slightly startled.